All right, everybody. Welcome to the 2020 Fork Day celebration. Bitcoin Cash's third anniversary of its fork from Bitcoin Core. And I'm here with Emmanuel from Junub Open Space in South Sudan. Is that right?
Yeah, South Sudan.
Excellent. Okay, so why don't you tell us the topic you're talking, and then just go right ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm so excited. I'm so happy to be here. So my topic of discussion is on stories from South Sudan beyond the conflict, because I'm an entrepreneur, a social entrepreneur and a peace activist, and I work for Junub Open Space, it's a South Sudan technology, information, and innovation hub, majorly focusing on access to information and as well looking at the tech angle of building peaceful coexistence among communities in South Sudan. So basically, there's a lot of stories, most especially in South Sudan, that actually people didn't know about it, like a lot of innovative things that happen. More especially, I'm going to share my experience, for example, knowing about the community, the cryptocurrency community. It is just from an experience where I started, I attended one of the conference in Rwanda, that's the Transform Africa Summit, and whereby I was able to meet colleagues from the blockchain community, and I was able to interact with them. And out of that conversation, I piqued interest. And for example, with how BCH can actually, change situations. For example, with the context of South Sudan, whereby, for example, the fluctuation of prices of things in the market is always going higher and higher every day. And like, let me just say, like those days in 2013, 14 downwards, before the civil war that happened in South Sudan, there was, for example, a soldier received like 300, $350. That's like, 350 pounds. That's like around $1, like the person received. But then like this thing keeps on increasing, the price of things keep on increasing every day in the market, but yet like there's nothing that is being added on the salaries of these people. So when I joined the community and I start knowing how these things actually work, and I become part of the EPCA South Sudan community, whereby we volunteer our time to support our neighborhood, for example, using this cryptocurrency. And I can say that from 2018 up to date, we have actually impacted a lot of communities. And like right now, the target and the angle of our of the work that currently we're doing is, for example, there's massive flooding right now that is happening in most part of South Sudan, and like I've been looking at the way of how, for example, the community, the cryptocurrency community can actually be of importance or help, for example, to this, to such places. I'll be looking at the angle of stopping the flooding in the next 5 to 15 years by planting millions of trees, turning the community, the most flooded place, into a forest by planting variety of trees. For example, I looked at 30% of the trees that is being planted to be planted in the place to be medicinal trees, and then 20% to be trees that actually observe the environment, keep the environment safe, and then also another 15% to be an angle for fruit trees. So majorly, and like people within the BCH community, they can able to buy digitally these trees by giving them a serial number and the X and Y coordinates, and the tree can be maintained on their behalf here in South Sudan in those flooded areas in order to stop this flooding. So, and like the serial number will be given, and like from years to come, if the person wanted to come and visit the place, and he can able to come and visit and see the tree that is being planted on his behalf. And like one seedling of tree planting and maintenance for it, it can go for $30. the reason why the $30 goes for is, for example, for the person who is going to maintain for it on the name of that person. That is basically some of the things that we thought it can actually, it is not about stopping only the flooding, but it is also creating a healthier and safer planet for the people that are living in that community. Because like this is something that have not been happening, and it is just it started simply because of the recent conflict that has been happened that with a lot of many uh, trees from the places, and it have actually made a lot of loss of so many other species that migrate from South Sudan to Kenya. So these are some of the things that I thought like it can actually, at the same time, it allows, for example, creating this opportunity for so many people to start using BCH, because like if someone can able to buy a tree with BCH and be maintained on their behalf, and then they, in some years they can still come and own it, and then that is like creating this mass community of people to start using it. And this will actually help the country in a way that since the price of things always goes very high in the market, this can be an opportunity whereby, for example, these people in that community, they can start to use this here among themselves for to buy things and other things, any exchange of commodities among themselves within the locality. So that is one of the reason why I'm looking at having this forest in the place so that we can able to save the place and at the same time become a space for sustainable I mean it become a sustainable forest of its own by people owning it. And like the other thing is also that there's a lot of innovations that is happening in South Sudan. For example, from our work from 2018 up to date, we managed to talk to several people who are already here and who are, for example, in small groups and they're having the businesses, and we've been telling them on how they can actually start using this cryptocurrency. And like one good thing that we managed to find out is that they accept it, but then like there's still a challenge of how will they able to later on, for example, transfer it maybe to their mobile money or from the mobile money to here. But yeah, like there's so many already farms. Like there's one farm called Ubuntu Farm, which is already accepted stage, and that's like out of our meetups that we've been having. And like we have our meetup in our BCH house here in Juba. That's like the house that we built, and like we have a shared co-working space. People come and co-work, collaborate in group and individual projects. And within the hub and as well outside when we do hiking, like in the Saturdays in one of the nearby mountains, we are also able to, for example, have this interaction with so many group of people that we have. So like South Sudan, in the angle of view, like to so many people, it has been a lot of conflicts and all this, but there's also a lot of amazing things that actually happens here that very many people didn't know about it. And I'm so much happy that I was able to, I mean, to be part of this conversation that is going on, and I'm so grateful. And yeah, so and also if there are, for example, questions from the community and to me or to what we does, and I will welcome any questions that will come out. And yeah, I'll be glad to answer them up.
Okay, excellent. So we're looking for questions for Emmanuel on his project. So did I understand correctly that so you're located in South Sudan? Is that right?
Yeah, in South Sudan, the capital in Juba.
Okay. And you're looking to do, it's kind of like a permaculture project. Is that right?
Yeah, similar to permaculture. Yeah.
Cool. And so how is internet access, maybe mobile internet access in South Sudan right now?
So internet penetration, like I can say, it does not cover most of the areas in South Sudan. And like with us, we managed to build an offline internet server that we managed to, for example, gather a bunch of materials that educational content that we feel like in the remote areas, we still those content can be accessed. For example, we set up community networks in some of the areas, and like the offline internet server helps some of these places that don't have total internet communication, and they can still communicate among themselves, and they can still text messages within this community network that we started.
Cool. Cool. Have you seen like the mesh networks? Is it something like that?
Yeah, something similar like the mass network, and like the thing about it, it is just a very portable device that have that takes low power. For example, you can work with power banks and anything. So you just have to connect it. It is just plug and connect. So you don't have to, for example, have a very big. It does not consume a lot of power, and it's also environmental friendly, and that is, for example, what we use right now.
I see. Very cool. Very cool. So we're looking for questions from the audience for Emmanuel on his permaculture related project in South Sudan. So what's the situation like in South Sudan today? I know that there was some civil strife.
Yeah, so like basically, in most of the remote areas, there's still a lot of challenges that is going down. But like more especially the communal fight among communities, which is still there, and that has been there for like because
It's 10:45.
I mean revenge that has been there. That's why it's like somehow, but it is somehow being mitigated. So currently, I think the biggest problem here is the flooding issue that actually affected more than 100,000 people from their various places that have fled out from their place simply because the whole town and the whole community is being flooded with the area. And it is one of the, and I mean, one of the states that have a huge number of people living in. So like right now, people are moving out from there where the resident is to a different resident, and through their process, actually, there's this still problem that occurs between them within the different communities.
I see. That's really cool. So yeah, anybody who's got a question for Emmanuel, the question's very welcome. Let's see. Oh, so here we have a question from the chat. Thank you, Lizzie Lacey. And the question is for you, Emmanuel. How long have
Yeah.
you been doing Eat BCH? Can you tell us about some of the successes, how many sites, etc.?
Yeah, so like in BCH, we started 3 years back, and we started with the one side. And like I remember the first day we had around 50 children from the street because we cooked it at our space, the meal. And then we went to the street and we talked to these street kids and we brought them to our space. And it was rainy, so and our space was very small. Our BCH house was very small, but we managed to bring all the kids inside and give them the meal. So we interacted with them, we hear stories from their side. So and we managed, for example, to know ask some people like why are they in the street, and we have some few colleagues from within our community who are able to, for example, give them some counseling programs and others. So, and from there, up to today, we have 11 sites, and this 11 sites is spread across different states of South Sudan. So, for example, in Bor, where there's this high flooding, we have a space there around 3 places that right now being supported by the state, I mean, like the community. So we have space like in Yei. Yei is one of the small, village within Juba, Central Equatorial State, which is a state in Juba. So this state, I remember how we first responded to the need or the call. The bishop from one of the church, there was a cluster fight between some these groups that led to so many people fleeing out from their place, and they searched for refuge at the church compound. So the church called for support from any group of people who can able to support them with meals. So when we had the call and our friends are down there on ground, and you know the power of BCH, how it is. So we asked the colleague to download the wallet from Bitcoin.com and share with the address and we managed to send BCH to him. And it was the fourth day that actually those people live without meal, the fourth day. So that same evening, we sent the BCH. He managed to buy food. I don't know if my internet clear or it is breaking down.
We can hear you.
Okay, so like the fourth night, whereby the people in that compound stays without meal, we managed to send this BCH in microseconds. Of course, he managed to receive it, and he went to one of the shop and talked to this guy who if he can receive BCH in exchange for food items, which he accepted, and we managed to get food items. And that same evening, the children and the women and the whole people were so happy, including the bishop. It's like he did not know that there's such technologies that exist that allows, for example, transfer of money within microseconds and that can able to save, for example, people in such situations. So this is like some of the stories from that. And like from this all 11 sites that right now we're having across South Sudan, I can say up to date, it have actually impacted a lot of life and it have actually changed narratives here in South Sudan. And like from all these sites that we set up, we start getting mentions within Juba. So like we have some restaurants who already accepted BCH, and we also have some shop and some mobile money point of people who do money transfer. We also start accepting BCH.
Excellent. Excellent. So how long have you been doing EBCH? You've been at that for a while, haven't you?
Yeah, I think now it is going to our fourth year this year.
Wow.
So like, from the time we started.
So what about so something that we're working on at BCH Ignite is training people to start small businesses with Bitcoin Cash. You know, like buying and selling, for example. Do you see any potential for that in South Sudan?
Yes, I've been thinking of how, because like right now what the community here, like the people here in South Sudan looking at is where they can actually have their business, and at the same time, anytime they would like to buy something, they can easily do it. So like one of the things that I'm looking at is I've been looking at setting small businesses that can actually allow, for example, the people who have BCH, they can able to be able to come over and just get something and also exchange. So like, for example, I'm looking at an application one that can allow, because we have two mobile money companies in South Sudan right now. So like these two mobile money, the community are asking how can they have, access BCH using buy BCH using their mobile money, and then they can also have the credit back. And I've been talking with the guys sometimes about how we can able to, for example, there's the Duka hub in Uganda that allow people in Uganda access those things. How about we have something similar in South Sudan that actually allow people to do that exchange in Juba? So like, yeah, one clear thing also I looked at also is I'm looking at setting a food truck because like this is going to be for the first time. My angle is not only about the food truck that will be there that allow people for example, buy the food using BCH alone, or even allow them buy using crypto, mobile money or any other cryptocurrency, or even the cash. But what I'm looking at is people need to, what they wanted to see is practical here. That's what I'm looking like. If I set, for example, this food truck, it will move in most of the places across Juba, and every place it moves will be able, for example, to have two people when they ask questions, will be able to answer them and able to introduce them in what is BCH and how they can able to, for example, start using. I remember I just introduced so many writers already here, like how can they able to use Flipkart or even Twitch or even US.org or different other platforms, how can they use? And then they can earn cryptocurrency at the end of the day in their funds. And I also like after they have it, I tell them if you want to buy something from me, let me know because I sell moringa leaves, fresh one and the dried one, honey and other stuff. If you want to buy it for me using this site, you need to know that I always accept. And sometimes if they also wanted to have it in cash, they just come to me and I pay them the money and then they send me the cryptocurrency. So I just like trying to show them that actually this thing is practical and it's peer to peer. What you have, I have to be said I can able to give it to you. And if you have also, you can also come to me and I can also buy. And like I can say, like up to today, a number of merchants have already started accepting using it simply because they have already seen like this thing actually is the base currency that can actually be used. And most especially with the South Sudan countries, this is actually the right time and the best way of how to trade among ourselves. And that's why we start actually with our community, with our friends and the smaller group. That's why we're expanding it right now.
I see. Very cool. Very cool. So what are those leaves that you sell?
Moringa leaves. It's from the Moringa olivera group of it. So it is a multi-purpose tree. I mean that has a lot of benefits from the leaves to the like the leaves. I sell the dried and the fresh one. People can take as a tea. They can also take it as a meal. And like the seeds, I make oil, lotion out of it. And like the fruits also, the seeds also, I plant them and I resell them back again at a small seedling at the price of $30 just locally here. And like in one of the flooded area, my target is to plant at least 15% of the land with all the moringa because it has a lot of minerals and nutrients in it that actually is needed in our body. So like for example, right now we're fighting this pandemic, the COVID. So like for example, if there's a lot of moringa in our communities, and then it will help us to boost our immune somehow, and we'll be able to because like having all this variety of plants in one of the place that is planted, it will actually support our living within the community. Moringa has a lot of benefits, and roughly with some scientific research and all these findings, it says that moringa treats around more than 100 sickness in your body. So like it has a lot of benefits, and that's been one of the I've been doing it in a smaller scale at my backyard, and also I planted some trees within the community that every time it become the leaves, I go and harvest and sell it out just locally here within South Sudan. And also some honey, of which last year I managed to export some honey to Canada, fresh one and raw and filtered honey. And like this is some of the products that people within South Sudan they buy from me using BCH. Sometimes they give cash, and also like some of the things that I sell to them is I make hand wash, liquid soap, and sanitizer for my house. So like I have a small industrial work from the house. So people they call and they request for a DC product. Like most places right now, the demand has been very high for sanitizer, the hand wash, the different detergents that I make from the house.
Very cool. Very cool. Okay. Well, I think we're coming up on the end of the session. But Emmanuel Lobijo, is that how your name is pronounced?
Yeah, Emmanuel Lobijo.
Emmanuel Lobillo, founder, executive director of Junub Open Space in South Sudan. Thank you so much for being with us today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, George. And I'm so much happy that I managed to be here and managed to share also what we did in South Sudan. And I really wanted to say a big thanks to all the BCH community for supporting our people here in South Sudan. All the support, all the dreams that people have been making have really, really, really helped us a lot. And we really appreciate every bit of support to support our community here in South Sudan.
Outstanding. Outstanding. You rock. Keep up the great work, man.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, next up is Ben Rogers of the CMO of Travala. So let me just see if I can get him up here.
Hello.
Hello, Ben.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. Sorry.
Are you?
How's things?
Good. How are you?
Living the dream, mate. Living the dream. Can you see I got the beach behind me here?
No, I'm not seeing your video at the moment. I'm trying to promote you to panelist, and it's not letting me. Are you not able to turn on your video?
I don't have an option to. Yeah, I've got audio. I've got my camera open. Yeah, it's like normally a Zoom call, it'd be like audio on the left, and then one end would be the video. I just don't have that as an option for me.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. I keep hitting promote to panelist, and it won't. Maybe can you rejoin?
Sure. Be right back.
Thank you. Yeah, it's so strange. It won't let me promote you to panelist, even though it says it will.
Yeah, I just started looking at my video settings, and it's definitely like an option, just not for this conversation today.
What version maybe of the Zoom client do you have? Do you have a recent version?
Yeah, it's not wanting an update. General.
If anybody in the audience has ideas about this, I'd be grateful.
It's how the start of all Zoom calls, huh? There's always
Yeah.
something goes wrong.
Yeah.
Always a glitch.
Yeah, you're officially on the list as a panelist too.
Is that controlled by email address, perhaps?
Yeah. Yeah, but you show up here
Yeah.
officially as an invited panelist. Did you get an email with it?
I clicked, there we are, panelists. I'll try this one. I got an email from you like a second ago. Let's try that.
Okay.
Click here to join. Okay, from my end, I believe if you enable my video now, it should work.
Yeah, I click on the video permission. Oh, there we go. All right,
Yeah.
you're good to go, Ben. All right, so thanks so much, Ben Rogers, CMO at Travala, and go right ahead, Ben. It's all yours.
Hey guys, good day. Hope everyone's doing really well. Thanks. First of all, thanks for having me along to your conference. I understand it's a very exciting day for your community. Fantastic. 3 years young. Beautiful. And looks like it's onwards and upwards for the project. I was lucky enough to sort of catch the presentation before me, the end of that. That seems like some really exciting stuff is going on. So that's absolutely wonderful. Now, I thought you probably want to hear a little bit about the project I'm involved in and what I'm up to and how that sort of relates to crypto and I suppose to BCH as well. So I'm from Travala.com. We are basically a Booking.com, an online travel agency that allows people to book hotels. We have a flights component as well too. But the really cool thing is that we do allow sort of native cryptocurrency payments from several tokens. And you guys are on the list as a potential option to be able to pay directly and travel with crypto. A really cool thing about our project is we pull in inventory from all sorts of major holiday partners and hotel partners around the world. So you can buy Expedia inventory with us at the same place as looking for Booking.com inventory, as looking for hotel beds, looking for a number of smaller organizations as well at Agoda. And recently we merged with another company called Travel by Bit, which had Binance's backing. And we've now been able to add flights as well to the platform, again, to sort of unlock travel and direct crypto payments. I've been with the business now for about 6 months, so interesting time to sort of join the company when COVID was, coming in. But the good news is for us as a business is the travel, we're returning much faster on a percentage basis of sales than some of the more traditional OTAs. And that is really fueled and driven by crypto users as well. So on our platform, we do allow people to pay with traditional fiat currencies or credit cards, and so the ways you'd be normally able to travel. But in fact, I think it's about 60% of our payments, sometimes a little bit higher, sometimes a little less. So let's call it 60% are coming through on cryptocurrency. So we're proving that there's that big demand there for people who want to travel the world, check out hotels and get around using their currencies as well. Now, look, I'd love to sort of see Bitcoin Cash become a bigger part of that as well. We do have sort of some transactions coming through with Bitcoin Cash, but the big names that we're seeing on the platform would be the original Bitcoin, our own native currency, AVA, Dash is fairly regularly up there, and then MCO coin from crypto.com making up a big part of that as well. So I think the platform has proven that there is a real use case for people who do want to travel the world and want the freedom to use their money as they see fit. And it's just fantastic to be a part of it. And it's fantastic to be a part of the business right now, is where we're growing so really fast and really strong, even with COVID happening. We're very honest with our figures, and we put these out on Twitter. And it was great to put out some numbers that sort of people are like, come on, they can't be doing that good with COVID and stuff as well. But we really are. We really are seeing the growth return, and we're getting within the realm of pre-COVID levels. I reckon by August, fingers crossed. But yeah, we will be back to where we were in terms of volume with rooms around the world, and again, a percentage basis with that booked in cryptocurrencies. Is that a fair summary of the project?
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Yeah. I'd love to take any questions about it. I'm just going to flick around so you guys can see my face. I realize I'm probably in the dark there. Sorry about that. And I got the logo and everything. So yeah, I'd love to take some questions. I'd love to hear some ideas about how we might be able to get Bitcoin Cash more involved. You know, I think Bitcoin Cash has been on the platform for over 2 years as an option. Fantastic use case as well. That's 2 million plus hotels around the world that can be booked with Bitcoin Cash. And then there's more stuff coming soon too. So tours, travel insurance, everything will be on the platform. So every time we add something to an existing partnership, that's just a bigger use case for you guys. And I think that's something that should be having its praises sung. Inventory is global. So we have rooms in everywhere, pretty much. And we're looking to bring on new partners as well too. And I'll tell you, there's a couple of very exciting things. Sort of spill the beans here, but I can sort of give a little teaser in terms of some more traditional travel partners that we will be starting to bring on really within the next 2 months as well. So check out that. And yeah, when it happens, make sure you tell everyone about the improved use case as well that your currency has on our side.
Super cool. So did you guys, I'm always curious about kind of the journey of building something new, especially in the crypto space, because you see so much kind of hesitancy, sometimes skepticism. You guys have really built something so interesting. What was it like? Were you like, how soon after the founding did you join, or what were the struggles that you saw?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. So I've been with the Trivago.com team for 6 months. So I personally was new to the crypto world personally, and I sort of joined Travel by Bit in January. And when we sort of merged, I was one of the few that went across to Trivago.com, joined the team. The biggest challenge that we have is in my opinion, the biggest challenge that we have is breaking habits and getting people who even are crypto holders or very loyal to sort of a particular token or have that sort of fandom around it. They might have that, but getting them to actually break the tradition of, say, purchasing hotels previously with who they previously did, whether it was a Booking.com or Expedia, and giving that crypto a go and really sort of taking that step forwards. Getting new people in on that is a bit of a tough challenge. One of the other things we have is we'd all be familiar that with crypto, there's a lot of scams that go around. We do sort of deal with like some trust and anxiety of people when they're sort of like sending us money, transferring that over as well, that we are legit, if they aren't perhaps as familiar with us as we would hope. So that's definitely a problem. And then also, maybe not to your question, but definitely from some of my experience and coming in here, but travel is a really hard technology to build. And the reason why that is whenever you sort of like working with APIs from a technical perspective, or bringing in hotel inventory, flight inventory, whatever it might be, you're kind of constrained by the lowest common denominator in each database column for each provider. So you really can only sort of like present data to the lowest common denominator for something. So even if some companies will be really good at, say, giving you lots of information about this, but not so good about that. And you can only accommodate if you want to be the provider with the big use case that we're going for, with the 2 million numbers and the 600 plus airlines as well. It does kind of limit some of the user experience that we have in terms of helping bring some people across. So these are ongoing problems, and I don't think they're particularly unique to our industry, with other projects that are going on our travel as well. But that's where we spend a fair bit of time, and where we put a bit of focus in, and where we sort of are helping to grow the win there as well. As for prior to joining the company, I know there was obviously a two-year history there before me as well. I think the guys that the founders that got this up and running, they were really well entrenched and big sort of early crypto adopters themselves. So they'd been going to the conferences for years, sort of know all the people you wanted to know to be able to start saying, hey, we've got this cool project. What do you think? Come in. So there's a lot of networking in the early days as well too. And I think if you to just sort of put it in some of my experience with networking as well, is it's quite easy to sort of like, have a drink with someone, shake hands, and come to a bit of an agreement and say, yeah, we'll do something together. But it's getting to those next steps. And particularly in the early days of a business where we hadn't integrated all the travel partners we had, or we were getting those first couple of tokens to be like, yeah, look, we're going to list with you guys. We want to be a part of this as well. So yeah, all those sort of slow pains. But I think where we are as a company now is not just from a sales side, but also from a reputation side. We're really able to sort of we've got that little J curve that they call in the startup community. That's pushing up there on both of those core measures.
Super cool. Yeah, you guys are growing fast. So you guys sell, I mean, through Travala.com, I can buy with Bitcoin Cash, both flights and accommodations. Is that right? Or is it just accommodations?
Just hotels for Bitcoin Cash right now. So
sorry.
You can get, yeah.
Sorry, say that last part again.
Yeah, so Bitcoin Cash is listed as it currently is. Bitcoin Cash is just listed for travel for hotels.
Oh, okay, cool. But you can buy flights, and with which coins?
So with flights right now, I think it's Bitcoin. You can get Litecoin there. Travel by Bit's a Binance-backed business. So there's obviously BNB. I think there's a couple of new ones that are coming on now. So two kind of cultures here. So the travel by Bit culture very much was like trying to be just what can I say, like the Binance, the Litecoin, the Bitcoin, those sort of were the tokens they were trying to make happen. And Travala.com was definitely very much sort of involved in all those as well. But they were far more open to other currencies as well, and really expanding that opportunity to get on board. There's obviously sort of some limits there, like if you're a project that has like 20 people, we're probably not going to be interested in chatting with you. But yeah, we're about crypto adoption for the entire community.
Excellent. So we have a question from the chat from Josh, and his question is: since the merge with Travel by Bit, have you enabled BCH by default on your POS terminals?
No. And so the Travel by Bit POS isn't part of the company.
Okay. Question also from the chat. Hi, Ben. Which percentage of cryptocurrencies you receive do you immediately convert back to fiat? How is the risk of price fluctuations against fiat managed by Travala?
Well, that is an amazing question, and I'm going to have to disappoint the questioner, because the truth is I know we do transfer it directly into, some is transferred directly into fiat to pay the supplier. And then there are sort of various strategies that the money people do in terms of what they hold within crypto. But I'm sorry, I'm not within those conversations. All I can say is that yes, it happens, but the specific strategy, I'm sorry, I can't enlighten you more.
No
But
worries.
yeah, great question.
Yeah, so send in some more questions for Ben in the chat, guys. And so is Travala focused on any specific regions or travel corridors for your marketing?
So look, being a global business with a global inventory, and what we're trying to do, we go where the demand is. And from my perspective, when I've sort of joined the team, I'm very much about America. America seems to be where we are getting the biggest volume. And it is a pretty large travel market as well. But it is a big market for us. So we've got a fair bit of focus there to try to get more people spending. And it seems to me that Americans are happier to spend crypto than perhaps some other parts around the world. That's just sort of what we're seeing right now. But we are trying to become a multilingual platform at the moment. So we will be seeing Chinese on our site soon. We're going to be doing French, German language as well, plenty of other languages. So we're hoping to sort of grow that out a bit more. As to the marketing, and it is demand-based. So look, we're never going to, from an SEO point of view, rank for things like flights to New York, right? There's only 8 to 10 places on Google, page 1, and there are some very well-established companies out there with massive marketing budgets, years ahead of us, massive teams that are going to take those terms. So we're just not going to be a general travel brand. We're going to be specialized for the crypto world. But so what we do rank really well for is buy hotels with Bitcoin, buy hotels with Ethereum, use cases for Ethereum, these sorts of terms about that usage. And so we're building up that marketing as well, wherever that comes from within the world, and support that there. We have also a global retargeting strategy. So we're looking at paid performance media and these things. There are probably some countries we avoid based on more that we have a high propensity for scammers in some way to sort of try to be on the platform that wouldn't be involved in that advertising. But other than that, we really, again, are setting ourselves up to be able to market where our users are.
Outstanding. So we have another question from the chat. Jeffrey asks, how has Travala pivoted during the COVID-19 crises? Where's the demand now? You said the United States mostly, but yep. He wants to know, are you seeing any demand in Australia, for example?
Look, is there demand in Australia? Yes. There is a little bit here. Like this is where I am right now in Australia, of course. Is it anything like what we're seeing overseas? No. But that's sort of the same is true in terms of if we were in the more broader travel market. So I don't think we're seeing anything particularly special that you wouldn't be seeing from another big travel company in terms of where people are traveling from. Australia is still pretty quiet, and I would say that's the COVID effect as well, where America, from what I'm seeing on the news, it seems like COVID, well, it's going pretty big there right now. There's still a lot of people traveling over there, and we're able to be a part of that. It did just tweak my interest in something I did. So an early trend we're seeing is some parts of Europe are starting to grow a little bit more rapidly than what I as a share of sort of travel. I've been in the travel industry doing this sort of stuff for 6-7 years. So from what I would normally be seeing, I wouldn't be seeing what's happening in France or Germany right now as examples to be as large as what it is. But so I think they're sort of starting to travel a bit more. But Australia specifically, I wish it was happening, but no, it still seems to be pretty locked down.
Cool. So how do you compare, say, the use case of paying for travel with a credit card where somebody might be expecting to get some kind of points back, which, is a thing for some people, versus using crypto? So is that where the Travala token comes in?
Yeah. So there are plenty of use cases for the AVA token. So in that respect, we're out there as well. You know, we were recently added to the Swipe Visa card as well too. That's gonna allow us there for merchants. We've partnered with a bunch of payment gateways just as recently as this week as well to get that use case for the token up. So we want this to be something that is really valuable and seen as you know, something that people would want to earn and hold. And so it's because of that sort of earnings that is definitely a reason why we do have people coming in terms of getting the rewards back in the AVA. So a traditional awards program that you might have at a shopping center or some kind of points you get from flights or hotels or these things is if you kind of got to use them or lose them. And they generally have a whole bunch of rules around sort of lengths of time. There isn't really a free market for those as well. So the companies themselves can sort of set and say what they're worth at the time based on reward points. And they're certainly not all of them, but a lot of them definitely aren't transferable to other people. And so cryptocurrency, just by definition almost, is able to do all those things and to be quite an exciting way for that to happen. The other thing we do with our currency is we have the SMART program on our site. Now, you know what the SMART program does is if you do own AVA or you've earned AVA, and this is where the rewards get a little bit cooler. So instead of earning 2% back, you can actually start to earn more of your trip back for holding the AVA and locking it in for a certain period of time as well. And then get bigger discounts on your travel. And then, you know, as like, you know, we say within our industry to the moon, as you know, those cashbacks come back in and stuff as well too. And obviously BCH is a much higher up, a much more valuable per token project than ours as well. But, you know, the sort of law of averages should say that this is going to be worth more for you long-term down the line. So yeah, it is a really cool use case, I think, for a cryptocurrency that we've got. And I think as well too, the more we sort of build the use case for that up in other areas and give that more value, it's an excellent marketing exercise to get more people into checking us out, giving us a go. And then of course, you know, you can pay for trips in AVA as well. So if you do earn it, and you don't want to hold it, or the SMART program isn't for you, just want that cash back, of course you can put what you've done towards your next trip and still pay the difference with BCH as well. So yeah, it's I think it's pretty cool. It's as somebody who's sort of new to crypto within the last 6 months, it's something that made sense to me kind of straight away as you start sort of learning some of the intricacies of what you have to do and how it all works.
Very cool. So I think we might have time for just one more question. Let's see. Yeah, no further questions. So do you want to get in last word pitch? Anything like that?
Look, guys, as I sort of said, look, I want to see more people traveling with Bitcoin Cash, and you know, kind of throw it out there as a little bit of a challenge. But each month we sort of will publish the breakdown of bookings and what currencies we use to pay and what percentage of them were there. I want to see like Bitcoin Cash up there in the rankings. Like, let's get you for a few months. That would be fantastic. So if you are sort of looking to travel anytime in the next year, I'd say like, let's book it now. Let's give the site a go. And if you are sort of using the site and there's any sort of user experience problems or ideas or stuff like that, I'd personally love to hear ideas and thoughts on those solutions as well too. So look, we're a crypto adoption platform. And yeah, let's get this done. I don't know how good that was as the last pitch, but
I know, 100%. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, we should do something together to incentivize BCH holders to use Travala, to buy some travel with Travala. Absolutely.
Yeah.
100%.
Sorry, I didn't look it up. How's the currency going at the moment? Have you been experiencing a rally?
Yes.
Last few weeks. Yeah.
I noticed that.
Nice. Now's the time.
Yeah, I noticed that we're up to like 325 today. Yesterday we were around 270. So it was we enjoyed the rally as well. All right. Well, Ben Rogers, CMO of Travala. Thanks so much for being with us.
Just in time for your birthday.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much for being with us, Ben. And look forward to seeing you again soon.
Look forward to it. Goodbye, guys.
Okay.
Enjoy your conference.
Thank
Ciao.
you. Bye. All right. So next up there will be a Bitcoin Cash mining panel led by Cindy Wang with Jiang Shuar, Murad. Hello, Murad from Bitmain.
Yep. Hi.
Hey, how you doing?
Thanks. Good.
Excellent, excellent. So we're just waiting for Cindy and the other panelists to join. So
Okay, no problem.
All right, so we'll just take a little breather. And in the audience, please get your questions ready about mining. Although I think this one's going to be. Oh yeah, so one thing that everybody should keep in mind for the talks that are going to be in Chinese is, let's see, if you're connected to the Zoom. So I'm going to provide the Zoom link in case somebody wants to sign on directly to Zoom, in case there are any language issues, because we have a really excellent simultaneous translator, Viola, who's going to help us with that. And down at the bottom right, next to Q&A, there's a little translations button, and you can select whether you want English or Chinese.
Okay.
So yeah, so I don't know. I have English selected, so I'm not sure what'll go out over the stream. Yeah, the panelists might need to join with a special link. I'm not sure why. For some reason, the promote to panelist thing is not. Oh, there we go. There's Cindy. Oh.
Hi, John. Hello, George.
Hello, Cindy.
Hi, how are you?
Doing great. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. So can you now see Jiangjia and other guests?
No, I'm not seeing Jang, but I am seeing Tim and Murad. But I keep promoting you to panelist, and it won't let me promote you. You may need to exit and rejoin in order to enable video.
Okay.
Okay, hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Jason.
Hi.
Hi, Jason.
Hello, 壮壮。
看见了吗？你发的链接是观众的链接，要进刚才邮件里的那个链接。你的微信群
对，
里
邮件那个是嘉宾链接。
哦，你跟他们说一下吧，我一开始也没搞明白这个。
You're still not a panelist, unfortunately. I dropped the link in your Telegram. I don't know if that'll help, Cindy.
Oh, Judge, Jiangjia just said that he doesn't know you sent the invite link to his email.
Oh, I need to accept or
No, you're fine. You're fine, Jason.
okay.
So, Judge, which email did you send the invitation link to Jiangjia?
I don't know if he wants his email to go out over the air.
I'll
I put it in the Telegram chat.
see you.
Hi. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, Cindy.
Hello. Welcome. Cindy, you're still not a panelist.
Really?
Yeah. Can you try using the link that I sent to your Telegram? Or the invite that I sent?
How about this time?
No.
Do I need to exit and
Yes, you
re-enter
might.
again?
You might,
Okay.
yeah. Okay, thanks for your patience, everybody. We'll be starting in just a second. right. Okay. So Cindy, you should be able to, so Cindy's connecting audio and then should be able to turn on video. All right, go ahead, Cindy. Cindy, you can go right ahead. It's your show.
All right. Hello，江总，你到了吗？现在各位嘉宾都到了吗？杨明。杨明，你的镜头开了吗？好，我们再确认一下，现在大家都能够听到声音了吗？Hello， 江总好。江总能够听到声音吗？
Hello， 能听到吗？我听不到你们声音，挺奇怪的。
我没开麦，现在听得到吗？
好，现在好，我可以听到了。
刚才 Cindy 应该有问题吧？
我 OK 了，我也可以听到你们了。
他可能卡掉了。
听得到吗？听得到吗？
我可以听。
可以听到我说话吗？OK 了。艰难啊，网络不太稳定。
Zoom 的问题吧，可能是。
如果要翻墙，
他怎么微信都没反应？
好像不用翻墙吧，我好像都可以。好了，好像看到洗礼了。后来连路了。
人也不见了。 心里你画面是卡着的。
Hello，我们来先请庄重跟大家打声招呼吧。
喂。我们现在开始了。
Hello，庄重。
大家好，我是BTC.com 的庄重，然后我们也是我自己也是一个老矿工嘛，然后 BTC.com 也是一直以来也是社区里比较知名的这样一个矿池和浏览器的这样一个服务提供商，也欢迎矿工或者对 BCH 等感兴趣的朋友多和我们聊，多和我们合作。谢谢。
庄老师，今天是 BCH 3周年夜，然后今天我们这场圆桌请到的都是对整个 BCH 生态非常重要的一些建设者，所以首先想请各位嘉宾，就是对社区有什么想说的，在这个3周年，我们先请张主任老师说一下吧。
Hello， 能听到吧？
可以的。
好的。BCH 不知不觉之间已经过去了3年，还是速度挺快的。然后我3年里面也获得很多成就，我们也可以观察到我们的网络和我们的用户，我们社区正在逐渐发展。然后，并且现在很有可能下一轮牛市已经开始了，然后在这一轮牛市里面，又会有非常非常多的新用户进入到数字加密货币社区包括进入到 BCH 网络里面所以我们要做好迎接这些新用户的准备谢谢。
张总，你今天需要多奶奶 BCH 哈，大家都说你最近奶的比较少。
我前几天不是刚来一次，然后就把币价拿起来了嘛，大家都挺开心的。
好，那接下来我们再请庄重跟大家说一下，就是 BCH 3周年，你有什么想跟社区说的？
首先跟张总感慨一样嘛，就是我觉得这个3年好像已经就感觉还是很最近发生的事情嘛，但不知不觉已经三年了。然后 BCH 我觉得这个项目从诞生之起，其实也是对于 BTC 整个网络来说，其实大家一直以来都是对于分叉这个概念非常的有一种恐慌或者恐惧心理在里面。其实我觉得 BCH 至少也证明了，就是在这种加密货币这种项目里面，如果社区治理上，如果大家最终达不成一致，实际上分叉肯定是一种可以选的这样一个方案嘛。当然就是我觉得3周年来说，我自己是觉得可能从今年开始吧，可能 BCH 社区也是遇到了一些问题，就是包括一些社区的凝聚力这些都没有，都是有一定的就是有一定小小的退步吧，我感觉就是不是像可能没有像最初那样大家都目标比较一致，然后也都是有同样的一个共同的目的吧。那现在可能就是本身随着项目分化，然后现在有很多也在竞争的这样一些项目吧，这个本身也是其实这个本身是一件好事情，但是可能今年一系列的这样一些事情也导致就是整个社区有些事情还是有一定的争议的吧。我觉得可能需要 BCH 社区在接下来去更好的去考虑一下这样一些相对有争议的事情怎样去发起，怎样去执行嘛。
好的，庄重你比较委婉哈，说的很委婉，就是出现了一些事情哈，大家都心知肚明哈。接下来我们来请杨敏跟大家打声招呼。
大家好，听得见吗？
听得到。
不好意思，我这边开了视频，那个入会闪退，所以我就直接用这个语音来讲。大家好，我是那个杨敏我们这个做了一些跟 BCH 相关的一些产品我们的一些产品都会，我自己在17年的时候也是这个非常深入的去参与了这个BCH
就是分叉出来的这个事情。那后续我们的一些产品呢，也很多的产品都围绕着 BCH 去做的，也优先的去支持了 BCH。我觉得这个时间确实很快，转眼间就已经3年了啊，17年到现在。那我觉得现在的感受就是BCH 的这个底子还是有，但是我觉得就去1-2年其实缺少一个缺少一个明确的这样一个主线啊。而且我觉得在 BCH 上也错过了一些东西。虽然现在我们有 SLP 等等这些代币协议，但我觉得目前的 BCH 的这种基础设施的建设呢，是无法应对接下来几年的这个挑战的。我觉得 BCH 在接下来的时间，如果想继续保留在这个主流公链里面的话，是需要去做一些更积极的一些改进的。对。
好。然后接下来我们请来自比特大陆的朋友 Murad 跟大家打招呼。Hi Murad, would you please say hi to our audiences?
Hi all. Nice to see you. Nice to see you on online conference. My name is Murat. I'm business manager of Bitmain and responsible for sales and business development and oversee mainly for CIS region with base in Moscow, Russia.
All right, so thank you for all the guests for participating in today's panel. Now, here I'm going to ask you some questions on behalf of our community. 接下来我代表社区向大家提问一些问题。那首先，今天我们这个圆桌会议的主题就是挖矿和应用。所以第一个问题，我首先想问一下杨敏，就是 CCTIP 这个想法你是怎么想出来的
？CCTIP 它的那个 CC 其实是 cryptocurrency 的意思，那是一个数字货币的打赏工具。它其实最早的受到的启发，其实源自于我们在17年的时候看到的一个产品叫 Context，就是通过短信去收发这个数字货币的这样一个产品。那我觉得当前的数字货币的一个状态，包括区块链的状态，就是对普通用户的门槛依然还是太高了尤其要去理解私钥、助记词等等这些东西，对于普通用户来讲，这是非常复杂的一件事情。那我觉得 Context 就是创造了一种非常好的一种体验给了用户。那这就是第一个启发是 Context， 第二个启发是在18年年初的时候，在国内有一个流行了1-2天，然后就被微信封杀掉了一个产品，叫小协议它是一个小程序。那就是说这个你可以把和另外一个人说的话，或者是你们达成的一个承诺，通过这个记录到区块链上，让它变成一个永久性的一个承诺。那它这个过程中它和微信的这个账号体系结合起来，就非常方便的避免了用户去理解复杂的这种底层的这些协议。那所以基于这2个产品呢，我们就考虑到说，其实如果说我们要将数字货币、将区块链这种概念或产品推向给更多的用户，就应该借助现在广泛流行的这种社交平台的账户体系去做，这一定是一个非常好的一个路径。如果那像 CCTIP 这样的产品，它做到了什么呢？就是说，当我要比如说我要给 Cindy 去转一个这个 BCH 的时候，那以前的方式是说Cindy 你需要去下载一个钱包你要去备份好助记词，然后你把你的地址给到我，然后我给你转币，对吧？那前面这些步骤对于一个尚不了解区块链的用户来讲，他是就已经把它挡在门外了。那今天我们能做到的体验就是说，我只需要在微信群或者是 Twitter 或者是 Telegram 上面，我用一个简单的一个指令，比如说 CC BCH， 然后 @Cindy 你的名字，OK， 这一个 BCH 就转账就完成了。虽然它是一个中心化的过程，但是它让普通用户在非常非常简单的方式去拥有了数字货币。当一个用户他开始拥有了数字货币之后，他才会去有必要去了解到底私钥是什么，对吧？这个去中心化的原理是什么？那所以 CCTIP 其实就是受了这个 Context 和这个小协议这样的基于社交网络、基于现有的身份体系的这样的帮助去分发数字货币的这样一种思路吧我们从这里面受到了一些启发。 是这样的。哎，3D 有听到吗？我这边讲完了。
好，因为我注意到，在上周就是 TED 基于 SLP 发行了 USDT 后 ，CCTIP 也是第一时间就支持了咱们这个 SLP 版本的 USDT。那我想下面请问一下江总，就是 TED 基于 BCH 发行这个稳定币，这个意义究竟是什么？
我们都知道 BCH 的优势就是区块比较大，可以容纳更多用户。但现在来说的话 ，BCH 用户增长还是远远没有填满区块空间的。当然这个用户增长会随着 BCH 和整个加密数字社区世界的增长而增加，但是现在速度是比较慢的。所以这个时候我们就像一个商场一样，我们现在是有大量的空余的空间是可以去容纳其他用户的。那这个时候我们就可以尝试的通过相当于一些招商手段通过容纳其他用户的方法就比如说像 Slap 和那个 Slap 上面 USDT 的方法把这些用户给容纳进来并且虽然一开始的话 Slap 上面的 USDT 的用户量比较少，然后推广使用上面都会碰到一些困难，因为用户是有非常明显的网络效应了，所以可能在一段时间之内的话 Slap 上面的 USDT 都是没有什么用户在用了。但是如果在这一轮牛市，包括说再往后牛市里面加密数字的用户又开始膨胀的话，那大家就会发现说之前呢基本上每一条链上 USDT 都是爆满的从最开始 BTC 上 OMN 已经爆满了，所以大家转移到那个以太坊上的ERC20，然后现在大家也可以观察到以太坊网络基本上也是一个爆满的状态就是说现在现有用户使用已经很困难了。那如果以后再增加10倍、20倍甚至50倍的用户呢？那这些用户能用哪一些能用哪一种协议的 USDT 呢？大家最后会发现说可能只有 BCH 上面的 USDT 是可以容纳最多的用户的我们粗略估计一下，至少可以容纳1000万到5000万级别的用户，所以这也是 BCH 的很大优势之一虽然现在看起来好像没有什么人用 Slap， 但是只要足够多用户进来以后大家会发现说 BCH 上面的 USDT 是唯一的选择谢谢。Hello， 今天我回答完了。Cindy 好像掉线了。
It looks like we lost Cindy. I think she's coming back though. She's rejoining now.
我看见 Cindy 了。要不我客串一下主持人吧，我来问杨敏下一个问题。现在 CCTIP 第一时间上线了 Slap 的 USDT，你能给大家科普一下 Slap 是什么吗？它跟以太坊的智能合约有什么不同就比如说它能做到什么以太坊不能做到，或者说以太坊有哪些人做到了Slap 不能做到的谢谢。
好的，
杨明，
好，我有听到。首先 SLP 它其实是一种我们叫 SLP 就是它是一种就非常纯粹的一个基于 BCH 的一个代币协议，它的原理其实是基于这个每一笔交易的 LP return 在里面去塞入一些信息，然后去构建的这样一个协议。那它是一个纯粹的一个代币协议。那这种代币协议跟以太坊上的这个 ERC20去比较呢，首先的一点就是说，第一它很便宜 这种便宜呢本身是因为这个在 BCH 的这个上面可以容纳足够多的交易，也就是说它每笔交易所产生的手续费是足够低的。那第二呢，就是这个它更相对来说更纯粹，因为以太坊上的智能合约它非常复杂，它这个图灵完备，你可以去基于以太坊的智能合约去实现各种复杂的功能。但这种复杂它往往具有两面性这个就是说，第一就是它可能会由于它的复杂呢，开发者的灵活性就足够高，那它可能就会产生这些相应的一些漏洞之前在这个以太坊上发生的一些这个代币的假充值等等这些漏洞都是有发生的。那这个 SLP 就相对的非常简单，它就是一个代币的一些发行协议，它把代币发行代币所涉及到的方方面面都已经参数化了。理论上来讲，对于一个开发者，他要去发行一个代币，他要做的就是这个选择好一系列参数就可以去发行这个代币了。那这种简单呢，它所带来的好处就是就是很简单，对吧？我发个币很快。那它带来的这个它不足的点就是说，它可能就没有以太坊那么灵活。比如说，在以太坊上，今天我发了 USDT， 发了DAI，发了 DAI， 那它基于这种各种的这种去中心化的 DEX， 它可以实现这种非常复杂的DeFi 的应用，以及 DeFi 上面更可以去做更复杂的这种组合。那目前这在 SLP 协议上来讲，就是说这些还是无法去实现的。那第三个不同点就是说，其实因为 BCH 它是这个UTXO 模型的，而以太坊是账户模型的。那以太坊上的一个代币，它在发生转移的时候，它会面临一个什么问题？比如说我的一个以太坊地址上有10个 USDT， 我要把这个 USDT 转出去，我是一定要这个使用要保证我的地址上是有以太坊的，去支付这个手续费，我才能把这个把这个代币给转出去。但基于 UTXO 模型，那我们就可以说，如果我这个地址上这个 BCH 地址上有 USDT， 但是没有 BCH， 但是我们可以在一笔交易里面把另外一个BCH 地址也作为这个输入放进来，那我们就可以实现说就是即便是没有 BCH 的地址，上面的代币也是可以这个发送出去的这一点限制这个特点其实是非常非常对于这个代币的普及，或者是说协议的普及是非常重要的。因为在以太坊上这个实践过程中，经常有一些项目方他去空投他的代币空投出去之后，用户由于没有以太坊最终这个代币就石沉大海，就死在那里了。那我觉得这些问题在 UTXO 模型下是可以很好的去解决的，包括说这个我们最近也在研究的就是 BCH， 就是 SLP 的这个就是使用稳定币去支付手续费的这样一个东西。我们这个目前还在这样一个研究的阶段，但是这种特性呢，就会让这个跟前面的那个代付一样，它会让这个应用这个代币以及代币协议的普及会更加容易。对，
好。那今天还有一位嘉宾是来自比特大陆的，所以我想就是了解一下，作为从公司的角度来看，为什么在 BCH 上有这么多的应用，有的应用能成功，有的不能成功。所以下一个问题是想要问Murad。Hi Murad，I know you are from Bitmain, so I'd like to know as a company, what do you think are the key factors that would make an application succeed and make others fail?
Hi. Sorry, application for what?
I want to know what are the key factors that would make an application succeed and make others fail. Just like we now have Redux Cash that is very successful, but we also have other Bitcoin Cash based applications that fail.
Okay, I understand. So from point of mining equipment production, I assume that for coins which are getting higher hash rate, and it's more preferable to give more detailed information and more statistics charts to be able for customers to see the points where they can get advantage from application.
Yes. I know Bitcoin would always invest in some applications, so I want to know what kind of applications that you would be interested in.
Actually, in the company, we use to follow hash rate and prices application from our BTC colleague. It's a BTC Explorer, where you can find all information about the hash rate difficulty of BTC or BCH as well.
Thank you for your answer. 那刚刚Mira 他也提到了算力方面的问题，那我想问一下庄重。BTC.com 目前的市场份额是多少？然后利润来源方面的话 ，BTC 和 BCH 各占了多少？
市场份额的话，我们 BTC、BCH 应该差不多都是13%、14%的样子吧。然后因为现在各个矿池可能都有那个机枪池业务，所以其实BCH 这块其实不是很好计算。当然从目前来说，其实从两个币的算力占比也可以看出来了。现在肯定是每个矿池肯定主要利润来源肯定还是 BTC， 这个基本上应该就是两个币的价格之比吧。
对。那我注意到，其实今年的话，你像很多大的交易所也都开启了这个矿池业务，你是怎么看待交易所开通矿池业务的？
其实从我们了解的一些，就是因为我们也和很多做交易所的也聊了一下嘛，就是有一些其实特别是中小交易所肯定会觉得这个并不是他们的并不在他们赛道内的业务吧，但是也有很多大的交易所，特别是头部交易所，他们会把它看成是自身业务的一个扩充嘛，因为在挖矿领域肯定还是有很多对于交易所来说比较有价值的客户，本身交易所也能对他们提供很好的这样一服务和产品。特别是就是与交易相关的嘛，交易所在这块肯定是能够很好的帮助矿工的。对于我们来说，肯定是整个行业的竞争又更加的激烈吧，所以在这个矿池行业里面，肯定还是接下来，就大家都在往着就是更好的金融服务、更好的一站式服务这个方向在走，所以接下来应该是一个，各个矿池更好的在提升自己这方面的服务能力吧。
好。那其实今年的话，有许多挺热门的小矿币的币种的，你们有计划去支持一下这些币种吗？
这个主要是看现在就是开发资源和就是团队的这个精力了，因为现在也多少受有一定的这样一些外界的因素影响嘛。如果团队精力允许的话，我们肯定还是会去尝试一些小矿币的。当然这些小矿币的话，目前来说很多。就是通常来说都是存在着涨一波的这种情况，但是如果我们把精力都耗在寻找下一个可能涨几十倍的币上，那可能也并不是对我们最有利的事情。当然肯定我们也会看客户的需求吧。其实多数情况下，小矿币的话，就是从矿池这个层面来说，因为矿池赚的只是一点手续费嘛，那基本上来说还是需要有一定的市值支撑嘛，否则的话，从矿池角度来说，光开发和服务器的成本都是无法支持的。所以很多币在初期可能也没有几个矿池可能会愿意去做。等到一窝蜂涨起来的时候再做，也有可能价格很快又没有了。所以这个也是现在对于矿池来说，也是有一定的困难。所以这个可能看各个矿池自己的选择吧，这个是看大家的一个资源和自己的业务的偏好吧。
好。那提到小矿币，其实我有注意到江浙儿您的知矿大学目前却正在招这个小矿币的研究员，不知道你们招的怎么样了呀？听说招人
我们现在还没招到合适的人，因为这个岗位的要求还是挺高的，它本身具有投资部的一部分职责嘛，就是说它有可能获得的利润和操作的亏损都是非常惊人的。像我们在14到15年2年之间，基本上都在折腾小矿币啊，就是寻找不同的有潜力小矿币，然后在上交易所之前去挖它们，然后挖完以后再上交易所以后，或者上交易所一段时间以后再卖掉，再换成比特币。然后我们在2年时间内差不多赚了3000个比特币，这个数量还是比较大。虽然当时比特币比较便宜嘛，就等于说2年差不多赚了500万人民币嘛。这个还是在当时市场规模比较小的时候，所以虽然现在小矿币没有那么活跃，但是这还是一个比较重要的职位，所以我们现在还没有找到合适的人选。当然这另外一方面也说明说小矿币这个市场还是 挺有潜力的，也有很多玩法谢谢。
好的。那其实像今年您旗下的这个知矿大学在挖矿科普方面做的是非常好的，出现了很多热门的这些科普文章。我想了解一下，为什么出于什么样的想法，怎么会开始考虑做这种挖矿相关的科普频道了呢？
这个2个因素嘛，第一个因素就是说，我还是想向整个世界，然后包括向整个区块链市场去推广我们的一些理论，然后就等于做一些布道和科普工作吧。因为我一开始的话，可能很多人认识我都是从科普开始的嘛。科普这个事情是属于说一个既可以帮助到别人，又可以帮助到自己的事情嘛，所以我会一直去做这些类似的科普，让大家了解说，比如说我们比较擅长于挖矿嘛。那我们就会做挖矿科普，让大家了解挖矿是怎么一回事。然后第二个也是出于说对我们商业流量的目的嘛，因为我们提供的是挖矿服务。然后总体来说的话，整个区块链市场里面，挖矿是一个比较靠谱的环节吧，就至少没有出现那种像很多 ICO 或者其他币种那种乱象嘛。就挖矿来说是一个比较低风险并且比较靠谱的行为嘛。那所以说对于很多只是想让那个资产长期增值保值，然后避免一些高波动的来说的话，挖矿就是一个不错的选择。就比如说像现在牛市初期的话，如果选择一种像 S19之类这种功耗比较好的矿机的话，相对来说的话风险很小尤其是对人民币的风险是几乎没有的。因为即使出现币价大幅下跌之类的，S19还是可以继续开机其他机会先关机掉。所以说这个对于一些风险厌恶的投资者来说的话，这就是一个比较好的选择所以说我们出于科普的目的和出于对我们流量的目的，我们做知矿大学，然后希望能给这个区块链世界带来更多的关于挖矿的资讯和挖矿的知识谢谢。
好的。那今天的嘉宾有2位都是大矿工比如说江总还有庄重。最近其实 BCH 社区有一个热议的话题，就是关于调整这个难度调整算法的，因为 BCH 的 DAA 难度调整机制经常会导致算力就是震荡，然后出矿不稳定。所以我想先请庄总回答一下，你是怎么看待矿工就是经常在 BTC 链和 BCH 上来回切算算力这一个行为的？
就是这个肯定是一个很自然的行为嘛，就是因为毕竟是有利润的嘛。然后，从矿石来说，既然是对用户、对于矿石的来说，这个能给我们矿工产生一些额外的收益，那肯定是值得去做的一件事情。然后，我之前也看到社区讨论关于就是是否讨论改变这样一些机制嘛，就是之前好像我看群里投票，好像大家还是比较一边倒的，支持就是调整嘛。当然可能，当然我说这话，可能大家会觉得我是站在矿石角度来说，其实我是觉得这个目前的机制并没有什么必要去调整，就是大家其实目前这样来回切换可能造成的影响，也就是偶尔会有这种1-2个小时不出块的情况嘛，但这个其实并没有构成一个特别大的问题吧，我觉得，其实只要是如果想要调整的话，可能也有更多比较好的机制去调，而不是选择一些更复杂的机制吧。我觉得这些可能还是在社区里面，可能最好还是先抛出一些解决方案，而不是先直接选择说到底怎么样去改。这个可能是一个我觉得讨论问题更好的一个办法。
哇，庄总，你居然敢跟整个社区想要更改的意愿相违背，大家都不在你那挖矿了吗？
不是，大家肯定会觉得我是从矿石角度出发嘛，因为大家可能觉得说那如果改了，你们矿石挖不了机仓嘛。那其实，我首先我觉得目前的这个就是我觉得每个币的来说，最好机制上不要搞得过于复杂。通常来说，如果说这个机制搞得过于复杂的话，并不是一个好事情。如果是一个本身已经比较简单的，而且在其他各个币种上，我觉得目前来说算是一个比较通行的机制嘛，而且大家通常是比较认可的。在这样一个情况下，如果大家都愿意接受一些低风险的零确认交易的话，其实目前，这种偶然的这种一两小时不出块的问题，并不是一个至少我不觉得是一个那么急切的到一个需要硬分叉去解决的一个问题。 因为这个不像是说我们平常一些协议上的这种升级改动，就比如说我们在每年的一些例行升级上可以去做这个像有点像是涉及到了整个BCH 非常底层的一个东西了，我觉得是需要更加慎重去考虑了吧。就当然就是如果大家都支持同意升级，我们肯定是会跟着升级啊。只是说我作为我个人啊，我也就是也跟矿池无关，我个人的观点，我是觉得目前的机制是没有必要去刻意改变。
我要听一下老实人江主尔老师的观点。
好吧，我观点跟庄重可能有点不一样。我是站在用户角度去看嘛，就是现在 BCH 确实有出块不稳定的情况，如果没有人为施加干预的话，那它有的时候有可能甚至2-3个小时都不出块嘛。然后我们之前这个问题比较严重以后，我们矿池是做了一个改变，就是说如果在 BCH 超过1小时没有出块的时候，我们会把全部算力都切过去挖 BCH。即使这段时间挖矿产生亏损的话，我们也可以接受。但是这种人为的干预毕竟不是长久之计嘛，对于用户来说的话，你不可能让用户几个小时交易不能确认了。所以我是从用户角度来说的话，我认为说如果有问题的话，肯定要想办法解决，并且不管这个底层怎么解决，实际上对用户的观感来说的话是影响不大了。也就是说，因为这个底层的怎么决定出块时间这个事情对用户是分装起来的啊，用户不大关心说你怎么实现，用户只关心说你只要均匀的出块就可以了。但是我是相对来说比较悲观，我认为说你即使换了其他的调节算法，只要算力还是这样来回机枪切来切去的话，可能会有一些改善，但是也不会改善太多。所以相对来说我更感兴趣的反而是去缩短区块时间。比如说你如果最长3个小时不出块的话，那我如果把出块时间改成1分钟一个的话，那就等于说降低了90%出块时间，就等于说最多也就可能10几分钟不出块，这个还是可以接受的。所以第一个我是支持说在难度调整算法上面去做一些改变，然后第二的话我认为说更加直接的方法可能是缩短区块的时间。因为我现在每天也是觉得挺麻烦的，因为我每天矿池发币之前要先把币从冷钱包里面提出来嘛，然后提出来这个动作就要等好久。我们比如说因为我们矿池比如说还发莱特币和狗币这样的币种嘛，那我用狗币的时候，我用狗币去做发币的时候，我就觉得很轻松啊，因为你狗币从那个矿池钱包里面发过来，只要2-3分钟我就可以直接发给用户嘛。但我如果从 BCH 或 BTC 钱包里面发出来的话，运气不好的话，可能要等个1-2个小时嘛，那这个也是非常痛苦的事情嘛。所以我还是希望说可以降低出块时间这个对用户来说的话是一个非常好的事情，能极大的提升用户的体验。
好，那您会不会
刚才这个我觉得我可以稍微补充一下，就是其实目前比如说 BCH 上有很多热门应用，实际上是并不依赖于交易确认的。那比如说像瑞典 Cash 这种类型的应用，实际上他们发出来的交易哪怕不确认也是没有影响的。另外就是只要我觉得另一个可以考虑去放宽限制，就是整个未确认交易的链条嘛。只要是比如说像江总刚才这种情况，如果说我们允许一串未确认的交易它的体积能够放宽一点，那这样的话其实就可以在没有确认的时候连续打出一串又一串的交易嘛。那这个其实也能很好的缓解问题。当然像 SLP 这种情况肯定是希望有一个更好的一个区块间隔，因为交易所充值这块肯定是对用户体验是不一样的。因为用户如果用过以太坊的话，肯定会知道，就是如果你 token 充值等的超过几十分钟，那肯定会10几分钟，肯定会觉得是一件很奇怪的事情。我觉得这种情况下，我觉得还是得看各个应用的对于整个 BCH 社区的需求的影响嘛。就是我只是觉得目前的讨论好像我感觉还没有一个真正说各方都很认真的参与吧，可能更多的是大家有一些看到了这个问题、关注这个问题的人先去参与讨论了。其实对于整个社区各个应用来说，可能不同人的诉求是不一样的。比如说，有的人只需要改变出块的间隔，有的人是希望调整难度机制，有的人甚至可能希望完全就无法机枪。那可能每一个都得拆开来慢慢讨论嘛，就并不是简单的说赞成还是不赞成的。
好的， 那其实 BCH 社区像包括你们刚才提到的链上未确认限制放宽，原来好像是25，现在提高到50了吧？然后像江总刚刚也提到说，希望能够缩短区块时间。那其实 BCH 社区经常有一些这些提案，但是最后经过长时间的讨论，最后都不了了之了。所以我想请各位嘉宾都谈一谈对目前社区这种提案机制，然后沟通机制有什么建议？我想先请杨敏回答一下。
抱歉，我刚刚没有听清，有一点断断续续的，是说对什么机制的那个看法？
就是目前社区有很多好的一些提案，但是经过长时间讨论，最后都不了了之了。所以对此你有什么建议吗？
对，这也是我们 BCH 社区这个进展比较缓慢的这个原因。我其实比较赞同，就是之前大家提出来的，就是说像这种基金会或者是理事会这样的形式，我觉得就是需要有一个这样的决策机制。那今天来讲，我们其实事实上是没有这样的。没有任何一种有效的决策机制的。我们这种现在的这个决策机制，其实就像一个无头苍蝇一样，对吧？这个开发者有开发者的考虑，矿工有矿工的考虑，然后持币用户有持币用户的考虑这个还有这些普通散户也有自己的这些考虑。那我觉得应该是把之前就是在应该说不是前一段时间，而是过去1-2年，或者是2-3年，大家提的这个这个理事会或者是基金会这样的制度给落实下去。那这个基金会里面，我们就说是。
好，杨敏掉线了，那我们先问一下 Mira 的这个问题吧。Hi Mira, you online? Mira? 咦，比特大陆的那位嘉宾小伙伴也不在了吗？
好像。
那我们还是请江总来回答一下这个问题吧，毕竟他在上次的 IFP 提案中受伤最惨。
这个我觉得你既然去中心化的话，这个就是必然付出，大家就是说它不会有一个非常快速的解决机制吧。这个既是好处，这个应该是去中心化带来的坏处吧。然后你如果要解决这个坏处的话，实际上会让社区变得更加的中心化，这个也又是一个两难的问题嘛。所以其实我对这个上面的话会比较佛系，就是说如果某一个事情做不下去的话，那说明可能说社区的意见不大统一，或者这个事情不是很急迫。这个的话我宁可这个事情再等一等，然后形成更强的共识以后，或者说大家整个社区形成或者说整个社区觉得这个事情更加紧迫的时候，这个事情就可以做下去嘛。相对来说我其实比较担心的还是说，当社区有某一些想法以后，可能现在BCH的开发力量不能及时的、不能有效的把这些那个想法和决策转化为代码了，这个我反而会觉得是比较麻烦的事情。就是决策上面的缓慢，我反而不觉得是一个很致命的问题。
好，那最后我们现在就是圆桌论坛时间也到了，最后就是想请各位嘉宾在这个3周年的时候对 BCH 有什么期待，我们来总结一下。江总你先说吧。
好吧。我希望 BCH 获得更多用户，然后获得更高市值，然后让更多人都可以进入到区块链世界，然后使用从基础币到Swap 上面 token，然后到一些智能合约等等应用，总之让 BCH 服务于整个世界。
好，接下来庄重。
我希望 BCH 社区能够更加有凝聚力吧，有更加好的这样一个合力。
好，那我也有个梦想，我希望江总多拉盘。好，可以了，那今天我们的问题就到此结束了，感谢各位嘉宾参加我们这个圆桌讨论。 好了，现在
好，
拜
拜拜，
拜拜。
拜
拜拜拜拜
辛苦，拜拜。
拜。
Thank you so much, Cindy Wang, Jason Zhuang, Zhang Shuar, Min Wang, and Murad Kamraev. Thank you so much. Really great panel. And I offer my apologies for the translation and other issues. But we're working on resolving those for the forthcoming talks. So at this time, I'd like to introduce Ruby Chen, who is the CMO of Bitcon, a very nice exchange. And she's going to talk about evolution of digital assets trading. So, Ruby, welcome and go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, the host. And before I start in my topic, I want to introduce also my colleague, Stanley. And Stanley is also our Global Marketing Director. Today we are together to sharing the topic to all of the guests. And now I will sharing the screen. Yeah, Stanley, from your side, you can see the screen very clearly, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now today our topic is about the evolution of digital assets trading. So we can see the history of how the digital assets trading moved from the past to now. And back to 10 years before, the few of people knowing about Bitcoin and few people are doing the trading. So in the beginning, we're doing the trading to peer-to-peer OTC. Then later, more people know about it. Then we have the fiat to crypto exchanges, and more countries join in. Then we have like OTC platform like local Bitcoins, and then later we'll have more types of different exchanges. And also because of the regulation of different government, here comes like a crypto to crypto exchanges. The first one is in China, like RMB, and then later have an instant exchanges shift, and now have very popular now is like decentralized finance, is like decentralization exchanges. Then we can know from the timeline is crypto to crypto exchanges is start from 2001-4, but actually Binance now is the biggest one in the crypto to crypto exchange world. But we can see that after 3 years, it became the popular one. And now you can see the decentralized exchange like DeFi. Now it actually is in early 2017, but this year, 2020, is really become popular. So from the concept beginning to is become popular and get realized by the market, it will around 3 years to become or be known by the users in the world. Because today we also have some Chinese audience, so I will do some short translation in Chinese, okay? 我们今天的一个议题是关于我们数字货币交易的一个进化，然后我们也可以看到，从最早期的数字货币交易是以P2P 的一个形式来在线下的进行，后面慢慢演进有线上的一个交易所、线上的 OTC 平台、线上的一些衍生品交易市场，然后后面又因为政策的监管的原因，演变出了币对币的，也就是币的交易所，也大家现在熟知的 USDT 这种类型。当然也有现在最新的一个风潮，也就是去中心化的一个交易所也逐渐在兴起。然后在整个进化的交易的形态进化和演变的过程当中，我们又会发现，像币交易所从最终开始萌芽在2014年，但是最终火的是在2017年。那包括那个 DeFi 这个概念的交易所，也其实在2017年就有开始在行业内出现。当然今年 也开始出现一个比较大的一个风潮。所以我们会看到从历史到现在，我们的交易形态是不断在进化的，当然也是不断的在向传统金融的完整的一个交易链条在转变。好，那我后面会再继续用英文。Now we switch to English. As we now all knows, like normal users are trading not using traditional exchanges in like stocks market. They're using like TD American, the broker side. And now BitCan has offered a new way of trading. It's like aggregated trade. It's the same way like the traditional finance trading using the broker. You don't need to directly to the exchange side, and you just using the brokerage platform, then you can finish all the tradings around the world. And also this year we start our robot trading. Later we will introduce more about the exchange functions. And next, you may met some problems about the existing trading market. You can see which one is you may face. And the first one, why can't I trade at the good price? You may usually find out that maybe the price get be shown in the order, but you cannot get exactly the price. Maybe you need to compete with the robo, and you will never be faster than the robo. And then also you may find there will be the price difference between maybe Huobi and Binance. Then you will find the price, you will find the chance that you can earn money from the different price. Then you deposit from, you withdraw from Huobi, then deposit in Binance, then you will find out you just missed the timing. Then the price difference just become the same. So you will miss the golden price opportunity to earn the price profit. And also you need to do a lot of KYC in different exchanges and in different times. Maybe it will be the stop you to become the millionaire to get into the market. And so also there are some big volume traders in our community. About the large traders, they don't have insufficient trading depth. Then normally they will choose OTC trade, and also they will trade on multi exchanges. And on BitCan, we will aggregate it, including OTC and all the exchanges, including like Huobi, OK, and Binance, the trading volume together. And next part, we will do an introduction about what is exactly our trading models and how we can solve these all problems above. And next part, let me introduce my colleague Stanley. Hi, Stanley. Yeah,
Hi.
Stanley will do a detailed introduction about our trading functions and models.
Yeah, sure. Hi everyone, I'm Stanley, and I'm in charge of the global business development for BitCan. So I'll share a little more about our BitCan smart trading model to everyone who's here listening. So what exactly is BitCan smart trade? So basically, what we do is we are a trading platform, but how we are different from other exchanges is that we actually combine the order books of multiple exchanges. So we are like one huge exchange that encompasses the trading depth of all the exchanges that we actually aggregate. So on BitCan, you can actually trade trading pairs that's actually available on different exchanges all at once. So we combine the trading depth, and because we have the best trading depth combined of all the exchanges, so you can actually get the best price in terms of buying and selling your trades. So for example, if you are actually buying a Bitcoin Cash, one BCH today, so on a particular exchange, if you have a very huge volume, say you want to do like 100 or 1000 BCH at once, you might get it at a not such a good price. But on BitCan, because we have the trading depth of multiple exchanges together. So you can actually have the better price with less slippage if you trade on Bitcoin instead. So actually, the more you trade on our platform, technically you save more. So how exactly do we like kind of achieve this best price? I mean, some people may say that every exchange say they have the best price. So how do you guys do it? That's what some people have asked us. So how we achieve the best price? Say you set a BCH/USDT trade on our platform, so our system will actually source kind of like Skyscanner, you know, like how you source for the best ticket price across different airlines. So on Bitcoin, we'll source for the best trading price across the various exchanges we're aggregating, and then with the best price, and then we'll aggregate it so that we split the trading orders to multiple platforms. So in this example, order for BCH, so we actually split into 3 exchanges. So you can see that for one Bitcoin Cash, we actually split like 0.2 to Binance, 0.39 to OKX, and 0.40 to Huobi. So yeah, so that's how we achieve this best price. So if we take a closer look at the BCH order book, so this is based on data just yesterday morning. So for example, on Huobi, you have 288.90, on Binance 0.67, and OKX 0.67 for BCH. So technically, in a sense, you could actually like do cross exchange arbitrage, but because in reality, it is difficult for traders to actually do the cross exchange arbitrage, because when you have to transfer your coins here and there, by the time you actually get around trying to do arbitrage, you may miss the opportunity already. So on Bitcoin, this is different because on our platform we have access to all 3 exchanges at once through API. But this is all done by our system. So as a trader, you don't have to do any API yourself. So our system will do everything for you. So you just need one account on Bitcoin, and you can actually do some cross exchange buying and selling of BCH. Yeah.
Yeah, no need any API. You just having one account, and you can trade through different exchanges.
Yeah, so an example we're looking at was, say for example, you buy 1,000 BCH based on our platform, as you can see on the left side. This is the order book, combined order book, where the different logos shown are the trading desk of the different exchanges that we have combined the order book with. So if you buy 1,000 BCH, maybe on a single exchange, it might cost you 290,000 USDT, because these exchanges cannot handle such a huge volume at once. So there's a huge slippage from the 288 that you were hoping to get. You might actually end up having to pay 290 per BCH on average if you are buying 1,000 Bitcoin Cash. But on Bitcoin Pro, we can, because we combine all the trading depth, so we can actually help you get 1,000 BCH at only, say, on average of 288.70 per BCH. So in a sense, you could save up to 1,300 USD per 1,000 BCH you are buying. So you get to save about 0.5%. So for those of you who may have more frequent trades, this could actually add up to a lot of cost savings over time.
Yeah, also for if you are the traders, do some strategies trading through different exchanges, then our order book will help you to earn more.
Yep. Yeah, so how about trading fees? I mean, some people may feel that if we are doing such a good, interesting system, we may actually charge more. But on the contrary, our rates are actually really competitive. Yeah, so as compared to other exchanges. So we welcome more traders to come and join our platform, where you can access multiple exchanges all at once. And we also have our own platform token where you can have up to additional 33% discount on trading fees.
Yes, and also about the trading fee is one time. You don't need to pay like exchange trading fee. Then plus Bitcoin is just one time Bitcoin fee, will including all the trading fees.
Yeah. So how is it possible we can give such a good rate? So so some people might feel that maybe there's slippage or something, but I'll be very frank, we do not have slippage on our platforms. So all are transparent. So we can provide such a competitive fee because it's kind of like a group trading. So what happens is that we are actually on very high VIP trading tiers on our partner exchanges. So we get really good rates at these exchanges, and we actually pass on some of the cost savings that we get to our users. So yeah, so this is how we realize a very competitive exchange rate to our users. So next, robot trading is something we have actually just launched just a couple of months ago. So what exactly is the Bitcoin robot trade? So simply put, it's kind of like a algo trading system, automated trading. So on our system, you can just input like which trading pairs you want to trade as a automated strategy, and our system can do that for you. So you never have to keep following the markets to do your own trades. So for normal people who may have your day job, or you don't really have the time or effort to really go and do your trades too regularly, or if you don't have the technical background where you can write your own code and do your own auto traded strategies, you can consider using the Bitcoin robot trade. So some features we have is first automated trading. We also can backtest show you the backtest strategies to see how your strategy will perform historically, and also after you have launched strategy, how did you do? How did your trading strategy do in terms of the performance analysis? So why we feel that the need to launch this robot trade is actually because as a trader myself, sometimes when the market goes there's a really huge movement in the market, such as recently, I get really tempted to make trades which may not make sense, because when the market is rapidly rising, and if I buy in, I might actually it might actually cause a huge loss later. So I'm actually very motivated by my own emotional responses. Whereas if you use a robot trade, you can actually plan in advance rationally and not be affected by your own emotional trades. So overall, this actually improves the trading performance by traders.
Yeah, also we have some AI strategy recommended. So if you are a new users or new investors who want to do the trading, but you don't know what is the right time to get into the market, then you can choose to start an AI robot trading. Then it don't like you directly buy the coins, then you will have the high risk to lose the price or higher the price. And also for the big holders of BCH, you can try to choose like BCH to BTC, the trading pairs like this. And you just put into BCH, and it will automatically to sell and buy between BTC and BCH, the price different. Then you can earn more BCH using these trading strategies.
Yeah, so just to share a little bit more about our platform token Kan. So we actually listed on quite a couple of exchanges already, such as Bitfinex, Huobi, OKX, and Bitstamp, and you can actually find our price market data on CMC, CoinGecko, etc. Yeah. So now the main users are trading fee discount on our platform. So we also have features such as burning and buyback, and also if you refer more traders and clients to us, you can actually get a referral rebate. yeah, so I'll invite Ruby to share a little bit more about the Bitcoin crypto ecosystem, as she's more familiar as the CMO of Bitcoin. Yeah.
Okay, sure. Let me do a short introduction about Bitcoin itself. Actually, we launched in the very early times, 2001-2. Is until now we already have 7 years history in the industry. And in the beginning, we offered the market data and industry news and for the users, and also offering the mining monitor and crypto wallet. In after 2 years, it's like we offering the tools for all the crypto investors in the world. And later we have launched our first OTC trading platform in China, and also at 2007 we are the biggest one in the Chinese market. And later we launched our Quayside community, and until now we have a smart traders. Stanley just explained it to everyone, and today we have added our robo trading. So our crypto wallet and crypto trading function have already existed over 5 years, and we don't have any accident happen. So really trusted by millions of users during the 7 years, and until today, 7 years. Now we have an ecosystem called like brokerage, really like brokerage. Then you can check the market data, industry news, and even checking your mining station status, and also crypto wallet, then smart trade, and all you can find. And also you can find a lot of BCH supporters in our Quayside community, like Roger, like Cindy, very active in our community. And also I'll tell you about more about our investors and partners. As you may know about us, our key investors are Bateman and IDG Capitals. And also, since we have a good industry relationships, all the projects or exchanges are all our like good strategy partners. And also our trading functions, we aggregated like Binance, Huobi, and OKEX, all the trading functions you can find, and all the project you want to trade, you can, we are combined the three into one. So we are the most projects that you can trade, and most best the liquidity. Yeah, and next we can hear some community side from what community said to Bitcoin. Then Stanley can introduce a little bit. Yeah, I can see in the Chinese side, right? Like Jihan is our key investors, and Jihan 在我们今年币看7周年的时候，也给我们送出了最好的祝福，希望我们的社区也可以更好，然后也希望我们的token 能够更好。然后 Stanley 可以做一下英文这边的小小的翻译。
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Something went wrong with my computer, so it's fixed now. Yeah. So to share a bit more about our BCH community here at Bitcoin. So, I'm guessing that most people may know Jihan from Bitmain. So Jihan has always been a great friend of Bitcoin, and also a leader of the BCH community. And yeah, so we can see like Jihan actually gave us a very nice kind of like appreciation, like testimonial. So he mentioned that during our 7-year anniversary at Bitcoin, that he knows that it's not easy to be as a startup to do a business in the crypto world, but for Bitcoin, we actually sowed some seeds, and we are reaping what we sow. And yeah, so thank you, Jihan, for your best wishes. And next, we also like to thank Jiang Zhuo So he shared that he used Bitcoin mainly for our community, where we kind of have like a LinkedIn or Reddit platform for just the crypto community. So it is very active, especially with the Chinese BCH community. However, we also welcome our English BCH community and from all over the world to come over and share your ideas. So Jiang also mentioned that he used our Bitcoin trade to trade across exchanges. And in our Chinese community, they call us 神器, which is actually literally translates to like kind of like a godly trading weapon or instrument. So it's something that you can use to help you a lot in trading. Yeah. So thank you, Jiang, for this comment. And we also have a client, Su Chu from Three Arrows Capital. So they're actually a trading team. And he also mentioned on his Twitter that he really liked to use Bitcoin to watch our BTC and USDT buy and sell wars because we combine the trading depth of multiple exchanges. So it's actually a better gauge as compared to if you just look at the buy and sell wars on single exchange. And most importantly, I think he really appreciates that he can trade on the best price on multiple exchanges without having to keep transferring coins between exchange as due to the time taken and also the withdrawal fees can be really troublesome. So yeah, so this is some of the advantages that our clients and our friends really value. And yeah, I think that's about it from us. So we welcome you to use our platform either on the website, on the app, or follow us on our social media. Just contact us and have a chat. Yeah. So Ruby?
Yeah, very appreciate today we have the chance to community like talk with the BCH community, and also today is very important day for Bitcoin Cash. So me and Stanley will represent the Big Can to say a happy birthday to Bitcoin Cash and wish Bitcoin Cash have a better community and better capital 市值怎么讲
Market capitalization.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thanks, George.
Thank you so much, Ruby and Stanley from BitCon. It was a real pleasure to have you on, and we really appreciate.
I think if any BCH holders contact us, we would love to offering you better fee or any we can offer to the Bitcoin fans and lovers. We will offer or we can.
Outstanding. Okay, really great. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Yeah. Talk to you soon. Thanks again to Stanley and Ruby of BitCon. And up next is Hayden Otto of BitcoinBCH.com, who recently made that famous They Lie video. So Hayden just needs to turn on his video.
Yo.
There he is.
I'm here.
All right. It's yours. Go for it.
How's it going? Well, yeah, this is 3 years now of Bitcoin Cash today. And, undoubtedly, Bitcoin Cash is the most capable cryptocurrency that exists at the moment and the one with the greatest potential, which is yet to be unlocked. And I'll just give a quick presentation today about some of my thoughts on the marketing side of things and my advice to Bitcoin Cashers on where I think we should be directing our focus going forward. So yeah, if you don't know who I am, I'm Hayden Otto, and I'm probably most well known in BCH for producing a bunch of cool YouTube videos, and I've been doing that for a few years now. What kind of inspired me to start doing that was when I saw there wasn't really anybody else doing anything. And so I kind of wanted to throw myself into the ring there and contribute on that front because I got some skills in that area. So that's what I've been doing. And I first started making videos about Bitcoin Cash probably at the end of 2017 or like start of 2018 more seriously. But I was Bitcoin Cash from day one. Obviously, as a user of Bitcoin, I was not happy when it was crippled and I could no longer use it as I had been using it previously. It was no better than banks. And so this is really the type of thing that I was pushing for and like marketing Bitcoin as, which is the electronic cash system. And anyhow, I thought immediately, like when the split occurred with BTC back in 2017, I thought that the Bitcoin Cash price would almost certainly flip in the inferior BTC version pretty much straight away, but that did not happen. There were some things I did not anticipate at that time. But we did at least give BTC a good run for its money. I think Bitcoin Cash came as close to flipping BTC as any other cryptocurrency has. Nothing has come as far as Bitcoin Cash. It got the closest. And shortly after that bull market came to an end, well, Bitcoin Cash, the value, it didn't stay up where it was. It kind of fell back down, and a lot of money seemed to be going into BTC again. And why would people be doing this, you might ask, if it's so inferior and it's like congested, high fees? Well, I think the main reason is because, unfortunately, most of the market participants are just price speculators who are here today, and they're not really interested in the peer-to-peer electronic cash aspect of things, or like freeing yourself from this debt-based enslavement system and these corrupt banks and everything like that. So that's unfortunate, but I think this is an area we should be refocusing our efforts on in marketing Bitcoin Cash. So just in promoting that to businesses and people who are still trapped inside this banking system, this is the kind of thing that definitely interests them. And that's what I found as well in my endeavors with the adoption, on the adoption front. But anyway, with regards to the price, there's a few reasons why we are not number one today. And that is mainly because there has been a lot of propaganda generated against us, like to attack us with. And this could very well be like a state-sponsored thing, like some government or the banks themselves almost certainly would have been funding these kinds of efforts to suppress peer-to-peer electronic cash. And this is what we've been fighting against for years now. But we have made one mistake in our efforts of like promoting Bitcoin Cash, and I think this is a reason why we are so low value today. We've been promoting it to people who are already in cryptocurrency. Like we've been promoting it to BTC people, trying to convince them and trying to convince other cryptos of why we are so good. But really, we should be targeting people who have not yet been exposed to cryptocurrency. Yeah, just like businesses in your local area who are still using banking. They don't know anything about cryptos. And these are the ones we need to target in marketing efforts as well. So as far as I'm concerned, at this point in time, if we are like expending energy on trying to convince BTC or other cryptocurrency people that we're really good in Bitcoin Cash here, or that Bitcoin Cash is the best solution for payments, I think it's a bit of a waste of time. And the other thing with promoting to this group of people who are not exposed to cryptocurrency yet, I have found in my own efforts with adoption that like once you'll find some guy at some point whose mind's just like blown by the technology. It's like, They've never heard of anything like this before, and they're just like, their mind is racing with all the different possibilities. They're thinking about what they can do with it in their lives and in their business. And those people are guys who will go like above and beyond and get more involved, like passionate guys like George or like myself are today. They will go and onboard many other people that I don't even have to be involved in. So they will save a lot of efforts on that front as well. And at a certain point, yeah, it's just like a snowballing effect of onboarding more people to Bitcoin Cash. So yeah, I think marketing to BTC guys is a bit of a waste of time now. Like their minds are already ingrained in their beliefs about us, and they've been convinced that Bitcoin Cash is just some copy or like a scam, as per the propaganda that was been put out against us. When really what they've done is they have inverted reality, and they have projected things that are true about themselves onto us. And unfortunately, this is what many people in cryptocurrency space believe. So, George, do you have any comments about that? Do you agree with what I'm thinking here?
Oh, I agree 100%. Too many people are so worried about, we have to convince those BTC guys that they're wrong. Somebody's wrong on the internet about, a topic that I care about. Nah, I agree with you 100%. We need to, instead of trying to get a bigger slice of the pie, we need to, bake a bigger pie.
Yeah, I think that'll happen automatically as well. As these other people come in, they start using it in real economic activity, which is like not trading on exchanges, like in the business and for payments, not speculation. And actually, one good thing about with promoting Bitcoin Cash to people, you don't have to be deceptive at all about it or hype it up like some of these other people do on shitcoins or BTC, for example. Like they've hyped up this Lightning Network stuff massively, and it's been a total garbage disappointment. Well, if you're holding out for that, it'd be a disappointment, but you didn't trick guys like me. We've already left that crap behind long ago. And yeah, we don't have to be deceptive about this kind of stuff. So this is making it a lot easier when you can be truthful to people and telling it how great it is. And yeah.
I'm just waiting another 18 months. That's all. Just going to keep sitting here, hodling and waiting 18 months for somebody else to do all the hard work for me.
I think this is a huge problem over there at the moment. But you don't get from like 0 to BTC's current value by doing nothing, which they seem to think is just the case. They're just like, oh, because the supply is limited, it's a digital gold and it's going to go up. But no, they're still riding on like the previous work done by guys like Roger Ver, for example. He's probably the main person promoting BTC in the past, and they're still riding on that merit of being peer-to-peer electronic cash and like for payments, even though it no longer functions like that. So yeah, I'm waiting for the day when that will no longer be the case, but I don't think it's too far off in the future. And I think as well, it looks like we're going into a new bull market very soon. Like gold and silver, for example, are really starting to take off. So now would be the best time to really put some rocket fuel under Bitcoin Cash on the marketing side of things as well, and start promoting that to businesses. They're all losing faith in the dollar, and it looks like the whole economy is going to come down. So Bitcoin Cash needs to be there in a position where it can take massive influx of new users when the time comes. And we've already got a lot of infrastructure in place that is going to aid in doing that, like BitcoinCash.org wallet, for example, is a very good app. And they got the cash register app. It's all free stuff, by the way. Like some of these banking, the banks, they charge businesses like $40 a month to have this device in their store to facilitate credit card payments or debit card payments. But with Bitcoin Cash, you can just have like some cheap $50 tablet or like some old phone or something. That's all you need, free app, and you're ready to go. So there's really not much stopping people from being onboarded to this. There's a low barrier for entry here.
Yeah, I think, one thing that we really need to work on is P2P liquidity. More buyers, more sellers on like local.bitcoin.com, for example. And also business models. Like one thing that Kusha and I have been working on are business models that, one guy could just, use local.bitcoin.com and maybe some other tools or other offerings and immediately start to make a profit by buying and selling BCH on local.bitcoin.com.
Yeah, I can tell you something that would be good to do on that website. In my local area here, there's a lot of merchants that accept BCH. So they, some of them sell occasionally. And you could literally just go and buy BCH from these guys at like market rate and then sell that on the platform at a bit of a higher rate because you pay a price for not doing KYC and all this sort of stuff on a local Bitcoin platform. And that's how you can make your business. So there's a pro tip for anyone there. Or even better, the business owners themselves should be doing that if they're savvy enough to do that. Then you can make extra buck on everything. But it really depends where you are in the world. You might not be able to get away with that where you live due to government regulations.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Like here in Colombia, the government has taken a neutral stance so far. And also, I think you find in the developing world, particularly Latin America, people don't really worry that much about what the laws are that are written down on paper. People are always hungry for an opportunity. So I think those are good ideas, what you shared.
Indeed. But yeah, the main point today is I think we should start some new efforts. We need to make Bitcoin Cash look cool, which is not very difficult to do. It's already really good, but yeah, you just have like some trendy looking people in videos and marketing material, and this is attractive to viewers. And I don't know, there seems to be a lot of interest these days among a younger group of people. They like to do trading on this Robinhood platform. So maybe those guys could be a target audience on one end, but there's many different aspects of Bitcoin Cash itself, which you could market and target like different subgroups of people. For example, there's the privacy aspect of things. Like Bitcoin Cash has very good privacy. It's like seems to be a lot better than some of these so-called privacy coins, and I think we can outcompete them on that front as well. As another growing concern among the populace is that the government is like spying on them, and you don't want to be found out what you're buying and selling or things like that. Well, you can do it on Bitcoin Cash. That might appeal to some people, but cross-border payments is obviously another massive one for businesses. And yeah, I think there's flesh out some ideas there.
Yeah, there's a big trend in free speech now, especially people who are on kind of the right of the political spectrum. You know, you see platforms like Gab or Parler, for example, or people who get deplatformed or kicked off of Patreon. I think that could be a really interesting market.
Indeed. Well, we still need kind of infrastructure. Well, you can do all this stuff peer to peer, right? But it seems that in order to get this stuff to really take off, something like that, you need like a centralized platform where they can all go sign up for an account and get paid through there, kind of like the Read Cash, where you make an account there and people just go to this website and that's where they can find all the content creators there. So I think that we need more infrastructure in that area before that kind of thing might take off massively.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So any questions for Hayden from the chat? I know we are early morning for some people. It's 3 a.m. for me.
Yeah, you've probably got a long day ahead of you. I was just looking at the schedule before and I was like, damn, this is gonna be a long one.
Yeah, that's the fun of having a global community for Bitcoin Cash. Oh, so we do have a question here from the chat. Shiny Cakes asks Hayden, which layer 2 technology do you think will be used in the future?
None of them, because there's simply no need. You don't need it when the base layer is not crippled. So the company Blockstream, who hijacked BTC development, their business model was like building these side chains and other layers. And in order for them to have a reason to exist, they needed to cripple BTC, and that they've tried to force people onto their products by doing that, but it didn't work. You can go look at the total market cap charts on like Coin Market Cap, and you can see basically when the blocks became full, other cryptocurrencies, they just exploded in value. So when BTC was becoming slow, expensive, and unreliable, people just sold and went to another cryptocurrency that was not experiencing such poor user experience. And there's simply no reason to use side chains, in my opinion. It's definitely not going to be a thing on Bitcoin Cash, I can tell you that much.
So we have another question. Yeah, I agree. Another question from the chat. Does Bitcoin Cash have any outreach programs to reach out to a global audience?
No, it doesn't. So this is why it's up to guys like me or you to do things and market BCH in your local area or however you want to do it. Start a YouTube channel. It's up to us. That's just part of it. Given that it's decentralized, there's no company, there's no like marketing fund that is like ready to deploy and start ad campaigns. So you just have to get out there and spread the word. This is how BTC became so successful previously, by these grassroots efforts and guys like Roger Ver. So we can do that again, and it just requires a bit of effort. If there's like many people doing good work, like some of the guys in BCH community nowadays, and if we can keep attracting more guys, more people like that, then we'll have no problem with our marketing efforts and like spreading adoption.
And we're building a Discord workspace for things like this at bchignite.com. So any prospective builders out there, you might want to join us there, and you can get mentoring, get your questions asked.
I think one thing is a lot of people I've heard them say that they're like, oh, I lack the courage or whatever to go out and talk to people about this or talk to businesses about this. And so they want to find out how like my methods or like things that other people do to get merchants over the line. So it could be good to discuss this in a group somewhere, or like provide content for people that are looking to get into doing that type of thing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's just a habit,
But
really.
the easiest thing you can do is just like when you're telling someone about it, just like, hey, download the app on the App Store. Everyone's got a phone. And so they go get the Bitcoin wallet from bitcoin.com. It's the top result. And you send them a few dollars. Tipped many, many people, shilled them Bitcoin this way. So, and the app is getting updates frequently these days. They're getting more new features like price charts and stuff like that. So who knows, that could interest some people more than it did previously.
Cool. So last question for Hayden. What does Hayden think are the best ongoing projects in Bitcoin Cash?
Oh yeah, so I think one of the good ones at the moment is Tobias Ruck's his point of sale device there, and the debit card that is actually spending BCH, not dollars like some of these other ones. They're like fake crypto cards. This is like actually spending BCH when you tap it. And like, I don't know about other countries, but here in Australia, like everyone who is using banking, they just tap their card now. They just like tap it on machines. Even though there's a fee, it like doesn't feel like it. They just tap the card because it's so convenient. And I don't know, a few people have the app like scanned in on their phone, or the card scanned on their phone, so they pay with NFC as well, the same type of thing. So I think this is like that is something that is going to be helping spread adoption a lot. But it's like up to your personal preference, I guess. I like QR codes, so you don't have to touch anything. So I don't know, it might depend on the individual. One benefit of the card is that you don't need a phone, you don't need an internet connection really when you're at the merchant to spend. So I think that's going to be one massive benefit there.
So actually, let's get one more question in because I think it's a good question. Some
Sure.
believe that many BCH problems are homemade. You seem to blame BTC more. What are your thoughts on how to best improve BCH culture?
Oh, well, I can tell you that I myself have not been impressed by some of the stuff that's been going on in like the last it's August now. So the last, like all this year, there's been a lot of not good things going on. And I'm just like really sick of this shit. So I think people should just focus on the goals here of achieving global adoption of peer-to-peer electronic cash instead of wasting time on Reddit doing like infighting and things like this. This is a total waste of energy. And the reality is that the enemy wants us to do stuff like that, like divide and conquer tactics. And it's easier to take us down when there's infighting going on. And there's certainly like enemy operatives like from BTC or BSV or like wherever. They've certainly like infiltrated here, and they're like posing on Reddit as BCH supporters when they're not. So you have to be remaining vigilant about that kind of thing. And me personally, I think I'm going to try to not even engage or entertain this kind of behavior. So I think more people should be taking that kind of stance with it.
All right. Very good. Okay. Well, Hayden, do you want to get in any final message or mention your website or anything you're working on?
No, it's all good. I wish you good luck with the rest of this lengthy stream. And it looks like there's a good lineup of people coming on. So yeah, I hope it's a good stream.
Thanks. Yeah, I wish
And
you guys
happy
the best.
BCH anniversary.
Definitely.
Yes.
Wish you guys the best with your stream as well. Which is what's the home base for that?
Oh, there's another stream starting on my YouTube channel in like an hour and 40 minutes on Bitcoin BCH, the YouTube channel.
All right,
So,
that should be a good stream too. I'll give
if you want to
people
tune in.
Two options, right? With BCH, you always get a choice, for better or for worse.
The more the better. There needs to be more. So this is all good.
Yep. All right. Well, thank you, Hayden Otto. BitcoinBCH.com is his website. Check it out.
Catch you later.
All right. Thanks, Hayden. Okay, so next up is Johannes Vermoral. Hopefully I pronounced that right. He's going to
absolutely.
All right, very good. Welcome to the stream, Johannes. He's going to give us a talk on a tech auditor's perspective on Bitcoin. So go right ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. So I am I'm Johannes Vermoral. I'm the CEO of an enterprise software company called Lowcat that I founded 12 years ago. We have about 50 employees. We are growing. We are profitable. So we barely qualified, I would say, for a startup anymore. But as my day job is the CEO of Lowcat, but I would say as my night job is tech auditor. So basically 1 decade ago, I started to take money from venture capitalists, investors. Except that instead of selling shares of my own company to earn this money, I decided that it was actually easy to sell something else, which was actually tech audit mission. So, and the idea is very simple. Audit, I would say, investors, venture capitalists are about to invest in a company. The valuation is usually very large, and one of the key reasons for this valuation is usually the technology. And the very odd thing is that although investors put a lot of money on startups that are supposed to have like good technologies, the reality is that usually people don't pay any attention to that. They are going to do like a financial audit. But the financial audit on a startup, you're not going to learn anything. First, because the startup doesn't have any money. So that part is actually kind of easy. And then when it comes to what sort of things that they do with this money, well, they do very, very simple things like paying salaries, which is near trivial to audit. But on the other hand, auditing the tech is both, I would say it's completely critical. And actually, if you don't do that, and there is like, I would say there has been like a very ongoing trend for pretty much forever to invest without looking at the tech, you end up with things like Theranos or Magic Leap, where frankly, if anybody had done a technical due diligence, would not have invested. Anyway, so bottom line, a decade later, with something like 1 mission per month or so, as a night job, I've audited, I would say, dozens and dozens and dozens of startups for doing like tech audit. And when I say technological audit, I really mean actually looking at the code, not just talking to people and getting their opinion. So usually the way I audit and that's this kind of skills. I will apply this exact set of skills to, I would say, to Bitcoin Cash. So it's the idea is first to assess whether the tech roadmap makes sense, and whether everything that is and what is being done in the company at the technical level is making sense according to this roadmap. You see, that's what a tech audit is, and whether it justifies a high valuation or not. That's typically the question that is being asked from me. And then the next thing is, what sort of recommendation can you have? And usually the recommendations are not technical, just because it's not the right level. It would be just a detail. I mean, you can have a technical recommendation, but usually if there is any recommendation, it's a more high-level recommendation. It's about people. Are the team that you've gathered, is it a suitable team? What is the dynamic of the team? Is it a good one, a bad one? And again, I'm looking at from the perspective, is the dynamic going to fulfill the roadmap? So my conclusions and I've been doing like, again, dozens and dozens of similar missions. My conclusions are very varied. and it ranges from basically don't invest, that's I would say it's a trap, to basically this thing is just I would say a jewel. And I've had the chance to meet CTOs that are actually and CEOs that are actually much more brilliant than myself, and which confirmed that in the year that followed by having fantastic growth that are way beyond what I have personally achieved with my own company. So let's have this experience of, I would say, of tech audits apply to the case of Bitcoin. And so I had a good look at all the, I would say, the code bases that are around. We have different projects as well. And I had the chance to basically engage and talk and discuss with many of the, I would say, the prominent tech contributors. So if we look at Bitcoin, and when I say Bitcoin, I mean Bitcoin Cash, but I just use Bitcoin for short. If you look at Bitcoin as one large company, I would say it's not completely, I would say, it's not a completely dysfunctional perspective. You just end up with a relatively balkanized, atomized IT department. And this happened, I mean, not typically in startups, but in larger companies, it frequently happens that you have large, IT companies where the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing and whatnot. These sort of things happen. But this thing, I would say, it's not a dysfunctional perspective, because this community, everybody is in the same boat. If Bitcoin sinks, then basically all those people involved are sinking with it. On the other hand, obviously, if there is like a big success, it doesn't mean that everybody is going to be a winner. Some teams, may be much bigger winners than others. And who is the CEO? Well, the CEO is the market. It's you, it's whoever, it's literally all the things that are driving the adoption. So it's a loose analogy, but bear with me. Now, what do we have as a starting point? The starting point is that we have a legacy implementation for this currency project, which is basically the Satoshi clients. So realistically, the Satoshi client is very, very difficult to remove for this community, just because the whole ecosystem has been built around that. So you can fork it, yes. To replace it entirely is very, very difficult. And if you look at, although the original Bitcoin has been forked nowadays, many times, one of them being the present interest, being Bitcoin Cash, the Satoshi client has been, has remained central. And the key reason is that the ecosystem is kind of built around this thing. So it's very, very hard to remove it, or you replace it for something that is completely different. But that's another case of I would say, for the discussion. So I'm going to stick with basically things that have been built around the legacy Satoshi clients. So now we have a product, and we can audit that. And when I first delved, I encountered Bitcoin back in 2011, but I didn't really pay attention at the time to the code. I was one of those very lucky early investors in Bitcoin. And for years, I didn't really pay any attention to what was going on, technically. I just had, read the white paper and just thought it was a great idea. So let's invest some, and it worked out well. But when years later, I started to have a look at the code, I realized a few things that were really, I would say, immense surprise for me. So I'm I would say, a trained software engineer, if you want, in addition of being like a CEO. And the thing is, the Satoshi client, security-wise, it's immensely battle tested. So yes, when you look at the code, yes, there is no obvious flows of securities that you can exploit. The thing is tremendously battle tested. But if you look at the code base of the Satoshi client for any other perspectives that is basically maintainability, scalability, or even features, it's kind of a nightmare. And actually, when you look at the contribution of Satoshi, himself, herself, whoever, I was kind of shocked to see that it was software-wise incredibly crappy code. I mean, like amateur level. So I've developed, my own pet theory that in order to have the genius, to have the breakthrough of Bitcoin, you had, in many ways, to be completely ignorant of software engineering, and that was because this person or those persons were so ignorant of all those things that basically they kind of managed to do what was thought as being the impossible. If you want to do the impossible, you have first not to know that it was impossible. But nonetheless, doing the impossible is incredible. That was like the spark of genius. But mostly it was very, very, very bad software engineering. And it went from there with contribution from Bitcoin Core. Things improved a little. Things improved a little, but not that much. And then I'm going to revisit when I said something, when I said it's a nightmare. Obviously, a technological contribution, a product, is only a nightmare with regard of a roadmap. You know, it's not something that is completely absolute. It depends on what is your intent with this piece of tech, piece of software. So let's go back to what is the roadmap of Bitcoin. So if we say that the roadmap is to make Bitcoin the cash of the world, and and by the way, here we have first I would say a shocking element in this space is that basically there is only one team that I'm aware of that has like an actual a digestible, you know, to the point roadmap, and that's Bitcoin ABC. And literally, so what are the roadmap? It's literally, you know, things that are in addition to the invention of Bitcoin. It was basically a certain set of properties that were in addition to the original Bitcoin. Is that fees must remain like super low forever. Security should be instant, not, you know, hours, but instant. Privacy should be absolute, and I would say security is paramount. And I will get to those elements, but basically you can have a look online to the fine print of the roadmap. But the first thing is that there is plenty of teams in this ecosystem, but the first thing is that there is only one team, to my knowledge, that has a very sharp, to the point roadmap. So I will use that, as we say, as my reference for an analysis, just because there is no alternative, there is no other roadmap. So first, I'm taking that as a criterion of what we want to achieve, and then you can look at the code is it going to bring me there? And if you look at the code of the Satoshi client, you would say it's a starting point. You cannot remove it due to ecosystem effect, or at least not in a short time frame. But the reality is that this code base is mostly a nightmare. And I was really shocked, I would say, in the level of, I would say, of maintainability. There are plenty of things that are done in ways that are, I would say, trivially bad, where literally you could see that it was people lacking experience. So now, if I look at this roadmap, again, we had one team that has a roadmap, and pretty much a lot of other teams, including, by the way, if I take the team of Bitcoin Core, the team of Bitcoin Core, they don't have any roadmap. If you look at what if you look at what they are planning ahead for Bitcoin, there is no roadmap at all. They have a tiny few technical things, but literally this is not a roadmap. That's those things that they are planning are not going to make any difference in the grand scheme of things about, you know, Bitcoin, the currency. So, and if you look at other teams, let's say I would say maybe, you know, Bitcoin Unlimited, BCH, and again, I've had a close look at what they're stating, what their roadmap is, and I would say it's very thin. There is clearly, I would say, a lack of vision of what do they want to do, you know, 10 years down the road. Now, we had one team with a roadmap. What about, you know, the accomplishments? And if I look again at the accomplishment over the last few years, one team has literally delivered all the accomplishments. And let's revisit, you know, those elements that I've taken from the roadmap. That was fees low forever. You needed bigger blocks. That has been done. You wanted to have instant security. Instant security, first, you had to do things so that it would not get worse. So obviously you had like things that were like replace variety. There were plenty of technical details that were actually, and especially having like miners opting for their own inclusion policy for transaction. I mean, it's very technical, but basically there are many ways to, even if you preserve, I would say, the Bitcoin of old, to make, I would say, instant security worse. And basically ABC delivered a series of small tweaks that at least prevented the situation from getting worse. So to maintain, I would say, a status quo that was reasonable behavior for what is called zero conf, like instant security. Then you want privacy. Privacy, the problem with Bitcoin is that all the transactions are public, and what was not a problem in the early days of Bitcoin is now becoming, I would say, a problem that companies have the technology to basically analyze the entire graph of transactions and de-anonymize to a large extent what is going on. So that's I would say, an emerging threat for Bitcoin that was not, properly analyzed in the early days. And in order to do that, well, you need to have certain mechanism to have more privacy. And again, ABC with basically no signature delivered elements that are key ingredients in letting the community at large achieve this more desirable privacy. And then security. And one of the things that people don't realize with the Bitcoin core network is that you have plenty of problems. Is that the security is kind of weak because you cannot really delegate your trust when you have a wallet to a hardware wallet in a way that is completely safe. I'm not going to go into the technical details, but bottom line, one of the first things that was done, by the way, by the initial fork of Bitcoin Cash was to make sure that end users could actually delegate the trust to a hardware device in a way that is completely, I would say, secure end-to-end if they trust the hardware device. It's still not possible on the Bitcoin core. It is very much possible on the, I would say, the Bitcoin Cash side of the fork. Now, you see, there are plenty of other very valuable projects. Don't get me wrong, about this. Bcash is a fantastic project. Electron Cash is another fantastic project. But if I look at as an auditor at the added value, I'm talking to the CEO. CEO is you, the market, and say, where in your company, what is really the core asset that are really generating that justify the valuation that you have for your company. And I would say literally it boils down to pretty much 90% plus of that is basically the work done by one team, Bitcoin ABC. Now we can get to that, but first you have to acknowledge that literally the value and the accomplishment, they all come from one place. I'm not diminishing the other accomplishments; they're great, but in terms of order of magnitude, it's just there are some stuff that are not on the same level, and that's a problem when you have people who achieve really a lot. Is that even if you do very well, it might be humbling. I'm a CEO of a 50 people company. When I audit a company and they are 500 and the CEO is immensely more successful than I am, it's humbling. Even if I consider myself to be reasonably successful, I'm not Bill Gates, I'm not Zuckerberg. There are people that are fantastically more successful. For me, it doesn't mean I hope that what I'm doing is bad, but just that there are people that are just absolute genius, much better than what they are doing than I am. Anyway. So you have to, I would say, let go of the ego and try to focus, I would say, in a core fashion to assess where the value comes from, even if it doesn't play well with your personal ego. Now, let's go to this. I said Bitcoin ABC, but actually, Bitcoin ABC has one, very obvious leader, and that's Amaury Séchet. And so if you read about Amaury Séchet on Reddit, you will learn two things. First, that is the worst tyrant ever. And the second thing is that he's obviously there to sabotage Bitcoin. And he has, and basically it's obvious that he has been planted by the CCP, the Communist Chinese Party. It's obviously a spy planted to sabotage Bitcoin. And he's probably the worst tyrant ever. That's what you can learn from Reddit. And it's very consistent. If you read that, we'll have at least a few posts every single day that will bring you this narrative or something along those lines. But when I look at the code contribution, again, at Tech Auditor, I don't look at only what people say. I look at what they do, what they code, what they deliver, what sort of features there is in their product and what they have done, and the sort of technical decisions that they have when facing specific problems. It's very nice. You can actually, with modern code bases, you can even look at the history of commits and look at the discussion that happened at the time. So you can learn a lot by just looking at the code bases. And literally, my diagnosis as I would say a tech auditor who has been auditing dozens and dozens and dozens of startups is literally Amaury Séchet is the CTO that you can almost never afford. So and it's literally, and I've met dozens CTO. We're talking of something that is, on the few percent most, I would say, talented people. Talented on two fronts, basically smart and get things done. And it's very rare to have the combination of both. You have people that are very smart, but they don't get anything done. So that, and by the way, that's probably the most dangerous sort of people, because they are very smart. So you can discuss with them a lot. They look intelligent. They have plenty of very good ideas. And but they can be a complete distraction. They can be a complete distraction, and then they won't deliver anything of value. So that's the danger, is to have a very smart CTO for your company, but it doesn't deliver anything. And then get things done is very important. But again, Bitcoin is very fragile. If you break the currency, it can be completely toast. So so you want to make sure that your software project, you need to have to get things done, but in a highly prudent manner, where you just don't blow up the whole thing while doing so. So that requires a very specific attitude. And nonetheless, you should be very, very prudent, but you need to get things done nonetheless. You should not be so prudent that nothing is happening anymore, just because, again, you have a roadmap that you want to achieve, which is low fee forever, instant security, absolute privacy, and and pervasive security. You need to deliver those things, and they are not there yet, not quite. So so there is still work to be done. Now, so if I'm talking to CEO and I was auditing, this loose tentacular Bitcoin company where there is like the CTO and there is this IT division with many CTOs, one of them being a bit more prominent, I would say the worst mistake that you could do at this point of time is fire your CTO. Literally nothing good would come out of it. And quite the opposite. You could literally, if we look at the fact that all the accomplishment comes from one place, I would say the worst mistake is fire the CTO. I would say there with very high probability, the team, Bitcoin ABC, would dissolve one way or another, and then you would be left with only a tiny fraction of what you had. So retaining your CTO is probably one of the first survival objectives that you would have. And by the way, that's also one conclusion that is not too infrequent when you have like very, very good teams. I tell investors, make very sure that you preserve, these CTOs, these teams. Otherwise, you're just going to, break the magic that is making the value of the company you're investing in. If you make an early stage investment in Facebook and you remove Zuckerberg, chances are that at the end of the road, you end up with a second MySpace, not Facebook that has a lot of value, but MySpace. So you can disagree. You can think Zuckerberg has plenty of flaws. Yeah, sure, he has plenty of flaws. He might, as a person, you may not like him. But if you want to think as an investor, was Zuckerberg, a key ingredient in making Facebook valuable? Absolutely. Flaws and all. Same thing about, you could think about, I would say, Bill Gates or Steve Jobs, those sort of exceedingly talented, lead tech leaders. They were not nice people. They're not nice people. They are tough. They're ruthless. They have plenty of flaws. They are not, I would say, they are not your best buddies. They would not be your beer buddy. But nonetheless, don't confuse what you perceive as the capacity to execute something and create value. Now, in terms of if I've done the technical assessment of the community, what sort of recommendation could I give to the CEO? Again, we're assuming that Bitcoin, the community as a whole, is a company, and the general audience is the distributed CEO of Bitcoin. I would say first, give a break to this team, Bitcoin ABC. And right now, I see a dysfunctional situation where whenever this tech team does anything, the marketing team or some elements in the marketing teams goes completely ballistic against the tech team. And that's very counterproductive. And that's not, there is no positive outcome of that. It just proved that, this tech team is incredibly resilient in terms of harassment. But besides proving their resilience to harassment, it doesn't prove much. So I would say first thing is give those people a break. That will already be a massive improvement. And then the second thing, it would say, give them the credit of authority. And I know that we're living, a period where people think, oh, there is no authority. Authority is just like, it's like an F word. It's something that you cannot pronounce. There is no authority. Oh, because if you have an authority, you have people that are oppressed. No, this is just, an authority in the sense of having more competence to deliver, what you want as part of the roadmap. And when you have people who have, I would say, earned the credits of authority by, over long period of time, so we're talking of multiple years, repeatedly deliver improvement according to a very clear vision that is a roadmap that has not changed much. Since the inception. I would say you need to give them the credit of authority, because chances are that if what they're doing seemingly contradict what you think is good, chances are they are right, not you. And again, imagine, and that's a big danger of designing things through consensus, is that consensus, when you design things, especially when it comes to technology through consensus, you end up with pure crap. And by the way, as a tech auditor, one of the things that I would say I pay a lot of attention is to make sure my own belief don't taint my judgment, because I've seen, CTOs doing things that were seemingly completely nonsensical to me. Not complete. I mean, it was very odd, but maybe they were right, and they had achieved a lot of successes and doing things that strike me as odd. But again, my own experience is I'm running, a company, LowCAD, that is about predictive supply chain optimization. So I tend to look at things from this perspective, is this technology kind of making sense compared to what I know? But if it's a completely different problem, like a biotech, it may not. So I would say be very skeptical about your own judgment, whether when you see something that comes from a team that has routinely delivered, very reasonable things that turned out to be excellent, time and over. And again, I think the track record of Bitcoin ABC has been completely excellent so far, especially considering that they have, I would say, very, very little funding. I would say give them the credit of authority. Obviously, you would say, oh, it's completely irrational. We should be able to challenge everything. I would say, yes, you should be able to challenge everything, but beware of the Dunning-Kruger effect, where you just know a little about something, and then you learn a few things, and then you think you're entitled to challenge people who have literally spent a decade of their life to become master of the game. Chances are that if you only spend 1 year learning about those things, that you know nothing, that you know almost nothing, and that's your ideas, they're just very, very crappy. And again, I say from personal experience, I got involved with Bitcoin in 2011 as an investor. And then I realized it took me something like 8 years to realize, when I started to go, in the code, to realize that I knew almost nothing about the project. I thought I was, I had a lot of knowledge, but I realized until I went into all the technicalities, and I discussed with many of the people that have earned my respect, is that it's very difficult. It's a field of its own. It takes years of intense thinking to even see the problem the right way. So give them the credit authority. And I would say the last thing, and maybe the thing before that, is due to that, is that understand that what this community needs is strong technical leadership. And strong technical leadership is not people who are going to make people happy. Again, that's something that you would see on the media. They would say, oh, you have the strong leaders, that is the charismatic leaders, where everybody loves him. And if you look at the history of Apple and Steve Jobs, Steve Jobs was hated by a lot of people around him. So you see, the strong leadership means that you will deal with malcontent and dissatisfied all the time. And unfortunately, that's the price of greatness. If you're great, you have a lot of people who are just not able to see as far as you do, and they will be malcontent, and then they will complain loudly all the time. So I would say, unfortunately, Bitcoin Cash needs strong leadership. And people, I would say, my message for the community, which represent, the true CEO of Bitcoin Aware, is don't pay too much attention to all those people who complain loudly, who complain about any sort of authority. You need this authority, you need this leadership. And yes, you might have some risk of having, I would say, a tyrant, but frankly, you're very, very far. You know, if you say that power is corrupt and absolute power corrupt, absolutely. Bitcoin ABC has so little means, so little funding that they are very, very far from any situations where they could become corrupt because they have so much power. They have actually, I would say, exceedingly little power and exceedingly little, I would say, funding as well. Which brings me to maybe my conclusion point would be, if there is one thing that as a CEO you can do, you know, is invest more in what is making the core value of your product, which is, so the core value of Bitcoin is literally right now it's coming from dominantly from one team, Bitcoin ABC. And so my message would be to the CEO, donate to ABC, let them do what they have done, but just more. That's, I would say, the single thing that you can do to make the product better. Because make no mistake, you can think it's just a marketing game, that it's just about, you know, advocating, just evangelizing the whole world. But if I go back to the roadmap, you know, the product is nowhere near finished. It has still plenty of, I would say, of loose ends that needs to be resolved. Bitcoin ABC has a roadmap on how to execute that. Technically, it's very sound, but it's not there yet. And so if you really, you know, believe in this thing, believe in this company in the sense that, you know, it's other people that you're close to, you know, a company has this a body of people, then giving to the company that has delivered the most achievements so far the means to keep doing that, it probably is the single one best thing that you can do today. And that would conclude maybe this talk.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Johannes. We have just one question, if you have a moment, from Lynn in the chat. His question is, how would you resolve governance in Bitcoin Cash?
People are under the illusion that there is an alternative to just have one leader for governance. I don't believe in that. Especially when it comes to innovation. I've seen dozens and dozens of companies. I've never seen any successful company where in the end, it didn't boil down to one man or one woman. You would say, oh, but you have such a track factor. If this person dies, it's dead. I would say, yeah, if Steve Jobs had died, you know, as a teenager, Apple would never have existed. Yes. So when you think of governance, I would say, pick your tyrant and stick with it. It may not be the answers that you like, but I've never seen any others that works. And if you look at things that are, you know, managed through governance, you know, with body of people, with committees and whatnot, they literally gives you abysmal results, and usually it costs insane amount of money to get almost nothing. So I would say, yes, having a tyrant is kind of bad, but again, Bitcoin is not a democracy. You know, this is not a political system. What we are engineering is a currency. A currency that has at its core, I would say, engineering principle. It's a currency that instead of being like something that was done maybe out of luck, it's something in the first time of the history. It's a currency that is engineered, and you need to have like a lead engineer, and that's the good governance. And then if this tyrant become corrupt, at some point there will be a revolution and they will be overthrown. So I'm not overly, you know, I'm not overly concerned with that. But first, you need the tyrant, because otherwise you will not get the very fast-paced innovation that you need.
All right, that's great. Very good. Okay, thank you so much, Johannes Vermorel of locad.com. Yes?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. So the chat really appreciated your talk. Thank you so much. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so next up we have Stefan Rust of the SLP Foundation. The name of Stefan's talk is SLP Tokens on Bitcoin Cash are the future. Are you there, Stefan? All right, I think Stefan stepped away to get a glass of water. Oh, here we are. Okay. Go right ahead, Stefan.
Hey, George. Hey, everybody. How's everybody? Thank you for having me. Good to be here. Good to be back. Yeah, I guess I'm here on behalf of the SLP Foundation. If you can all see on my shirt here, I'm wearing the SLP Foundation t-shirt, or it's actually the SLP t-shirt, not quite the foundation yet, because we are allocating the donators' funds towards development and building versus actually on t-shirts at the moment. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, you're good to go.
Okay,
yes,
great,
we can
great,
definitely hear
okay.
you. Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. So I put a bit of a presentation together, which I will share right now. And yeah, happy Bitcoin Cash Day, I guess, 3rd birthday. So it's great to see all the momentum that has come through. And I think one of the interesting elements is that we're constantly trying to drive through. And about a while ago, for those that don't know, you know, SLP was set up as a technology. It was a protocol, and that has driven a lot of innovation. So I'm going to go a bit into the background, some of the initiatives that have taken place, and then also what the future lies and where business opportunity lies going forward, and what I will be doing in this area going forward as well, not only with the foundation, but us also as a for commerce business. So at the moment in the sort of SLP Foundation, there's a group of 6 people that are really sort of collaborating extensively. We have regular calls, chats, updates, roadmaps that have been developed, and communication that we're trying to share with the community. We're focused on 2 core languages, English and Chinese, and Jianti in Chinese, just so that we can meet the largest sort of demographic and developer community out there. One thing that we are big believers on is the sort of Tocambrian explosion. And this, I'm coining it this from Gabriel Cardona, who was a Bitcoin Cash developer. And so basically, he is highlighting the age, the Cambrian age in the evolution of the planet, which created a large amount of biodiversity, and which is what created the animals that we have, the different plants, the type of weathers that we have, the different soils, all of that whole biodiversity was created. And so he tried to reflect that and translate that into the token explosion that is going to come. He coined that back in November 2018, where he did a presentation at the Atlanta Bitcoin Embassy, and that's available. You can see his tweet there and his link to the tweet, but it's available online on YouTube, where you can go and see in more detail what he talks about. And he makes references to a lot of, you know, when Bitcoin first launched, it had the colored coins, which was really an enablement. And he goes into how we looked at across SLP, a modern version of the colored coins to be able to bring and allow the customization of tokens on top of Bitcoin Cash. This has become so popular. There's a group out there called ARK Invest, and ARK Invest is a venture capital firm, a very big one. They've invested in companies like Tesla and Facebook and other big sort of companies. And they do an annual sort of report around sort of trends that they're seeing across the various sectors where they invest in, from AI through to tech, through to electronic vehicles, robotics, etc. And so inside that report, they refer to the Cambrian explosion that we've been talking about since 2018. And so it's good to see that these institutions and funds are beginning to realize that actually this has gone past a point of no return. So it's unlikely that we're to see a big drop in performance, in development, in activity across the crypto ecosystem. And that is really fun to see, with governments trying to build their own coins, etc. And just to go quickly sidebar, what I found really interesting is inside that same report that is read by pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, or even the large university endowments that actually invest in venture capital firms to then pass on that funding through to technology startups, is inside that report that is read by all those constituents. You're seeing that they're talking about money will be transferred and stored seamlessly. In the fiat world, we don't have that today. Money will not be diluted arbitrarily. I don't think we can agree to that happening in the fiat world. It would be frozen and seized, and we're seeing that in Beirut, in Argentina, in a whole bunch of different countries around the world. And then money supply will be transparent, auditable, and not censored, and the record is immutable. So all of those elements that they talk about are all available on Bitcoin Cash, which is super good. And it's nowhere is it as fast, as seamless, and as cheap as on Bitcoin Cash. Just to give you a ratio, I did a transaction on Ethereum the other day, and just to show you, $22 gas fee on Ethereum. So, you know, it's not only, it's all the exchanges when they're trying to do on-chain transactions, the price and the fees of their transactions go up significantly. And so they then look at the opportunity, and this is why it's such a brilliant time to be in crypto and Bitcoin technologies, and specifically on Bitcoin Cash, mainly because they then look at how money is around the world, they magnitude the size of the money, and then they put crypto will take a 5% market share or 15% market share. And if you look at the size of funds that are out there, just alone, digital gold is a $9 trillion industry. If Bitcoin can get alone 15% of that, and when they say Bitcoin, they mean the general Bitcoin technologies, right? So they're not just looking at the Bitcoin core, they're looking at overall, that's what they refer to as cryptocurrencies. And so they say if we can replace gold, and we capture 15% market share because of the transportability associated with gold, you have an $800 billion opportunity. And so you look at all of those elements, then anti-seizure, over 50 years, the lifetime value of that for 5% is a $1 trillion industry. So there's lots of opportunity still for the tokenization of a lot of different assets, from gold to the protection of your funds, so it's anti-seized, etc. So there's going to be much more coming. But I'm going to go back to SLP again. And one of the things is, if you follow CryptoKid on Twitter, he sends out a weekly update. If you follow him on read.cash, you will also get the weekly update on what's happening in Bitcoin Cash. And he does a very neutral view of just all the activities around the world that is happening every week. So you get a regular update. The one that ended last week, July 26th, he had a section in there that highlights SLP tokens. There are 9,500 SLP tokens created, a number nearly coming to 1 million transactions across all of those tokens, with a weekly transaction rate of about 10,000 transactions. So we're seeing a growth and uptake in the creation of tokens across the board. And you can see here some of the most popular tokens that are out there, from Mist Coin, which is the SLP token. So you can start mining for SLP and earn Mist coins, Maze, Honk, Flexcoin, etc. So, and there's I, right? So if you can see the Chinese one, that's the character for love. So somebody's created a love token that is pretty popular. It's in the top 10. So that's an interesting evolution. And the latest news, I'm not sure if all of you saw, but SLP or US dollar Tether now runs on SLP as well. So we now actually have Tether on SLP, $6 million worth. So assets under management on Tether is $6 million using SLP as a platform, giving it credibility and accessing and providing access to all these wallets and exchanges that support SLP will now be able to support Tether for SLP as well. And you can see that across the Bitcoin Cash community, where all of these communities are now also supporting Tether. Sorry, all of these wallets are now supporting Tether in their wallets as well. Just to give you an example, stablecoin is a big industry. We all hear about it. We know about it. We trade in stablecoins. But I think one of the things that's super interesting in the stablecoin is to realize that Tether is the big gorilla, right? The number 2 is USDC by Coinbase, and everybody else is in the 1 to 2% category. And so nobody else really plays a significant impact in this industry. And so that's why it's super important for us to be on Tether and working with Tether. And there's a whole community that was super engaged in making that happen. Not only representatives from the SLP Foundation, but we also had representatives from Bitcoin.com and other developers that were really helping out to make that happen. And I just want to share the love of all the participants in the ecosystem that made that happen, not to mention the traders and the buyers of the tokens that really got in early and bought the first tranche of SLP-based Tether tokens or coins. This is a report from Crypto Token, which is another member in our ecosystem, and they're based in Romania. It's become so popular, and today's the birthday, and I don't know, of those of you in China or that have a CoinEx account, CoinEx has a specific promotion, and you can see they're offering $20,000 worth of Tether as a part of a anniversary celebration. So if you don't have a CoinEx account, set one up and get that launched. The other thing is CoinEx also launched a Bitcoin Cash ecosystem, the CoinEx ecosystem fund for all the companies building out DeFi solution, which is their primary focus. And so that's an interesting element for all you entrepreneurs out there looking for funding. There's another opportunity to talk to CoinEx as well. And I'm not going to go too much into the history of what SLP has done and all the work we've created. You can go onto the read.cash SLP Foundation URL, and we are updating there regularly. About every 2 weeks, we post an update in terms of some of the progress that we've made, and our roadmap we will be sharing with everybody very shortly, and I'll come back to that a bit later on. But you can see regularly all the updates and what we're doing there. And we also have a Twitter account, and we're tweeting it across there. But one of the things that we're really excited in working on is twofold. One here is right now we're building out a validation oracle. So truth services or sources of truth services on top of SLP, so you can actually access the various oracles that will be coming to the Bitcoin Cash community as well. And also up there, the Badger icon, right? So in the Chrome browser, how do we ensure that the Badger wallet works for web browsers as well? In addition to that, we're launching a website where you can find all the documentation. You will be able to see our roadmap, navigate your way around, communicate, sign up, sponsor. So we're really trying to build this foundation and really establish it. We've also built out documentation, slp.dev, where everybody can actually already go and get access to specific documentation, terminology, specifications. So a lot of these capabilities, postage protocol, are available in a professional environment for developers to pick up with. Obviously, there will be some support. We're trying to improve this on a regular basis, and that's why we've allocated a lot of the funding to really provide a much better set of documentation to make it easier. I think the read.cash team had announced that, and that's very accurate, where they were highlighting the fact that by providing better documentation and tool sets, it would enable a lot of the developers to work faster and more streamlined in this ecosystem. And I think that would help. And they received significant funding for that. But that again is to build apps on top of the Bitcoin Cash operating system, as I call it, or our blockchain. How do we build more applications that have software developers, business developers, as well as UX designers? The design is really important if we are to grow the user base. And working with users through the onboarding process, through the utilization and engagement process when they're working with any kind of application, commerce service, etc., is super important and not to be underestimated. Nobody reads manuals anymore, right? I mean, what's it, read, RTFM or something, that was the word, right? I don't know if you remember, hashtag RTFM, read the fucking manual. Nobody does that anymore. So I think we have to make sure that across all the services, wallets, applications that we launch, it has to be as intuitive and streamlined. And that's also where investment needs to go towards. Other areas where I find Bitcoin Cash can really differentiate itself and really stand out is we're all very, we don't like regulation too much. We don't like very much the bureaucracy that comes with it, the papers, the documentation, the taxation, and the transparency associated with the flow of funds through that whole ecosystem. So as a result, one of the areas that I feel is very much aligned with those philosophies is really the retail sector or the commerce side of the business, where I can still take out my wallet, I can pull out some cash, some paper cash, and I can just pay anybody without any kind of registration or any kind of documents or KYC or passport requirements for travel. When I pass that money on, I don't need to write my name on here, Stefan Roos, and I'm giving it to you, George Donnelly, and this is for, so it's like an expense account, which in cash world you don't need. And so I think, how does that appeal to and work for Bitcoin Cash? And the other benefits that no other blockchain really has, particularly for on-chain solution, is the fast, cheap, and reliable and secure, right? So all of those elements, none of the other platforms really have. If you try to do an Ethereum transfer, unless you're paying $50 in gas fees, you're going to be waiting for 3 hours for a transaction to happen. If you're at a counter at a Starbucks and you want to pay for that, you don't want to wait that amount of time, and you don't want it to go through any other network. You want it to be full on chain and make sure that happens. We've already got a lot of constituents that are building in this environment, from the likes of Haven, OpenBazaar, that are building online marketplaces, AnyPay, GoCrypto, CycleBit, that have point of sale services, Purse.io and HoneyPay, that are building out loyalty programs and awards and tapping into capabilities to build, to provide consumers with better value propositions by using traditional e-commerce and retail services. And if we go back a couple of slides and we look at this industry today, it's a $25 trillion business. And if we just take 5% of that business in crypto, and then we say Bitcoin Cash owns a dominant share of that with our partners and our app developers, all of a sudden it becomes a significant size and huge opportunity that can reach a large user base in the market. How can we work together, and what are the protocols we need to provide to enable all of these providers across that ecosystem? We also looked at the loyalty and awards characters, right? Characteristics in terms of what is the opportunity in this market that is equally huge in terms of airlines, in terms of hotels, but also in terms of retail that have their awards, in terms of supermarket, grocery stores, and other industrial players that have loyalty and rewards and award services. There are companies that are publicly listed in the fiat world on exchanges like points.com, huge industry, right? Significant size. There is another token company in the crypto space, Flexa.coin. They're $100 million market cap based on coin market cap the other day. So you're seeing there's a significant opportunity in this market. This is very local, this scales. This is can be all tokenized, which allows for the translation, the seamless remittances and exchange between participants. We can leverage atomic swap capabilities to help drive those forward. So there are a significant number of opportunities and entrepreneurs today in the Bitcoin Cash community that are working on exactly those solutions. And I will, one of them is, and I'm sure he's going to be presenting at some point, I think Vin Armani, he's working on some really interesting solutions, but he came up with the post office, right? So how can we build inside the applications and the wallets that we have this toggle, as an example, in terms of how to use the post office and not. And what the post office does is allows you to pay transaction fees in the tokens themselves. So you do not need to pay the gas fees, for example. You do not need to have any Ethereum in your wallet. Or in our case, you do not need to have any Bitcoin Cash in your wallet in order to do an SLP transaction. And you will pay in SLPs. So that's a unique situation. And that is, again, a old Bitcoin core initiative that took place way back when that people were trying to launch, and Bitcoin Cash is innovating and bringing that to market, which is super exciting to see. And you can go to the GitHub repo and also to slp.dev and find any documentation and reference to this as well. And just to show it in action, I'm going to play a little video. This is Vin promoting what's happening down in Saipan in the Mariana Islands. Can you hear the audio?
No, I'm sorry, the audio's not coming through.
Okay, I don't know how I can get that through. But you can see he's paying using SLP. He's using USDH on SLP. Thank God the writing's there, so you should be able to see it. So he created an invoice, QR code, usual. So again, what happened there was the fact that two things. One, he paid the restaurant. It went to the wallet owner, the wallet of the restaurant owner. Then he paid an additional tip. That tip went to the server's wallet. so the waiter or waitress's wallet. And then lastly, he paid that with USDH using postage protocol. So there were no underlying BCH fees. The transaction was paid using USDH. So if you combine all of those elements together, it was truly a unique transaction. One thing I feel, and where we're at in the world today, we are going through a coronavirus, and it's become so apparent that we need to change. The world needs to change in the way it was operating, right? Number one, how the existing establishment has allowed us to manage the environment and what they've done to the environment. We have trash everywhere. We have social problems. We don't enable access for everybody to participate in the financial ecosystem that has been created. And the governance doesn't work, right? We have people that are sitting in rooms that are defining what the lines are of a specific country, which is sort of a map, and how the world should be regulated based within those lines. And I believe that the blockchain is the solution to saving the planet and changing that way across those three segments of how things are going to be done. We can tokenize everything in the planet, right? We can tokenize the environment, we can tokenize, and we can then provide liquidity to those tokens. We can make marketability, we can bring it to the consumers, and we can create exchange around that. So that whole tokenization of saving the planet or providing value associated to what the consumers are appreciating, that can be represented appropriately through tokens. The mobile phone is the best social inclusion amount. We have all of the elements on here in terms of wallets, in terms of commerce capability, payments capability, BCash. Everybody is really building out solutions for the mobile terminals and units. And then ultimately, as we build and put everything on the blockchain, there is no better secure truth machine than Bitcoin Cash and the blockchain. So how do we make that happen? And consumers are really looking for that. They want to invest in this category. They want to do something here. They are 81% are value-driven consumers who want goods, value that are not purpose-driven, right? Who look for products and services aligned with their own personal values. And they're willing to pay a premium to make sure that they know this is from a good source, it's reliable, there's no poison in there, etc. Maybe that's now due to the trends that's happening now with the COVID and the lack of availability to travel or the permission to travel, that is resulting in that. And you can see solutions like Alipay have launched inside their applications. They have an app called Ant Forest, where they have 500 million users that every time they, let's say, walk to work, they create credits. Those credits are then used to plant trees. They can use a bike, they can take green takeouts, right? And so that's then impacting all the suppliers that then connect to their Ant Forest application. So if you're a mobike in China that allows you to rent bicycle, instead of taking a car, you take the mobike, that's then provided that information into the Ant Forest app, that then in turn is then used to plant trees or forests or specific other areas to bring down and offset other bad impacts, impacted industries. That based on that, all of a sudden, this could all be tokenized. Why isn't all of this tokenized? And why is this done with fiat? But what's happening is that's trickling into all of the industry. So all of these enterprises are beginning to say, oh my God, how do I provide reference, transparency, governance, that I am adhering to this, that this is accurate, so that they can then pass that on into applications like an Ant Forest, which then can use tokens to then offset that. And so how can we build a tokenomics and a whole new asset class using tokens to win in this category and do good at the same time? And you can see the amount of investment that's going into this from real big companies, from Amazon, Jeff Bezos, who announced a $2 billion climate fund, to specific other companies, from Nike to Microsoft. They announced that they're going to be carbon neutral by 2040 since their inception. So going back since they were founded, they're going to calculate. How are they going to calculate that? Who is going to audit that? How is that going to be on the blockchain? What certificates are going to come out? How is that going to be represented? How is the consumer going to be able to access that and become aware of that? And what wallets will allow them, when they buy something from Microsoft or service from Microsoft, that they can then get rewarded accordingly for choosing that service? And what does that reward manifest itself in? And so those are huge opportunities that are going to come in this decade. And so for any entrepreneur out there building in this, there's going to be an exciting time to really create a whole new asset class and currency using tokens around the whole planet and supporting the whole planet and making sure everybody can partake in that. And so that's why I'm setting up Sonic Capital, which is a tokenized fund. We're tokenizing it, and we're going to be investing in companies across that ecosystem. We're going to be going for seed and Series A stage companies, so early in their evolution, and we will then help them go into their next stages of evolution. And those Series A or seed can be in the form of multiple different types of investments. So they can be tokens themselves. They can be security tokens in the term of it being a token, which is a representation of shares in that company, or it can be traditional shares as we know them traditionally today. It's going to go across a couple of areas. So in the enterprise, so who's providing certification on the blockchain for the enterprise? How are we engaging consumers, the exchange, DeFi exchange capability for those tokens, the payment capability with those tokens, and distributing and enabling the consumers to partake in that, and ultimately the initiatives. What are the initiatives, the projects? How are they launching? How simple is it for them to create a token and manage the relationship with those token holders? You know, examples are like a mint.bitcoin.com, a Tri-Roll, in terms of all the ability for them to simply create a token and document that and put that on the blockchain. I won't go into this, but this is a whole thesis around each of those categories. And ultimately, what is the infrastructure needed? What are the protocols? What are the SDKs? And what are the data underlying that? Because in the end, what is going to become more important, we're going to be moving away from a world where your high school diploma or your LinkedIn profile matters. It's going to matter a lot less in 10 years time or 5 years time from now, where your wallet will be what we call an achievement portfolio, where I can see where your passions are, what you are, what you enjoy, and what you're about, where you came from, and what you're doing. And that is all going to be represented in the form of tokens, in terms of the project you've been involved with, the trades you've done with other people, etc. And so as that evolves, it's going to become a very different environment as we enter into the second half of this decade. But now's the time to build these applications on top of the blockchain and no longer focus. We don't need to build anymore on the blockchain layer. We need to now grow our developer ecosystem. We need to build applications on top of Bitcoin Cash, and Bitcoin Cash needs to operate professionally, scalably, so that we can, as developers and business developers, as well as UX designers, can rely on the tools and the operating system for the applications that we want to build. And that's what I wanted to share with everybody today. And I'm super excited, as I always have been. And I think there's a lot of opportunity for everybody to really build applications and join in this ecosystem. If you look today, blockchain is the #1 skill requirement on LinkedIn. So everybody is looking for blockchain expertise, or everybody is looking to enter into the blockchain ecosystem. Let's make it be Bitcoin Cash. Let's make it be SLP, and let them create awesome tools and solutions and applications to attract users and make sure that they're all got tokens in them that can be built using SLP. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Stefan Roost. I'm sorry, we're gonna have to skip questions because due to some technical difficulties earlier, we're behind schedule. But thank you so much, Stefan. Real pleasure. Just so much substance there for people to chew on and think about.
Great. I mean, you can reach out to me, srust99. That's my Twitter handle. I'm happy to respond on anything on Twitter and see how I can help any aspiring entrepreneurs and any businesses out there. And good luck for the rest of the show. And thank you, George.
Thank you so much, Stefan.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, so next up, Jin Chao, who is the Chief Strategy Officer at Binance, is going to speak about COVID-19 effect, the outlook on crypto markets. And thank you so much, Jin, for your patience.
No problem. Thank you, George, for having me. Given that we're behind schedule a bit, I'll try to keep my remarks short and succinct. I don't have slides or formal presentations, so unfortunately, you'll have to be looking at a talking head. I'll impart some of my points with some data points I have, but overall, there's really just a few simple takeaways here that I'll try to summarize towards the end. And then if there's time, happy to take a few questions. But let's just kick it off. First and foremost, as a strategist, this outbreak is not something that corporate departments, strategy departments can and will plan for. It's certainly something that we would consider a black swan event. And I'll be the first to admit that being based in Asia and sort of seeing the spread from the early days, then over to Europe and the US, my initial reaction was not that it would come to where we are today. In fact, I thought this would be something that would be resolved a month, 2 months, maybe a quarter max. And now we're sitting 2 quarters in. We can look back on some data, see how the market has been reacting, and there's a much clearer picture. So there are crises that happen every 10 years or so: the global financial crisis, dot-com bust, oil shocks in the 70s. But we're looking at something here that's much more closer to a generational event, something closer to World War II. And when I say that, I mean what that means as far as permanent changes in industries, consumer behavior, lifestyle choices, and how we work and interact going forward. And this is likely not going to be the last pandemic we've seen. So we'll need to deal with these types of things in the future. So I think there are going to be some permanent shifts, and the immediate economic response to date are some of the things that I'll go through and why I think some of these things. So I'll start with just outlook on GDP, right? So 2020 global GDP, at best, we're looking at a global contraction of 5%. I think in the US, that's already been projected up to 10% for the US, which is the largest contraction on record. I frankly think some of these numbers are pretty low, and I'll explain that in a moment, because what that represents is about a $4 trillion decrease in global GDP. And that does not quite match with what we're seeing on the quantitative easing side. And I'm talking about these because it does relate directly with what we'll see in crypto and what the implications are. So when I talk about some of these permanent dislocations, what it means for jobs for students, current workforce, particularly the trade among physical goods, We're going to see some industries that are never going to recover from this, and some that are just going to disappear completely if they don't pivot. I think what we are learning out of this from an organizational standpoint is the resiliency of decentralized organizations. So the types of companies that have been very quick to adapt to a work at home environment, adopt some of the communication tools that we're using right now as we speak, and be able to conduct business virtually are obviously some industries that are going to thrive. And luckily, Binance and many of the projects in crypto are among those. So I think those bode well for the general organizational structure and sort of governance structure of crypto. The idea of DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations, I think will find a little bit of mainstream traction through all this, and I think that bodes well for the industry, and that generally supports sort of the ethos of blockchain and crypto overall. So just from a context setting standpoint, I'll start there, and then talk a little bit about, now that we're 2 quarters in, what have we seen? So we started off the year on a slight bull run, and I'll sort of caveat that term a bit, because I still think that we are in the 4th cycle of Bitcoin, or the industry largely. So if you look at the major corrections that have happened, I think one in 2011, one in 2013-14, and the last in 2017-2018, I don't think we've suffered a severe correction since. We have seen things come up and down about 50%, but it hasn't been sort of that 80-90% plus correction we have seen in the past. So we're still in that 4th cycle. So we're still, but we started off the year in a slight bull run. I think started around 7,200, peaked around 10,500 mid-February. And then we saw a big tank across all markets, traditional and crypto, in early March. And I think that was really a reflection of some of the uncertainty of the virus spreading globally and different paces and how different governments were responding to managing that. But we have since recovered very quickly by early May, back up to 10,000, and since in the last couple of months remained relatively steady. And then in recent weeks, observers will note that we've been on again another bit of a run. I just saw today's high. I think we're close to 11.5, which is a high for 2020 at least. Similarly, we've seen a lot of setbacks actually in the altcoin market last year and going into this year, but we've seen a pretty major resurgence in a lot of the altcoins across the board, and particularly so in the last 4 to 6 weeks. So I think that bodes well for products and services like IEOs and ICOs. So I imagine that if the current market conditions continue, fundraising may be a lot more robust in the second half of 2020. And so what's happened that has sort of caused this? And I'm not going to sort of claim to be the expert on the cause and effect here, because if I were, I could probably be doing a lot of other things. But basically, the virus is still accelerating in many parts of the world. And so that's forcing continued restrictions on movements. That's no surprise, but that's severely impacting physical trade. And the reason why I focus on that is because that's everything from manufacturing, retail, supply chains. And that's really where this global contraction is coming from. And what that's triggering ultimately is this quantitative easing that we have not seen really since the baby boom generation. So in the past 6 months, $6 trillion have been printed, 2.5 trillion alone by the US. And so just to make some comparisons, how does that compare to the 2008 financial crisis, which was largely considered one of the largest financial crises since the Great Depression? At that time, in the first year following the financial crisis, the US had only eased, done quantitative easing about 1.5 trillion. Now that's continued on for many years. So the year after that, by late 2010, it had reached 2 trillion. By mid 2013, we're at 3 trillion, and by late 2014, 4 trillion. So believe it or not, it actually took 5 years of quantitative easing to help get help much of the world recover from the financial crisis. But that was in total $4 trillion over 5 years. We're now at 6 trillion globally in 6 months. So if you extract that out, these are some pretty frightening numbers, and I'll actually point to some of the bigger numbers towards the end. There's no indication of anything changing, at least for the rest of 2020. So I'm under the assumption that we'll be working and living under the same conditions for the next 6 months and probably well into 2021. Even if a vaccine is available, it's still got to get distributed. So that's going to take another year. So we're likely in this situation for another year and a half, in my mind. What does that mean for the markets? So as I said, the pros for crypto here as a non-physical asset, retail, travel, F&B, manufacturing, these have all been hit hard. What's really done well is gaming, content consumption, and trading across the board. So Binance certainly has been a beneficiary, as have many of the projects that are listed or even in a position to be listed, which may or may not have been the case 2-3 quarters ago. Binance has had record volumes. So year to date, we've had the largest first quarterly burns over the first quarter and second quarter. So that's publicly announced, and you can kind of do the math there. But we're seeing both spot and futures volumes at record highs. Whether or not that'll continue on for the rest of 2020, maybe we may see a little bit of stabilization, particularly if this continues and people just sort of fall into, this is the new, which everyone is still defining. There'll be a little bit of stabilization there, I suspect. The cons for crypto are this is obviously has real impact on people's income and overall welfare. So disposable income is going to take a big hit. Speculative trading may lag as far as being impacted, but things like remittances, payments, and more day-to-day applications, the users with those applications are probably going to get hit fairly hard. And so those are the cons for crypto, is that at the end of the day, there is going to be less money or less purchasing power. And it depends again on how the QE is distributed. I think if I look at some of the policies, they're heading in the right direction, so that may help, but we'll see. The other thing I'll mention is that one of the impacts too with everybody staying at home is that crypto really supports the case for a global economy. And with people sitting home, you're looking at more and more localization. We're taking some steps back from the global economy, frankly. So the money is now, the transaction is now being accelerated. The velocity of money, is much more local now than it is, and perhaps regional than it is global. So that will then kind of take the focus away from some of the bigger picture goals that a lot of folks in our industry are promoting. So that now what sort of will happen? And I guess this is sort of the million, billion, $1 trillion question. There is the quantitative easing that's happened makes a great case for crypto. Look, the birth of Bitcoin was really as a result of the global financial crisis in 2008. And again, like I said, the quantitative easing amounts there over 5 years were less than what we've seen globally in 6 months. So if the case was strong for Bitcoin after the global financial crisis, it's going to be an order of magnitude stronger coming out of this. So over the long term, unfortunately, this makes a great case for crypto. It's a painful lesson, unfortunately. I do think that what we saw in 2017, 2018, that run up, that bull market, we are starting to see some signals of that. I actually made a prediction publicly last July about what we would expect to see in this fourth cycle. A lot of that was misinterpreted as me making predictions for 2019. That was not the case. I was still making a prediction for this fourth cycle, which is still probably a year or two away from being fulfilled. But in that case, I do see a potential run up for Bitcoin well into the 50, 100,000 range. I'm not supposed to be saying it, but I'll just repeat what I said publicly last year. Will that happen this year? Probably not. Next year, more likely. Year after that, much more likely. And then what are some of the triggers? Well, I think first and foremost, humans and goods need to start moving again. So some of the travel restrictions need to lift. I think we're starting to see a little bit of that in some pockets in Europe. I would hope that we start seeing that in Asia by the end of the year, but again, no indications of that whatsoever. And then I think what we're seeing in the Americas is just really, really impeding that, unfortunately. So until things get under control there, you're going to just see at least global business travel still largely ground to a halt. So that's going to be the first trigger. When you start seeing people move again, that will be a good sign. And then, as I mentioned earlier, on the altcoin market, I think market conditions have been improving very, very quickly over the past 1 to 2 months. And I do think that that'll also be a leading indicator for another nice bull run in crypto for the second half of 2020. Then on a larger scale, what does COVID do for crypto globally? We're still at 0.2 to 0.3% global penetration, and that increase in order of magnitude during the 2017-2018 run. So I do think by the end of COVID, we'll see something similar. It will go up another order of magnitude, but it won't get us yet to a mass adoption tipping point of around 10%. I still think we're going to be an order of magnitude away. So if we can get to 1, 2, 3% global adoption as a result of a lot of the macroeconomic forces in play, that will be, I would expect something like that. And then finally, I wanted to talk a little bit about why I think it's important as we make this comparison of COVID to something as generational and impactful as World War II. It's because there's today about 180 fiat currencies traded by the 195 recognized countries, recognized by the UN at least. World War II just redrew maps and economies overnight. And what we saw is between the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s, 100 new currencies. So of the 180 currencies today, 100 of them came post-World War II. And in fact, like 30 of them, if I remember correctly, are just in the past 30 years. Not many since 2000. But from the 80s and 90s, there's still quite a number. So that it's an interesting stat to look at. And then the other thing that I will mention before I go to some questions is just what the overall quantitative easing means for us. So when I say, $4 trillion during the global financial crisis and $6 trillion this year, like, what does that really mean? And so I'm going to squint a little bit here, but the US dollar money supply currently stands at $15 trillion. That was a 2018 number. So adding $6 trillion this year means that effectively the US dollar supply has gone up 1/3. Now that's global quantitative easing. So the US dollar bit, I think, was about half that. So you're still talking about a 15% increase in US dollar circulation. That's massive. And by the end of this, I imagine this is going to continue for quite some time. So I think at the end of this, we're probably looking at a 50% increase in the amount of US dollars out there. That's a huge injection to the supply. And then the other thing I'll talk about is the RMB, because I don't think many people realize this, but over the past 10 years, RMB supply has gone up from $20 trillion to $40 trillion. So if you imagine a similar proportion of quantitative easing, Just add those two currencies together and you're at 60-70 trillion dollars. So these are massive numbers. People are going to feel the pain to their purchasing power. There's a reason why in the U.S. The last couple of generations have not been doing as well as the prior generations. It's largely because of this financial engineering, and crypto will continue to make a case for this. Those are really the summary points of what I think COVID is triggering right now, and I'm happy to take questions from the audience.
Excellent. Thank you, Jin. So we have a question from Kane. When do you think crypto will start moving away from speculation and more into utility?
Yep. Well, that's an easy one for me. That's when we get 10% adoption. We're not at 10%. We're 2 orders of magnitude away from that. I don't know what that means in years, but I will say it took smartphones 5 years to go from 1% to 10% penetration. So at 0.23%, can we get to 2-3% in the next 5 years? I would think so. And then how quickly do we go from there to 10%? Hopefully it's single digit years. So I think actually in the next 5 years, maybe we get to full 10%. And I think that's when you start, there'll always be speculation. So that'll always be a piece of, but it will no longer be the primary driver at that point.
Okay, another question from the chat. How do you see the exchange landscape evolving in the next couple of years? For example, centralized exchanges versus DEXs versus P2P liquidity.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't have a great answer for that. I do know that we would love for the world to move towards a DEX. I don't think, again, we have the critical mass for that yet, but I think the centralized exchanges are still trading volumes 2 orders of magnitude higher, if not more on some days. So I would have thought we'd see a little more consolidation among the centralized exchanges this year. I do think that COVID has impeded some of that. So I would expect that once we get through some of this, you'll see some of that down the road. I think there's always going to be a place for, similarly to the traditional markets, there'll always be some very large and significant regional players. But I do think in crypto, there'll be a lot more, a bigger role for a global player. And I think actually you may see that in the traditional markets where you see more securities markets consolidating as well. We've already seen that under some umbrellas. But to answer your question on the DEX, if you're asking for a time frame, I have no idea. But if you're asking if I think it will head in that direction eventually, yes, I do.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, thank you so much, Jin Chao, Chief Strategy Officer at Binance. Did you want to get in any final words?
No, I mean, thanks for having me. I usually like to have more of an interactive audience. So I'd love to know, who owns crypto, who doesn't own crypto. But given that we're in this forum, I'll just leave it at a thank you to everybody.
Thank you so much, Jin. Go for it.
George? Yeah, Stefan here. Hey, Jin. Yeah, just when you were mentioning, what's your view on all the money being printed in China and the US and now in Europe as well? I think you mentioned, 60 trillion in terms of renminbi, in terms of US dollar, as well as euros going into the market. What's your view on that? And then the monopoly situation that currently each of those governments have with money, and then the whole modern money theory, right? So can they just pull that away when prices start going up and inflation comes in? Or because it's all digital, can they sort of play around with that a lot more and a lot faster? Or what's your view on that?
Well,
and I own
so
crypto.
I think there's a few questions in there. I'll address first. So first of all, when I said 60 trillion, that's the combined money supply of RMB and US at the moment. And I expect that will increase dramatically, 25% plus, due to what's happening with the pandemic. I think your question around so the U.S. is printing money really as a form of relief. China over the past 10 years has been printing money in order to maintain a relative peg to the U.S. dollar, right? So that there's not too much volatility. I think if the RMB were to float and they weren't printing like that, you'd probably see RMB at 5 to 1 instead of, I think today it's like 7 to 1 or 7.5 to 1. I haven't been following. So they've been printing to maintain a relative stable exchange rate. U.S. has been printing to ease some of the financial burdens caused by the financial crisis and now this. So two different reasons. Your other question around central banks, could you repeat it one more time?
Yeah, it was more like even though they're printing to sort of sustain their economies for whatever reasons, I sort of, with this whole, because it's all digital now, and they have a monopolistic situation where the governments actually own the money and the distribution of the money, because it's all digital, can they just immediately retract the money in order to do the opposite versus just printing?
Oh, sure. You're just talking about reducing money supply, of course, and that's happened. But generally, governments don't like to do that because they don't like to see prices go down. And so there's this sort of inflation's an evil word, but deflation is sort of like political suicide. And so that's why you rarely hear about the money supply shrinking, but it does happen. But I think the primary point here is, should central banks be allowed to own that money supply? And I think that's that's kind of why Bitcoin was born, right? The thought is that should not be in their power. You can give them the interest rates as their primary monetary policy, but to control the supply of that in a global economy is really a bit of a fixed game, because you have tons of countries that are reliant on other. So a lot of countries that tend to adopt crypto first and foremost and are most forward-leaning in their regulatory frameworks are generally countries that are pegged to the U.S. dollar and don't have central bank sovereignty. And so the next step is, okay, is it worth giving up central bank sovereignty to reduce friction, trade friction, and come up with a more unified currency? And there was a good case study of that 20 years ago. It's called the euro, right? That took the place of a dozen different currencies. And so that's sort of the trend that we'd like to see continue. But unfortunately, the con of this pandemic, as I mentioned, is that things are now localizing and money's being traded more locally. So there's less of a case at the moment for that. But we'll get back to that at some point.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yep.
All right then. Thank you so much, Jin. I found your talk very, very interesting.
Thank you.
Thanks. So up next is Hypo Yang of Via BTC. Is Hypo on the stream? And also, we're going to try to do simultaneous translation. So if you are in the Zoom client, you can, there's a little interpretation button bottom right. And as I put in the chat, anybody is ready, is welcome to join the Zoom call and ask questions live or discuss or whatnot. Now, since Hypo does not seem to be here yet, maybe we can, and since we still have Stefan with us, maybe we can rewind a little bit. And there was a question for you, Stefan. How do we attract more people like you to Bitcoin Cash?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's super exciting. I think it's just increase the awareness for all the activity that's going on in in our community, right? I think there's just so much excitement going on. You know, I think, and that will attract users, right? I think, you know, the fund that we're trying to put together, Hypo just launched a fund. I think all the applications that are being built, you know, D-Token, AnyHedge, lots of interesting activities that will start to attract business developers and marketeers.
Cool, cool.
I don't know what more to say.
So Hypo Yang, CEO of Via BTC, is on the stream. Hypo, you can unmute and start your video.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Okay, go right ahead.
Oh, it's my turn, right?
Yes, you can go right ahead.
Okay. Okay, I will speak in Chinese.
我要用中文讲。
Wait a minute. Oh, I need to quit and to 我需要先退出一下去打开那个 slide。
Sorry, I have to exit and come back and turn on my slides later.
That's fine.
Okay, no. Not this. Sorry. 不对啊。Yeah, this one. Oh, okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. 我今天的演讲呢
Okay, my speech today
关于 BitcoinCash 的
is
历
about
史的
history,
现状和未来。
development, future of Bitcoin Cash.
首先我们
First of all,
回顾一下
let's
BitcoinCash
look back
诞生的。
the birth of Bitcoin Cash.
源自于比特币的扩容的
They
问题。
started from the scalability issue of Bitcoin.
它是一个本来不应该成为问题的这样的一个问
And
题。
it shouldn't be an issue actually at first, the scalability issue.
在大家都很清楚嘛，在比特币的早期并没有这个
You
扩
know
容的问
that
题。
at the first, we didn't have the scalability issue.
但是
我们可以把那个原因
在
静音，你就不会
2015
听到我
年的时候呢，事情就
But
逐
in
渐的变化了。
2015, things started to change.
然后那个 BitcoinCash 他们在开发比特币的过程中逐渐的
Core, when they were
夺取
developing
那个小
Bitcoin,
区块的一些人呢，夺取了BitcoinCash 的控制权。随后
they
这个扩容
seized
问
the
题成
control of
为
Bitcoin,
困扰比特币的一个
and the
非常重要的问题，
scalability
这也导
became
致
a
了
main issue of Bitcoin,
Bitcoin 最后
which
的一个
caused
开始的诞生。
the forking of Bitcoin and the birth of BCH.
那这个扩容的问题，它关键呢还是最核心的争论呢，在于扩容与去中心化的这样的一个分歧上面。
issue were different is
小区
about
块的支持者呢认为，
the small block
认为区块越小那越
the
去中心
smaller the
化。
block is, more decentralized it is.
但实际上我认为这是一个
But
非常
actually, I think
错误的一种
this is a
认为就是
wrong idea.
我认为在一定程度之下，区块越
I
大，
think to an extent,
实际上
the
更加的
larger
去
the
中心
block
化。
is,
因为
the
更
actually
大的区
more
块可以
decentralized
让
it is, because the
整个生态更多人
bigger
参与进来。
blocks can include more people into the ecosystem.
当然，我并不认为区块可以达到无限的大小，因
But I
为
don't think
如果
it
区块
can be
过于
that large. You know,
因为区
there's
块
a
链
limit.
资源本来是非常有限的，如果说
Yes,
区
the
块链无
blockchain
限大的话，
resource is
它会影响，
limited.
最终
If
还是
it's
会严重的影
if
响
it's
这个
just
去
too
中心
big,
化的
it
特
will
征。
affect the
实际上，我们在
decentralization.
EOS 上面已经看到了这样的一个
On US, we have
倾向。
seen such a
US 因为
situation
它的
happening for US
US 过高垃圾交易太多，导致整个
because the live transaction, the number of live
中心
transactions is
化，
too big, and
然后缺乏
it's
节
quite
点文化
centralized,
的基础设施，
and
因为它们太昂贵了。
now it's too expensive.
那同时呢 ，BitcoinCash 他们控制
At the
了
same time, because
一些社
Bitcoin
区，他
Core,
们开始
they have controlled the
玩了审查
community.
在他们相关的这些社交网络上面这
And
实际上
they
是
censor
对
the
整个区块链最大的一个讽刺，因为
networks, and that's
区块
it.
链
That's quite a
它是一个
sarcasm towards
讲区块链，它是一个自由的一个经济，自由
blockchain
的
because
货
we
币。
know it's a free economy, it's a free
没想到这样的一个野生审
a
查
free ecosystem.
会出现在这样的一个自由的
So
世
we
界里面，
didn't
这也是导致 BitcoinCash
such censorship can happen in such a world,
重要的一个
and
原
that's
因。
also another major reason for the forking.
那我们回顾比特币在过去4年的拥堵的
And
过
if
程
we
中呢，
look back on
发
the
现
jamming
比特币
or traffic
在
issue of Bitcoin in the
2012
last
年
4
到
years, we can
2016
see
年的
that
过程中呢，
from
每周的链
2012 to
上
2016,
链上交易数量增长了10倍，
the number of transactions on the
但是
Bitcoin
从
chain increased by
2016
10
年到现
times,
在
but since
链上
2016 to
的交易
now,
量几乎没
the
有
number
增
of
加。
transactions barely
那我
increased.
们假设一下 Bitcoin
So
它
if we assume
成功了的话，
that
目前的区块
Bitcoin
大小应该会在
scaled,
10兆左
now
右，甚
the
至更多。
block size should be about 10 megabytes or even larger.
那链上的手续费也是非常可
And
观的。
the transaction fee should be also reasonable if
那
these go up.
TPS 可能已经达到几十上百笔每秒，
And
它已经
the
成为了一个全球非常广泛使用的一个货币型。
TPS should be much faster, and it should have been a more universal currency already.
但很可惜这一切没有发生。
But those are
从
just our
一
imagination. It didn't
个
happen
全
at
球货
all.
币角来讲 ，Bitcoin 已
From
经证
the
明失败了。
perspective of a world currency, Bitcoin has been proved to be a
虽然
failure.
BitcoinCash 诞生了，但是它是一个全新的一个品
And
牌，
now BCH has
从
been
零开始
born.
构建，从零开始构建的，这也导致了，
And
这也是为什么 BitcoinCash
and we built it
相对
from
增长缓慢的
scratch.
当然，这也
And
跟
this
过去
is also why it grew a little bit
在过去2
slowly.
年多市场一直处
In
于
the
熊市
last 2 years, the market is in a bull market, and that's also another reason.
我们回到比特币的最初诞生的梦想呢，它是
Let's go to our original
成为
vision
一
of
个
BCH.
全球
We
流通
hope
的这样
that
的一
it could
个
be
currency， 一个货币。
a currency
这也
that
是
can
BitcoinCash 诞生的
traded around
初
the
心。
world.
那
That's our original
这个名
vision.
字呢，也是来自于比特币的
And
白
the
皮书，
name
一个
came
点
from
对点
the
的
white
电子
paper
编辑。
of Bitcoin. It's a peer-to-peer electoral cash.
那同样呢，BitcoinCash 分叉的诞生呢，它实际上
Also
也是
Bitcoin
自由软件
Cash
精神的一个体现。
also
实
shows
际上区块
spirit
链
of
它
free
的精神是
internet
跟自
and
由
the
软件
coin
运动
the
是非常相似
blockchain
的。
spirit. I think is quite in line with the birth of BCH. The pursuit
BitcoinCash
of
的分
freedom
叉呢，也是
and
从代码
forking
上
of
面是从 BitcoinCash 的代码
Bitcoin.
去分叉出来，然
Of
后
BCH
发展
started
到，
from the
当然
forking
这
of
也
the
继承
code,
了 Bitcoin 的历史
and
的
it
账
also
本。
inherited the historical ledger of Bitcoin.
那在整个分叉过程中呢，
During
很
the
多人认
forking,
为矿工起
a
了
lot of
很大
people
的作
think
用，
that the miners
但实际
played a
上我
major
并不这
role,
样认
but
为。
I
我认为
don't think
真
so.
正起作用的还是市场
I
本
think
身。
the market was the played the main role.
因为矿工实际上矿工只是一个
Because for
套利，
miners,
只是一个
they're just
挖矿去
there
获取
to
收益的
seek
这样的一个
interest.
行为。那 正是因为它有 Bitcoin Cash 在市场上被广泛的认可，
it is because that
还有
Bitcoin
特
is
别多的交易
widely
所
recognized on the market. A lot of
Bitcoin Cash
exchange
有了价
supports
值，才有了
BCH,
矿工，而不是
and
反过来。
it empowered the value of BCH and hence the miners' efforts, not vice versa.
那这市场背后呢，实际上是
And
由
behind the market,
所有参与到这个市场的交易者或者投资者
we
组
see
成。
that all the participants, it's composed of all the participants who are investors.
那 Bitcoin Cash 翻唱的成功呢，也是因为有
And the
大量的
success
支
of
持
the
大区
fortune of
块的这样的一个
BCH
支持
is
在
because of
后面。
a large
那
number
它
of
其实本质上也是
supporters
代表
for
了
larger
和比特币核心
blocks.
支持的这样的一种意识形态啊，这种意识
It's
形态它是杀不死的。
different ideology,
那就
and we
算
cannot kill such
即使 Bitcoin
ideology.
Cash 链被攻击了，那它
Even
依
if
然能够
when
存在下去，
attacked,
依然能够去
such
持续。
ideology can still
市
sustain.
场才是最重要的啊，或者说
The market
真
is the
正的
most important,
Bitcoin
for
Cash 的
the
投资者和支持者。
real driver for the investors and participants.
但是 Bitcoin Cash 呢，在过去3年中呢，发展中呢，也产生
3
了
years, there
很多
were
的争议啊。
there were a lot of disputes.
这里面我简单的列举了几个，
I listed a few
比如
of them.
说
For example,
关于区块大小是否需要 unlimited， 是否需要无
block
限大小，
size be
像现在
unlimited.
Bitcoin SV 这样做的这样的。那我认
Now
为
Bitcoin SV is doing
刚才也
that.
讲到了这一点，我认为不应该，我
I've
认为
already talked
区块
about
大小
that.
仍然
I
是
disagree. I think
有
the
一定
size of
的
block
限制。
should be limited.
那这个限制呢，应该是跟随
And this limit
我
should
们目前的整个网
sorry, I think the speaker is stuck because of the internet signal. Sorry, the interpreter cannot hear the speaker anymore.
Maybe he'll come back or rejoin. We'll give it a second. Okay, I let Hypo know, and I'm sure he'll be attempting to reestablish contact as soon as possible. Okay, it looks like we lost Hypo. I'm sure he'll be back with us any second. Meanwhile, maybe think of any questions that you have, or if anyone has any questions that's on the stream, you can feel free to ask those. Yeah, we got lucky this time. Thanks actually to, I'm not sure if he wants to be thanked in public, but he connected me with Viola, who is Viola, who is an excellent interpreter. We're really grateful to have her help today. And if anybody needs a simultaneous interpreter, let us know. So I think Hypo is, and we'll connect you. So I think Hypo is coming back. Yeah, you guys in the chat. Yeah, I'll just launch it to some Chinese and give the rest of the presentation. Why is BCH big in Australia? It's because of Hayden and Noel and all the other guys out there in Townsville who are just killing it. We're doing really good work. I think that's probably the number one reason. Of course, there are a lot of great BCH people in Australia, and not just in Townsville, but Townsville seems to be an epicenter. Can Viola do? What other languages do you speak? Just
I speak a little bit Spanish, but mainly English and Chinese. That's it.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, sorry, Tobias, she doesn't speak German.
Sorry. Maybe I will someday.
So while we're waiting for Hypo, we have a question from the audience for you, Viola. Do you want to tell us a little bit about your experience with crypto?
Actually, I've interpreted and translated quite a few blockchain and crypto-related conferences, many in China, in Beijing, and I translated for Bitmain, and then they introduced me to BCH World, and I feel quite lucky to have the opportunity to do that. And I was also listening into the other speakers before, the Chinese speakers. I think I really learned a lot. I really enjoyed our community.
Cool. Yeah, you're stuck with us now. Yeah, I suspect that the Great Firewall, I should say, is giving Hypo a little bit of difficulty.
Yeah, I think he's back home. Yeah.
We'll give him a little more time, see if he can get in. Gold Coast. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Kieran is in Perth, right? So yeah, it's not even just the East Coast of Australia; it's also the West Coast. So question from Zoom. With so many different types of cryptos using the Bitcoin name, do you think we will see some of the lesser known projects with the Bitcoin name die off? Yeah, absolutely. Bitcoin Gold and Bitcoin Diamond are already irrelevant, in my opinion. I don't know why they're still in the top. One of them might be still in the top 50. Yeah, so Hypo is having great difficulty with his connection, he says. We're going to give him a few more minutes because we do very much want to hear from Hypo Yang. Why is BCH lasting so long? The passion of the community, man. The passion, that grassroots, that competence. That's why I'm here. Venezuelan coast representing. Yeah. Okay, that's good. So, and do stick around because after Hypo's talk, we have Jiang Zhuar of BTC.top. After him, Vin Armani, Amaury Séché, Roger Veer, Ciara Sun of Hyobi. Viola, do you have a... okay, it looks like Hypo is going to try to come back to us later. So, Jiang Zhuar, would you like to continue? Jiang Shuar, you can start now if you would like. If anybody knows how in Zoom to adjust the volume. Oh, Hypo, you're back.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I'll continue. Let's see the.
Go right ahead.
Okay. 同样的争议呢，就除了区块大小之外，也包括了区块时间。是比如说是否可以减少这个区块时间间隔。因为目前 BitcoinCash 也继承了比特币的10分钟区块时间间隔，这实际上给用户体验相比于目前大量的这样的区块链，他们都是秒级的这样的一个区块速度，实际上竞争是这种体验是非常差的。我认为 BitcoinCash 未来也是需要去缩减的。
And I think that BitcoinCash in the future need to reduce this interval time.
还有比如说挖矿算法是否可以更改？因为目前BitcoinCash也面临着很多这样的一个所谓的机箱池的这种困扰，导致这种算力迁移，导致更严重加剧这种区块的一个稳定性。相信改变这种挖矿算法是最彻底的去改变解决这个问题的一个办法。
way to solve such an issue, such a problem.
当然还有包括智能合约啊，包括 token 的支持等等。这在BitcoinCash历史上也是一个非常大的争议。
This was a big dispute of BitcoinCash as well.
那随着这些争议呢 ，BitcoinCash 本身也发生了分叉导致了最终结果呢是 BitcoinCash SV 的这样的一个诞生。那 Bitcoin SV 诞生呢，它实际上是代表了比特币的原教旨主义和这种现实主义的一种纷争，或者说他们的一个争议吧，就是这其实也是前面这几个问题导致的这样的一个结果。让原教旨主义他们追求就是回到比特币的最开始，但我认为这是一种。
They are fundamentalists. They want to go back to the origin.
一种把这个比特币或者把中本聪当做一种宗教，一种非常类似于一种宗教。
Like a religion.
我认为这是不妥的，因为实际上比特币诞生非常的已经过去10年多了。实际上这10年多，整个从技术到协议到整个硬件升级变化都发生了很大。实际上区块链也是在非常快速的升级的。那我们应该去跟随这个技术的演进，而非去沉溺在比特币的最原始的一些设定上面。我认为这都是并不需要去非常坚持这些的。
Something we need to always adhere to.
当然这个BitcoinCash 的分叉呢，也是整个社区治理的一种失败吧，就是整个社区在解决这些争议的问题的时候，并没有特别好的办法。
Resolving the disputes because we failed to resolve some of the disputes. Hence the forking.
然后这也另外一个分叉原因呢，可能也跟比特大陆有关。比特大陆在 BitcoinCash 早期呢。
In the early stage of Bitcoin
他们也投入了很多资源，但也有各种原因也让很多人并不喜欢他们，这可能也是分叉的原因吧。但我认为分叉会目前来讲，分叉反而可能会让 BitcoinCash 的发展阻力更少，因为实际上在比特币分叉的时候有两种人进入了 BitcoinCash 的社区，一个就是原教旨主义的，一类是现实主义比较实用主义的人。那 Bitcoin SV 的分叉呢，实际上让原教旨的主义人去了 BSV， 实际上我认为这会降低 BitcoinCash 未来发展的阻力的。
Bitcoin SV and that will reduce.
那在 BitcoinCash 治理上呢？也出现了很多问题啊，就是 比如说在中文社区和英文社区，实际上产生了巨大的一个鸿沟的，就是两边的讨论或者两边的这样的一个这种 idea 实际上都是
their discussion with
隔离的非常严
they
重
have different
这我认为也
ideas
是未来需要去
and sometimes huge differences. And I
加
think
强
in the
沟通的
future
吧。
we need to strengthen communication between the two communities.
另外就是我觉得我们在社区治理上面过
I also
分的
think
去
that
追求
in
去中心
community
化
governance
并
we
不是不合
shouldn't
适的，就
pursue
是去中心化
decentralization
更多是一种技术层面的，我
decentralization
们
is
是通过
a
去中
more
心化的特征保证这样的一
technical
个
issue. We need
一个账
to
本的不可修改的
ensure
这样的一个
the
稳定
that
性，
the
但是
ledger
在社
cannot
区上
be
面
changed
实际上人类在
to
各种
make
各样的
this
组织上面都
but
需
in
要有
terms
一
of
种
community
良好的组织来去
we
能
need to
够
have a good
有更好
governance
更完善的这样的议事规则能
so
够
that we can be more regulated,
更好的
we
推
can
进
be
一些
more aware of the regulations
事
and
项。
to be able to promote some of the
另外呢，
projects.
比特币的协议的标准化也是
Also,
非常
the
迫切的。
standardization of Bitcoin
这个也是我
protocol
认为
is
比特
also
币
quite urgent.
包括 BitcoinCash 也是需要去
I think
解
Bitcoin and
决的。
Bitcoin
实际上
Cash need to resolve this
在一些
issue
最新的这些区块链上，比如说
for the
像
latest
Ethereum 2.0以太坊 2.0 或
blockchain
者很多其他大量的新兴的区块链里面呢，
2.0 and other
这种
new
协议
blockchains.
跟实现呢都是分
The
开的
protocol and
他们都是有这种
realization
标准化的协
are
议。
separated. They have
在目前
this
BitcoinCash 它的
standardized
协议呢
protocol.
是跟实
But
现
for
仍然
Bitcoin
是
Cash,
仍
we
然
still
是
have a
结合的非常紧密的，并没有分开。 因
we are
为
doing quite
这也
great
非常影
in
响
realizing our
这
protocol.
个关于这
And
种
we
BitcoinCash 的开发决策和它的实
and
现
this
的
is
这种
also
问题
thanks
最终
to
导致我
the
们过分的依赖于某一个开发团队。
development arrangement of Bitcoin Cash. We do not rely on one specific development
同时呢，
team.
我也
At the
建
same
议呢
time,
BitcoinCash
I
应
also
该成
suggest
立类
that
似
Bitcoin
于
Cash
这种
should
基金会的组
set
织
up a
来去
foundation
更
or
好的
organization
进
like
行决
that
策和
to
更好
better
的
make decisions
用来这种资金的筹资或者说这种
to raise
管
money.
理去就是更好的去给BitcoinCash 社区的发展
This way we can
提供相应的一个
for the
组织
development
或者资金的
of
支持。
Bitcoin Cash community.
那实际上我认为 BitcoinCash 在未来的发展中仍然是
I
还
think
有
in its
还有
future
非常大的
development,
机会的。
Bitcoin Cash still
实际上我们纵
a
观
lot
过
of
去
opportunities. If we look
10
back
年多整个区块链行
on
业的
the
发展，我们发
past
现它实际
decade
上是
or
越来越
the
多
whole
样化的。我们
we see
从
that is more
最
and more
早的
diverse.
数字货币
At the
单一
beginning,
的数字货币，
we only
到
have a
后
simple
面
digital
的智能
currency,
合
and
约，
now
在特约智能合约有稳定
then we
币，
had
有各种各
smart
样的
contract and stable
一些
currency
资产的映射
and
或者这种
different
包括目前非常火的这项 DeFi 等等，
assets.
就是说整个区块链行业的发展是越来越多样化的。
So the blockchain
那但是
industry
我认为
is more and more diverse.
这种数字货币本身
But I
呢，
think
依然是
cryptocurrency
整个区块链行业
itself
最重要的一个
is
一个
still
组
the
成。
most important,
整个
or
世
the
界呢也
cryptocurrency
是
is
非常
the
迫
most
切的
important
需要
part
这
of
样的
our
一个
industry.
基于互
And
联
the
网的
world
区块链的
urgently
全球
needs
流通的这样的一个
a
资产或者
currency
这种货
or
币。
asset that
那
can be
传统
traded
的
around the
这
world.
样的一个美元呢，或者美元也
The
好，人民币也
traditional
好，这种法
fiat
定的资产
money,
显然是
including
不
US
合适
dollar
的，因
and
为
RMB,
它们并不自由。
is not qualified to do that because
那
they're not free.
那我们对这样的一个数字货币，我们认为它的特征呢，
So for such a
首先呢，它
cryptocurrency,
应该
I
是
think
总量有
first
限
of
的，
all,
同时
the
呢，它应该
total amount
能
should be
够
limited.
积极的扩容
Second,
去满足
it
这样的一
should
个需求的
scale up
这种
according
支
to
付的需
demands
求。
so
同
as
时呢，
to
也
meet
应该是基于 POW 的这样一个挖矿算法，因为它
it should be
是目
based
前
on
来
a
讲最公
GPU
平的这样的一个
algorithm
挖矿
because
的一
that's
个
the
算
most
法。
fair mining algorithm we have.
BitcoinCash 它是目前来看，
BitcoinCash
它是非常
currently
符合
we
这些
see
特
that
征的，
it
同时也是目
it
前影响
has
力最大
the
的这样的一个资产。
application
所以
features.
说，我认为
So
BitcoinCash
I
在
think
未来依
BitcoinCash
然是有非常
in the
非常有
future
潜力的这样的一个
has
货币
great
依然有可
potential
能
for development,
去成
and
为
it's
未
quite
来
possible for Bitcoin Cash to become
对全球流通的这样的一个数字货币的。
the
特别
most
是目前整
circulated
个市场的
currency
逐
in
步
the
的
world.
回暖，逐步的进入
And now the
牛市的
market
这样的一个
is
状态。我认为
entering
BitcoinCash 也需要
into a
去
bull
解决
stage.
掉目前面临的这样的一些问题，能够团结
Try to resolve
在
our
一起，能
problems
够
as
打
soon as
破这样
possible
对这种原
and
教旨的这样的一
unite
些崇拜能
ourselves.
够进入实用
Break
主义，
away from
能
the
够去修复掉
fundamental
BitcoinCash 目前面临的各种各样的问题，能够抓住这样的一个牛市的
all
机
the
会，
bugs
让
and problems we
BitcoinCash
have and seize
更
the
快的
opportunity
成
of
长。
the bull market so that Bitcoin Cash can develop as fast as possible.
那未来呢？我认为 BitcoinCash 需要提升目前的
Future,
这样
I
的一
think
个
BCH needs to
治理机制，特别是这种
improve the governance
议事规
mechanism,
则，能够更高效的产生这样的
especially
一个决策。
the standards and
同时呢，我
regulation
们也需
so
要
that we
去
can make
不管
decisions
通
more
过什么
efficiently.
办法，我们需要解
At the
决目
same
前整
time,
个
we
开
also
发
need
者
to
资
solve
金短缺的
the
问题。
development funding problem, the shortage of funding.
另外呢，也是我们需要去实现 BitcoinCash 协议的标准化，
In
将
addition, we need to realize the
BitcoinCash 的
standardization of
协议
Bitcoin
呢与实践分
protocol.
开。
This
同
way
时
we
呢，
can
我也
separate
希
the
望能够
protocol with
尽
the
快的能够去让
practice.
BitcoinCash 底
And
层
I
协议
also
能
hope
够
that
稳定
the
下来，
underlying
能
protocol of
够
Bitcoin Cash
去
can
这
be
样能更好
stabilized
的支
as
持
possible.
未
This
来
way
应
we
用的
can
一
better
个发展。
support future application development.
好，谢谢大家，我的演讲
Thank you
完
very
了。
much. This is my speech.
Outstanding. Thank you very much, Hypo. And do we have some questions
非常好，谢谢你。
from
我们有没有
the chat?
问题？我们看一下我们聊天框中有没有观众提问。
Questions, please.
请大家踊跃的提问。
I have a question.
是
So
问了
I
一个问题。
see that Hypo is in favor of a
看
foundation.
到海波是比较支持我们建立一个基金会的。
How does he think it should work?
那您觉得这个基金会应该怎么样去设立和运作呢？可以再详细的介绍谈一下吗？
关于这个想法，在上一次直播里面有
Actually, last time,
简单的
the live
讲过
chat,
这个想法。
I spoke about that vision shortly about the
那
foundation.
我觉得这应该是需要整个 BitcoinCash 社区里
I
面
think it requires
最有影响力的一些人呢，
the
能
most
够共
influential
同
Bitcoin
来发起这样的一个基金
community
会特别是
work together to set up
特
such
别
a
是
foundation,
开发者包括开发者，包
especially
括
the
一些
including the
一些
developers
大额的 BitcoinCash 的支持者和投资者，
and some big
包括
Bitcoin
一
Cash
些矿工
investors and
等
supporters,
都
also
可以参与进
miners.
来。我觉
They
得
can all
这
participate
个基金会
in
最主
setting
要
up
的
the
解决的问
foundation.
题
I
呢
think the main issue the
3个
foundation is
一
trying
个
to
就是
resolve. There are
它
three
作
main
为
issues they're trying to
BitcoinCash
resolve.
的
First,
这
they
样的一个
can
主体，能够更好的去跟
make
外界
sure
进行
the
沟通。
main body of Bitcoin Cash can better
第二呢，
communicate with
去
the outside world.
通过
Second,
这样的一个基金会，能够更好的
foundation
去
can
进行决策，能够解决社
better
区
help
面
us
临
make
的这样的一
decisions
个分歧。
and resolve any disputes we may have within the community.
第三呢，也是通过这样的一个基金会，能够更好的去
foundation
进行筹资。这个筹资
can help
可
us
能
with
不仅仅包括捐赠，也会包括
fundraising,
比如
not
说
only
之前出现
donation
过的
but other
这样的一
money
个
raising,
IFT 的这样的一个提案等等。但是通
and
过基
the
金会
IFT
可以更好
proposal
的
and
去
so on.
进
But I think
行多样的
foundation is a
融资
better
和这种
vehicle
资金
to
使
do
用
that.
的
We
决
can have
策，
more diversified funding coming in
改
and
变目前这样的
more
一个
informed
社区
decision about
四
the
分五
usage
裂
of the
这样的
money.
一个现
And
状吧。我们
that way our
时间是
community
非
will
常
not
紧迫的，我们的
be
精力资金都是非
fragmented.
常有限的。我认
The
为
time
不应该把这些
resources
精力
are
去放在
limited,
社
and
区
your
内
energy
部的
is
这样的一
limited.
个
At
斗
some
争
point,
上面，而
we
应
need
该
to
团
use
结
the
起
energy
来去
to
更好的去建设和推广
with each
BitcoinCash。
other. We need to unite with each other to promote the community's
但
development.
是建设整个，我觉得这个基金会建设基金会呢，应该是需要在社区里面非常有影
Build
响力
such
的
a
人
foundation, we do need
来
the
去
most
发起这个
influential
事
people
情。
in the community to launch the foundation efforts.
OK。
Okay, very good. We have a
好的，非常
question
好，谢谢。我们
from Zoom.
这个 Zoom 这边的观众有一个问题。
Why does Hypo think that Bitcoin Cash is not the price is not going up as fast as
BCH 最近
Ethereum's?
的涨幅远远低于 ETH。
OK，这个是关于可能市场价格这样的一个问题，但我觉得
market price. The question is about market price.
首先 BCH 在目前是
First
在
of
市
all,
场表现是
BCH.
非常不错的
I think
但我
the
觉
market
得把
quite
BCH
good.
和以太坊来比较
To
并不
compare
合
with
适啊，因
ETH, it's
为他们
quite
并不
appropriate to do
是
that because they
实
are
际上他
not.
们并不是一个相同的这样的一个定位吧，就是 Bitcoin
They
Cash 呢，
have
它是
different
作为一个这样的
positioning.
一个
Bitcoin
全球的
Cash
货币来定位，但以太坊
is
它是一个
positioning itself as a world
智能合
currency,
约
but
平台。
ETH is a
那
smart contract
并
platform.
且目前为什么以太坊目前应该是这个问题，应该是为什么以太坊目前表现更好呢？是因为以
Why
太坊
is
它
ETH
这样
doing
的
better
智能
right
合约
now
确实
in terms
是
of price? Because the
为
smart
区
contract
块链带来了更多的灵活性和可能性特别
brought
是
more
比如说目前
flexibility and
的以太
possibility for
在以
blockchain.
太坊上面可以非常简单的去创建一些
For
智
example,
能
you
合
can
约
very simply
可以
build
实现非常多的一些非常简
smart
单的
contract
非常多的这样
platform
的一
and
些
realize some
应
very
用
simple and a lot of
我最
different
近我们团队
applications.
最近也深入的
Our
去
team
学习和
recently
研究了智能合约我们
smart contract.
其实为整个智能合约这样的一个包括 DeFi 的未来发展是非常兴奋的
And we're
这也
quite
是
excited about
整
its future
个 DeFi 的
development.
发展目前的这样的一个火热呢也
Its
是
development and it's
带
quite
动以太
popular
坊
now.
表现
And this
优
can
于
also
其他
drive development.
OK
Okay, this is my answer.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. And one last question
好的，谢谢。最
from
后一个问题，
from Lynn in the chat. Can some of CoinEx's $50 million new fund go to Bitcoin Cash related projects?
Sorry, can you repeat that again? Because I was looking at the chat. I thought it was the same question. Sorry.
Can some of CoinEx's $50
这个
million
CoinEx 它的这个5000万的
fund go to
这个资金的一
BCH
部分
projects?
能不能去这个拿到 BCH 拿到这个比特现金的这个项目中去呢？
当然我们实际
Yes,
上
of
我
course.
们对于所有这种有创新性的这样的一个应用都是
All the
非常
innovative projects
关注
we
和
are
非常
paying a lot
欢
of
迎
attention to, and we really welcome them, and we want to support them.
Very
Okay.
good. Okay. Does Hypo want us to have any final words?
Jason 还想最后在这个做点这个结束语吗？最后还想再说几句吗？
OK， 我觉得Bitcoin ABC 虽然说目前在整个社区呢有非常大的争议但是
Actually, the
呢
community
仍然
faces
不可
a lot
磨灭的是
of
Bitcoin ABC
but
开发
we
团
cannot
队
deny
在
that.
他们实际上是引领了 Bitcoin
Development
Cash 的分叉和诞生
is
也是引领了 Bitcoin
leading
Cash
working
过去
and
3年
birth
的
of
这样的一个
BCH,
发展
so its development in the past year.
我觉得首先要谢谢他们对
First
Bitcoin
of
Cash
all,
的
I
一个
want
贡
to
献
thank the development team for their contribution.
并且我觉得 Bitcoin Cash ABC 实际上可以能够更
Bitcoin Cash
好的
ABC
去
can
引导
better
Bitcoin Cash 社区的一个发展
lead our community's development.
OK
Okay. Very good. Thank you very much.
非常好，非常感谢
Hypo.
你，谢谢
Yes,
你
thank
，Hypo
you. Thank you.
Thank you. Real pleasure having you on. Okay.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. So next up is Zheng Shuar of
下面我们
BTC.top.
有请张卓尔先生。
And Viola, I just want to make sure you saw his comments in WeChat.
Hello， 能听到吗
Hello, Zheng.
Hello，
Welcome. Go right ahead.
OK， 刚刚有一个人问杨海波说，那个为什么 BCH 涨幅还没有到以太坊那么高
？The price of BCH is not as high as ETH.
这个是因为以太坊它在之前提供了 define 这种很好的服务用户的手段，所以说它获得很多用户，所以说它肯定会出现大幅的上涨。
And that's why for their big price increase, I think.
然后在最近 BCH 也上涨了，但是没有涨到以太坊那么多，这就是因为没有像以太坊那样获得很多用户。
We do not have the same number of users as they do.
所以用户对于我们来说是非常重要的。
Users for us, the number of users is quite important for us.
牛市来了，大量的用户又会涌入区块链的世界。
I think more users will come into the blockchain industry.
但最重要的两条公链 BCH 和以太坊已经达到了性能的上限，非常拥堵。
Bitcoin and ETH are quite crowded right now.
BTC 拥堵的原因是不愿意扩容，并且以后基本上也不可能扩容。
BTC is because they don't want to scale up.
BTC 如果要扩容的话，那它就必须进行硬分叉。
They has to do hard forking.
由于BTC 社区内部对不扩容已经有了比较强的共识，因此如果做硬分叉扩容的话，就会再分裂出一个币。
Scaling, and if they do hard forking again, there will be a new currency, new token.
并且会重演2017年 BCH 分叉时候的剧本。那个时候扩容的支持者会发现说，不如直接投票 BCH。
The supporters of scaling will see that they might as well just go to BCH.
好了，就是翻译的时候我说完再翻译吧，因为我这边也不长，不用同时翻译。
好的。或者您可以把您可以把原音关掉，您就听不到我说话了。
行的，但我不知道怎么关。那我先说完，你再翻译吧，这个没问题的。
好的，可以。
行，然后现在 BTC 的闪电网络和隔离见证等等辅助的扩容手段已经被证明无效了。闪电网络基本上没有人使用，隔离见证只有20%的扩容效果。
Now, a lot of the scaling methods of BTC, such as Lightning Network and Segwit, have been proven ineffective. There's almost nobody using Lightning Network, and Segwit only has 20% of the scaling effect.
BTC 现在已经有非常严重的拥堵最近几天的未确认交易一直在50到100兆这个级别。用户每 KB 的手续费已经达到了0.01比特币，也就是说，按照每笔交易0.5 KB 来计算的话，手续费已经达到6美元，达到了2017年牛市顶峰时候的30%的程度。
Now BTC is badly crowded. We see that in the past few days, the unconfirmed transaction has been kept at 50 to 100 megabyte level, and that means 0.001 BTC for 1 KB of transaction fee. That's $6 per 0.5 KB for one transaction. So that's 30% of the peak back in the 2017 bull market.
以太坊达到上限和拥堵的原因跟 BTC 是不一样的，并不是说以太坊不愿意扩容，而是因为说以太坊不能扩容。以太坊目前大概达到每秒15到20笔的交易，已经达到了现在现实世界中网络硬件性能的上限。
And ETH also reached their upper limit, but the reason is quite different than that of BTC. It's not that they are reluctant to scale up, it's that they cannot. Now they can do 15 to 20 transactions every second. That's the upper limit their internet hardware can support.
这个是由于以太坊和 BTC 的底层架构不一样，中本聪设计的 UTXO 模型比以太坊的账户模型更加节约计算资源。以太坊上面的智能合约代码也消耗了大量的性能。
And this is because the underlying architecture of ETH and BTC are quite different. The UTXO model that Satoshi designed is much more resources effective than the account model of ETH. And also the smart contract code on ETH also consumes a lot of their performance.
所以这就导致在同样性能的服务器上面，以太坊的每秒交易数大概只有比特币架构的5%到10%。
And as a result, so we can see that the number of transactions ETH supports is only 5% to 10% of that of BTC.
以太坊目前的希望是做分片也就是说把以太坊由一条链分成 N 条链每条链也就是每条链里面的每个节点都只跑全部数据的 N 分之一这样的话就可以把性能提高100倍比如说分100条分链的话，那以太坊的性能上限就会达到100倍当然这是比较理想的实际上可能达不到这个值。
And in order to address that problem, ETH wants to do partitioning or zoning. For example, they want to divide their their chain into multiple chains. For example, 100 chains, and one chain or one node only run 1/100th of all the data, so that they can improve their performance by 100 times. But that's the ideal scenario. In reality, they might not realize the goal.
当然根据不可能三角原理就是说去中心化高性能和可靠安全性不可兼得根据这个不可能三角原理这会导致以太坊的可靠性会大幅下降比如说你分100条链只要有一条链有问题以太坊整个就会出问题这么100条链之间的数据交互也会成为很大的问题。
But according to the impossible triangle law, that's the triangle between decentralization, performance, and reliability, we see that those three things cannot be achieved all at once. And so this might cause, the partitioning might cause the huge drop of the reliability of ETH. As long as one chain of their 100 chains has a problem, the whole ETH will have a problem. Also, the interaction of data between different chains might also be a big problem for ETH.
BTC 和 ETH 拥堵以后用户就会移输到其他链上其他未拥堵的链就会获得用户和好处但是在所有的链里面BCH 是唯一可以承载1000万级别的用户的去中心化公链它会承载最多的溢出的用户。
So because of the crowding issue of BTC and ETH, we think that users will spill over to other chains, other unclogged chains. And BCH is the only chain among all those chains that can support tens of millions of users. And it's the only decentralized public chain that can support that many users. And so we will be able to receive the largest number of spillover users.
按照目前网络大概可以承载100到200兆的区块来计算的话，每笔交易平均按照0.5 KB 来计算的话 BCH 每秒能容纳的交易是300到600左右按照每个活跃用户每天1笔交易来计算的话 BCH 可以承载3000到6000万的用户足够很长一段时间的发展。
And currently, we see that the BCH network can support 100 to 200 megabytes of blocks. And if we think one transaction on average costs 0.5 KB, the TPS is 333 to 666. And if we think one active user do one transaction one day, BCH can at least support 28 to 57 million users, and that will give us a long time for further development.
其他的链要么性能不够，要么就不够去中心化。很多链，例如说 BSV 或者说波场都是由个人或者公司控制，不够去中心化，实际上并不是一条公链。
And other chains, either their performance or capability or capacity is not big enough, or they're not decentralized enough. A lot of chains like BSV or TRX, they are controlled by individuals or companies. They are not decentralized, so they are not really public chains.
并且大部分类似于以太坊这种架构的，把智能合约代码写入主链的公链，每秒交易数都和以太坊差不多的，也就是每秒就差不多这么10几笔交易。相比来说的话 ，BCH 的数据上做了分层，主链只负责存储，不解析这些智能合约的代码。第二层网络的节点才去解析这些智能合约代码，例如说 Slap 协议，所以说 BCH 在架构上更好。
And a lot of the public chains, like ETH, they have written their smart contract code into their main chain. So their TPS is about the same as ETH. So, but compared with them, BCH has different layers of data, and the main chain is only used for storing, and it does not parse smart contract code. Only the second layer internet node will parse the smart contract code, like SLP protocol. So the architecture of BCH itself is better.
当然 BCH 还有很多需要改进的地方例如说，我认为说，即使有零确认和雪崩协议也应该把区块时间降低，让用户获得更好的使用体验。BCH 开发的资金来源社区决策机制等等，目前也都还不明朗，这些都是我们需要努力的方向。
But of course, there are still a lot of things we need to improve, we need to work on. For example, I think even with the zero confirmation and avalanche protocol, we still need to further reduce the block time so that the users will have better user experience. And we also have problems on the development fund, the funding source of BCH, the community decision-making mechanism, and so on. They're not clear right now. So those are the things we need to work on.
最后顺便打个广告欢迎大家参加我们的联合挖矿网址是 B.top。和云算力不同我们是用成本价来销售矿机只有在矿工回本以后才进行分红。
And also, finally, I want to put on a small ad for us. I welcome all of you to participate in our co-mining. The website is B.top. Unlike the cloud computing power, we only sell our mining machines at the cost price, and we will only do dividend. We will only distribute dividends when the miners have earned their investment, earn back their investment.
例如说，我们从矿机厂商那边以大客户价购买了100万的矿机我们会把这100万的矿机原价卖给矿工并不进行加价。那我们什么时候盈利呢？我们是在矿工盈利以后才进行分红。例如说，矿工购买了100万矿机并且纯盈利了100万那么我们只是在矿工回本以后才收取纯利润的20%也就是20万。因此，我们的矿机是全网最低价的矿机是矿机商的大客户价。
For example, we bought mining machines for 1 million RMB using our big client qualification. We were able to do that to purchase the mining machine at that price, and we will sell the mining machine to the miners at the same price, not earning any money. We will only charge 20% of their net profit when they have recovered their investment. For example, if they have 1 million of profit, we will charge 20% of that 1 million. That's 200,000. So you will see that our mining machine is the lowest price on the internet.
这轮牛市的上涨速度将更慢将会有更多的横盘阶段，因此更适合挖矿欢迎大家到 B.top 来挖矿。
And we think that during this bull market, the increase speed will be even slower, and the market will be in stagnation for a longer period of time. So it's a very good time for mining. So I welcome all of you to come join us on B.top.
我们的愿望是让 BCH 成为世界货币让 BCH 能为全球的70亿人服务。
Our vision is that BCH can become the world currency, and BCH can serve the billion people on Earth.
OK， 结束了，可以进入回答问题环节了。
Okay, thank you very much. I'm ready to take any questions.
That's great. Thank you very much, Jiang. Viola, there are 3 questions in the Q&A tool. Can you ask
共
those?
有3个问题问您的。OK， 第一个
第一个问题帮我翻译一下。
就是那个英文的那个先问哈，我看看哈。
对，就也给观众翻译一下。
好的，就是张卓尔先生能不能给我们介绍一下这个 IFP 是如何被这些这个已有的这个矿工们接受的，然后您是为什么这个重新考虑这个 POW 投票来激活您的这个体验？还有的话就是有没有别的一些这个您有没有考虑别的一些办法来确保这个基础设施融资？所以我也是一边您听懂了吗？或者我再看一下。
我也听不大清楚，你要不重新组织一下？我估计观众也没听懂。
好的，我再看一下。首先第一个问题的话，就是可以给我们讲一下，就是这个 IFP 是这个如何被就是现有的这个矿工们这个接收的这个 IFP 的问题。还有的话就是您为什么重新考虑这个 POW 用这个 POW 投票来激活您的这个体验？最后一个问题就是有没有别的一些，就是您有没有考虑别的一些办法来确保就是这个架构的这个融资的问题，这个资金来源的问题？
第一个 IFP 也就是我们说矿工捐赠计划，这个计划，这个计划目前看来是行不通的。
First about IFP, from what we can see right now, we don't think that plan can work.
如果它能运行的话，我希望是矿工自己决定要捐助哪一些开发团队。我们可能会有一个在代码中写入一个白名单，来允许矿工自己选择哪一些开发团队进行捐助。
And if we were to run that plan, we will make the miners decide for themselves which development teams they want to fund, they want to support. We will issue a white list so that they can choose from that list the development team they want to support.
第二，我一直认为说 POWB 使用算力投票是一种比较便捷并且成本低的方式，可以反映出社区里面各方的意见。
And second, about your second question, I always agree that POW voting is a more convenient and also low-cost way to demonstrate the different ideas, different opinions in the community.
第三个，现在确实开发团队融资还是一个很大的问题，这也是我刚才演讲里面提到的。
And thirdly, yes, of course. Now the funding for development team is a big issue, like I mentioned in my talk earlier.
我之前提出了一个中本聪奖的计划，也就是说把这个社区里面的广告效果利用起来，让公司或者是某一些有需要做广告的公司给开发团队颁奖，根据开发团队的开发成果给开发团队进行颁奖。然后在颁奖的过程中就产生了曝光和广告效应，这样的话公司它就愿意来出这些奖金。
Okay, and I suggested a plan actually proposed by a Satoshi plan, and that's to give our development team some advertisement effect. For example, we can involve some companies who need such an advertisement, and we can give out awards to the successful or to the fruitful development teams, and that way we can increase the exposure. Also, for the companies, they can get the advertisement investment they want, and the companies, as a return, will give money to the development team.
这样的话，就像诺贝尔奖一样，获得奖的科学家，他不仅获得了资金啊，他也获得了荣誉感，也获得了社区的认可。
And just like the Nobel Prize, the Nobel Prize winning scientists, they will not only receive the money, they will also receive the great honor, also recognition from the community.
当然要把这个奖运作起来，要能获得厂商、获得社区，还有获得相应注意力的话，这个还是一个大工程。我们也在做这一方面的准备和努力。
And I really want such a plan to work. I want to do such a awarding arrangement for our development teams, and we need to really activate to incentivize the companies and also involve the whole community. And it's a big project, and we will be working on that.
如果尤其是国外社区里面有朋友对这方面感兴趣的话，欢迎联系我们来一起做这个事情。
And if any of you are interested in doing such a project, please feel free to contact me, and we can do it together.
大家可以通过 B 点 Talk 上面的客服联系我们吧。
And you can contact us through the customer service on B.top.
然后下一个问题。
Okay, next question. 下一个问题好。
我看到有3个，我来选一个吧。
我看到。
我先回答那个比特大陆的现状对于 BCH 有什么影响吗？
Okay, first question is the current situation of Bit and the influence of the current situation of Bitmain on BCH.
首先现在比特大陆的现状比较复杂简单来说的话，现在五 G 还是拥有比较大的控制优势它控制了销售和财务和矿机的芯片的生产。然后它现在缺少供应链，但是供应链也就是矿机生产的生产线，可以找代工工厂这个建立起来还是比较快的。
And also, as we know that now the situation with Bitmain is quite complicated, and I think Mr. Wu Jihan is in main control right now because he has controlled sales and finance and also the production of the chip for the mining machines. And he lacks the supply chain, also assembly line for the mining machines. But I think it's a minor issue. They can easily solve that by outsourcing, finding another factory to do that.
在矿机生产里面，控制芯片是最重要的，代工厂相对来说比较简单，所以我预计应该五 G 韩他们在8到9月份就可以恢复正常的生产出下一批矿机。
Because for the production of mining machine, the chip is most important, and finding a manufacturing factory is quite easy. So I expect that the Wu Jihan's team will be able to produce mining machines normally in August or June or September.
其实比特大陆的现状对 BCH 是没有什么影响的。我刚才回答这个，只是可能很多人都对此比较感兴趣，想知道情况，所以我大概讲了一下。
And actually, I don't think the complicated situation with Bitmain has any influence on BCH. It's just that I know that a lot of people are interested in their business, so I spent some time explaining.
BCH 诞生于一个去中心化社区的分裂，也就是本来一个去中心化社区分裂成了2个社区，所以2个社区都是去中心化的。
And we know that BCH was born of the division between a decentralized community, and now we have 2 decentralized communities.
所以说，比特大陆在 BCH 的建立初期有比较大的影响。但是后来五 G 韩他意识到这一点，所以说收敛了他对 BCH 的影响。
Of course, at the beginning stage of BCH, Bitmain had a big influence, a big impact on BCH. But later, Wu Jihan realized their influence, so he withdrew some of the influence.
所以说比特道对于 BCH 的影响力和控制力其实是很弱的。这点在国外西方社区应该是有比较大的共识，然后在中国社区可能还是有一些人抱着这样错误的观点。
And so now the situation is the thing is Bitmain has little influence or control over BCH. I think the Western community has a strong awareness of that, but some of the people in the Chinese community do not know that.
当然，比特道作为 BCH 的重要投资者，他拥有很多 BCH 肯定会对 BCH 的价格还是构成一定的影响。
But because Bitmain is a major investor in BCH and they own a lot of BCH, so they will have some influence on the price of BCH.
我想这样讲的就应该比较清楚了，就是比特道对 BCH 影响主要还是在主要还是在价格上的他们的买入和卖出会对价格产生一定的影响但是比特道对 BCH 的控制是很弱的，并且吴继涵他也没有并不想进行更多的影响或者控制。
So to conclude, the influence of Bitmain on BCH is only on price right now. Their buying or selling of BCH sometimes may affect the price of BCH, but they have little control over BCH. And Wu Jihan himself does not want to gain more control or influence over BCH.
好的，这个问题回答完了，然后剩下还有一个无的用户，这两个就作为一个问题吧，麻烦翻译一下。
Okay, that's my answer towards that question. And the last question, Mr. Wu asked that because it's crowded and user and the investor may also use ETH. Also, which producer now produce the best mining machine? And how can users address that problem? And how can we increase application when the bull market comes?
这个实际上是四个小问题。第一个小问题，他问说，既然拥堵的话，用户和投资者也可能使用以太坊，这个是肯定会发生的，但是以太坊本身也是拥堵的。
And actually, it's 4 small questions. First, because BTC is quite crowded and users and investors may go to ETH, but the thing is, ETH itself is also crowded.
实际上 ETH 现在手续费是跟 BTC 不相上下的，他们都有很强的溢出的效果，把用户推送给其他链。
Actually, the transaction fee on ETH and BTC is quite similar. So both those, so a lot of the users on those chains are now spilling over to other chains.
第二个问题，现在哪家厂商的矿机最好可能有些矿工会比较关心这个问题。现在来看的话，毫无疑问是比特大陆的 S19矿机最好。它可以达到最低29.5兆瓦，达到29.5瓦 T 的功耗比，就每 T 功耗29.5瓦。然后这个是 PO 的指标，如果是 S19的话，它是34.5，就是这个还是遥遥领先于其他竞争对手。
Okay, and the second small question is that which manufacturer now produce the best mining machine? This may be of interest to some miners. There's no doubt that Bitmain still produce the best mining machine on the market, especially their S19 line, and the performance per watt for S19 is about 29.5, so it's the best thing on the market.
并且 S19系列解决了比特道17系列故障率过高的问题。我们首批购买的1500台 S19里面只损坏了6台，也就是差不多2/1000的损坏率。 只损坏3台，就差不多2/1000的损坏率。
And about the fault rate, high fault rate with the S17 line, they have successfully solved that problem with the S19 line. And we have bought 1,900 S19 machines from them. And among those machines, only 3 broke down. So the fault rate is only about 2 per 1,000 many machines.
并且对于很多投资者来说的话，他对相比盈利多少钱来说，他更关心的是会不会亏损。他们愿意为了不亏损而去降低盈利。
And for the investors, compared with profits, they may pay more attention to loss. Sometimes they may want to. They are willing to reduce the profit in order to reduce the possible losses.
这个时候S19就特别适合他们，因为 S19是功耗最低的矿机啊，即使比特币价格现在重新从1万多跌回5000多 ，S19也还是肯定会开机啊，其他的矿机会先关机。
So if they are concerned about that, S19 is their best choice because S19 is the mining machine with the lowest energy consumption. And even though the price has dropped from 10,000 to 5,000 now, they can still run their S19, but not with other mining machines.
如果你买币的话，从1万跌到5000的时候，你就已经损失很多了。但是你如果买 S19进行挖矿的话，那你的损失，你甚至都可能不会有损失，因为 S19会源源不断挖矿来降低矿机的成本。
So for a lot of investors, they have suffered great losses when the price dropped from 10,000 to 5,000. But if you have a S19 mining machine, you may not suffered at all because you can keep your S19 running, mining Bitcoin to reduce your loss.
当你挖矿一段时间以后，把矿机的成本降低到矿机商的生产成本以下的时候，那你这个时候就肯定安全了，也就是说肯定盈利了。
And if you continue to do that for a while, you will be able to offset any loss with the price drop.
然后是那个第3个小问题，然后刚才也有一个用户问了一个类似的问题，就是说怎么去增加用户牛市来了怎么增加应用。
And also the last 2 small questions, how to increase the number of users and also the number of application.
首先是 BCH 肯定会一直坚持货币的方向BCH 会做好一个比较好的平台也就是说 BCH 里面要保证能容纳足够高数量的足够高的 TPS 足够高的每秒交易数。
And first of all, BCH will continue to be a good currency and be a good platform and to support high TPS.
第二个的话，至于哪些上面BCH 上面应该发展哪些应用的话，这个应该由开发者和市场去决定。BCH Swap 之类的协议的话，提供一个比较好的平台，然后这个平台的 TPS 和其他性能比较好的话，那自然也就会有开发者在上面进行开发，然后吸引用户过来进行使用。
And as to what kind of applications we should run on BCH, that should be the decision of the developers and the community. BCH should just be a very good platform, has very good TPS and other good features and functions. And that way it will naturally attract developers to develop on the platform and also attract users to join the community.
我很难预测说什么样的应用会火热起来但是我认为不管是什么样的应用高 TPS 高每秒交易数都是非常重要的。
And it's quite hard for me to predict exactly what kind of applications will be popular on the platform, but I can say for sure that for any good application, high TPS is key.
比如说有5000万或者1个亿的用户进入区块链市场，然后比如说他们使用稳定币或者说使用其他应用，这个时候谁能容纳这么几千万甚至1个亿的用户，那么谁就会成为价值最大的链。
For example, if we have 50 million or even 100 million users going to the blockchain market and they need stable currency and other application, and so now the competition point will be who can support such a large number of users and who can do that will have the most value.
好的，我回答完了，谢谢大家。
So this is my answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jiang. Real pleasure having you with us today.
也非常谢谢您参与我们今天的这个交流。
行，好嘞，拜拜。跟大家说再见。Okay.
And be sure everyone to check out b.top, which is Jiang's new offering. b.top. That's a domain name.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. Okay, so next up is Vin Armani of cointext.io. I'm sure he's going to have some interesting things to say, and I hope everybody has lots of questions for him. So Vin, you can go right ahead and take the stage.
Hello. Hey, George. How's it going? I'm actually here in Saipan. I'm here with Alex Ugorji, who is the founder of Crypto Frontier. Some of you guys have probably seen the things that we've been doing here with USDH and, just trying to essentially have a little bit of a restart when it comes to adoption. I think as we look at 3 years now of BCH, it's interesting because I've been listening lately to some of the things that people have said. I caught actually today the Roger Ver and Anthony Pompliano podcast. And it's striking to me that so many of the narratives and how we view Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash is still, it feels to me so many years behind. And we've moved so far. Now we have tokens. I think that we've really distinguished ourselves as a network from BTC in so many ways, in all of the ways that are important. Still having the cheap, fast, reliable transactions while still having nodes that any business or individual can run inexpensively if they want to run their own node. And we have all of these other tools. So those people who have been checking us out and what we've been doing here have seen that we've primarily been focused on USDH as a stable coin. We're planning on integrating Tether once there's a little more liquidity in the market with that as well. And this was really an opportunity. I've been here since April. In December, Alex will have been here a year. He founded Crypto Frontier. So in a little bit of time that we have, I think, Alex, if you want to just talk a little bit about the project and what we're doing here, and then if people have questions either about Saipan or about the things that we are doing in terms of sort of our strategy for adoption, we're happy to take that as well. But I mean, if you want to just tell them how you found yourself here and the reason why we're doing all of this here in Saipan.
Yeah, sure. So essentially what I noticed is that most successful industries, they all cluster together. So you have Hollywood is the movie industry. Detroit was historically the car industry. You have the tech cluster in Silicon Valley, and all throughout the world, you see similar clusters. So what I was looking for is where could crypto people cluster? And it seems like there's not really a strong place, not just where crypto people are, but where they can have influence. They used to say what's good for Detroit is good for America, right? Detroit was this very strong cultural, political, and economic force. And although there are places that have a lot of crypto people congregated, there's no place where they have that level of cultural and political cachet. So I had visited Saipan in the past. I was aware of its tax advantages. For example, we don't pay the IRS here. Locally sourced income is exempt from the IRS. We have our own tax agency. We have a lot of autonomy. We have special Saipan-only visas, and we're located in close proximity to many other places with a lot of crypto people. We're about 3.5 hours from Japan, 4.5 hours from Hong Kong, and 4.5 hours from Seoul. And China is nearby as well. So we're kind of in this fast-moving region of mega cities that all have a fair amount of crypto people while still being on US soil. So we're kind of this in-between area for the world, but we're small enough. There's only 19,000 registered voters. Senators are elected with as few as 550 people. So the government's very accessible. I've met with senators and commissioners and other big people that I would have no chance of meeting anywhere else. So it seemed like a very ideal location, both its geographic location, its regulatory and business environment, and it's also someplace where any American can move to. And due to the special visas, it's much easier for foreigners to move to than anywhere else in America. So it seemed like the ideal place to build something cool, something innovative. And what's more cool and innovative than crypto, specifically BCH?
Yeah, and as we sat down, when I first arrived, as I said, I arrived back in April, and we sat down, and it was really everything was on the table at that point, I think. While there had been other individuals who had come in, it was interesting because there was a heavy libertarian bent to the people who immediately gravitated toward this. And interestingly enough, a heavy New Hampshire bent, a lot of people who had been involved with the Free State Project. So there was or at least at some point in their lifetime, who had been associated. And you're actually from not too far away from New Hampshire originally. So there's a kind of a New England, maybe it's a New England vibe, right?
Yeah.
And I think that there's something to that, because here you have this classic location where people traveled to find more freedom, established, what became such a powerhouse in terms of the US economically, politically, militarily. And here's this kind of unknown, for the most part, place that is within the US law, as you said, and everything was on the table. And yet probably in no small part because like the tools were very readily available with me coming here, but it was the perfect timing in terms of USDH being able to say, hey, let's try this with the stable coin. We have the new protocols like the postage protocol that we've been using here. Now in the point of sales, it's just it's default in the point of sales, and we're adding in, we just debuted tipping, non-custodial tipping to be able to tip your servers. It's been interesting onboarding merchants here and how much of the typical Bitcoin value prop that was the Bitcoin only value prop, and then BTC lost that because of their fees, and then it became the BCH value prop, the fast, cheap, reliable transactions. It's been a lot less about that. When the unit of account is US dollar, which we've had the tool to do because we have the stable coins, it's much more about our focus on community here, and the fact that, hey, if you accept this cryptocurrency, we can promise you more business. And so we bring people for meetups. I've probably about 4 days in a row now, and then I think I missed maybe 2 days, but pretty steadily we frequent the businesses that accept the currency, and people here are really happy with that. I think there's a couple questions here that I can get to that I think are on that are sort of on this topic. Somebody, let's see, Crypto Panda asked a random question. Vin said before that ETH is dead, Ethereum is dead. That's in quotes. Yet lots of biz seems built on it. Can he elaborate a little on BCH versus ETH going forward? Yep, I definitely can. So I don't exactly remember when I said ETH is dead, but I also probably did say that. The Ethereum killer app, plain and simple, was the ERC20 token. And really the killer app situation happened during that 2017 run up. I mean, that's when Bitcoin hit its all-time high because of the hype that was created by what was happening on Ethereum. Bottom line, that's the truth. You know, I will take that analysis to the grave, that's what was going on. You had a massive influx of individuals coming in looking for fast money, but I think you also had this kind of promise that I saw in the early days of the internet in the mid 90s, where it was very much about like, the sky is the limit. This is the new Wild West. We can go out here and like stake our claim with these ICOs. But as we see, that basically fell apart. And so we, after that, got like CryptoKitties basically from Ethereum. And now we've got DeFi. And I mean, since the beginning, when people started talking about DeFi, if people want to go, there's a video of Krista Rose and I talking about DeFi and basically the snake oil idea. And that's how I feel about it, is that, you know, we have the opportunity to rewrite the financial norms. It's not about, just like with the ICOs, it's not about stuffing old financial instruments and ideas of old financial instruments into a blockchain context. So rewriting the old financial instruments as a smart contract is really is cutting ourselves, it's selling ourselves short, I should say, because really what we need to be doing is we need to be looking at, and this is what Bitcoin Cash has been bringing to the table consistently. We need to look at what are the new capabilities that we are given with the tool set that we have. And then with that, what are the new financial instruments that we can create? And on BCH, we're already seeing this. I mean, Opcheck DataSig opened up so many possibilities, from you know, escrow with an Oracle, things that I've been working on. AnyHedge is probably the most, let's say, well-known example within the community of people who are using an escrow with an Oracle, but there are certainly others. Covenants, people haven't even begun to see what is going on with the covenants, but there, you know, I'm going to be coming out with a protocol before the end of this year that takes some old ideas of how to do payment channels and uses covenants to solve it. And it's just so much better than it ever could have been on BTC. These are the types of things that we need to be exploring. And instead of looking for how we can be like Ethereum or how we can fit into an old financial paradigm and bring that old financial paradigm, I've said many times, this is a multi-generational project. We're looking at year 3 right now, but I'm really planning on towards year 30. This is something that I want to work on in some context for the rest of my life, because there is that opportunity. And that was one of the reasons that I came here and brought my family here and brought my children here, was that it really does represent, I think, especially now with this crisis going on, it represents an opportunity to start something brand new. And they're hungry for that here. Maybe Alex, if you want to talk about like what you've seen in terms of the prospects here, just in terms of with the financial crisis that's hitting the world, like where the opportunities are here, how open this community is, to touch on some of those intangibles that you've seen while you've been here.
Yeah, sure. So I think one thing to keep in mind is the former economy of Saipan, which was, there were 2 industries, tourism and government. And now due to the COVID, there's basically 0 tourism. So they're really looking right now for new opportunities. And even before COVID, when I was speaking with senators and government officials in January, they were really interested in diversifying away from tourism because they were starting to see some of the cracks. The arrivals were down in 2019 as compared to 2018 and even 2017. The casino, which is the biggest attraction tourism-wise, was also showing some signs of cracking. So they were figuring out, what can we do? We're an island in the middle of the Pacific. Our manufacturing competitiveness is a little lower. Are there services we can export? And they have initiatives already. qualified certificates where if you're exporting services at a high level, you can get tax exemptions. And they've been trying to bring in businesses and other interested parties to create new industries. So from day one, they've been pretty interested in the crypto industry, trying to understand it better and how it can help serve the needs of Saipan and the US Mariana Islands as a whole. And with the COVID crisis, every government around the world needs to be more open-minded and look for new industries and new sources of growth. And I think it's a perfect advantage for Saipan right now. We don't have COVID, so for those of you who are freaking out with lockdown and are sick of wearing masks all the time, we're pretty free here. We go to restaurants, we don't wear masks, we hang out all the time. We have weekly crypto barbecues with around 20 people. No one's wearing masks because we don't have any local cases of COVID, and everyone who comes in is tested. So it's kind of like this oasis in the desert of the chaos of the world right now. And even politically, I know many people are tired of all the chaos going on, the election. It's been going on for 4 years, since last November 2016. Here, it kind of feels like we're exempt from that. No matter who wins, there's opportunity for Saipan. If the Joe Biden and the Democrats win and there's a bunch more taxes and regulations, we have a different tax system, so that won't affect us as much. And if Trump wins and there's further pro-business policies, then we can take advantage of those as well. So it really feels great to be away from all of that. And I think it's a really good opportunity for people looking to build.
Yeah, and I mean, talking about a crypto industry, I think that's really important. And I think that it's something it's lacking in our discussions. I think that we need to step forward and start thinking about what does an industry look like. So when I say industry, and this is something that I've been harping on, but I think it's very important, we need to start thinking about business models. And we need to start thinking at all times as we move forward in our projects, how does this generate income? Because that's the only way that we're going to be sustainable. It can't only be mining. That can't be the only industry, and it can't only be speculating and that someone is donating to a project or putting together a foundation because they're holding heavy bags and they want the value of their holdings to increase. That has worked in the past, but we have not had that level of volatility. And furthermore, the mindset of a venture capitalist in terms of their due diligence on where they spend their money is significantly different than where somebody who is, even though I may agree with them ideologically and politically, and we may see eye to eye and resonate when it comes to what Satoshi's vision is and where we want that to be in the future. I really want them to be looking at my project with in a sense, a critical eye. I want them to be looking at what I'm doing in the space and say, hey, Vin, this is an interesting project. It's a great project, but I just don't see how it's going to make any money. Or even perhaps even better to say, hey, I'm really interested in investing in this. But I think that if we went this way, that it could make more money and be more sustainable. Because it's something great that I love Daniel Krawitz saying that to seek profit is to seek truth. Because really what you're doing is you're seeking the truth of what is it that people want and how can I solve their problems. And so we need to be thinking of Bitcoin as a tool in order to solve problems. I think there's one more question. Let's see. How was the change? Personal question somebody asked, how was the change of moving to Saipan and how was the reaction to cryptocurrencies compared to how crypto is perceived in the US? Obviously the change of moving to Saipan when I moved in April was jarring because at that time there was a 14-day quarantine mandatory for everybody upon coming in. And so most people who know me and my personality could know that I was really kind of biting my tongue on that one and just let it happen. But I knew that there was something really nice waiting for us on the other side of that. It's a lot less now. I think if you have a test, it's just a self-quarantine. Is that what they do? Yes.
5 days self-quarantine.
5 days self-quarantine at your location. Things here are not super, enforced. There's not a high level of enforcement. People are kind of on the honor system for a lot of things here. So just keep that in mind. I'm not saying one way or the other, but U.S. citizens can travel here without a passport, which is nice. So I probably right now there are not too many U.S. citizens listening because I think it's relatively late there. But when they wake up in the morning and check it out, then yeah, it's a good thing to know. In terms of how cryptocurrencies are perceived, we came here with a pretty blank slate. They had heard things about Bitcoin. There had not really been much penetration of crypto in terms of adoption here. And that was one of the reasons why we immediately settled on the stable coins. And so again, when we go and we onboard somebody, our point of sale system, although it does accept Bitcoin Cash, the default is USDH. And what we push is the USDH stablecoin. And, merchants have had, I've been in the space since 2012, right? That's when I got my first Bitcoins. And obviously with Cointext, with our platform, I'm sure with Cointext, we've onboarded or been a part of onboarding as many people as any other business, certainly in the BCH space. And that explanation of what the hell is this thing, Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash, cryptocurrencies in general, has been difficult. And you always end up with the technical explanation and all of this. You know what? As we've onboarded people with USDH, now, if I'm speaking out of turn, let me know here, but I haven't talked to anybody about block times. I haven't talked to anybody about confirmations. We haven't had to do any of that.
Yeah.
Have you had a block time conversation or a?
The biggest challenge we have, I think, is that people are always worrying about the volatility. They read the article on CNN, Bitcoin is dead. One of those articles that comes out every 6 months. And they're like, I thought Bitcoin was dead, it's just volatile.
Mm-hmm.
Once you explain to them that you can have crypto that's stable, their eyes sort of light up and they're like, oh, that's cool. How hard is it? And then you just show them a quick demo. Here's how easy it is to send. It's faster than credit cards, no signing receipts, there's no change as if you were to pay in cash, and it's touchless, which is good in these COVID days.
That's right. That's
an extra appeal. They're like, wow, I'll try it out. And once they try it out and they see that we come frequent their businesses, we bring our friends, we have meetups, they're very happy with it, and they even recommend it to other businesses as well. So far, the feedback for everyone who's tried it has been very good, and we expect to continue to onboard more and more businesses every month.
And I think this is the key. We have so many tools available to us in Bitcoin Cash. Fortunately or unfortunately, it's hard to say. We have a small number of competent developers, but they are highly productive in this network. Clearly, they're highly productive. And, when focused, a lot gets done. I know there are a lot of distractions right now, but I just want to, firsthand, sitting in a place that's isolated, but that we've been able to start from scratch. There's no network that I would rather be building on right now. There's nothing as promising, and there's no way to provide a real peer-to-peer cash user experience in the same way that Bitcoin Cash offers. So, and George, maybe that's so we can get you back on schedule here. I mean, that's fundamentally, what I wanted to communicate today. But importantly, I would love for people to check out cryptofrontier.org. We would love to see more of you here. It is an absolutely gorgeous location. It's as beautiful as any place that I've ever been, and it really does look like a postcard wherever you're at. And the climate is fantastic. The people are super kind, and some of the greatest beaches that I've seen. If you're into diving, if you're into fishing, if you're into hiking, and there's multiple islands. So, and, you know, people ask questions about, we've got Docomo fiber running the length of the island, you know, great phone service, fast internet. Yeah, am I missing anything here?
Tropical island with legal weed and no IRS. What
There you
more
go.
do you want?
There you go. So, so yeah, I mean, that's, I think that's it from us here. George, are you there, buddy?
Oh yeah. Yeah,
All
that's
right.
excellent. Yeah, really great talk. Great thoughts from you guys. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Okay, Alexander, Vin. It's Alexander, right?
Correct.
Okay, Alexander, Vin. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks, George.
Thank you.
See ya.
Bye. All right. Thanks, everybody. And next up is Alfonso from HoneyPay. So go ahead. You can take it away, Alfonso. We're not hearing you. We're not getting your audio.
Okay, how about now?
Yes, now.
Perfect.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you. I was just saying, thank you, George. Happy Fork Day to you and to everyone that is watching. I am Alfonso from HoneyPay, and today I'm very excited to show you what HoneyPay is, which is to start with a project built on top of BCH. We use SLP tokens in a way that we hope you will like very much. And we also want to share some very exciting news at the end. So without further ado, let's just, I'm gonna go ahead and start sharing my screen so you can start seeing our brand, which is normally where we like to start. When we started HoneyPay, we started it with the idea of building the app for the remaining 99% of people that still haven't joined the crypto revolution, so to speak. In this case, we even started with a brand, with an approachable brand that has, you know, a name like HoneyPay is not a coincidence. These sweet discounts as a tagline isn't either. I will go ahead and basically show you what it does. HoneyPay, if you are a merchant, okay, we're a B2B company. If you're a merchant, a brick and mortar shop, we are going to reduce your expenditure. We're going to actually save you money by you needing less waiters or people to attend the client in this case. HoneyPay is pretty much a contactless ordering system with an integrated point card. And the point card is the second part that is also very exciting, because point cards, which are pretty popular here in Japan, where HoneyPay is started and we will start operations. Point cards are used everywhere, but they're normally centralized. They sell data. They have all the red flags that any of those companies we hate do also have. But we wanted to be able to use the blockchain and SLP tokens and BCH to create a point card that actually is a direct transaction between the merchant and the client. No need to go to, you know, one of centralized system online. It all happens in the blockchain. It all happens with SLP tokens, and I'll show you how it works. If you're a client, pretty much how it starts is you would see something like this, which is in Japanese. So I'll show you the English version. It's basically a digital menu. This is now how menus will start to look more and more. The physical menu is in some countries even banned now due to COVID-19, and they in favor of either a digital menu or a disposable menu, which of course, you know, produces waste and kills trees and all that. Okay, let's say to explain you how HoneyPay works, we're at a shop. We, the whole ABC team and myself, we go to a shop, our favorite coffee shop, and we see this on the wall. We see something like this that I'm showing here. I will show it here on my camera. You might be able to see something like this, which kind of explains in many language what you can to do. This or what you just saw is the new menu of your favorite shop, of any place, of your massage parlor, any place. And basically, how it works is you will scan this menu, and with the HoneyPay app, like it's doing here in this example that I'm showing you, and boom, you get directly, sorry, I'm sorry about that. You directly get the menu of the place. You will continue to make your order as you do, for example, in Uber Eats or in any other online ordering system, delivery systems. So it's a very familiar interface, which of course is something that we wanted to do. And basically what is going on here is they're choosing, well, a glass of red wine, a glass of Coke. So far it's 10 Australian dollars in this case. And what will happen now is the person added at the deluxe beef burger, and will continue to check out. Now here in checkout, so far what you have done is pretty much just scan the QR and started ordering, right? Nothing blockchain so far. But it is a contactless ordering, which is the way we lure B2B clients in, brick and mortar merchants. As a customer, you're here on this screen, you already made your order and you're ready to pay. You can see here it's gonna be 25 Australian dollars. And here above, you will see reward HoneyPay. In this case, this is the name of a test coin. But in here, it would say something like the name of the restaurant coin or token. We have some news that I'll share later with merchants that used a very imaginative name. But basically what this means is you will pay $25 for the wine, the burger, and the water, and you will get 25 points back. These 25 points back, each point counts as 1 cent in most places in Euro coin, US dollar, or Australian dollar. And it represents 1 cent there, or 1 yen in the case of Japan. And basically what it means is that this merchant, once you complete your purchase, will send you 25 SLP tokens of their own, the ones we make when they sign up at HoneyPay. These 25 tokens, let's say we were at that coffee shop, we decide to return the next day because we like it so much, and with HoneyPay it's so fast and easy to order. Those 25 points will still be there. And let's say at the moment we get to the screen, we'll be able to say, hey, I want to use my points now, so give me a discount. In this case, it would be a 25-cent discount. This is how point cards work here in Japan, and they're huge. We want to be able to bring solve enough problems for us to be able to position ourselves in the market competitively and without anyone even knowing what a backup phrase is or what a Bitcoin Cash address is. They're already holding SLP tokens and BCH transactions, which is our objective, of course. We believe that to increase the value of anything, you need to add value to it. And that is what we're trying to do with HoneyPay here. So that's pretty much the demo, right? So I think there are a couple of questions that I cannot read, I'm sorry. But this is HoneyPay. Again, it's your digital waiter. It's basically a digital menu tied in to a point card. The digital menu allows you to have less employees, so it reduces your cost. The point card brings people back. It is proven that up to 60% of people consider returning to a place if they got discounts already in place. This is HoneyPay, sweet discounts, a BCH project. And if there are no questions, I would like to share 2 very good news, which I'll go ahead and do now. So the first news is that it has to do with this point card that I have over here. On August 22nd, HoneyPay will start operations on their first shop. So there will be actually a shop here in Tokyo Shibuya, that every time you pay using HoneyPay, you will get SLP tokens back. We're going to throw a very big party on August 22nd, 3 weeks from now, when we start operating here. Funny name that they chose for their tokens. They're Cabina Pesos. Pesos, since it's a taco shop and it's the coin of so many Latin countries, where we thought that it would fit perfectly, and the merchant agreed. So that's one good news. We're starting operations. We already have our first client. We have our second client lined up. Things are looking really well. And the second has to do with something that I guess we've talked many times, and I've heard you, all of the team, the ABC team, discuss in many of the live streams, which is supporting BCH projects. And with this, I'm happy to announce that we at our HoneyPay are starting our crowdfunding campaign. We want to ask for the entire community to help us achieve our goals. I will be more specific about what that means now, but just we thought that on this great community day, on this day that means so much for everyone in this community, it would be ideal to say, hey, we need a hand. We've pushed the project up to here. We already got 2 lines climbed up. We need to be able to scale and get the next 100 clients. That's how we believe we need to move forward with this. This is actually a QR code that anyone can scan. The campaign will go live as of tomorrow. We're doing the announcements today. We have a lot of people we need to talk to. But if you can already start sending, you know, $1 or 100, we're more than okay with that. How does the future of HoneyPay look like, right? So now we know you can order at a place and that you will get tokens as a client back, right? So we're doing solving the merchants' problems, brick and mortar problems, which are a lot, especially recently, while providing value to the customer. All of this really with the excuse to you put our technology that we love so much and we care so much about to good use. But that's not where we stop. We actually have a lot of plans. And I'm going to show us a little sneak peek here at what our crowdfunding website looks like. You will be able to access this at funding.bitcoin.com. I'm sorry. I used to work at bitcoin.com and I still use their URL. At funding.honeypay.io, of course, you will be able to access this. We will give a live details of the account. This is basically tied into a BCH wallet, which anyone can audit and see how much we've raised. Our objective is to raise 100,000 US dollars, which we know it's a lot, but we believe in the community, and we believe that we need to reward doers, and we believe we've been in the shadows for a very long time, and that's no accident either. We like to come and with the results be able to ask for a helping hand. If you see here, this is what we want to use the 100K for. Kick off our sales for with incentives for new signed contracts. So basically we want to be able to have a scheme where our sales force or sales people that will be out there on the street signing new merchants can actually have an incentive program on revenue that still hasn't been earned. More on that one day. I hope we can explain that deeply. Of course, anyone interested in investment can ask us. We want to hire 2 more developers to help us with our app and merchant backend. My co-founder, Jean-Baptiste, and the rest of the HoneyPay team, Stephen and David, have made a lot of great work with pushing the technology where it is right now, but of course we need more. And then really pay for services for quality in-store marketing. We will not have an internal marketing team. The team will be very lean. Me and my co-founder JV, we're not getting any salaries out of this. The only people getting salaries will be developers and sales forces. We believe it's fair for now. Of course, we know that hopefully this will grow and we'll live out of it. and with our goal of onboarding 100 merchants to HoneyPay in the next 6 months. Basically, if you continue reading, we explain you pretty much what it is. In here, in this digital menu, like I explained earlier, you scan it and you can order directly from there. HoneyPay, by the way, is already available on the App Store and Google Play, so please download it and rate us 5-star. And in here, when we get to the feature by feature part, you literally can see our whole idea of HoneyPay 1.1. You can see with green check marks what we have already done and built and will be ready in production, and people will start using again on August 22nd here in Japan. And with the soon emoji, you will see what we want to continue building. You will see, for example, that that we want to build a very interesting map. We want to build a point market. Currently, HoneyPay integrates with POSs to reduce friction, and we only have Square. We made the decision to focus on that one because it's very popular, but we definitely want to support more POSs. And then we also want to help or to get help with one of the bigger companies out there in order to be seamlessly integrate Bitcoin Cash payments in the app. This is our crowdfunding page. You can see how we sell it to the merchants. We're pretty much opening ourselves open to the community and asking for their help. You can start donating literally from as little as 1 cent, but we do have reserved rewards. If you order 20 to 100, we'll add you a thank you. If you pledge more than $200, we will send you merchandising T-shirts of the HoneyPay team. And then we do have a very special thing where we're looking for 5 people, 5 advisors even, that will help us pledge as much as we have put in money already, which is over $11,000. Just in money, we're counting here just monetary transactions of my partner and myself. We're not counting work hours because that would be too much. And basically, we're looking for 5 high-profile investors that help us achieve our goals of closing this round, and more importantly, future rounds. We have a lot of experience. Well, we have me and my partner together, or with both of us, we have built 4 companies, 1 successful exit. We would love to be able to take this product of itself that promotes Bitcoin Cash and make it a reality. So that is it. That's all the news we have from HoneyPay. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions. I'll leave you here with a digital menu, which if you already download the HoneyPay app, which is on the App Store and on Google Play, you can scan it and see our test merchant. But yeah, that's it from us at HoneyPay. Looking forward to making history.
All right, very cool.
Signing up the remaining 99% is our goal. Yeah. Thanks.
Super cool. Okay, so we have a question in the chat. Is this ready to download for adoption? And probably what this person means is, like, can they start using it in their local area for adoption?
Right. So the biggest challenge we have is signing up merchants. So in Japan, and we will continue to grow to other countries, but we're starting Japan as our first and test market, where digital points or point cards, are heavily used. The main challenge to sign up a restaurant or a coffee shop or a massage parlor. But we do have an ambassador program, which you can start signing up by either contacting us through Telegram, which I just look for HoneyPay and look for the official channel, or at hello@honeypay.io. And basically, we will do a collaboration with people that are interested in precisely that, bringing adoption. We will give them all the tools. We will even incentivize them with Bitcoin Cash rewards in this case. and hopefully even one day onboard them into our team and open a new market and all that. That's the kind of mindset we're entering to. And so the answer is, you need to see a shop that says we use HoneyPay in order to use it. But through the ambassador program, if you're willing, we'd be more than happy to help you onboard more people, and of course help us. And we'll both end up winning. We promise that.
All right, very nice. Okay, last chance for questions. Yeah, I'm not seeing any more questions. So thank you so much, Alfonso. I know we all wish complete success for HoneyPay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, looking forward to what's coming in the next few days and weeks from HoneyPay. So thanks again. Thanks so much for participating.
Thank you. It was great as always, and have a good Fork Day, everyone.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so next up is Amaury Seche, Bitcoin ABC lead developer. He's going to speak about envisioning the future of Bitcoin Cash. The stage is yours, Amaury.
Yeah, hello. So I don't know. I see that many people prepared slide. I didn't expect that that would be the case. So I prepared some content, but I did not prepare slides. So I guess I don't know. I guess that's okay. You froze, George. Is that okay? Is that on my end?
I'm hearing you fine.
Okay. Okay, great. Well, let's get started then. So I wanted to do that speech to remind people a bit, like what is the project of BCH? Why we started that? What is the mission, and what is the vision of what we want to realize, right? Because that informs not only what we have done so far, but also all the items in the roadmap and what we want to build, right? And what are the criteria against which anything needs to be judged going forward. So I believe that for any project to be successful, you need to have some kind of vision that people can rally around and can drive toward. Because if you like that vision, then effectively like the project become a vessel for, like pretty much anything, but nobody knows what to expect. Nobody knows where it's going. So eventually it becomes something that does a bit of everything and that really, don't fit the need of anyone. So the goal of Bitcoin Cash is obviously to be peer-to-peer electronic cash, but I think that's not very clear. That's maybe not the best. That's an accurate statement, but that's maybe not the best communicative statement that we can make about that. So let's unpack a bit what that means. First and foremost, maybe the most important word in there is the word cash. And this is why it's in the name, it's Bitcoin Cash, and this is why it's also in the vision statement, peer-to-peer digital cash. So what does cash means? Well, cash is a form of money. So first we're gonna do a little digression into money, and then more specifically into cash, to know what are the specificities of cash as an implementation of money. Cash is in a way, we don't think of it that way, but it's a technology. It's a technology that allows us to use money, right? So first, money. What is money? Money has been many, many, many different things over the history of mankind, but principally there are two types of money that have been predominant across history, and those are going to be precious metal, such as gold and silver, and those are going to be fiat money, like the US dollar or the euro or the yen. So what makes those things money? Surely they must have some properties that allow us to say, well, this is money, when like a lot of stuff that we have around us is not money, obviously. So money is a tool. It's a technology in a way as well that allows us to do three different things. The first one is to allow for commercial exchange, economic exchange, right? So I can buy stuff, goods, services, whatever, using money, right? So someone is gonna sell me something and I give them money and they give me that thing, and we engage in economic exchange that way. Money is also a store of value, which means that I can keep my money somewhere, anywhere, doesn't matter, and spend it later. I can spend it next week or next month or next year, and it's still expected to have value, preferably a value that is similar to the one I had before. And that is an extremely important property, because without this, there are a ton of economic activity that people cannot be involved into, right? Like you cannot do large scale project, for instance. Let's say everybody use chicken as a form of currency. We are in a very primitive society and everybody trades with chicken. Well, a chicken doesn't live for very long, right? So if you need to build like a giant bridge across a river or something like that, it would cost probably millions of chickens, and it's going to be like a huge challenge. Like, you know, like how do you like group a million of chicken, and how can you get them to live long enough? Because by the time you've raised many of them, many are going to be dead, right? And there is like a huge maintenance cost associated to that. You need to feed them, and you need to like space to keep them anyway, right? So chicken are not going to be a very good store of value, and as a result, because they are not a good store of value, you cannot save, and because you cannot save, you cannot have a large amount of money on the side to realize large-scale projects. So when you scale the civilization, at some point you need some kind of store of value. And if we combine those two properties together, the medium of exchange and the store of value, and we think about it, actually deep down, they are very much the same thing, right? That thing is transferring value across time and space. And so money is that thing that I use to transfer value across time and space. And here comes the third property of money. It's a unit of account, meaning it's a way to measure value. So if I buy something, it's going to be a certain amount of money. Where I am, it's going to be euros, but in other places, it's going to be dollar or something else. And some things are more valuable than others, and they have a numeric price. And the more valuable they are, and the higher that price is, right? So that price is effectively like a meter, allow us to measure distances. A euro or a dollar allows us to measure value. And so we can compare the value of different things by comparing their price and so on. So those are the three properties of money. And a good form of money to have those three properties needs to, itself fit some criteria. So first, it needs to be fungible, meaning that any unit of money is the same as any other unit of money, right? Otherwise, it cannot be a unit of account. So for instance, 1 meter or 1 second is always the same, no matter, like which meter or which second. It's not even a question that really makes sense, like which second am I talking about? It's not something that is meaning anything, right? So 1 euro or $1 needs to be the same regardless of which specific euro or dollar I'm talking about. And effectively, ideally, this question is even meaningless, right? So you want that to be fungible. And we see that fiat money and precious metal both have very strong fungibility properties. Precious metal, because you can melt it, you can like reshape it in any kind of way. Any single atom of like gold or silver is the same as any other atom of gold or silver. You can shape them in any way. You can take a piece, split it in half, you get 2 smaller pieces. You can then like melt it back into the original piece, and it's all good. So precious metal and fiat money are fungible. Fiat money, obviously, like one coin is the same as another coins. We see that in practice. Even when there is a physicality that is a bit different, we don't care about it in practice. And also a lot of fiat money is just numbers in databases, in banks, and insurance company and stuff like that. And those are like perfectly fungible because they are numbers. So that's one property that is very important. Another property is that it needs to be scarce. So precious metal are scarce, like by the laws of nature, right? There is a certain amount of gold in the world. There is a certain amount of silver in the world, and we cannot, like, you know, make it up out of thin air. We cannot decide tomorrow that there is twice as much gold in circulation. This is just not possible because physics doesn't work that way, right? So there is a set amount of gold, and gold is therefore by definition scarce. Fiat money is not actually scarce. We have central banks that decide how much fiat money is emitted in circulation. And obviously that causes like one of the first problems that we see with those existing form of money, like fiat money not being scarce, means that you need to trust the central bank to not print too much of it. And typically across history, you can see that you can trust the central bank to do that for a few decades, but there is almost always a point at which you come in which the central bank is just not going to do that. And maybe actually with the current event and the current economic situation, we are in one of those times. Right now, central banks are creating a lot of money to try to stimulate the economy that have been damaged by COVID, but also, and probably even more by the measure that government have taken to fight against COVID, like closing everything down was extremely economically damaging. And so right now, central banks are printing a lot of money to try to re-stimulate the economy, which means that we're probably going to see a lot of inflation. I see a lot of people these days saying, oh, look, you know, like the stocks are going up and golds and silver are going up and cryptocurrencies are going up. It looks like everything is going up. And yet the economic situation is pretty bad. Like, you know, unemployment is also dramatically going up. So how is that possible? Well, it's possible because most of those stuff are not actually going up. The dollar and the euro and all those other fiat currency are going down because so much of it is being printed right now. And this is why everything looks like it's going up. Yeah, so that's one of the problem with fiat currency. So if we are gonna do the next form of cash, meaning the next form of money, we need to fix that problem. But there is there are other property, like we need a predictable emission schedule, and that is different than scarce. It's not just scarce, right? You need it to be scarce, but you need the emission schedule to be predictable. So right now we can look at the price of gold and look at how many mines are profitable at that price and deduce how much gold is going to be emitted in circulation. It's a very predictable number. It's very hard to predict for fiat money. It's very easy for gold, but it has not always been the case in history. So when Spain heavily went into the Americas because there was gold there, they expected to be tremendously rich, you know, by doing so, to accumulate a lot of wealth. But what happened is that they created a supply shock in gold. Like suddenly there was way more gold in circulation than there used to be. And so the price of gold went down dramatically. They created like gold hyperinflation by getting so much of it from America. And so as a result, they didn't get as rich as they expected it to be, and created a lot of problems, economical problems at the time. And so you want not only your money to be scarce, but you want the emission schedule to be predictable and set in time as much as possible, hopefully like completely perfectly, even though that's never possible, but as much as possible. Okay, the third property is that you want it to be convenient to use as a medium of exchange, right? So this is where fiat money are better than precious metal, because precious metal is actually not very convenient to use on a day-to-day basis. If I want to buy something using gold, well, if I have a piece of gold that is the right size, then that's good, right? But what if my piece of gold is like slightly too big? Then either I have to give that, but you know, like it's not clear what to do with the change, or I need to like, you know, split a bit of it to make it the right side. But then, you know, I have all those small pieces of gold. Plus gold is very valuable. And so the amount that I would have to transact to buy something that is fairly cheap, let's say I want to buy a sandwich, would be a very small amount of gold, right? And it's not, it's not very convenient to deal with things that are that small. However, coins and notes have proven to be extremely convenient to use for people for a very long time. And now we have credit card, and we can have, we can even pay, like without contact and stuff like that. So in Asia, there is a lot of payments through QR codes with smartphones. All of those technology make it very convenient to pay with fiat money. And so we have those two forms of money, and they all have okay characteristics of money for the most part, but all of them have some, pretty big blind spot. And precious metal would be the ease of use, whereas fiat money would be the scarcity aspect of it. And as a result, what we see, and it's pretty much the history of every single civilization that has ever lived, is that at the beginning, you have a small group of people, and the level of trust in the society is pretty low, and the size of the economic system is also pretty small. And so people can use precious metal. But as the economy grows, as the trust level grows, as well as the economic exchange become more and more complicated, the fact that precious metal are inconvenient to use becomes a burden on the economy, and becomes something that prevents the society from growing more. And so you see those societies switching from precious metal to fiat money. And it allows them to grow much bigger. You see, for a while, the civilization flourishes. It allows to do a lot of great stuff. But then, like at some point, the central bank does something bad, the value of the money collapses, and it's over, and you press the reset button, and you start from the start with like much smaller community that use much stronger form of money, and you do it again and again and again. And that's pretty much the history of every single civilization that is tied to the history of money. So if we're gonna create a new form of money, we want that form of money to be scarce. And this is the case for Bitcoin and any kind of derivative of Bitcoin, right? Like this is a form of money that has 21 million units, and that's it. This is scarce, right? So you want it to be scarce. So if you can do that, you are doing better than fiat money. You want it to be, obviously, like all the other things we've talked about, that all form of money are doing well. But you also want it to be very convenient to use, which precious metal, this is where they fail, right? So you want to be able to send money to anyone in the world very easily through electronic means. Like we have the internet right now. We can send an email to anyone at any time, anywhere in the world. And you'd expect money to kind of be the same, right? Like we have those electronics means to communicate with anyone in the world. We should be able to do so and send them money. So that would be like the ideal form of money. It would be scarce. It would be fungible. It would be predictable in terms of emission, and it would be very convenient to use. And this is the first aspect of what we are trying to achieve, right? Good money. But we just not use the term money, right? It's not Bitcoin money that we're doing as Bitcoin Cash. We want to be peer-to-peer electronic cash. And so what is cash? Cash is a technology, an implementation of money, right? And the most common instantiation of that technology is using coins and notes to exchange value. But that's not, deep down, that's not the nature of cash. The nature of cash is that it's a form of money that you can transact from one person to another without involving any third party, right? So if I'm buying something for cash, there is only me and the merchant from which I'm buying that are involved in that transactions. And this is what cash allows me to do. And something that we have lost maybe, and we don't quite realize it, is that when you use any electronic form of money, but Bitcoins and some other cryptocurrencies, you effectively always have a third party. So if you are using your credit card, you are using Visa, you are using MasterCard, or you are using, some other system, but those two are the main ones. and you are going to connect to their system, and their system are going to connect to your bank and connect to the bank of the merchant and process the transaction. So you have a lot of parties that are involved into making that transaction. It's not just you and the merchant. It's you and the merchant and Visa and MasterCard and your merchant's bank and your bank. And if you're abroad, it's 7 more people, because now you need to convert the money into the local currency and go through like several banks to do so. So that can be a very, very complicated process. But more importantly, any one of those intermediaries takes a cut. So it's expensive. Something that people don't quite realize, right? But merchant knows the credit card fees are not free. They pay a few percent on every transactions. And well, those few percent, you know, it really depends on the line of business you're in. But if you are in a high volume, low margin kind of business, a few percent is huge. It's absolutely huge. And so for some businesses, this is a lot of money that are going in fees for banks and credit cards and stuff like that. But maybe even more importantly, any of those parties can choose to not cooperate and not process the transaction, in which case the money doesn't go through. And that happens on a regular basis. When anyone travels, for instance, that's a very typical case. If you travel and you try to use your credit card abroad, sometimes the bank is suspicious that maybe your credit card was stolen by someone who's abroad and trying to use it. And so they're gonna block your credit card and you know, request yourself that you call them and confirm that it was actually you. This is something that happened on a very regular basis. And if you're at the other side of the globe, you need to, you know, call them at 4 a.m. because this is when they're open to get your card unlocked. And if you don't have money, right? This kind of stuff is very common, more common than maybe people expect. I don't know, but almost everybody have some experience like that they can relate to. And so it's quite important that those third parties are not involved. And right now I've talked just about the inconvenience, which maybe are what most people have experienced in their life. But it also means that if you are like a political dissident or something like that, maybe those systems may refuse to process payment to you, and now you find yourself economically isolated. It happens to WikiLeaks a few years ago, right? When Visa and MasterCard and PayPal and various other companies decided to not process payments to WikiLeaks, as a result of which WikiLeaks started accepting cryptocurrency because, you know, there is no third party involved. So a political dissident, but there's also, you know, a privacy aspect of that, right? Like you may not want your bank to know everything that you do and everything that you buy, but effectively right now your bank knows that. And you know, people are very concerned about Facebook and Google and those big companies knowing a lot about you. And this is true that they know a lot about you. And this is true that this is maybe a question we want to ask ourselves. But personally, I'm even more worried about Visa and MasterCard because first, they probably have more users than Facebook and Google. I know many people that are not very computer savvy, that don't use those services like Facebook very often, and yet they have a credit card, right? So Visa and MasterCard know stuff about them that Google or Facebook doesn't. But maybe even more, what Facebook knows about you is you know, what you like, who your friends are, and this kind of stuff. What Google is like what you're searching for, but what they know is what you value. And so that's probably you know, even a higher signal, right? Like it's like what you buy and where you buy it and this kind of stuff. So that's a huge privacy problem. And you see that becoming very important for what people call gray markets. So gray markets are markets that are not illegal per se, like not black markets, but still people don't really want to their involvement into those markets to be known, right? So for instance, pornography is a good example of that, you know, or anything sexual in general would be a good example of that. Like people really don't want to have their sexual preference to be revealed to the world. And yet there is a lot of money in sexual industry in general. And so those are gray markets where people value their privacy. And until recently, there was like zero technology that existed to do something like cash, but electronically. That did not exist, until 10 years ago. And this is why cash is so important here. We are moving full steam ahead into the cyberspace space. Everything becomes digitized, everything becomes electronic. And as we do so, we are creating a panopticon where a company like Visa and MasterCard effectively has total economic control over individuals and even many large companies or institutions. And this is a threat to the freedom of mankind as a whole in general, right? And it's very important that people can involve in economic transactions freely with each other, in terms that they both consent to without a third party being concerned by those terms. And so this is tremendously important, maybe no more than ever, that not only we have sound money, like I talked about, but that we have digital cash, electronic digital cash. And so that leaves us to what are the important value of Bitcoin Cash. And those fits into two main buckets. One is the medium of exchange cash-like kind of properties. So you need to be able to send money from one user to another user directly without any third party being involved. And you need to do so in a way that is fast and convenient and cheap and reliable. And if you do that, then that's success. And on the other side, you also want to be a good form of money. Obviously, if you want to be a good form of cash, you need to be a good form of money. So you want it to be scarce, and you want the emission schedule to be predictable, to conserve those hard money property. And lastly, you want it to be fungible as much as possible. And with all of that, I think I reiterated like what we're actually building here. I hope this can serve as a reference for people who want to join the project, or people who are wondering, like what are not the day-to-day stuff that is happening, not is when what is the technology that we're deploying right now, what is like the work that is being done by whoever in the space right now, but what is like the underlying driving vision for all of that, and that is it. And I hope I made a good case for it.
Excellent. Yes, I think so. So do we have any questions for Amaury? Any questions in the chat? I think it was a very complete talk, very well made points. So also we're kind of right in between, I think, the end of Europe and the beginning of the Americas. So
yeah. Yeah, I've seen like during the virus chat, a lot of people were, like there was a lot of people, coming and leaving due to time zones. So I don't know where people are right now, but hopefully like everything is recorded anyway, and this is going to be, served going forward.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm not thinking of any questions either. All right then. Okay, great talk, Amaury.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So what's next? What's next?
Next up is Hyobi, Ciara-san, Rajavir, and here. So here we go. Here's a question. Virgin coins, newly mined, are traded at a higher value. Are they still fungible?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and not quite, right? That's the answer here. It means that cryptocurrency like Bitcoin are not 100% fungible. They are close to that, but not 100%. And in the same way, you have coins that are, like coins that have been emitted like certain year or that have a specific design or whatnot, sometimes, you know, have a value that is higher than the nominal value that is on the coin, because, you know, some people collect them because they have some properties. So sometimes you have like gotcha into existing form of money where the fungibility aspect of it is a bit broken, and that is the case for new coins. That is the case as well for sometime, you know, like there is a heist or something that happens, and some coins becomes what we call tainted, because we know that in some way they are associated with the coin with those heists, and maybe some exchange are not going to accept them. So that's another case where fungibility is a bit broken. Hopefully there are technologies to mix those coins, and so that would solve that aspect of it. The aspect for new coins, I'm not quite sure that this is solvable. In any case, you know, that's a gift to miners, I guess. That's good for miners. Yeah, that's not ideal for the money property, but that's, you know, close enough, I guess. For the most part, we see that in practice. For the most part, coins are fungible.
So how do they get a higher value for those freshly mined coins? Do they trade them OTC or? Yeah,
exactly.
Cool.
You can, there is a demand for freshly minted coin. There are people who want to buy freshly minted coin, and because they want like this specific type of coin, they are usually willing to put higher price tag on them.
So what about redlining? I mean, because of the ledger is fairly transparent, you know, isn't it? Aren't we going to see a situation in the future where, you know, for example, a U.S. government agency is going to say, this address is redlined, and that's, even though that doesn't change anything on the blockchain, you know, it can change people's behavior.
Yeah, so that's another case that I was, you know, talking about. Sometimes some people know that some coins have some property, and they want to, you know, blacklist them or something. And the solution to that kind of stuff is, you know, I'd say it's mixing. You know, like you want to have those coins moving around and mixing them, and at some point they are associated with so many other coins that either you ban everybody or you don't. In both cases, you can consider the coin fungible, right? Like if they're all banned or none of them are banned, they have the same characteristics.
Cool. So we're just waiting for Ciara from Huobi and Roger to join the stream. We're going to be talking about business, Bitcoin Cash business development, partnerships, stuff that Huobi is up to. Question in the Zoom chat, when is Ruby Chen going to speak? Sorry, that already happened. That happened a few hours ago. I don't know if you'll be able to rewind the stream, but I think she spoke in the first couple hours. Very good presentation from BitCon. Any other questions for Amaury about his talk? All right, so Roger, we're just waiting for you and waiting for Ciara. So far the stream has had some pretty good, even though there have been some reports that you can't find this stream via search on YouTube. We've hit, I think, a peak of around 40 concurrent viewers. We've got about 550 playbacks. So this stream has been pretty well watched. In the stream via search. So we can hear you. There you go. Hello, Roger.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be.
So Roger Ver, founder of Bitcoin.com, joining us, and so we're just waiting for the.
And thank you for not introducing me as founder of Bitcoin Cash. I'm so tired of that. So.
Yeah, I listened to your interview with Anthony Pompliano today.
Yeah, I think it went pretty well, although he doesn't seem to have used Bitcoin Cash or Bitcoin or much of anything. He just, I think there'll be a part 2 of that conversation. I'm looking forward to that one as well.
Yeah, I mean, basically, based on what he said, it doesn't sound like he really is much more than an observer. He's not really thinking about utility or use. He's just thinking about what other people are saying sounds good, you know.
Yeah, let's try and change that. Let's show them how to save 20% on Amazon using Purse.io. So
there is something that
100%.
struck me in what he said. Maybe I should bail and because you guys are all in line now, so we should stop that call. But yeah, the adoption part of it, you know, it seemed to value adoption very, very highly, and you know, Bitcoin with the block size effectively, you know, topped his adoption. Like, I don't see the adoption of Bitcoin growing by that much. So if that's very important to him, he should be looking into other crypto. Anyway, I'm gonna leave it there.
Hello, Ciara.
Hi.
Hi, Ciara. So, Ciara Sun, VP of Huobi Global Markets. Welcome. You're here with Roger Ver, founder of Bitcoin.com. And Ciara, do you want to introduce yourself briefly?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. This is Ciara Sun. I'm the Vice President of Global Business and Markets at Huobi. So what I do at Huobi is comprised of this following parts. So first, I manage a listing team, and then I manage global marketing and PR and business development, also the institutional business side of the business. And before joining Huobi, I came from traditional finance industry. I worked with Boston Consulting Group and Deloitte Consulting for financial services consulting, and advised banking and capital markets, and was based in New York. And now I'm based in Beijing. Nice meeting you guys.
Cool. Yeah, pleasure. So, tell us about you know, Huobi's support for Bitcoin Cash.
Yeah, so well, our history goes way back. We currently listed 4 different pairs for Bitcoin Cash, and it was back in October 2017. So it was a long time ago. And then starting this year, it all goes with our strategy as well. You know, Huobi launched our derivatives market in 2018, and sooner after we launched, we supported BCH and for futures trading, and also we support perpetual swaps after we launched our perpetual swap product this year. It's around summertime. So yeah, BCH has always been you know, a very popular community and our very respected partner in the business. And we would love to, you know, provide additional support to the community, you know, in terms of more strategic partnership, or we can do some cool marketing campaign together. Yeah, we're really excited to work with you guys more.
Yeah, and I have a question for Ciara, if I may. So in addition to everybody doing their Bitcoin Cash trading on Huobi, what else can the Bitcoin Cash community do to be helpful to Huobi and your mission to make cryptocurrencies more accessible to people around the world? What would you like to see from the Bitcoin Cash community?
For I say for any of the cryptocurrency right now, you know, besides trading, we would really love to see more user case scenarios, maybe like payments, more payment scenarios, just for, you know, more mass adoption for community, not just within the crypto community, but more within other traditional business. So for example, for our own platform token, HT token, we have been doing a lot of business development for HT token actually in the past year or so. We've been working with a lot of the different like business for booking travel, for booking hotel, for supporting bank accounts and all of the other payment scenarios that we are working on with HT token, and also working on the regulatory parts as well. We've been applying for licenses, and HT token has been approved by the Japanese regulators as a accepted cryptocurrency in Japan. So I think that would really bring more traders in those countries where like those specific cryptocurrency can be supported as a regulated currency. We really want to see Bitcoin Cash going the same kind of direction to really drive more massive adoption.
So maybe one nice little area where we could collaborate more on there. So Bitcoin.com has released a Bitcoin Cash register app that allows any business to accept Bitcoin Cash, and the clerk just keys in the amount of money they want to charge. It displays a QR code, the person pays, but in the settings, there's just the address where the money gets wind up being set. So maybe all the Huobi's customers that have a business that want to accept Bitcoin Cash, they can use this app and set the deposit address for the cash register app to be their deposit address at a Huobi, and then they can convert to whatever local currency or a stable coin or whatever with that. But it's a really, really easy process for physical shops to start accepting Bitcoin Cash payments, or even people remotely as well. So
yeah, that's really great. Yeah, that's exactly the thing that I'm talking about. I think that's great. That's what you guys doing are fantastic, and we would love to see in what kind of ways that we can collaborate more on this kind of direction. That's really fantastic to hear.
Yeah, I'd love to connect. I'll connect with you offline and see how we can do some joint marketing on that front as well.
Yeah, sure.
So what about what regions of the world are you guys active in? For example, I do a lot of work on adoption in Latin America. Is it possible for people in Latin America to use Huobi?
Yes. So we actually serve customers from 170 different countries. We're kind of Asian already in the industry. We've been operating for almost 7 years. Compared to traditional business, we're still a baby. And but in the blockchain space, we're kind of like really, really old already. So we support we provide trading services to 170 different countries, and in some of the local countries where we put more resources in, we have local operations or we have licenses. So for example, we do have Huobi Korea, Huobi Japan, we have the UK, where we use our Gibraltar license to serve institutional clients, and a lot of Southeast Asia countries. And we are continuing expanding globally for Huobi, and globalization is actually our top strategy going forward in 2020.
Interesting. So you guys are more focused kind of towards maybe the Wall Street side of things, maybe the more derivatives, trading. What about lending or custody? Do you guys do things like that?
So I guess more on the broader side. When you say we focus on Wall Street side, you mean more serving institutional clients, right? So because when Huobi first started, we were really retail focused, and that's where we serve millions of customers, and that's where we got the best liquidity and best slippage rate and market depths, and that's where we took off and became one of the largest change in the world. But in 2018, when we began to think that more institutionals are coming into the market, and that's really where after the institutions coming in and old money coming into the cryptocurrency market, that's where we can see real mass adoption. And we decided to start this new business unit, institutional business unit, and we recruit a whole team of traditional finance background talents with tons of years of experience, and they tailor products and services for them. And some data that I would love to share with you is that when we first started in the beginning of 2019, institutional trading volume made up to about 17% of total of Huobi. And as of now, it almost made up to 50% of total trading volume on Huobi. So we're definitely seeing trends of institutions coming into the market. And more data, this year compared to Q4 last year, we've seen more than 88% of trading volume increased on the derivative side and 128% increase on the spot market side. So it's just a trend, and it is happening right now. And because institutions are more professional traders, there are strategies we're taking, for example, like you said, focusing on the derivatives market and also provide lending and brokerage products, and also looking for custody. We actually have some news rolling out pretty soon, like in a week or so. So stay tuned for that. I just can't say, before the press release come out. And we are launching our options product pretty soon as well. So we're really just catching up on providing full set of derivatives market trading products to institutional traders. And because they're more professional and they care more about regulations and security, we are continuing putting more resources and efforts to apply for more licenses that's available, and always putting the most resource for keeping Huobi as one of the most secure exchange in the world.
So I have one other suggestion for actually how Huobi can make their platform even better and help the Bitcoin Cash community all at the same time. So Tether is one of the most popular, it's the most popular stablecoin. And if you consider it a cryptocurrency, it's one of the most popular cryptocurrencies in the world. Right now, the fees on the Bitcoin network are around $5 a transaction. Ethereum's 50 cents or $1 at the moment. Bitcoin Cash has its SLP token ecosystem. Tether has already launched, so you can use Tether on top of Bitcoin Cash as an SLP token, but the transactions are about a 20th of a penny. So it's one of the fastest and definitely the cheapest way to send and receive Tether. It would be fantastic to see Huobi support SLP Tether withdrawals and deposits on your exchange, and you can help your customers save money and have a better user experience, and plug into this whole wonderful Bitcoin Cash ecosystem that we have going. So I'd love to see that, and other SLP based tokens as well.
Yeah, that's definitely an area that we should looking more into, and we do have our regular procedures, but we'd love to get it started as soon as possible. If the community, we're here to listen to what the community has to say. Whatever the community has asked for, we are here to help them and meet their needs, and constantly improving our product.
That's the best answer that you could have from any company. The customers, right? Let's build the products the customers want. And fast, cheap, reliable payments, I'm sure, is one of the things customers want. And Tether on SLP helps provide that.
Great.
Very cool. And yeah, maybe some of your customers don't even know that Tether is available on SLP and is a way for them to save on fees, right? Because you use Tether today on any of a variety of exchanges, you could end up paying a couple dollars or more to move small amounts, whereas as Ryder said, it's maybe a 1/10 of a cent with SLP.
Yeah. And then actually Yoshio Levo just reminded us that there's an SLP token panel starting in 6 hours and 45 minutes from now. So if you're interested in this whole SLP ecosystem, you can check that out. Or if you want to make your own token right now, it's so easy. You can do it in like 30 seconds over at mint.bitcoin.com. So if you haven't tried out the bitcoin.com mint, go to mint.bitcoin.com. You can make your own token. Literally, it's 30 seconds. It's so easy. Click, 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 and boom, you have your own token that then works with the more than 12 million bitcoin.com wallets, and soon maybe SLP tokens on Huobi as well. So we'll wait for CR to help out with that.
Yeah, it looks like we lost her. There's been very bad connectivity with Asia all during the conference, unfortunately. So, Roger, earlier we had Jin Chao of Binance on, and he was talking about the what he considers is probably going to be a very large and extended impact of coronavirus on economic growth. What are your thoughts on that?
I didn't hear his talk, but completely I agree. And you tell the entire world to stay home and not produce things, and then just send everybody checks. Like, who's going to produce the things that the checks are going to buy? This is an absolute disaster for the entire world's economy. If printing money could just support everybody forever, why does anybody need to work ever? No, you need people out there in the factories, on the farms, in the automobile factories, like doing things to actually produce the goods and the food and the resources that people need. And if nobody's producing them, then they're not going to exist. So this is a kind of an example. I feel like the whole world is, to use an old-fashioned analogy there, the entire world is busy eating their seed corn, and they're not going to have any additional corn to plant for next year's harvest. And it's an absolute disaster for the entire world, and it needs to come to an end. And for those that are, concerned about the coronavirus, which is a real problem, it's a real disease, real people are dying from it. But if you're really concerned about it, you can decide what the appropriate measures for you to take are, what sort of masks you want to wear if you want to self-isolate. But shutting down the entire world's economy is going to cause, I think it's already caused a far bigger problem than the actual coronavirus itself. So this needs to come to an end right away. People need to be able to get back to work and get back to their lives. And the world's economy needs to keep going, or you're going to have a whole lot more people and a whole lot more hurt than that would be caused by the coronavirus itself. So if anything, this just seems like, government's, dream come true. Now we get to control everybody about everything and boss everybody around because there's an illness that might make people sick and die. Well, there's been illnesses that might make people sick and die for thousands of years. That's part of the human condition. And you're never, ever, ever going to be able to stop it just by having people self-isolate. I look at AIDS, right? AIDS is much harder to infect people with, yet people are still getting infected with that all over the world, and that's been around for decades and decades. And they've been preaching about, safe sex, this and that. They didn't stop AIDS, and AIDS only spreads with sex. How the heck are they going to stop coronavirus when you just, you sneeze on somebody and they're going to get it? You're not going to get AIDS from sneezing on somebody. So I think the whole thing is just like a big giant excuse for government to grab more control over people all over the world. And I'd like to see people stand up and say, hey, enough is enough. I'm going to run my life. You can run your life. If you want to self-isolate, go for it, but don't force me to do the same. I need to, feed my friends and family and support my loved ones. And the only way to do that is through working.
100%. Ciara, did you have any thoughts on how coronavirus might be impacting the economic outlook or the cryptocurrency industry over the next 6 to 9 months?
Well, yeah, it's a very hard topic. Actually, we've been talking about this for almost a year now. It definitely lasts longer than I expected. I remember I was back in Davos in beginning of January when it first started, and then we started Huobi Charity, and we kind of travel around the world to purchase like medical supply for Chinese doctors and hospitals, and then later on it became a worldwide situation, and then we have to backwards and help with all the doctors and hospitals around the world. It was just really sad, and we can definitely see how the economics is impacted. In cryptocurrency, definitely it was the big crash on March 12th, and it's kind of really correlated with when we say that Bitcoin is kind of have really low correlation with S&P 500 and with gold and with everything else, but it seems that during this massive economic downturn, it does have some type of correlation with those traditional assets, and I think the impact is going to last longer than we all expected, and maybe it's going to be even worse by the end of the year. But I don't know. I really wish that things will be going better. But speaking of the COVID-19 situation, once the weather is getting colder, it's just people's gonna having regularly they'll have cold, and I think it's gonna be a even more serious situation. People will be more panicked. It just, I really hope all the governments around the world and all the community and everybody just really take care of themselves and take this seriously and put in the right resources and attention to this matter.
Okay, we have a question from the chat for Ciara. How is the regulatory environment in China? What is your outlook for the next couple of years?
Well, okay, so in China, in September 4th, 2017, that's where the government says, it's not okay to operate exchanges or cryptocurrency related business in China. And that's where, Huobi shut down and went all overseas, and started to serving more international clients. And then we started Huobi China entity, focusing on only blockchain related business. It's kind of funny to Western market and community that in China, blockchain and cryptocurrency is definitely two different concepts. And we do blockchain education and blockchain research and data analysis and all that under Huobi China entity. And it's actually going really well because last year in October, that's where the president endorsed the blockchain industry, and that's the first time ever any Chinese president endorsed any industry, and that really drive the market to be just so excited about blockchain. And later on when we can see attention from traditional markets where Facebook has become more serious about Libra, and they're putting more resources into Libra, and then the Chinese government is rolling out DSEP. I think I can see that blockchain industry is going through a really good time of development in China, and we're really hoping to see that more clear regulations and more openness will come for cryptocurrency industry in China as well.
Cool. I always find it funny when governments are like, yeah, blockchain, yeah, we like that, but Bitcoin, no, we don't like that. Kind of like, having the cake and eating it too. So we have a question from Zoom. Businesses are afraid of the volatility associated with cryptocurrencies. Would it be possible for exchanges such as Huobi to provide a service where users can have an address where every incoming transaction is immediately converted into the user's fiat currency of choice? I think this is very similar to what Roger was suggesting earlier.
Yes. So fiat gateway, that's definitely our very important strategy in this year and going forward. We've been working on it really hard, and we do have a new product in Turkey supporting Turkey local currency lira, and we're working on more local currencies, and for example like Japan, where we are FSA licensed, and also working on other major cryptocurrency and local fiat currency conversion, where we think that solving this fiat gateway need and this problem is definitely the key for bringing more adoption for cryptocurrency. And we've been hearing this feedback from our community a lot, and we're definitely working on this, putting in a lot of efforts and resources on this.
Yeah, I think the question was a little bit different than that. So I think the question there was, would it be possible? And of course it would be possible, but I think it's probably more of a request. But people would potentially like to have a deposit address at Huobi, and any cryptocurrency that's sent to that deposit address is then automatically sold into whatever fiat currency they specify, so that they don't have to go and log in and do it manually. Maybe we lost Ciara again.
I think we did, yeah, unfortunately.
Okay, well, anyhow, all the other exchanges out there, if you're listening, I think that there's people would like that, and then they can link the Bitcoin Cash register right up to that deposit address at your exchange, and it'll instantly convert into whatever fiat currency, and then they don't have to deal with the volatility.
That would definitely be a big deal for merchant adoption, because merchants just don't want to have to deal with it. If they
don't want to be currency traders at the same time as running their business. So.
Yeah, it's like a credit. They want the experience of like a credit card where they swipe the card and then the money just appears in their account. So okay, so Ciara, I'm not sure if you're hearing this. I see you're reconnecting. But in just a few minutes we have left, I believe you wanted to let us know about a challenge that Huobi is launching.
I have a challenge for the world. Let's tear down that stupid Great Firewall of China so that the entire world can be on the internet easily and connect with each other. The Great Firewall of China doesn't just hurt Chinese people, it hurts the entire world and retards the entire world's rate of economic growth.
100%. Yeah, I mean, like all those people, I mean, the 1.2, 1.3 billion people locked behind there, you know? They have a lot to offer.
There, right? It's a disaster for the entire world. It hurts the Chinese people and it hurts the people outside of China. It's one of the biggest drags on the entire world's economy that could be done away with overnight. So the entire world should be furious with the Great Firewall of China.
100%.
And if Ciara can't say the same thing, we understand why. So.
Hello, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Do you, in just the final moments that we have, do you want to let us know about the challenge?
Yeah, I've been able to hear you guys, and then I then like when you said about the wall and like stuff, I realized that I just need to switch a different VPN, and it all worked. Okay, so about our challenge is a challenge called Huobi slippage rate. It's a very, very important concept, and we believe that the whole cryptocurrency community should really know. So we encourage you to challenge Huobi if it has the best or lowest slippage in the market. So slippage refers to the difference between the expected price of the trade and the price at which the trade is executed. So it means that, you look at the price on the exchange and then you're putting into the offer, but when the offer is executed, it can be different than what you see because of the slippage. So the lower the slippage rate is, the more cost-effective the trading can be. So we really encourage the BCH community by trading at Huobi and compare the slippage of BCH trading at Huobi with all of the other platforms where you are using in the market. And you can post your result at Huobi Twitter account and leave your UID, and we'll randomly choose the lucky users and reward them with high-value BCH mainstream crypto assets reward.
Outstanding. Sounds like fun. Okay,
yes.
Any final words, Ciara, Roger, before we move on to the next one?
Yeah, if you haven't made a Huobi account already, go and try it, check it out. I've made an account there. I'm not sure how much trading I've done there recently, but mainly I'm using it in commerce. I'm not so much trading in and out of different currencies. But I hear now that they have a futures options market there. That's definitely something worth taking a look into, and I'll take a look. And is Bitcoin Cash supported for your futures options there, Ciara?
Yeah, it's supported on our futures and also our perpetual swaps. Yes.
Fantastic. I'll take a look at that.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much, guys.
All right. Thank you, Ciara. Thank you, Roger. Real pleasure speaking with you both. Ciara, son of Huobi, Roger Ver, founder of Bitcoin.com. And stick around because Roger's about to give his keynote. Thank you, Ciara.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Okay, Roger, the stage is all yours.
Okay. Well, yeah, I think the title was supposed to be the differences between business developers, or the synergy, the importance of developers, both business and software developers. And I've been in this cryptocurrency space for a while, and I've noticed, not so much in the Bitcoin Cash community, but mainly from that other Bitcoin community, a bunch of software developers mocking people who aren't software developers. But I think that they're not seeing the big picture there, right? Like, software developers are incredibly important. If there's nobody to write the software won't exist, and then people won't be able to use it. But the reverse is true there as well. If there's nobody wanting to use the software, what was the point of the software? So you need both business developers and software developers. And where the business developers, I think, are so important is that they have a much, to make broad generalizations, business developers have a much, much better sense and finger on the pulse of what it is that users actually want to be able to use in their daily life. And so, like, an example of this that we've seen in Bitcoin for a while now, you'll see a lot of these, software developers say, oh, it's easy to calculate the fee. You just look at the current state of the mempool, and then you see, what that is and what the other people are bidding in the mempool, and then you can see, okay, what price do I need to pay in terms of Satoshis per byte? And then you calculate, oh, my transaction has 5 inputs, so it's going to be a little over a kilobyte. So that means I'm going to have to pay this many Satoshis times that many kilobytes, and calculate it all out. And, like, for software developers, maybe sometimes that's fun or interesting for them. For the normal person that just wants to buy, something on purse.io and save 20%, they don't want to have to deal with any of that. So we need the business developers to let the software developers know, hey, you need to hide all of that complex stuff from the end user and focus on that sort of thing. Or another example of this too, this is all supposed to be our happy celebration today, but we've seen some in the Bitcoin Cash community recently, some software developers talking about they want to make up for previous drift in the issuance of Bitcoin Cash. And so they want to have the block time change from 10 minutes to 11 minutes for the next 5.5 years. As a software developer, maybe that's fine or interesting or even fun. As a business developer, that's a bad user experience you're causing. Right now, the average block confirmation time is supposed to have been 10 minutes for the last 10 plus years of Bitcoin. Now suddenly it's going to be targeting 11 minutes. That means people are going to have to wait more than 10% longer for their transactions to be confirmed on average. That's detracting from the user experience. It's not a huge detraction, but it's a detraction nonetheless, and there's no benefit whatsoever that I can see as both a user and a holder of Bitcoin Cash myself. So I think that's an example where the business developers should let the software developers know, hey, you're developing something that the users don't care about and don't want and aren't interested in, and it won't make a difference. And we should be spending that time and effort and resources on developing things that users actually want. So things like, super fast, super cheap, super reliable confirmations for their transactions. And so I think there needs to be less animosity, not more animosity, between the software developers and the business developers, because it absolutely takes both. And if you don't have the software developers working and talking closely with the business developers, you're going to have the software developers building a product that the actual end users aren't going to care about or want to use at all. So that's where I would really like to see more collaboration going on within the Bitcoin Cash community. Is let's have the business developers talking with the software developers about what sort of things the users are actually going to want, or the businesses are actually going to want or need, so that the software developers can focus on those things rather than on intellectual experiments that maybe are interesting for some of these software developers, but don't make the user experience better for Bitcoin Cash or the people that are actually trying to use it. So the main things that I see, problems on the Bitcoin Cash network. Let's get rid of the 50 unconfirmed transaction chain limit, and let's make the unconfirmed transactions as irreversible as we possibly can through whatever consensus method is the most useful for that. Those are the things that I think are holding Bitcoin Cash back the most. And then software developer tools too. Like as a business developer, I want to see as many software developers building on top of Bitcoin Cash as possible. So the mainframe guys, I think it's mainframe.cash, and I'll feel horrible if I'm goofing that up. They have a mainnet.cash. So flipstarter.mainnet.cash. They're doing a fundraiser to try and build a bunch of awesome software developer tools to make it even easier for the software developers to build their businesses on top of Bitcoin Cash. So you can go and donate over there. Bitcoin.com already put up 200 Bitcoin Cash to get things started towards the goal of 750 Bitcoin Cash. I think it's over 300 and something Bitcoin Cash have been committed so far using Flipstarter. And Flipstarter is another really cool tool that I'm a fan of. If you haven't clicked around and looked at how Flipstarter works, it's really amazing. Basically, you can have people fundraise together, but you don't have to give the money until you know that the target of the fundraising amount is going to be reached. Otherwise, you don't have to give anything at all. So it's a really cool way to fund public goods or public works projects. And so I'm a big fan of that as well. So I think I've summed up most of what I wanted to say in about 5 minutes there. But the long story short, let's make sure that the business developers and the software developers are working together and not against each other. Because that's how we can move the whole ecosystem forward, because we need both business developers and software developers. And if you only have one without the other, you're going to be dead in the water. You need to have both, and you need to have both of them working together as a team, not fighting with each other, not attacking each other. They need to be working together to build the products that the world wants to use. So if people have questions, or if George wants to elaborate on that as well, from what he's seen being in the crypto space for a long, long time as well, I'd be happy to hear other people's thoughts as well. But or what other people want to see in the space. What are the missing tools that people don't have yet that they want to see built by both the business and the software developers?
All right. So, guys, you can join the Zoom stream. The link there is in the chat. Come on and have a conversation, ask a question, or you can ask a question in the chat. I definitely think that the overall in the crypto space, the software guys rule the roost. You know, as a business guy, like it can be quite hard to get through to the guys who are actually making the software. I've seen a lot of projects where it's just software guy, you know, sitting in his basement or something, just coding stuff up, like not even a point of contact with the outside world to see if it's needed or if the UX is on, or you know, or any kind of systematic approach. Yeah, so here we have a couple comments. I also love the mainnet flip starter. Let's see. Yeah. Give us some questions.
Well, I have some fun thing because we know we have lots of hardcore Bitcoin Cash people on here listening. So I just use gifts.bitcoin.com. If you haven't seen that yet, I think it's such a powerful tool to spread Bitcoin Cash adoption. And if I may, I'm going to share my screen and give away some Bitcoin Cash to the people that are viewing. But what I'd like to ask them to do is to pay it forward. So I just made $25 Bitcoin Cash things using gifts.bitcoin.com. I just funded it here. And if we scroll down, you can see here are the gifts right here. So anybody that's watching on the live stream, and I think that there's a slight delay there as well, you can just scan this with the bitcoin.com wallet by hitting settings and then Sweet Paper wallet, or you can use any other wallet that's able to import private keys. So I think the blockchain.com wallet supports that. I think the Bread wallet supports it. I think Electron Cash supports it. There's quite a few out there. So any wallet that can sweep a private key, you just scan this, and then you can have the money will go literally from the live stream right there to your phone, just like that. And then, you know, pay it forward, give some Bitcoin Cash to your brother. Or if you go and look at some of these right here, you can download an image, you can download the private key directly, or you can email it to somebody, right? So, George, what's your email address? You want $5? So,
me at georgedonley.com. It's E, yeah.
Right, yeah.
Yep, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, sure. So, here you go. So, free BCH. There you go. So that one we've now sent to George via email, and he'll receive an email in just a second there. And look, you can see people have already claimed some of these here on the screen behind me. So email sent. So somebody claimed the bottom couple there. I don't know why I haven't claimed the top. Here's some more we'll put on the live screen here, live stream. And so as people go and scan those, they'll show up on chain. And so this is a really neat example though too, while I'm busy sharing my screen. So someone claimed another one there already. If we go and look over at, let's see, bitcoinfees.cash, you can see the average network fee on Bitcoin at the moment is $4.72, so almost $5, right? Whereas on Bitcoin Cash, it's less than a penny. So each of these here are $5. What that means is that you wouldn't really be able to claim it at all. You'd receive 30 cents if you tried to do this with Bitcoin. And then once you have 30 cents, you wouldn't be able to spend it at all because you'd need $5 to send the 30 cents, right? So this is a really, really powerful example of how you can send money to new people. And here's a couple more that haven't been claimed yet up here as well. And so you can send Bitcoin Cash to people who have never, ever had it ever before via email, via live streams, via Twitter, the direct messages. Like I've actually been sending these to people. I see some of these people on Twitter that don't really know or understand Bitcoin Cash, or they think it's a scam. I send them $5 via Bitcoin Cash just by copying one of these images and sending it to them in the Twitter direct messages. And you can't do that on Bitcoin. It's simply not possible. So I think a lot of people just don't understand the power and the convenience of on-chain transactions just like that. So you can see almost all of them have been claimed here as well, although here's a few more that people haven't claimed. So anyhow, get out your phone, scan those, you can claim those, and there's another one got claimed. So it's really neat. You can see in real time as people manage to claim these things. I think that's a really big deal for the world. So anyhow, I ask you guys that are claiming this out there on the live stream, pay it forward, right? Send this $5 to other people. Send it to, via direct message on Twitter, send it via email. And the really, really cool part about this though too, is you'll notice it says claim by September 1st, 2020. If nobody had claimed these by a month from now, the money goes right back to my wallet or whatever wallet you specify when you set this up using gifts.bitcoin.com. You can specify a refund address. And the way that works is bitcoin.com never has your private keys. All bitcoin.com does is they keep a signed transaction to send the money back to your wallet. And so if nobody claims the money a month from now or whatever time you specify, bitcoin.com will then broadcast that signed transaction to the network to send the money back to you. If somebody already has claimed the money, that transaction is invalid. If nobody's claimed the money, it's a valid transaction and the money goes back to you. So I can't wait for next Halloween. I'm going to be giving all of these to trick-or-treaters that show up at my house. every single trick-or-treater is going to get some Bitcoin Cash, in addition to candy, of course. And if they don't claim it, the money comes back to me, so I don't have to worry about it like that. So it's a really, really powerful tool to give more Bitcoin Cash to people out there in the world, just like that. And yeah, I guess we'll stop sharing my screen there and see what other people want to say or think about or go from that. I think that's such a powerful tool to spread adoption. I'm using it every day to share Bitcoin Cash with people around the world and send it to people via email that have never had any Bitcoin Cash ever before. It's such a great way to do that.
So do you get any feedback on what people do with it?
So occasionally people have. Actually, one of the most interesting pieces of feedback I had recently was from a guy that I hadn't bumped into for more than 20 years, actually. And he emailed me and he said, Roger, do you think you were at Santa Clara University around 1999 or 1998 at a debate on the income tax? And were you giving out books on economics to the people that were at the debate? And he described the situation there, and absolutely, it was me. I was giving out, I think, economics in one lesson, or maybe the Wealth of Nations by Adam Smith. Anyhow, this kid was like 15 years old who was at the debate, and I was only maybe 18 or 19 or 20 years old there. But apparently, he remembered the guy's first name was Roger, and then he saw me in the cryptocurrency space and everything that I was saying and doing. He reached out to me and he said, do you think that was you? Are you the same Roger that gave me this book? And it said him, it changed his whole, or it definitely influenced his whole path in life. And he wound up studying all sorts of economics. And now he's like, I think, a philosophy professor at a university, but a big time libertarian guy at this point, because he received a free copy of, I think he said it was The Wealth of Nations by Adam Smith from me there. But I thought it was interesting that, 20 plus years later, he reached out to me and said, are you the same Roger that gave me this book when I was 15 years old, 20 plus years ago at Santa Clara University, when I think he was a junior high school student at the time, or maybe, freshman in high school when he was there visiting. And I'm sure it was me, because I was there, and I know I had bought a bunch of books with my own money to give out to people because I wanted to spread these ideas. So it was really neat how, it kind of comes full circle. And now this guy's a big Bitcoin Cash fan as well, and doing things out there in the cryptocurrency space as well. So it's kind of you never know what seeds you plant in the world that are going to grow into big giant trees. And he's a university professor now, I think, and so he's spreading these ideas to his students there as well. So it's really fun to see the way that this sort of thing can spread across the world. So I really invite you. Halloween's coming up. It's not that far away. Give every single trick-or-treater a little bit of Bitcoin Cash in addition to some candy, and you never know what seeds are going to be spread, right? Maybe it won't be the trick-or-treater itself. Maybe it's the father or the mother or the uncle or aunt of the trick-or-treater, but you never know what seeds are going to be spread. And so all the time, too, I see people that contact me, or I see them posting online and said, Roger, I met you at PorkFest in 2012 and you gave me some Bitcoin, or I met you somewhere else and you gave me some Bitcoin, and it's changed my whole life. Thank you for doing that. So yeah, I'm doing that, but I want all of the rest of you to do that too. So please help us out in doing that, because you never know what's going to get started just by doing that. A simple thing like giving away some Bitcoin Cash to people that you've never met. So pay it forward, please.
So you're not just Bitcoin Jesus going around handing out Bitcoin, but also Adam Smith.
If I could have chosen the name myself, I think maybe like Bitcoin Johnny Appleseed would be a little bit more appropriate. I'm trying to plant the seeds of cryptocurrency adoption around the world.
So we have a question from the chat. What are your favorite SLP token projects?
Security tokens, without any doubt whatsoever, but there's some legal barriers to launching those sorts of things that I'm actually busy working on trying to overcome those legal barriers so that the entire world can go and do SLP security tokens that are, people in any country can be allowed to buy fully legally without any problems there. So I think that's my favorite. At the moment, probably the most love or hate Tether, or believe them or don't believe them for their reserves, but I think Tether on SLP is a really, really, really big deal. So if you've ever been using Tether on Ethereum or some other chain, swap out your Ethereum ERC20 tethers for SLP tethers, and then ask the different businesses that you're doing business with, say, hey, can you support SLP deposits for Tether or withdrawals for Tether? And I think that'll really make a big deal, because Ethereum's awesome. I love Ethereum. I don't have anything bad to say about Ethereum other than they're actually having real network congestion problems in the Ethereum. I think I made an Ethereum network transaction this morning, actually, and let me pull it up and see. I think that I don't have it open right now, but I think the fee was a whole $1 to make a transaction on the Ethereum network there as well. Whereas if I could have done that on Bitcoin Cash SLP tokens, it's 20th of a penny. So, and then I'd have an extra $1 that I could give away on a live stream to people in Bitcoin Cash as well. So $1 saved or a Bitcoin Cash saved is a Bitcoin Cash earned. So anything you can do to save some additional crypto in that sense is a good thing.
Right. Another question. What would you like to see happen by next year's BCH ForkDay anniversary?
So probably not the answer people are expecting. What I would like to see happen, which I think would just be so philosophically interesting. So like, if you know anybody, get the word out. So like, first of all, the Silk Road was an amazing thing that got Bitcoin started. If it wasn't for the Silk Road, I don't think cryptocurrency would be anywhere near where it is today, if anything at all. Like, that was an absolutely amazing catalyst to start all of cryptocurrency. And it's an absolute travesty what's happened to, Ross Holbrook for setting up this amazing website that allowed people to be able to buy and sell things without needing permission from government. If you think that's horrible, for those that don't know, double life sentence in prison. He's condemned to die in prison for having built this website. If you think that's horrible, head on over to freeross.org, sign the petition. You can read more about it. You can make a donation in Bitcoin Cash or any other cryptocurrency over there. But what I would like to see happen now is there's lots of additional darknet markets. It didn't stop them at all. There's more darknet market commerce happening than ever before. If you're looking at life in prison, where they're going to sentence you to prison until you die for doing this sort of thing, you might as well have an illegal IPO while you're at it. And so Bitcoin Cash with SLP tokens have built all the tools that one of these darknet markets would need in order to have an illegal IPO. So you can then you can sell equity or maybe just give away some equity in your darknet market to people all over the world using SLP tokens. And then you can share part of the revenue from your darknet market with on-chain dividends using the Bitcoin Cash dividend payment tool that's all free and open source. You can use it right there. You don't even have to be a coder. Just go to mint.bitcoin.com and you can do it click, 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 click. It's all open source software anybody can use. I want to see a darknet market have an illegal IPO and sell some of their equity to the public as a Bitcoin Cash SLP token. I think that would be incredibly interesting. I'm not going to have anything to do with it myself because I don't want any legal trouble myself. But philosophically, I think that would be so amazing, so interesting, so cool to do. So anybody that knows anybody that might be interested in doing that, get the word out. You can have an illegal IPO on Bitcoin Cash right now today. I think that's really, really interesting. And I think it's going to be kind of the same thing. We're starting to see the end of the ability for governments to control the flow of capital. Soon we're going to see the end of government entities like the SEC have the ability to control who has IPOs and who sells equity and in what sort of businesses. And again, buyer beware, right? Don't invest in some sort of shady IPO on the internet for somebody. It's super, super high risk to buy stock or equity in a darknet market. It's probably not the best investment, but boy, is it interesting philosophically, the fact that now people can have IPOs and it's beyond the reach of regulatory entities. And I think it's going to lead to more people being careful with what you're doing. And the regulatory bodies don't stop fraud one bit whatsoever. Look at Bernie Madoff, right? He was like the head of a regulatory compliance body, and it was one of the biggest ripoffs ever. So don't think that it can't happen with these regulatory bodies. It happens all the time, and it'll happen with cryptocurrency related things as well. So like at the end of the day, it's up to the end user to be really careful with what they do with their own money. Don't lend millions of dollars or even $100 to strangers on the internet. Be really careful with that sort of thing. But that's what I would like to see happen by next year, because I think it would drive another huge wave of cryptocurrency adoption around the world when people realize that you can have equity markets beyond the control of any jurisdiction, and it can't be shut down, can't be frozen. People can pay the dividends right there on chain to anybody who wants to receive them or anybody that owns the tokens. So it's a really, really big deal that I think people haven't fully realized just how powerful a tool that is. So that's what I'd like to see happen. I think the question was probably geared more towards the Bitcoin Cash protocol itself. So to answer that question, what I would like to see happen by next year, I'd like to see the 50 unconfirmed transaction chain limit raised to a lot higher or gotten rid of altogether. And I would like to see the block size raised to something significantly bigger than 32 megabytes. Let's get it up to a gig or multiple gigs with or no limit or adjustable limit. And then you can have a soft cap where all the miners are just running off software that's configured. Okay, we're not going to make blocks that are bigger than 8 or 32 or 64 megabytes, but we know that it's already built right there into the protocol where they can just remove their soft limit to be as big as it needs to be as the network grows and as the software is improved. Just like Bitcoin had in the early days, they had the 1 megabyte limit, but all the miners were running nodes that limited it to 100 kilobytes or 250 kilobytes or half a megabyte before they finally bumped into that 1 megabyte limit. I'd like to see that limit raised to 30, something bigger than 32 megabytes, so that the business developers can go out there into the world and say, hey, Bitcoin Cash already has the ability to support 1 gigabyte blocks or whatever that number happens to be, that could potentially support up to however many thousands of transactions per second that works out to be. So those are the two main things I would like to see. And of course, making unconfirmed transactions as safe as possible, as fast as possible, whether it's via Avalanche or some other mechanism. I think that's a really big deal as well, because if you go and use something like Ethereum or Ripple or something like that, wow, you get credited at the exchange much, much faster than most exchanges credit you with Bitcoin Cash at the moment. So we need to compete on that front as well. So those are the main things I'd like to see happen by next year.
Okay. Z-Way asks, what do you think of building DeFi on Bitcoin Cash?
Yes, and more yes. Go and take a look at the general protocols guys that are working on exactly that. I think that's another really big deal that people don't fully appreciate, that all this is coming to Bitcoin Cash as well. So check out general protocols. I think it's .cash. It might be .com. I'm sure I have it open in one of my many, many tabs here. I have too many tabs open all the time is the only downside. So.
Yeah, I'm not finding it.
Generalprotocols.com. That's good news. So yeah, check out generalprotocols.com. They're working on exactly that for Bitcoin Cash. And I'm really, really excited about that. Or actually, their other site that maybe you're already familiar with, George, is anyhedge.com. And that's their product as well. So can't wait for those guys to launch. Although they reached out to me recently, like, please don't change the targeted block time from something other than 10 minutes, because that screws up all sorts of the stuff that apparently these guys are working on. So there's no advantage that I can see any business being in favor of making the block time go from 10 minutes on average to targeting 11 minutes on average. And there's lots of minor inconveniences that I'm aware of, and maybe some major inconveniences to people that are trying to build. So please don't change that. This is from one business developer, a request to the software developers. There should be a really strong business or technical reason to change it from 10 to 11 minutes. And I'm not aware of one. I haven't heard one. I watched all the videos about it with the discussions recently. Please don't change the targeted Bitcoin block time from 10 minutes to 11 minutes. It certainly shouldn't be a longer than 10-minute block time. If you want to change it from 10 minutes to something shorter, I think that's a discussion very well worth having. I can't see any benefit to making it longer. There isn't one that I'm aware of or that I can see.
So on that topic, a question from Crypto Panda. Do you think, Roger, that the donation-based model for software development is sustainable?
Yes, we're like 12 years into Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash. I think part of the reason that Bitcoin Core went off the rails is they had too much outside money from outside of the community, right? You had Blockstream raised $100+ million from traditional finance companies to build a product that would only be monetizable if Bitcoin was strangled on chain or at the base layer. So nobody needs side chains or liquid or lightning stuff if Bitcoin was allowed to scale on chain. So that's exactly what happened. A bunch of outside money came in, strangled it. So I think community-based donations for development is probably the best way to keep the community on track. Because if you get a bunch of money from outside, that corrupts it. Or if you have a bunch of money coming from the block reward getting diverted, we've seen how that can cause we saw it the last time around, that there was just a huge amount of infighting. Who gets the money? Who decides where the money goes to? Everybody's busy arguing about that rather than actually building things. So I think a voluntary donation-based method from people that support the industry and are building in the industry, I think that's the best way to do things going forward. And we're seeing that right now with the mainnet.cash, or I just said the name a moment ago. Let's see. Mainnet.cash. Flip started up mainnet.cash. They've raised 332 Bitcoin Cash so far towards their goal. So that's about $10,000. About $100,000, right? So Yeah, about $100,000 they've raised out of a target that initially was $175,000, but the price of Bitcoin Cash has gone up a little bit. But I think that's a fantastic example. If you haven't looked at their flip starter and what they want to build in terms of developer tools, I'm very confident that the community is going to come up with enough money for them to do that. And then we're going to have a really powerful suite of software developer tools that'll make it even easier for people all over the world to build on top of Bitcoin Cash. So yeah, I do think that voluntary community-based fundraisers are a fantastic way to fund the future development of Bitcoin Cash, and I'm a big, big fan of those.
Okay, and last question for Roger. What do you think of the African space when it comes to adoption?
Yeah, I think we would have to ask somebody in Africa that has their finger on the pulse there. So I haven't lived in Africa. I'm not African, so I don't know a whole lot about it, other than I've met a lot of really passionate people in Africa that have been reaching out to me saying they're big Bitcoin Cash fans because they can't afford to pay the fees, or they don't want to pay the high fees on Bitcoin or other chains. And so they're starting to use platforms like local.bitcoin.com and Bitcoin Cash because it gives them, a better user experience. There was another guy I did like a chat with, the Bitcoin Meister, Adam Meister, or something like that. And he looked at me with a straight face. He says, no, I've been to Africa, or I've been to places in the world. People don't mind waiting in line for hours and hours. They don't care at all. And like, I thought, what world are you living in to think that people don't mind waiting in line for hours in other countries? Nobody wants to wait in line. And they don't want to wait in line at a bank, and they don't want to wait in line on the blockchain for inclusion in a block, and they don't want to pay high fees at the bank, and they don't want to pay high fees for inclusion in a blockchain either. They want fast, cheap, reliable payments. And that means not having to wait. And Bitcoin Cash is fantastic at delivering those things, and that's why we're seeing more people in Africa and around the world starting to pay more attention to Bitcoin Cash, because it provides a great user experience, but it needs to provide a better user experience, not better than just Bitcoin, or not just better than the banks, but better than all these other cryptocurrencies out there. So we need to really focus on building that infrastructure and doing that. And I think we're doing a pretty good job, but let's pick up the pace and do it even faster. And to be honest, I feel like a lot of people spend too much time talking about things rather than doing things. I'd like to see more doing than talking. But you need to talk enough to figure out what it is that you need to do. So,
indeed, people in the developing world are not fans of waiting in line any more than anybody else. And in fact, all the bureaucracy here that causes people to wait in line, it just wastes people's lives away. Time that they could be using to, for their health, for learning, spent in lines. It's terrible.
There was another book I read, 20 plus years ago, and I think it was this book that had the concept, and it was The Mainspring of Human Progress by Henry Grady Weaver. And it's not a very well-known book, but it was a really interesting eye-opening book. And in that book, he talks about how each human is, alive, or has, 24 hours in a day. You need to spend, 6, 7, 8 of those hours sleeping. So then you have another, 18, 16, somewhere in that ballpark of hours each day. And he talks about human energy, right? You have a certain amount of human energy that you are able to expend to do things each day. And if you have to spend part of that human energy waiting in line at a government office for something or other, or waiting in line at a bank for something, or doing something, that's human energy that wasn't able to be expended to make more banana chips, right, or grow more peanuts or nuts and package them up in somewhere. It's human energy that was spent doing something that's no longer available to be spent doing something else. If you spend a bunch of time rounding up a bunch of people who smoked pot and then put them in prison for decades, that's however many millions of man hours, or some huge number of human energy that's no longer able to be used to actually make the world a better place, because it was diverted to doing something that doesn't make the world a better place. And so it's true with all these cryptocurrencies. We want to make them as fast and cheap and reliable, as convenient as possible, so that you have to spend the least amount of human energy focusing on that, and then you have human energy available to figure out how to build a better car, or a better rocket to go into space, or a better internet system for the world that's orbiting in space for people. So like, we want to enable the most efficient use of human energy around the world for as many people as we possibly can. And cryptocurrencies are a huge step forward in that, but we need to improve them from where they are already, just like we need to improve everything else. So anyhow, it was a fascinating book that influenced my view of the world and human energy. The Mainspring of Human Progress by Henry Grady Weaver. I'm sure you can buy it for 20% off on purse.io with your Bitcoin Cash. So.
All right, excellent. Thank you very much, Roger Ver, founder of Bitcoin.com. you're welcome to hang around. We're going to do a panel on adoption next, or, I'm sure you're very busy.
I think I'm going to have some breakfast, but I'll be listening to the panel on adoption and be eager to hear what other people think need to be the areas to focus on. And George, I just want to thank you for being such an amazing spokesperson for Bitcoin Cash and Bitcoin ABC. You do such an amazing job, and I feel the passion that you have for your involvement in the space every day. So I'm truly appreciative and grateful to you for that. So thank you for that, and keep up the amazing work. And I look forward to seeing what you do next.
Thank you very much, Roger. Thank you.
See ya.
See ya. Okay, so up next is the panel discussion, how to onboard the next 1 million Bitcoin Cash users. The people who are attending have received a link that will push them right into the panelist position. Hello, Akane. Jaja. And so, yeah, please use that link and join us as a panelist. Because if you just join, normally might not be able to promote you. All right. Okay, so Kusha, Oscar, Emmanuel, Francesco, maybe you could join us as well. All right, very good. Okay, so we need to onboard 1 million users. How long is it going to take, Boyan? What do you think?
Hello. Well, if you would ask me that question back in, let's say, 1994, I would answer the same. I just don't know. I wouldn't be able to envision back then, let's say, the appearance of eBay, PayPal, or Amazon, or Google. Actually, I was introduced to Google in 1998 by my friend. He just showed me his web browser. So the same goes with crypto. There is an amazing technology. There is a new paradigm, but it will take time. I think my personal feeling is 10 to 15 years when we go to the mass adoption.
10 to 15 years just to get the next 1 million Bitcoin Cash users?
Yes, from now on.
No, I can't. I'm sorry. I can't accept that. Does anybody think we can do it faster? Francesco, what are your thoughts?
Hi, everybody, and thanks for having me here.
My personal
well, I think that it is not such a dream to have BCH to that limit, but you see, there are some other people, let us say so, that are thinking thinking about it to make BCH reach 1 million, and these people are precisely central bankers, and we have seen that in the last month they have printed the amount of an entire century for the Federal Reserve, for example. So for what concerns this limit, I think that you see, from 1971 we have been dealing with fake money economy, and you see, real money is part of the real world. It is limited, like time. You can create more of it. You can't create more of it just because it would be convenient to have, let us say, an extra hours of sleep. And if politicians want to fund one project with real money, they have to take money from something else. And I think that that's why Bitcoin Cash, for example, is so useful as money. It is limited, like time itself. Each Satoshi has to be discovered, dug out of computational
Okay.
power.
No, sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt. We are short on time, but this is all good stuff. But the topic of the panel is how. How do we do it? How do we get 1 million new people onboarded? And how long is it going to take?
Just sit and watch.
Just sit and watch? No, please. That's a hodl mentality. I can't take it. Akane, what do you think? How long do you think it'll take us to onboard the next 1 million people to Bitcoin Cash?
I
think it depends on like how many of us are working on it and our strategies.
So what's your strategy?
Oh, my strategy. I think grassroots adoption is very important, but if you want to go for the masses, I think we should approach like, bigger like companies. Like, for example, like, if you're working on merchant adoption, it's really important in the beginning to onboard like individual merchants locally. But if you want to go for like, I don't know, millions of merchants, like you have to talk to like giant POS, service providers and yeah, these kind of big players, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Jaja, what do you think?
Hey, can you hear me? It's
Yes.
so loud here. So I think so. What was your question? Your question is like, how do we onboard like 1 more million people?
Yes.
So I think so. If we going to onboard more and more people, we really need adoption. So if we have a lot of merchants that accept BCH or other cryptocurrency, and we see that okay, they can use it, so they might get into it easily. To me, in my opinion, so it would be easy to spread BitcoinCash.
Okay. All right. Very good. So Kusha, what do you think is going to be the tactic that's going to get the job done?
Well, I can only give my subjective view on this, and it's probably not a data scientific business idea of how to get, traditionally to something or conventionally to something. In my opinion, the only thing I see that works is to directly reach out to players, to people who are established in that one or the other industry that fits. So I'm thinking about, and what Akane was saying, I think is also true. We have to go to specific industries or specific providers, like Steam or Microsoft. We had these already interested in Bitcoin. We had these already accepted. So maybe if we have someone who has a loud enough voice, let's just say Bitcoin.com really directly reaches out. And if they don't have a time, maybe we find a group that does exactly that. Let's say Ignite, whatever. We can go out and tell these people, like, guys, you probably overlooked this one coin. This is the Bitcoin that you accept before everything went down. So and to the question of how long it takes, I cannot tell, but I mean, it can take like 10 years, 50 years, or even happen next week because of some kind of killer app and whatever. So this is when I'm seeing looking back at 2016 and going into 2017, how people suddenly started to talk about Bitcoin, and actually happening a few months ago as well. So where really everybody starts to talk about, I see that it is not necessarily one action that we are doing, but the accumulation of having all this information out there and all this stuff shared with the people, and direct people that then other people see and just react to it and want to be on board with it. So that's all for now.
So
directly, oh yeah, and maybe the last thing, entertainment. I think we are thinking not along entertainment as much, like video games, events, anything that has, especially in a digital realm, content, anything that can create, why not a music video from some celebrity? He doesn't have to be, Kanye West, but it can be someone who has fans who includes Bitcoin Cash in some way, one or the other, the lifestyle or whatever, So
okay, very good.
BCH.
So Dimitri, you haven't said anything yet.
Not yet. Hello from me too. So as to the question, how long will it take? I don't have idea either. However, I have idea of one necessary prerequisite for that to happen. Ultimately, for Bitcoin Cash to be viewed and accepted as money by society at large, we need total liquidity. It means that anything you might need anytime, you've got to be able to get it for Bitcoin Cash directly. Now, that might not be a sufficient prerequisite. People might not be interested in using that opportunity, but that opportunity, if that opportunity is not there, people will not accept that it is actually money. And if people don't accept it is money, then it is not money, sorry. So that's why we're focusing on exactly that here in Sofia, Bulgaria. We founded the company offering point of sale services to merchants so we can increase that liquidity and the opportunity for people to get what they need with Bitcoin Cash.
All right, very good. So Emmanuel from BCH in South Sudan joining us. Emmanuel, how long is it going to take? What do you think? Share your thoughts.
Thank you. So much happy to be here finally. I think basically the angle of like to reach 1 million users, having local, I mean, it's starting from the local level. For example, to reach like 1 million, like already, let me say with the project that we're working on, for example, for the tree planting, the target there of the planting of the trees is around 1 million to 5 million, trees. That basically means that if we're gonna talk to the community itself, they start using it by themselves. That means that already each of these people can able to have, for example, Bitcoin with them because they'll be able to get this trade out. People can able to purchase digitally the trades and they'll be managing it. And that means also this gives them opportunity to actually use it among themselves at the local level. So I'm looking at the localization of the BCH, of the BCH itself or the Bitcoin, that will be able to reach 1 million people. So like 1, 2 to 5 years, definitely that will be able to be reached.
All right. Okay. The floor is open. Who wants to jump in and say something?
Maybe something what I wanted to say anyway. I was talking about, how adoption teams would go on, but I would say what I'm also thinking about is especially what also Emmanuel talked before about actually making an impact. And well, first of all, just focusing on the right countries. Right countries, in my opinion, are like the most suitable ones. And the most suitable ones, I think, are not being looked at. So the regions in South America, Africa, Southeast Asia, I would say we actually should really directly focus them. And in fact, we actually focus the exact other side, in my opinion. So I'm kind of feeling a bit alone on that front, and could need support or would need, other people who also have the connections and know people, and there are so many projects. And let's say even BCH, Emmanuel's projects, I didn't know about many of them. It's not just BCH. So, and the second thing on that, not just focusing like our advertisement on Africa also, but also seeing how we can actually use Bitcoin Cash as the tool that we actually want to use as the tool for economic freedom. So what do? We bring economic freedom, we bring relief. And charity was the first thing, which was the ad hoc thing that we actually did. And it emerged automatically, in my opinion. You can see how it's, it's just too convenient to do it with BCH. So you tip to Venezuela, you tip people in Africa, that's great. But you can do it, we can scale this, we can make this bigger, in my opinion.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
all right,
like
so
relief, financial relief,
one thing you raised is, like, say, are we going to see mass adoption first in Europe or in Africa?
In Africa. I mean, if you give me those two, I would say in Africa.
Okay, Boyan, what do you think?
Well, I think that here in Europe, there is not so much problems, let's put it that way. And people, for instance, I can give you an example. We had a meetup the other day, 2 days ago, and in this new pub that we have onboarded, the Vitamin B Bar, very nice place, very good beer. We're enjoying there. So there was a bunch of people around, and one table sitting 4 young people in their early 20s. And I just approached them and I asked them, okay, do you know what we're doing here? We're doing a meetup, Bitcoin Cash meetup. Do you want to try? Do you want to get some free money? Do you want to see how the technology works? And you know what was the reaction? There was just like silence, that like I'm offering something bad. They was just not interested. I mean, people, if they don't feel the need, if they don't see the usage, it's very difficult to convince them. Well, we're talking about having 1 million people. I'm just wondering how many people do we have now? I don't know, in Bulgaria, maybe Dimitri will help me with this, but I don't think there are more than 1,000 people who really know what's going on, and probably less who are using it. So to me, the answer to that question probably is going to be in Africa, where people have many problems, when they need financial inclusion, and when they can start using one simple application in a mass way. In Europe, it will take more, definitely more, or one big crisis, one big kaboom, and then maybe we'll have a faster adoption. Let's put it that way. But just to say a few more words about what we are doing, we're just acting like change agents, Dimitri and I and the people who are helping us. And we are talking everywhere we go about the technology. We are tipping people, we are onboarding them. Currently, we have, I think we have 16 merchants that are accepting. And the latest one is a Soul House with 2 locations. We are doing some promotional videos today there. And this is what we are doing. I mean, it's gradually, we are adding every day 1 or 2 people or 1 merchant this week. And I do believe that this will work like, what was the term? Dimitri, can you help me with this math term in progression?
Exponential, maybe?
Yes. It will work like exponentially. And when we reach 1 million people, this question will be no more important one. I mean, we will be there. But the point is that we have to do everyday simple things. Just go and talk to people and onboard them, show them how the technology works, and it will come soon or late. The problem is that we're way too much enthusiastic, because we have people who understand what is going on. We understand the new paradigm, but it's not like with the others. I mean, the masses, they simply don't care. If they don't have problems, they will never see for new solutions. That's the point.
Can I agree, disagree? Akane?
Oh, sorry.
Agree or disagree?
I don't know. I feel like there are different like approaches to increasing users, and like one could be like maybe what you're saying, like, you know, finding the, I mean, it's in some countries, like some people have different needs and stuff, but there are also like different ways to onboard people, like using like useful tools that use crypto, like such as like Redog Cash, and like lots of users started to use that platform. And I think if the user experience, I mean, it's already good for us, for crypto people, but if it becomes more easy for new people, you know, if it becomes popular like Medium, like maybe more people will start writing. And there's also this new service platform called Playmo, and that lets you sort of lets the player like people who like games, they can play games like Fortnite, like popular games, like among kids as well. They can play games, and like they can bet little money, and they can earn money and stuff like that. And if we can get those people on board, like it's only possible with BCH, right? These small transactions. and the fees make sense for the website and the users, because there's no middle party. So if these kind of services get popular, I think we can onboard people whether or not they think about Bitcoin or Bitcoin Cash or whatever. So I don't know if I am. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So Rob was here. He wanted to say something about games, but it looks like he fell off.
Oh.
Francesco, do you have any thoughts on games?
Not precisely, but I think I watch it from a more economically point of view. I think that it is inevitable at the end, because through price inflation and the way that fiat money will become ever more costly to use, people will try to will search for an alternative. And yes, of course, if now we think about you see games or other things to let people know better the crypto world, that's good. But I think that in the end it will be inevitable that the Bitcoin Cash will be used as money, because it is way better. We already know all the peculiar features that Bitcoin Cash has.
Cool. Rob, do you want to say something about games? We can't hear you. Yeah. See if you can get your audio working. So is it enough that we just have a better product? Jaja, what do you think? Is it enough that we just have like really great money? Is that enough?
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Hold on just a second. Jaja?
Yes.
So is it enough? So Francesco said we have the best money. Is that enough to get adoption? Just a good product? Is that enough? Or
I
do we
think
need
it's
more?
like, what do we need more? I don't know what to say. Like, we really need everyone to like collaborate like globally and to push more adoption. We need more people, we need more user. Even we do a lot of adoption, if we don't have user, adoption wouldn't be like so matters.
Okay.
You know
cool.
what I mean? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, Rob, you want to jump in about games?
Yeah, so I think the games are the way forward. You want to know how to get the next million people into Bitcoin Cash? It's SLP tokens on games, without a doubt. SLP tokens give us the unique opportunity to actually give out a cryptocurrency for almost nothing at all. Since you can create as many SLP tokens as you want for your game, it's practically no cost to you. You start using your SLP token as an in-game currency. Imagine RuneScape, EVE Online, all these massive games, but on chain instead of just a number in a database. You know, this gives you the ability to actually put a form of crypto into players' pockets without them having to invest any sort of money at all, just playing their games. With that, people can actually start making money just from being good at video games. They don't even need to get on stream and have an entertaining personality or anything. They just jump in and start making money just from having fun, you know?
All right. Dimitri, crazy idea, good idea?
Yeah, also the read.cash that Akane mentioned, very good examples, because it gives the opportunity for regular people to earn Bitcoin Cash. Regards for the problems that we have now, all here we understand we want to use better money. We understand this is better money. However, unfortunately, most people don't care that the money they use is good. They mostly care that only they have more of it. But as Roger yesterday said, things, especially in the developed, regarding the developed world, things are fine and good until they aren't. So it is important that for the moment when things stop being fine and good, that we have this alternative. That's why we should keep building these things.
Yeah, and I think we need to think systematically, you know, Like we need to think about how to design a system that is going to involve other people in the system to make it self-sustaining.
Absolutely, yes. As I said, one prerequisite is to have everyone to has the opportunity to use it. Then they are able to view it and accept it as money. And then
they should get paid. I think they should
yes,
get paid.
Exactly, exactly. That is why Read.cash and platforms like that are very important, because you don't need to care about crypto, but if you can get some money out of it, you will use it. So people will get into that.
Okay, so go ahead.
I think that in Japan it's already happening that people get paid with Bitcoin Cash. I'm not wrong.
Okay, so we're near the end, so let's just go around and you can say your final thoughts on this. Emmanuel, you want to go first? Unmute.
Yeah. So also like the thing actually varies. For example, from places to places. Like for example, with the context of South Sudan, you find that people from the number of meetups and from our conversation with the community that we're having around, and in our BCH house here in Juba, one thing they find out is that, yeah, we introduce them Redcast, we introduce them Twitch, some different other platforms whereby they can able to earn Bitcoin. But then at the end of the day, they're looking at how can they also, for example, if they have their local currency, also get it up on the platform, and then also like have it back to, for example, in their mobile money. So like we have two mobile money. So like with the angle of South Sudan, like one key thing I'm looking at is, for example, we like right now, when some like before we have like people, merchants who can able, for example, to give us the food in exchange to give out to the children at the centers that we're having. We usually like cast it out from Uganda, and like getting it from Uganda currency to have it to South Sudan, and sometimes like getting the food from there, and like all this process was long. So like now I think the angle for us in South Sudan to have more people to start using it, it has to be, for example, we need to have a platform like the Biduka of Uganda, whereby people can able to, for example, if they have cryptocurrency, they can also able to put it up on their wallet or on their mobile money. I think that's way to be able to, for example, increase the number of users. Because like some of them, they say, yeah, I have not this cryptocurrency. Now we start trading it among ourselves, among the network that we already have. I'm just looking at being differs from places to places. So like, yeah, like the option for the game is also a good one. We have some, opportunities in this angle, for example, for so many users of, who are deeply into social media and games and all this. But then like the thing with them is that I think if something like that being developed up and also being shared, I think that will actually increase the number, because like the use of South Sudan, they're just so flexible and they're looking at the opportunities that they can able to tap in and able to do something.
Right. Okay. Akane, final thoughts?
Final thoughts. I just want to say, everybody, let's do what you can do. Like if you're good at writing content, maybe, write stuff on Read.cash and share that with your friends, and your friends might start using that. And if you like games, and if you have lots of gamer friends, maybe introduce some like gaming platforms like Playmo to your friends, and your friends can start earning Bitcoin. And if you have connection with merchants, if you go to bars, restaurants, often onboard them.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you, everybody. Boyan and Dimitri of Poipe in Sofia, Bulgaria. Francesco of Melis Wallet in Italy, right? Akane, who does so many things. I think Satoshi's Angels, your primary affiliation. Kusha of BCH Ghana. Jaja, who does her thing in Thailand. Rob, Emmanuel of Eat BCH. Thanks, everybody. Great panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye.
Thanks, bye. Thank you. Ciao.
All right. So coming up next is the Avalanche panel, which is going to be moderated by Anthony Zegers of Bitcoin ABC. Chris, welcome. How you doing?
Doing pretty good, thank you.
All right. So we're also standing by for Amaury and Tyler. Coming up next is the Avalanche. Hi, Anthony. Can you hear us okay?
Yeah.
All right.
I think Amaury might still be. Are we live on the thing now?
Yes.
Great. Hi, everyone.
All right. I'm going to hand the floor over to you, Anthony.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, Rob's here too. Great. Hi, Chris. I guess we may as well just get started. Oh, I don't hear you.
Oh, you don't hear me?
Oh, now I do. Yeah, that's better. You're just muted or something.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Rob. It's Tyler. I guess we're waiting for Tyler and Amaury. So maybe we should chit chat for a few minutes first.
It's what, 7 a.m. in the valley?
Yeah, I just woke up.
Oh yeah, you're over there too in California.
I guess I'm late to the party, but it started right before I went to bed. So, but I thought I better not turn this on. I better sleep. I can't believe George has been going for I don't know how many hours now. Well, I guess we're here to talk about Avalanche. I'm moderating, I guess. So I don't know if there's like, topics or questions that people had. Oh, Amaury.
Hey, hello. Sorry for that.
Tyler here is too. Great.
There's Tyler.
I was just trying to kill time before you guys showed up. So yeah, we're talking about Avalanche. I'll moderate, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I don't have a strong agenda or anything. I just thought maybe we could start out by everyone sort of introduce yourselves a little bit and go into the history of Avalanche, like where it came from, what we're even talking about, and what it is. So I don't know who'd like to start.
Chris, do you want to start?
Yeah, I can go ahead. So Avalanche is a consensus mechanism that there was a paper that was dropped on the internet by anonymous authors, Team Rocket. I don't think we know who they are unless Tyler has some insight there, but it was picked up and kind of promoted by Emingun Serrer, who's been very helpful to us in the BCH community. He's an academic, I believe, at Cornell University. I'm not sure if he's still there, but who researches like consensus algorithms and things like this in the space. And so as a consensus algorithm itself, it's kind of like a halfway point between, say, like Nakamoto consensus and kind of classical consensus, and it has some interesting properties to it. And they're interesting properties that we first started kind of throwing around the idea of potentially using Avalanche in Bitcoin Cash for something called pre-consensus a few years ago. We were always having discussions about things like related to pre-consensus. So like, for example, weak blocks is sort of an example of something that could be considered a pre-consensus, and the weak block concept has been around for a very long time. But the idea behind Avalanche, when that came out, it's pretty interesting. It has some potential advantages over weak blocks in that it could be even faster in terms of essentially confirming or pre-confirming transactions. And so but there's also some complications in like, how do you get this into Bitcoin Cash? How does it interact with the underlying Nakamoto consensus and this sort of thing? There's also the potential for using Avalanche for sort of finalizing blocks. So, when we had the big hash war with that it was called, with Craig Wright and BSV, they were threatening to, do like reorg attacks against the Bitcoin Cash blockchain. and this sort of stuff. And so at that time, you know, ABC put in this 10 block reorg protection, like it won't reorg past 10 blocks in an attempt to try and like thwart that sort of attack. There's positives and negatives, trade-offs to reorg protection like that. And so something like Avalanche could potentially be used as sort of an alternative to that type of 10 block reorg protection, where you can sort of finalize blocks as they come in and prevent those sorts of attacks. And again, there's different sets of trade-offs and things that need to be analyzed in that sense. So that's kind of where we are. I mean, some work has been done towards writing implementations and kind of some small scale tests and stuff like that, but nothing has really gotten to the point where we're, you know, even really kind of capable of putting forward like a formal spec or prototype that people can analyze and test and that sort of stuff.
Yeah, that's a good summary. Maybe I'm gonna add like a bit of history that a lot of people don't know, but as Chris pointed out, the idea of pre-consensus in BCH is older than Avalanche exists, and we were talking about, you know, with various ideas, and notably at some point just before the paper came out, with Shay, we were talking about an idea that is effectively similar to what Ripple is doing, but not broken. So effectively, like, you know, we were like, okay, Ripple, those guys, they say that they can confirm transaction in like a few seconds, right? So we need to look at how that works and what you know, if there is something in there that we can reuse, and if it's broken or not as well, actually. And so what we figure out is that they have something that works if you make some assumption about the topology of the network that you actually cannot make. And so therefore it's busted per se. But we also figured out that by modifying the protocol and adding some level of randomization, we could make it work. And so we start, you know, like working on that. And then the Avalanche paper came out, and it was basically everything that we were working on, but better and simpler. And so we're like, you know, all right, you know, our stuff is trash. We can just like move on and use Avalanche instead. Because this was really, you know, like assuming infinite iteration on our ID, this is probably where we would have ended up, assuming we are talented and everything enough to get there. So yeah, the Avalanche paper came out, and this is actually what we were trying to build, except we had the very crappy version of that. And so this seemed like very natural to you know, shuffle a bit what we were doing to integrate Avalanche instead. The protocol, yeah, as you point out, it's a very interesting mix of what classical consensus and Nakamoto consensus can do. And it's very fast. So that's very suitable for pre-consensus, where we can do zero conf very, very quickly. That's a protocol contrary to, you know, classical consensus. You don't need to know the participant set ahead of time. You don't need to, you know, have it fixed in stone, and therefore you can have a permissionless system. And yeah, pretty much it fit the bill with many ways, in many ways. And so the more then you like, there is this idea to do it for zero conf, but the more you dig into it and the more you realize that there is actually a ton of stuff that you can do with that goes way beyond just doing zero conf, right? You can do, as you pointed out, you can do reorg protection effectively, because one of the problems that you have with reorg protection is deciding what is a reorg, like a malicious reorg, and what is just, you know, like a chain that you were not aware of. And with Avalanche, you can, you know, contact your peers and run the Avalanche consensus to know that everybody is on the same tip. And so if everybody is on the same tip and suddenly there is a block that comes that it's not built on top of that tip, you know that it's a malicious reorg. So you can do that. You can do like a bunch of other stuff. But yeah, that's very promising tech. And that's just not science fiction. Like you guys, Chris, you have a prototype in BCHD. know since recently we have a prototype that doesn't exactly do the same thing, or that would not be fun, but we have a prototype as well. Once you have something that works though, like, our goal, at least at ABC, our goal is going to be to evolve that prototype so that it can make peer discovery. Right now, you have to connect all the peer manually with each other and tell them, oh, this is your Avalanche peer and this is your Avalanche peer. There is no like peer discovery on the network. So this is our next step. And then when we get there, we effectively have something that can work by itself. And this is when we want to ask our question, like what we want the protocol to actually look like. And this is where we can start talking about specs and stuff like that, right? But we're not at that point yet.
Yeah, that's a good starting off point. But before we start getting into where we're going with this, maybe I'll turn it to Tyler and ask him to kind of give his background and history with Avalanche also, and like what you've done and how you found out about it and stuff like that.
Yeah, sure. First, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we can see you too. That's nice.
yeah, it's different. Cool. So I first heard about Avalanche shortly after, I assume after Omri read the paper, told Chris about it, and then Chris posted a link to it in the Open Bazaar Slack. And I read it and I was like, I don't understand this. This is like not at all like what we're trying to do. And I really did not, like it just didn't make any sense to me at first, honestly. I mean, I understood the protocol. The protocol made a lot of sense, but at the time, I wasn't thinking about how, I hadn't heard of the idea of pre-consensus or post-consensus. So I was originally thinking that the plan was that Bitcoin Cash was just going to wholesale switch to Avalanche. And I thought that was pretty, just a huge change in Bitcoin Cash. But everything else that ABC was doing seemed pretty much in line with what I thought Bitcoin Cash should do. So I thought that was really strange. So I started digging into Avalanche and pre-consensus and really trying to wrap my head around this idea that Omri was proposing. And the more I got into it, the more I realized, like, not only is it totally in line with what we want to do with Bitcoin Cash, but it's fundamentally like much less of a radical change than I think a lot of people think it is. There's certainly like a lot to the protocol and a lot to get right and stuff, but at the end of the day, there's this whole Nakamoto consensus is sort of optimized for these really long human time scales, where you have reorgs that may last like hours, whereas in typical computer networks you want to make decisions in milliseconds or seconds. And so Avalanche really kind of fills the gap between what Nakamoto consensus can provide at like really long timescales and the kind of features and behaviors that we need to see on the network on a much shorter time scale to make things like zero-conf safer or to protect against reorgs. So like recently, there was a Bitcoin Gold 51% attack. It was ongoing for a long amount of time, and everybody in the community had to decide on a block that they were going to agree on to reject the 51% attack. And it was a very social process. They had to update the code. Everybody had to download it, install it. Miners had to eventually switch sides. So with something like Avalanche, you can make these decisions in a second or less than a second, instead of it being like a days or weeks long process. And ultimately, I think, especially with Bitcoin Cash being a minority proof of work chain, I think this is something that like we really need to look into if we want to make Bitcoin Cash successful in the long term. So that's kind of why I went all in on it personally.
This just happened to ETC as well, either yesterday or today. They got like a 60K reorg, 30K block deep reorg yesterday or today. I haven't been following the details because ETC, Ethereum Classic.
Oh, ETC. Okay, I thought you said
Yeah.
BTC. I was gonna say.
No, ETC. Yeah. No, BTC. You'd hear about it in the news, maybe, Evan.
But like one thing I'm curious about is just to let people, because we talk a lot about the advantages. I guess my way of thinking about, maybe I'll give an analogy and throw it out there and see if you guys think it makes sense or not. Like my mental image of it, it's kind of like people at nighttime on the beach sitting around a campfire. That's like my analogy of Avalanche. So like people talk around the campfire and they can all come to consensus on what's going on and what's not in the campfire. Like people can wander in from the beach and join the circle and everyone knows what's going on. But if someone new comes into the campfire and says, hey, what happened like 3 hours ago? Then if it's all different people around the campfire, because they all came and went, the people could like tell them, could like make something up or lie to them on purpose. So is that, whereas like proof of work, it's like someone's like etching it down on a stone tablet or something. So when you show up later, you say, oh, what happened 3 hours ago? Someone can say, oh, look, we marked it all down on this stone tablet.
Yeah.
Right? And then you have some trust of the history. So is that like, because we talk a lot about the advantages of Avalanche, but like the part of etching the history in a reliable way, is that accurate to say that that's kind of like a downside of it?
I think this is exactly it. And I think this is why I have some reservation, though it seems to be working very well for them. But I have some reservation about the work of Avalab, because they use Avalanche exclusively. And so they are making that trade-off. They are making the trade-off, if I'm going to use your analogy, that we're going to use only the campfire. And so so it becomes very difficult to verify the history. Like at some point when you join the campfire, you're going to have to trust someone to tell you, like, here is what happened at the campfire before. And then you are in the campfire and you can talk to everybody. So you can verify from that point onward, but verifying the history is a bit challenging, right? So if you have the campfire plus the stone tablet, I think this is a better system.
Yeah, so I mean, it's all trade-offs, right? There's different properties for different consensus algorithms. Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash, for its entire history, has enjoyed two properties that I think a lot of people don't really think about too often: objectivity and non-interactivity, which, you know, we don't need to get like too technical. I think the way Omri stated it once is pretty good, which is that like Avalanche is a really great consensus algorithm, and then Nakamoto consensus is like really easy to tell people about. That Nakamoto consensus is easier to communicate to the world than Avalanche. Personally, I think this is an artifact of just the fact that Avalanche is new and what was created with different trade-offs in mind. We can create interactive proofs for Avalanche consensus, similar to the way Bitcoin Cash is planning to do it with Nakamoto consensus. It's different trade-offs. Certainly for Bitcoin Cash at this point, sort of the social contract, if you will. I know it's probably not a super great phrase, but I mean, we have Nakamoto consensus and proof of work. We're not going to get rid of that, right? And so while we have it, that's a perfectly fine way to generate these basically non-interactive and objective proofs for people. For a different network, I think personally I think it's an interesting and good trade-off to try to make for us at Avalabs on the Avalanche platform. But for Bitcoin Cash, certainly having these Nakamoto consensus proofs, essentially, of the Avalanche consensus, I think is important for the existing community and the properties that we've enjoyed for the past 11 years.
Yeah, I think that's even more important than like sticking religiously to proof of work or whatever, is that the system has some characteristics that users expect. And they are in the system because they like those characteristics. So we need to keep those characteristics effectively. And in the case of Nakamoto consensus, that you can verify the history and you can provide like reference point with Merkle proof about what was in the blockchain without downloading the whole blockchain. You can just follow the block headers and see that. And then you can track the longest chain to know which chain of header is the right one. That provides a lot of information without knowing the whole history, if you have someone that knows the whole history that you can talk to.
Yeah, so there's kind of like, yeah, so say the user experience of you just having your phone, you turn it on, open your wallet, and then you know what happened is what you want to preserve.
Yeah. Well, not only you know, but even though many wallets don't actually verify anything, they trust like whatever the server says, but you can build wallet that verify most things. And not only that, but like sub wallet like that exists, like the Electrum wallet, for instance, is going to verify a lot of stuff by itself.
One question I had about Avalanche, like recently, a bunch of people from Avalabs have been talking about how it's hard to implement and there's all kinds of corner cases and stuff like that. Like just my impression is that Avalanche does seem a little complicated compared to, you know, Nakamoto consensus. I guess it's just maybe just because I'm more familiar with Nakamoto consensus, but maybe could someone, Tyler, or I don't know who, talk a little bit about that? Like what
maybe Tyler can talk about that, but I would like to
all right, Marie, sure.
tweak something in the question if you wish.
Yeah, go
because
do that first.
Avalanche is not complicated. Actually, it's remarkably simple, but there is a bit of a language twist that, you know, language trap that people tend to fall into. It's confusing like easy and simple. And if you want to take like one of the you know, like most striking example of that would be general relativity, right? Like general relativity is like extremely simple.
Yeah.
And yet for anyone who's worked with the equation, it's extremely hard. It's not easy, right? But it's simple. And Avalanche is one of those things. It's extremely simple, but it's also not easy to implement correctly. And so maybe Tyler, you can talk about that a little.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great place to start. Avalanche is very simple, but simple doesn't necessarily mean easy to get right. So personally, in my experience, the trickiest thing that I found that introduced issues when I was working on writing my Avalanche implementation was that because Avalanche is this interactive consensus where you're polling your neighbors to see what they think, the communication becomes part of the consensus. So we talk about consensus rules in Bitcoin, and it's stuff like, you know, the block has to be less than 32 megabytes, or transactions have to have signatures. And these are all things that your computer can pretty easily just, you know, run some simple computations and check locally. It's universal. No matter what computer is doing this verification, it should be the same. And that's totally independent of how you get the block itself, whether it's on the peer-to-peer network or a Blockstream satellite, or somebody emailed you the raw bytes or whatever. But with Avalanche, the actual networking affects the consensus decisions that you arrive at. So the protocol that we use for how I talk to Chris's node or Anthony's node and pull them, the order in which I pull them, all those things can potentially affect the outcome of the consensus. So I would say there's for me, the trickiest part to get right is that there's just many more, effectively, there's a lot more consensus rules that are sort of, I guess, more emergent, maybe is a good way to put it, versus like a list of like, these are the rules that we want in a block. It can't be more than 32 megabytes. All transactions must be signed, that kind of thing. With Avalanche, you kind of get consensus rules thrust upon you based on how you do your networking. And so at least from what I've seen, that's a big source of issues.
Of that, so is like someone how quickly they respond or something like that? Does that affect, like what is it that affects the networking properties?
Yeah. For instance, you may end up polling the same guy again and again and again because that guy is the one that answers the fastest to you. right? That,
Yeah.
you know, like that's a very obvious version of the problem, but there are more subtle version of that problem that can arise depending on how you implement your stuff. But effectively, if you do that, you are not running Avalanche. You are running some degenerate version of it. That's not gonna work. So you want to poll like everybody, right? But you don't want the whole network to stall if one of one of the node is down, right? So you need to have like some margin there somewhere, like if one of the guy doesn't respond to me, then, I'm going to consider that this guy is offline and continue to run the process, right? But what happens if I poll with, like 8 guys and 7 of them are offline, am I going to poll the same one again and again? I don't want to do that, right? So there is like a whole set of stuff that you have to be very careful at that level.
Yeah, we've spent a long time. Some people on our team, I think, have done a really great job at putting together a testing framework that we can use to test these kinds of emergent rules out, spin up a bunch of different nodes and have them interact with each other in different ways. And I think that we found a lot of these corner cases and fixed them, but a lot of them are not things that you can just set out from the beginning and enumerate like all of the potential issues that you're going to run into, like you can with a lot of other problems, I think. So a lot of these problems just have to be solved by, straight research and development power. And so it really takes a lot of investment to get right. It's not something I would want to just rush into. I would really want to see a solid implementation and really battle test it before trying to jump into it, just because there's all these kinds of tricky corner cases.
Well, I guess our panel, we have about 3 minutes left, so maybe I'll just go around the table, starting with Chris, and just wrap up on like, where do you see what do you see for BCH, for Bitcoin Cash? Like, how do you see Avalanche in the future, and what could things look like with Avalanche?
Well, I think we probably want to get to a point where the Avalanche, kind of a little bit like what I had in a little demo that I created with software a little while back, where it's running but not actually being used for consensus, and so we can collect data and kind of see how it's performing in terms of transactions or blocks and that sort of stuff, and kind of get a better idea on what it would actually look like to run on the network, before we consider any kind of formal proposal to incorporate it. I do agree that there's the edge cases in Avalanche tend to be pretty nasty. Like when I was thinking about how to use it like pre-consensus only, there was a lot of edge cases due to like race conditions that were kind of hard to deal with. And if you introduce the post consensus on top of it, then you have sort of a mechanism to kind of handle those race conditions and what have you. So we'll kind of have to see how it goes, but it is, I mean, in a sense, it can be considered a big departure from how things have currently worked, but also potentially better too. So we'll have to evaluate it, I guess, as we go.
Do you want to add anything, Amaury? I'll give you the last word. We have like 1 minute left.
Well, I don't know. I pretty much agree with Chris, so maybe someone else wants to say something.
Okay. Well, Tyler can have the last word then.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, I do largely agree with Chris. I think it's an important point that pre-consensus is very exciting, but we really have to do post-consensus as well if we want things to work out. So I think we need to keep that in mind as well. But I'm really optimistic about what we can do with Avalanche on Bitcoin Cash. I'm excited to start doing some tests on our Avalanche platform that we developed at Avalabs. I've tried out a Bitcoin Cash VM so I can use our network to make decisions for Bitcoin Cash. And I think that there's a lot of really cool stuff that we're going to be able to do in the future with this technology.
Sounds good.
Cool.
Well, thanks, guys. We're right on schedule, George.
Yeah.
Turn it over to
precise, like the developers you are, the technical minds. Yeah, great panel. Thank you so much. I'm Maurice Shea and Anthony Zegers of Bitcoin ABC, Chris Pacey of BCHD, Tyler Smith of Avalabs. Outstanding.
All right.
See you later, guys.
Thanks, guys. Yeah.
Talk to you. All right. So next up is the panel on wallets, the future of Bitcoin Cash wallets. So on the stream so far, Corbin Fraser of Bitcoin.com, Matias Alejo Garcia of BitPay, Ramit of Zapit, Shama Chancellor of Stamp Chat. Let's see. I'm going to promote Tobias Ruck of B.Cash to the panel. Oh, and Paul Pui is in here as well of Edge.app.
Hello, guys. Nice seeing you all.
All right.
Hey,
so,
Hello, everyone.
And Baudois Kolar of Satochip. And Kusha of BCH Ghana is going to moderate. Are you ready, Kusha?
Almost. My video is taking a while, but I'm going to be ready.
I want to see your face.
I'm so sorry. I don't know why this suddenly stopped.
Okay,
working.
well, let's get it started. Maybe you can pick up from me in a couple minutes. Someone's got some feedback. Welcome, Paul. And
how's it going, George?
going great. Thank you so much for joining us today.
There's definitely some feedback.
What are the essential? Let's see, who could it be?
I think Matthias, is it?
So what Tobias is, yeah, I just muted Matthias. So Tobias, in your estimation, what is a Bitcoin Cash wallet? What makes a Bitcoin Cash wallet? What do you need to be a good Bitcoin Cash wallet? And I'll turn it over to you, Kusha, for further moderation.
Yeah, so I think we kind of need to let go of the wallet idea because people aren't used to wallets. Like if I think of a normal user, like a normal average Joe, then he, like if you ask him, oh yeah, what do you think about a wallet? Then he'll like talk about the different like kind of leather and stuff, but not like some kind of program or something. What people are used to when you talk about digital money, they are used to accounts. They're used to going to a counter. They have their identity linked to some account, and they can, they can use that. Obviously, we can't link stuff to their identity because the blockchain doesn't know about like Tobias Ruck. It's just a random number, but we can still get very close to that, I think. So what B.Cash is building is actually to move closer to this kind of account model where like you have this thing, I like it from a technical perspective, is like, okay, you have this UTXO or UTXO set on the blockchain, and you basically, if you have a phone, you connect to that UTXO, which can be done with some like key sharing, signing and stuff. But from the user's perspective, he just sets up an account, for example, B.Cash account. He puts in data that like, we're still deciding on that, like what we will actually do. But I think there's feedback again. Anyway, yeah, and then like he can connect another. Yeah, I think Matthias, you're having feedback. Can you mute yourself? Yeah, thank you. So yeah, there will be this kind of account model where you can then like log in with your, for example, with a phone, similar to what we are used to in WhatsApp web, for example. You just scan a QR code and it'll connect you on your computer. You can spend money there. It'll all work seamlessly, and I think this is more what like people are used to. And I think everything we should do from here, like now on, to get the average Joe on board is to like get him where he's at, like what is his concept of digital money, whether decentralized or not, and model our system after that. And then over time, we might, you know, steer it into a different direction, but we need to take the users where they're at. And I think we can do it in a non-custodial way.
Yeah, that's surely something I would say as well, or think as well. But the user base is vast, so I wouldn't say that wallets are not are absolutely new for something like I would say in Japan something like that is pretty natural for them to use a wallet, or people using the word wallet even for just conventional applications. I always thought wallet was just BCH itself. So I would say there is still place for the conventional wallet, BCH wallet or Bitcoin idea, and the investment wallet or anything. So maybe someone from the normal wallets can say something about how they want to have a value proposition or something that catches them, even though it's not in their own, you know, at the place, like Tobias says. Maybe Corbin from Bitcoin.com.
Yeah, happy to chime in. So I think, you know, what our goal is just to attract the next million users. You know, we are ultimately trying to support the Bitcoin Cash community, but, you know, I think something most wallet developers really need to consider is how are they positioning their wallet to be a business? You know, I think we're seeing a lot of, you know, ongoing funding issues in this space, and, you know, wallets are one of the few things that, you know, can potentially receive funding, but I think at the end of the day need to stand on their own 2 feet. And in order to do that, you need to be able to attract a mass amount of users. So what we are constantly trying to focus on is just creating the simplest user experience for users to just come into Bitcoin, the fastest on-ramp, fastest off-ramp, providing users the ability to buy, sell, spend, trade, and invest in Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash, and ultimately nudge people in a more gentle way than I think Bitcoin Cash has typically done in the past 3 years. I think, you know, we've often seen the approach of just telling people to just use Bitcoin Cash, but it is kind of a gradual process in that user journey for the average user to learn. Most of them are going to learn about Bitcoin first. So I think actually one of the interesting things that a lot of Bitcoin Cash wallets could potentially do, and it's probably controversial on Bitcoin Cash Day, is actually support more cryptocurrencies to open up that funnel, and particularly Bitcoin. I think one of the easiest ways to onboard a user is just to get them to use BTC. As soon as they use BTC and realize fees are $2 to $5, that's a pretty easy, oh, this kind of makes sense, why I would want to use the alternative version, which is still underperforming. Now, granted, that does create more technical overhead for wallet developers, but considering that there's a shared history on BTC and BCH, it's not quite as big as supporting, you know, alternative currencies like Ethereum or, I don't know, Tezos or something like that. But I think what we really try to focus on, particularly at Bitcoin.com, is just onboarding users in as gentle a way as possible in order to get them to purchase their first Bitcoin Cash or Bitcoin, allow them to use it, allow them to spend it somewhere, find somewhere where they can actually do something. You know, some of the key metrics that we really focus on in the wallet, you know, aren't just you know, wallets created and things like that. Those are kind of nice vanity metrics, but they're not really metrics that help the user. You know, what we're trying to do is, you know, finding out what the daily active senders are, the daily active receivers are, how many transactions are wallets creating, how many transactions are people performing on the network, which network is performing best in terms of like total number of transactions per day. So I think, you know, when we approach the question of like, what is a good wallet, or what is a wallet for the user, to me, it's similar to what Tobias said, it's an account. I think it's also needs to be both, you know, it needs to be both this account, but it also needs to be a bit of an education tool, because the majority of these new users, the next million users, they don't know the difference between Bitcoin or Bitcoin Cash or Ethereum. All they know is there's this, you know, magic internet money that I've heard I should invest in, or I've heard that I can maybe spend it down the street. I want to try it out. And I think, you know, I think, being able to find out what your users' personas are, I think is really an important step as well. Like, is your wallet gearing towards, the hardcore Bitcoin Cash enthusiast? If so, that's great, but you do have to realize that you're restricting yourself to a limited number of users. The number of users that you're potentially, if you're trying to, go after profit and mass adoption, you do need to kind of look after, the ordinary user who's totally brand new to the space. And that's kind of always something we're trying to put our shoes back into. Anytime we're building something, we're saying, how many users is this going to help? Is this something that the Bitcoin Cash community will love and Reddit will say, you guys are kicking butt? Or is this something that, is maybe just a big resource hog and might be only used by 200 nerds? So it's like,
sorry to cut you off there. Sorry to cut you off there. We have to be a bit quick. But I agree on the last question on the question about what users do you have, and I think the wallets also fundamentally also are investment wallets and not payment wallets. Like asset wallets where you can look up your asset, and often the payments get lost, and especially going to multi-coin wallets. But before we're going to multi-coin wallets, I just wanted to ask Romit what he says as some kind of hybrid between the conventional normal use service plus Bitcoin Cash on top or under it, actually. You are muted. Unmute.
Thanks,
okay.
Thank you. This is Romit from Zapit Wallet. I think most of the world is focusing on the West or South, like South America or Africa, things like that. But we don't see a lot of adoption happening in India in terms of crypto, other than just exchanges or trading, right? We're talking about millions of merchants available just in one country with, more than 1 billion people, and nobody is using crypto anywhere in payments. Mainly, it's not because there aren't good services. It's just that the traditional finance within India is so good, right? Most of the Indians can actually make bank transfers using the new payment interface that the entire infrastructure has set up for free and instant. Like if you actually make a Bitcoin Cash transaction and a regular bank transfer in India, it's not that much different, but it's actually free. So if you try to onboard a user from India to Bitcoin or Bitcoin Cash, and they see a fee, they're like, why should we use this? There's already a fee, right? Upon that, most of the payment apps within India, they provide some sort of reward systems. Like if you make 20 transactions per day, you get this reward, something like that. So that's what we are looking at in Zapit. That's what we are looking at to tackle, because a regular wallet will not suffice in India. It just will not work. We have tried, there have been a lot of wallets that we have been trying to get adoption from. Nobody just wants to use that because there's no added value in that sense. So that's where we decided, okay, fine, let's just enable the traditional finance, but try to give rewards using the SLP tokens. One of the best ways that we can onboard is by giving tokens for every single transaction. In a way, we are ahead, like Zapit is ahead compared to other payment apps, because it's more like a random reward that other payment apps give. Not every single transaction, but we have surpassed that in a way where we are rewarding every single transaction. It doesn't matter whether a user who's using Zapit makes a payment to a merchant or to a user, right? They get a reward. So I guess reward-based systems within payment apps is one of the solutions that can bring more adoption, is more of a wallet than just being able to just transact. There has to be that added value. Of course,
Also, sorry, I
Sure. Okay.
But great, yeah. So I see Zapit as a gadget tool, something that really incorporates everything that you need. Your little Knight Rider or Batmobile thing that does everything, and is also
Swiss Army knife
if you want. Yeah. So let's go to the multi-coin wallets. What I'm actually asking myself, because payments is for BCH, it works well as long as you're in the BCH ecosystem, from one BCH wallet to the register app or anything. But the second I'm sending money to someone who has most certainly a multi-coin wallet, they're like, man, this takes so long. Why does it? Because we are waiting for confirmations and all of this. So I was always asking myself, what holds multi-coin wallets off, as I see many that do not accept or support implement zero-conf transactions? And is it some kind of philosophical, or is it a resources thing that you just don't have the time to work on that? So maybe is there actually a multi-coin wallet guy person who has something to say about this possible fixes?
I can chime in.
Oh,
I can chime in.
sure.
So Edge is a multi-coin wallet, and we support BCH. We're one of the first to support BCH, as well as like splitting from BTC, to get your BCH out. I've been a big proponent of BCH and kind of what the ecosystem is trying to do. From the viewpoint of, like you had asked the question, the difficulty in using a multi-coin wallet with one that supports BCH and why it's fast or slow. Supporting zero-conf actually can be a bit of a challenge, but we do support it, and we have from the very beginning. We've actually been very, very keen on crypto as payments, which is why we're aligned with BCH. And prior to Edge, the company was called Airbits, and we were a Bitcoin wallet, and it was really focused on payments. Even had a built-in merchant directory. People love that. But I know, as we saw, and much to what other folks were saying, such as Romit, the traditional payment system is hard to beat, especially in a lot of countries. And some, sure, BCH is fast, simple, and easier than having to deal with cash in very cash-based economies. But in most countries, the traditional payment system is actually pretty good, and a lot of people have access to it. Rewards are a way to get people using crypto. The challenge, I think, with most traditional payment systems is the rewards also give up information about the user. And that's actually the value to merchants in adopting a payment system. And both the merchant and the consumer is giving up information about the user that now the payment system and the merchant can have in exchange for the reward that goes back to the user, which is a little tough. I'm waiting for someone to kind of solve that problem in the crypto space. But going back to multi-coin wallets and why they exist, we realize that there isn't a lot of certainty around what crypto is going to be, the payment system crypto, the smart contract crypto, or what I don't think it really is a good definitive need or a store of value crypto. I think all cryptos can be store of value. You just need to have good use in some other way, which is why we support multiple. And really, the on-ramping is what we found a lot of people are still in need of. Just still less than 1% of the world has Bitcoin Cash. We got to get those people on board. So connecting with many different exchanges around the world is what we do, at like 8 different exchanges with many different payment methods. I think that's kind of our first goal. And while we wish we could kind of really tailor a UI around really fast, simple payments, we've graciously said, we're going to let that be tackled by some other apps. And we're happy to even refer people to apps that are more focused around like merchant payments. And if I leave with one note, I think the focus and the struggle has to be to getting existent merchant processors, especially in the physical merchant space, to natively accept Bitcoin Cash, not as a separate side, tablet on the side, a phone on the side, but integrated right into the point of sale. And when you get that, then Bitcoin Cash payments start to feel invisible to the merchant and to all of their staff that normally has to get trained. Instead, they don't get trained. They just do what they normally do, and someone can use credit card or Bitcoin Cash. That, I think, is one of the key things to get it adopted, because early days were hard when you just had 2 systems you had to train people with. So I'm hoping to see progress on that front.
Oh, yeah, very nice. Thank you. I mean, a point of sale system sounds very good to me. I would love to see something like that. And one other thing was the BIP70 support that I wanted to ask. And it seems to be something very dynamic, something that really helps if you implement it, but it also again isn't implemented in each, which makes trouble in communicating, and maybe some wallet cannot even accept a payment or something. So is there anyone right about implementing it or planning on this, or why he wouldn't implement this? Because other reasons. And is there anything that maybe from the other wallets also, Francesco or Melis, I wasn't able to. Yeah, Matthias, do you have something to say about this?
Yeah, so regarding BIP70, we in BitPay push really hard for BIP70. We think it's a great protocol to push payments. It really simplifies the user experience when you're making a payment. Not only because it provides details about what you are about to pay and provides a signature from the merchant that you are about to pay, but also for other coins like BTC, it would recommend the fee that is critical for a coin like BTC. So we push that really hard, and I think it did a lot for the community, and for especially for the ones that are interested of cryptocurrency as a payment method. Maybe if you see cryptocurrency as a, I don't know, sort of early or something like that, BIP70 is not important. But we push payments, of course, and I think that for payment, BIP70 is a great step forward.
I would acknowledge that protocols like BIP70 are great. I'll give BitPay credit for at least moving towards the JSON payment protocol, which was much easier to implement. BIP70 being in the feedback of our developers a bit of a mess, and the buffers being a bit more challenging, requiring more resources. But the JSON payment protocol we've implemented, and we're happy with that as a specification.
Yeah, thank you, Anna.
We really followed your guys' lead on BitPay, so. I think we should really be thanking you guys for laying a lot of that groundwork. I think Bitcoin.com, we were piggybacking off Copay for years, and I think your team was doing great work. So, I think, big thank you, I think, from the whole community for being able to continue to push, BIP70 and payments. So I think that's we're still focusing on BIP70, both in the Bitcoin.com wallet. We recently launched the Bitcoin Cash register, which now supports BIP70. Our reasoning for that primarily was to solve a couple issues. We had a lot of merchants that were running the Bitcoin Cash register in a couple different tablets in the same restaurant, and if they were all set up to the owner's wallet address, they both fire off at the same time if we're monitoring the same BIP21 address. So as soon as we set up BIP70, we're able to have a little bit of differentiation between those and being able to potentially do some interesting things with BIP70 using the multiple outputs. So we've talked internally as well as externally about potentially offering some rewards using BIP70 additional outputs. So users that are spending in merchant stores that are accepting might be able to receive an additional bonus, or the merchant may be able to receive an additional bonus in the form of an additional output. So I think there's a lot of stuff we can really do with BIP70, but I think that what Kush is kind of saying is there's probably going to be some wallets that just simply aren't going to be able to use BIP70, which is a bit of a trade-off. Fortunately, most of the major wallets that are kind of focused on payments seem to be supporting BIP70, but there's always bound to be a few that aren't. So
yeah, it's a trade-off.
What's your thoughts?
But I would say I'm just realizing that you really need to push it on the I don't know, like in a practical sense. You cannot just ask people, because this is a topic of years ago. I remember years ago talking about BIP70 and how everyone has to accept it. And I also remember how BitPay got pushbacks a lot because implementing BIP70 alone, or for whatever reasons. So maybe some people just have to, take the step and take the lead. And if others fall behind for what, and because they don't follow, then so be it. It has to be at some point. Maybe we should really just do it and see what happens. And it seems to have catch up. So there was probably a very good reason for that. Okay, but talking about BIP70 and about the communication between wallets, Shama, is there anything anything that you with your cash web can actually do that helps or in a similar way like BIP70, as you were saying, because you were saying this is some kind of communication tool between wallets and for invoices and stuff. Is this supplementary, or is this kind of the new competition on town now that we all decided to use BIP70?
It's not meant to replace BIP70. In fact, actually Stamp and CashWeb use BIP70. So a lot of the infrastructure that we've developed for Stamp, all the CashWeb stuff, actually changes the middleware for our HTTP backends so that it returns a payment required. That's never been something that's really been used before. And as part of the payment required, we respond with a BIP70 payment request that tells you to go send some Bitcoin somewhere. And then in return, the payment server gives you a JWT token. And then you can use all these APIs. And I think that wallet developers should start using more things like that. These are things that you can't do with traditional payment systems. We should be focused on where cryptocurrency really stands out. And so all of the account registration, all the identity registration is all based around that. You just make a Bitcoin Cash payment from the wallet, you get a JWT token, you can use your endpoints. So you could have like Dropbox without having to give them your personal identity, without having to give them your credit card information, which necessarily reveals who you are. And then additionally, all the Cash Web infrastructure, you know, a cryptocurrency is a digital payment network, but those payments go between people. And so it's not just a computer network protocol, it's actually a social network. And so we should enable all of the Bitcoin Cash users to talk to one another. And so that's another thing that Stamp's doing. But in addition to that, Bitcoin Cash is a UTXO based system. So it's very hard for wallets to correspond. Like Corbin's, you know, the Bitcoin.com wallet and the BitPay wallet used to allow you to do multi-sigs, but that required a bunch of specialized infrastructure in order for wallets to talk to one another to do the co-signing in a seamless way. And then you have Flipstarter with the EC plugin. If you want to execute these smart contracts, you got to go in there. It gives you a base64 payload. You got to go paste that somewhere. This is not a good user experience. And so the other stuff that CashWeb is focusing on is allowing wallets, even if they're offline, to do these interactive protocols. And that enables a lot of these more advanced features. And so one of the things that we're also going to do with Stamp is these protocols allow you to, you know, provide a JavaScript API to a website, and they can, and then you can do these interactive protocols with the website itself. So one of the things that I'm planning to do is, say you go to the Flipstarter website, you can just click a button, and then it would make that appropriate transaction. And so in this way, it would allow dApps on Bitcoin Cash. I'm way less focused on merchant adoption and more in terms of digital payments, where I think cryptocurrency really stands out.
Yeah, sorry, I have to cut off you here. We have just a couple of minutes left. I just wanted to ask Baudouin for a second, because with the last question going to Baudouin, or the second last, what's next for your wallet? I actually wanted to ask anyone, but since Baudouin wasn't able to say something right now, I was thinking, what is next for your wallet? What is the convenience that you're trying to give with your hardware wallet? Because I'm also thinking about, okay, hardware wallets, investment, or again, how can I pay with your hardware wallet? Let's say it this way. No.
Yeah, so we have a hardware wallet that is based on a smart card. And what we want to do with this kind of wallet is to have something that is secure and convenient. People want to have security. They don't want to lose their money. They have heard scary stories about people losing all their cryptos, but they want something easy to use. And I think this kind of hardware wallet based you see on smart card gives that kind of good trade-off between the two. So you can easily use them. It's a form factor that is known by everybody. Everybody is comfortable with credit card, with paying with such kind of cards. This is not a credit card, it's a hardware wallet, but you can connect it to your computer. People knows exactly where the funds are. And when they remove the card from the computer, their funds are safe. They are offline completely. You were talking about multi-currency wallets. This is also a kind of hybrid, because we can store Bitcoin Cash, Litecoin, Bitcoin, Ethereum on the same hardware wallet, but we use each time the dedicated software wallet as a client to interact with the card. So we have kind of the best of both worlds, because we use a dedicated app each time with the best up-to-date features for each wallet, because it's difficult for one wallet and a team of developers to keep track of every advancement in every cryptocurrency they support. But if you use the best software wallet with a hardware wallet like this, you can get that kind of multi-wallet support, multi-currency support. So I think the importance is to have security and convenience, and so that's
Satoshi.
That's Satoshi.
I really have to.
Of course, a lot of different solutions, but that's one trade-off that we are proposing, and I think it's interesting.
Yes, it's great. Thank you. But one last question to wrap up, and because we are already over time a minute, for Francesco. And in this case, I want to pick your brain as an economist, and maybe even for everyone here to think about that, because I was thinking about infrastructure funding again, and I was thinking about for a long while now as a user who has just made some thoughts about it. Can we actually include a fee that goes to infrastructure devs if we want? You know, just if you pay 1/3 of a fee for the miners, why can't you pay 1/3 of the fee on top of that, 1/3 of a cent, sorry, on top of that to go to infra devs? So if we have the 1 million users and if they all make 1,000 transactions or whatever they do per day, maybe there's something that can accumulate. So Francesco, is there anything, or would you say there is something technical or economical wrong with this idea?
No, I think that it's a good idea, and Melis team is working on BCH environment because we think that it's a better environment to work with. And if you can offer to users, let us say, premium services, well, why not charge a small fees for that premium services? And yeah, we are also thinking about it. I think that the next big development in the BCH wallets will be in the link between the present time, because most of the people now think only to spend money in the present, and they don't think about the future. So the future will be ours, and for this reason we are trying to connect the present to the future with our next core update. It will be legacy.
Okay, great, thank you. I think we have all the time we need. I mean, George, take over, and thank you all for your attendance.
Very nice. Thank you so much, Kusha, for moderating. Thank you, Paul Pui of Edge Wallet, Matthias of BitPay, Corbin, Bitcoin.com, Ramit, Tobias, Shama, Francesco, and Baudouin. Thank you, everyone, so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Take care, everybody.
All right. Next up is Tobias Ruck of B.Cash, who's going to tell us about B.Cash plus Saipan, the Bitcoin Cash game changer.
Yes, that is true.
Over to you, Tobias.
Can I share my screen?
Yes.
1 second. I don't know why I'm suddenly so nervous, but that's just the way it is. Right, I think now the whole world can see my screen. Does it work?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, great.
We saw your WhatsApp messages and everything.
Oh no, what did I do?
No, you're good now. You're good now. Don't worry.
Can we delete the internet? I mean, kind of afraid. All right, so B.Cash, 3rd Bitcoin Cash anniversary. I wanted to share my thoughts on that and give you all an update on B.Cash, because there's some really exciting stuff, I think, going on. So what is B.Cash? B.Cash is essentially, we provide a payment card which allows you to spend your money with Bitcoin Cash over like traditional payments, over like card payments, which everybody's used to. And we also have a wallet or like a phone app, which allows you to connect your card with like your account. You can actually connect multiple phones or multiple cards and whatnot to your app. And yeah, that's pretty cool. But I think the big question there that B.Cash needs to answer and Bitcoin Cash needs to answer, actually every cryptocurrency needs to answer, is why is cryptocurrency not used in commerce everywhere already? Like, what are the reasons? And yeah, so for that, I think we need to look at the average Joe. Apparently, there's a t-shirt company doing average Joe's t-shirts. And for that, we need to figure out which problems they have and to solve them. That's number one. But also, we need to meet the expectations. So if we just like, I mean, HP already invented the touchscreen like a long time ago, but it didn't take off because it didn't really meet the expectations of the users. So we have to keep those two in mind. And let's start with solve problems. And I think Bitcoin Cash is actually solving some great problems. And I think the problem we can do is we can be faster, we can be cheaper, and we can be more reliable. That's kind of the meme in Bitcoin Cash. I mean, we also got stuff like international payments and so forth, but you know, those are, I guess, a subset of those. So to be faster, we are already insanely fast, I think, especially with ZeroConf. And eventually, if we get Avalanche, then it'll be even like very secure. But in my opinion, right now we are slower than credit cards, especially like if you have to pull out your phone, you need to scan a QR code and stuff, then it takes, like, you need to open the app, maybe the camera doesn't focus, maybe, you know, like if you have a card, especially if it's NFC enabled, a credit card, then it's just faster. So cheaper, we are already really cheap, really cheap, 0.1 cent miner fee, and that's like the premium scale. That's like not super cheap actually. We don't have any monthly fee compared to like banks. And we already have loyalty SLP rewards, especially with HoneyPay. They're doing an amazing job there. And I think there will be much more in the future. But still, the customer pays the fee. And that's not how most people perceive it. Like if I pay with my credit card and it says $50, it'll deduct $50 no matter what. So more reliable. We are like always online. Very seldomly there's like a bug. Even 51% attacks we could handle. Sometimes there are splits, which make things a bit messy, but I think those can be handled. But still, beginners often lose coins due to a myriad of reasons. So I think we can also do better on that front. So solve problems, that's the part one, but the part two, and I think that's actually also as hard, or maybe even harder than solving problems, is that we need meet the expectations of our average Joes, like of the people who want to onboard. So people are used to card payments, like people use credit cards. They don't really use QR codes, at least in like the area I want to focus on. They don't want to depend on the internet, like cash is offline. Credit cards, you don't need to connect the internet with your credit card. They're used to accounts. I already alluded to that in the previous section. Like you're tied to this identity, and like this thing just exists, and your phone can connect to that, or your card. They're used to decimal numbers, actually. Like I wanted to show my credit card, but that would be kind of insecure, but it literally only has like either human readable text or decimal numbers, none of this hexadecimal kind of stuff, which people aren't really used to. It needs to be a unit of account, something people can relate to. It should be like, it should feel free, so they don't like what gets deducted is what they like paid, what it's like in the register. We also need to have recurrent payments. Like that's what people are used to. For example, if I do like my lessons, or if somebody signs up for a gym, they can just do that. Like the bank will handle it and automatically send the stuff. And they expect actually chargebacks. So if something messes up, like for example, I gave the wrong IBAN number to some transaction, and they just reverted the transaction. It just came back again, the money, and nothing terrible happened. So how does Bitcoin Cash stack up against those expectations? So for card payments, right now, we don't really have card payments. We have QR codes. And I think in Asia that might work, but I don't think it will pick up in the US or Europe, because like cards are used everywhere. It would be kind of awkward to switch, and people have habits. Offline, also, if you don't have service, I experienced that myself firsthand in Australia. Like I couldn't, for the love of God, I wanted to use Bitcoin Cash, but it was so hard because I didn't have a SIM card accounts. Yeah, we've got wallets. I mean, wallets are great, but this is not what people are used to. We've got, software wallets, web wallets, cold wallets, brain wallets, hardware wallets, all of that completely new concepts. And like, we don't want to educate our users. We want them to like have them as they are and just switch out their stuff, and they can just go ahead with their life. Decimal numbers, I don't think I need to say much more on that. Yeah, just, I mean, even I, who likes to look at hex transactions, is kind of afraid of that box. So let's just move on. Unit of account. If you ask people what is the price of US dollar, they will be like, okay, yeah, it's like $1 US, what you're asking. But if you ask people what's like the price of BCH, they will say like it's, I don't know, right now I think it's just checked $309 US. So the unit of account for them is US dollars. For me, it's euro, but you get the idea. And I actually believe that we won't have stability on Bitcoin Cash for a very long time, price stability, because the supply can't adapt. Like if the price goes up, it'll just have a continuous steady supply. And so I think it'll be very unstable for a quite long time. So we need to find a solution for that. We also have fees. Like we have some fees. Obviously, like we have to be fair. It's very small. It's less than a cent. Often less than 1/10 of a cent. So, but it's still like it's non-zero. And as Romit mentioned in the previous, like they would be like, why would I want to pay for something like a transaction? It's free. Like I even get money for that. For recurrent payments, I mean, we don't have anything. We've got Mecenas, to be fair, but I mean, even Karol Czetkovski kind of admitted like, yeah, okay, your X isn't quite there because you kind of have to lock up your coins. Doesn't really work well. Chargebacks, I think this is the worst. If your coins are sent, they're sent. Like this morning, I had to send like a bunch of coins, like a bunch, and it was so scary. Like I double checked. It's just, I don't know. It's still frightening. And when I do a bank transaction, I don't, even if it's more money, I don't feel the same, because I'm like, oh yeah, we can figure it out. Like they won't, like they can send this stuff back. I can call my bank and stuff. So yeah. It's like, so that's it. Like, are we lost? And I don't think we are at all. B.Cash will solve these problems, and I will show you how. So the card payments, I think I already showed a bunch of presentations here. But yeah, just like you've got a point of sale system, you hold it on the scanner, it'll scan. And I mean, Bitcoin Cash is just amazing. Like the transaction actually arrived after like 1 or 2 seconds, which is just crazy. And I got an onion. Yeah, and this is what we're building. And it already works. It's still in a prototype stage, but yeah. So offline, this is the secret sauce of a B.Cash, like the cool stuff. And this is the first smart contract we had. This is actually open source, so you can try it out for yourself. And it just allows offline payments. Like that's what it does. And B.Cash is developing something called Iguana, which is a tool for developing like super optimized smart contracts. And with this tool, we can just be more productive. Like we can see the stack and stuff. It's also more secure because it adds more constraints. And this way we can add more features because like we're more productive. We can focus on features instead of, fixing some pre-match stuff. This means we can, like one of those features is that we can connect up to 8 devices onto one smart contract, which makes it feel like an account. This is why I mentioned account. So imagine you have like $100 locked in a B.Cash smart contract. Then you can have like all these different devices connected to it. All of them can spend them independently. They can be cards. They can be. They don't have to be online. Like none of them have to be online. They just, of course, when you log in, you have to be online once. And yeah, so that like connecting to that UTXO is kind of like logging in. So it feels much more similar to the experience people are used to. There's still some, rough edges. For example, you probably need to have NFC or QR codes to log in. But I think people that use WhatsApp Web, for example, they are kind of used to, scanning a QR code to log in. So I think that should be definitely fine. So decimal numbers. For that, we will use something called cash numbers. And on the card, like each card has a cash number, and that is actually an SLP NFT token, so a non-fungible token. So each number, you can like have that as a thing on the SLP chain as an SLP token. And you can send it around to, different address and stuff. I'm on the time. Oh, I'm very good on the time. Maybe you can even do some questions. Yeah, it can be sent to a different address. So like if something changes, then you can still keep your own phone number. For example, I'm switching my SIM card all the time, but I still can keep my phone number. And it would be great if we can do that with cash numbers too. And we can, because it's just a token. You can send it around. I mean, you might even sell it, I guess. I hope there won't be like too much of a market for that, but that's what we're building. So unit of account, there's a super amazing thing on Bitcoin Cash, and I'm a very great fan of that. And it's USDH done by Honest Note. And its price is basically $1. Like it's pegged to that. You can always redeem one USDH for $1. Yeah, and we use it on B.Cash. This is what we're doing. Let me actually get a drink. And yeah, and there's actually a API for USDH. It allows some really cool stuff. Like you can connect your bank account to that API, and B.Cash will integrate that API. Like it'll just hook up to that API. You don't need to sign up to any other app. Like obviously you need your bank, but that's kind of a given. But once you connect your bank to your B.Cash app, then you can just withdraw and redeem money within that bank. I mean, you need to go through the KYC within the app, but after that you can just be there. You don't need to sign up to Kraken.com or something like that. You're good. And I think this is absolutely essential. And I'm such a big fan of the USDH guys. Like just the fact that this exists is already really, really cool. So no fee. Right now on Bitcoin Cash, the customer pays the fee. And that's problematic for 2 reasons. So first, like for the customer, it feels like they're paying more than if they were paying with cash or credit card. So it's already like a very slight down. Like, okay, yeah, so it's more expensive than using credit cards. So why would I ever use this except for ideological reasons? So and because it's cool tech, and we can't rely on that. And the other thing is that it's kind of burden of the customer to make sure that the merchant receives the money. So if he picks the wrong fee, then the merchant doesn't receive the money. But I think it should be on the merchant to, make sure the payment goes through. And this is why Visa for Visa, the merchant pays the fee because it wants to compete with cash. And B.Cash, it'll be the same thing. The merchant will pay the fee. It's part of the smart contract. It's written in there. It works fine. It just works. And yeah, and then if there is some congestion, we already had congestion on Bitcoin Cash. Like, we can't deny that it happened. Then it's kind of the burden of the merchant to make sure that they pick the right fee. Of course, like, it would be great if we never had congestion, but it's just the world we live in. And yeah, and we should at least be prepared for that. So recurrent payments, this is really, really cool. I mean, all of those are really cool, but this is especially cool. So the way the smart contract works is you have, you just feed it a signature from the card and some bunch of other data, and it'll basically send you money out. Like, this is how it works. You tap the card on the point of sale system, it'll give you a signature, and you can feed that into smart contract. But we've actually been able to extend the smart contract so it can also do recurrent payments. So if the timeout within the recurrent payment expired, you can redeem some of the coins within that smart contract. And this is actually really, really cool because it allows new business models. For example, a subscription-based business model and some Patreon-style kind of funding, which I think is huge. I think those could be a big avenue to adoption. So, for example, for subscriptions, we can have some kind of premium accounts. For example, I use C2 Premium. Okay, you can hate me on that, but I do. And because like it removes the ads, and we can use that for other platforms, maybe some social network kind of stuff where it's like just the cool kids and you pay a monthly fee for that. And the wallet handles it automatically. Like, you don't have to do anything except do the initial like stamp of approval, basically. And then you don't even have to be online anymore. Yeah, it'll just do it automatically. But also membership fees, like gyms and clubs. If they would integrate it, like, why wouldn't they? They just get money like on a different app, and maybe it'll withdraw them automatically to their thing, like their bank account. And also, like, especially I think for the third world or something, that would be very interesting to have like rent paid this way. It's like, okay, yeah, just sign this recurrent payment, and I can see like what's the current state of the rent payment. Like, is it still on the blockchain? Will it be able to be paid? And stuff like that. But also Patreon style funding. So you can support content creators, for example, like on Patreon, people who make videos, or also developers, because that is a big problem on Bitcoin Cash. And I think if we have a way to support that, that will be very, very great, especially for smaller libraries that are kind of needed, and people want to be able to support developers doing that. I think that would be great. So chargebacks. Localbitcoin.com already does this. They have an escrow mechanism, and they have a blind non-custodial escrow. And the cool thing about that is that it's unregulated in the US. So anybody can do it because it's non-custodial. I think the blind is just, nice to have. But yeah, it's like you can just send. I mean, I've got actually a slide for that. So suppose you have a customer and a merchant, and the merchant sells some ice. Then instead of the customer sending the money directly to the merchant, they actually send it to an escrow smart contract. So let's say ice costs $5. I don't know, maybe in California or something. Then they put it into a smart contract. The merchant will see, oh yeah, okay, it's put in a smart contract. They can hand over the ice cream. In German, we say ice. Yeah, and then after like 2 days or something, the contract is like the stuff is released and the merchant has the money, which is very similar to how payments work today, more or less, credit card payments. And if the merchant is kind of, a scammer and says like, or has a fake app that will always add 2 zeros, then like my phone will detect that and be like, oh yeah, actually, like you've got $500. Is that like intended? And I will be able to like call the escrow agent that is locked into the smart contract and be like, oh yeah, actually, like this looks shady. This is meant to be for the merchant, who's an ice cream merchant, and this is not legit. Yeah, or let me actually speed up a bit, and then they just send it back. The 500, like the escrow releases the funds back, and the merchant, gets probably on a blacklist or something. I don't know. And what's actually kind of cool is that this is actually part of the second paragraph of the white paper. So we have the abstract first paragraph and then the second paragraph. Routine escrow mechanisms could easily be implemented to protect buyers. So this is what we will do. This is already what has been done on local.bitcoin.com. And we will extend that to B.Cash, at least for a spending limit. So if you're like over a certain amount, then B.Cash being like, oh yeah, actually you only meant to spend like $1,000 today, and we will send the money back to you because this is like you configured it this way. And then the merchant will get a notification like payment failed and stuff. Yeah, because I mean that's kind of objective. So second question, where to start with adoption? And that took me a long time to figure out, but I've got an answer, and it is Saipan in the Northern Mariana Islands in the USA. It's a pretty small island in the middle of the Pacific, but it's kind of cute. And I will tell you why. I mean, why I'm going there. Yeah. So first of all, it has English and it has the US dollar. So I only speak German and English and a little bit of Latin, I guess. It's even less Japanese, I guess. And so that's very important that it's English. And the fact that it's US dollar means that we can use like the whole stablecoin ecosystem without a problem. It has very friendly regulations. Like it's not part of US regulations, or many regulations don't apply. There's this crypto frontier community already. So just like there's this free state project in New Hampshire, there's the crypto frontier community who's more focused on crypto than, I mean, it's focused on crypto basically, and get adoption on Saipan. So it's a natural fit, a natural ally for B.Cash. Cards are commonplace because this is not ever the case. Like in, for example, Latin America, people don't use cards all the time. They use it quite frequently, actually, and especially there's a lot of money generated in that market, but it's not as commonplace as in the US, where they're kind of ubiquitous. It's a good bridge to Asia. In Asia, like there are already a lot of there's a lot of crypto stuff happening. It's a kind of an untapped market, and yeah, it's kind of nearby, not too many hours away and stuff. Visas are pretty simple. There's like the CW1 visa, and actually 50% of the population are not citizens of the United States because like that's just such a immigrant-friendly country. And that's obviously good for me because I would be one of those people. And to get more like talent. And like on the same vein, it's like it's RS exempt, so we don't need to pay high taxes for that, which is great for a startup because if you pay lower taxes, I mean, I'm there to say taxation is theft, so that's great. I mean, they've got local taxes, but that's still okay. And also, since it's a very small country, it only has 52,000 people, we do have we can have a large political impact. Like just imagine like 100 or even 1,000 crypto frontier people joining Saipan, then we can make really cool legislation friendly for crypto. I think that would be just awesome. And like if we run the numbers, 52,000 people, they have a GDP of a bit over $1 billion. If B.Cash is able to take over like 10% of the GDP, which might be realistic, like doing basically full adoption, maybe cash or some other stuff, then this will be 100 million of volume. And if you charge like 1% of a fee, then this will already be like 1 million like yearly profit, if like, yeah, or revenue, however you set the fee. And that's pretty good for a startup. Like that's a really good starting point. And it's pretty easy to get like a local monopoly. Like if we were to start in, say, California, then like there would be very tough competition, very hard to get a monopoly. But here, if you onboard one merchant, then, or let's say like 10 merchants, that's already like a big chunk of the merchant base there. But if I onboard like 10 merchants in California, then I don't know, it'll not be as much as in Saipan. Yeah. And also it's pretty, like it's a very pretty island. This is the Pacific. This is some other view of the Pacific. It's a good place. And this is where I'm going. Like flights aren't booked yet, but they will be soon. And I hope you will be able to at least come for conferences on there. Like maybe do a BCH Island conference where you can go there, spend crypto, spend your Bitcoin Cash, spend your USDH, have really nice beach parties. I think that would be awesome. I think I'm out of time, but that is absolutely perfect because this is my last slide. So George, you can come back and roast me and my idea or something.
Yeah, we've talked about your about B.Cash a lot. I think it's very interesting. I am skeptical about doing it on an island, but I think that Saipan has a lot going for it. So
yeah, it's like a sandbox. Like, you know, it's to basically build up from there. So I think it's actually kind of good that it's so small because it's easier to, you know, gain market share quickly, and then it's much easier to get like venture capital and then move on to like stuff like Colombia, the Philippines, maybe even crazy countries like California, but let's see.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you could probably pitch local political leaders on being, you know, like a showcase or and business leaders.
But if you could pay your taxes in crypto, like that would be really cool. And I think that is what Crypto Frontier and B.Cash eventually wants to enable.
Awesome. Awesome. I know you've been working super hard on this. Very impressive. Thank you so much, Tobias.
Thank you. How do I turn this off? Can you turn me off? I think my cursor is gone. I'm still trying to figure out this internet stuff. Okay, I stopped it. Yeah.
There we go.
Am I gone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
do you see my
stopped
WhatsApp?
Sharing. No. All right, Tobias Rook, B.Cash. Check out his website, B.Cash. He's got a...
Wait, we actually got a giveaway. So go to B.Cash and you can just sign up there. You can get a phone and one of those slick cards. I wanted to do more demos. We already got one demo before, but you can see a lot of demos on the website. You can also win a t-shirt. We're printing cool B.Cash t-shirts. Those will be available at some point for the crowdfunding. And also we got 3 products that I can't release yet, but they are super cool. And you will be able to get one of those from the giveaway. And I think you will find that very exciting. And I can't wait to release those, actually. Like, that would be super cool.
Super cool. All right. Thank you, Tobias.
Thanks so much for having me. Bye.
It's my pleasure. Okay, next up is Shama Chancellor of Stamp Chat, and he's going to tell us how Stamp Chat will change messaging. Over to you, Shama.
Hi. Yeah, so Stamp is my Bitcoin Cash wallet that I've been working on, and I want to talk a little bit about that, but additionally, I want to talk about how it works because I want to convince other wallet developers to interoperate with it. So hopefully my slides are visible here. I'm not super familiar with this.
Yes.
Yeah, great. Okay. So Stamp is the wallet, and then there's a suite of protocols that power it called CashWeb. And I've got a link to the white paper down here at the bottom. So if you're interested in that, go check it out. I don't have a ton of time for this presentation, so most of the details will be more in the white paper. So what is Stamp? Stamp is a cryptocurrency wallet, but our focus is on digital communications as well as financial transactions. So Bitcoin fundamentally is a social network, but right now it only provides a way to transfer value between members of this social network. And I want to enable people to communicate additional information along with that value. And so some of the things that are enabled by doing this are peer-to-peer messaging, open marketplaces, DApps, DeFi protocols. You could build a decentralized exchange with this messaging system. And also, all of the social networks online right now are operated by a company. And as such, Facebook Messenger doesn't interoperate with Zoom, it doesn't interoperate with Google Hangouts, doesn't interoperate with WhatsApp or Telegram, and all of these systems have their own moderation mechanisms in order to keep spam off of there. But if they can keep spam off, they can also keep people off. And they can also monitor our conversations. A lot of people think that Telegram is private. That's really not. All of the messages by default are unencrypted. And if you want to start a secret chat with somebody, they can man in the middle the keys if they wanted to. So Stamp is built on this Cash Web protocol suite that doesn't allow any of that to occur. And this is what Stamp looks like right now. It's kind of modeled after a traditional messenger that people might be familiar with. One of the clear differences here is on the lower left, you can send Bitcoins right in that. And that's basically, those are private transactions because wallets can interoperate right on the, through the Cash Web protocol. They can negotiate using different addresses than the one that you provided up front. So you can reuse your account address without having to continually go to your wallet and generate a new recipient address. Like you don't have to provide that every single time. So it simplifies sending Bitcoin to other individuals. And then in addition, when you send a message in Cash Web, there's a small payment that goes with it. And on the lower left here, you can see that that's 5,000 sats for me right now. And that essentially keeps spam off the network. And this is based around Hal Finney's idea of reusable proof of work, which essentially attaches some value to every message. And then that value can be reused by the recipient. If it's a peer-to-peer conversation, then you're exchanging the same 5,000 sats back and forth. It really doesn't cost you anything. But if you want to send out wide mass mailing, a lot of those recipients won't respond, and it will cost you a lot of money to do that. And so that's the way that Stamp maintains an unmoderated and decentralized system by attaching small payments to all of the messages. Why would we want to do that? It's important that we're able to speak and transact without censorship. And in order to do that, we need a platform that's not managed by anyone. If we want to maintain our free speech, then we don't have any other options. So what does something like this allow? I talked about it a little bit already. It allows a lot of data to be transferred off chain directly to another wallet. So a lot of these existing systems require broadcasting up return messages, and everybody gets to see them. Even if they're encrypted, they have to process this data. It's very unnecessary. So Cash Web sends messages directly to other people's wallet, and in that way it's sharded so that it's much more scalable than just using the op return mechanisms. It allows things like seamless multi-sig, so one wallet can message another wallet requesting that they sign a transaction, and the other user can just approve that. It doesn't require specialized infrastructure like the existing multi-sig wallets. Like if you want a multi-sig wallet with the Bitcoin.com wallet, it won't work with a copay wallet. Whereas if both of these wallets use just the CashWeb protocol to do that, they would interoperate. And it allows every wallet developer in the ecosystem to band together to compete with outside cryptocurrencies, outside messaging platforms, outside payment systems, and allows things like confidential transactions, because you can do things that are very similar to like Mimblewimble, and send all of the metadata that would be required for the recipient to spend those that group of transactions off chain in an encrypted way that nobody else can observe. It also allows things like pay to endpoint, which allows you to exchange UTXOs with one of your contacts. So you could swap UTXOs in such a way that it would break Chainalysis. So there's a lot of different options there for any interactive cryptographic protocols. Right now, if you want to do anything interactive, wallets like Electron Cash require serializing the data into like base64, and then you have to email it to the person or contact them on Telegram. This means that you have to exchange Bitcoin Cash addresses in addition to some other kind of communications platform. By using Stamp and the CashWeb protocol, wallets are able to obviate all of those extra interactions. It allows different wallet places. It allows dApps. You can seamlessly integrate with existing web applications. The Stamp wallet itself, all of the relay systems and the account registration systems are all based on standard HTTP2 protocols, protobufs, and WebSockets. So they work with existing digital infrastructure like load balancers. You could implement chatbots that handle money. You could, for example, you could just implement a dice game very easily. In order to do this, there's a few things that have to be solved. You need identity management. One of the big problems right now is that if you have an address that you've advertised as just for one of your friends to send money to, if you lose that key or it gets compromised, you'd have to go to all your contacts and re-notify them of that you're using a new address, and to don't send any payments to the old address. CashWeb's identity management system allows you to advertise a revocation and advertise a new address in such a way that whoever compromised your key can't do that on your behalf. And this is a really big problem, because it's not generally a question of if a non-technical user's key will be compromised, but when. And the identity also needs to be decentralized. You don't want some company to have access to revoke your identity or censor you online. But if there's no central manager, you need a way to combat spam, and you need incentives for people to run the infrastructure involved in this. Like I said, CashWeb Systems allows significantly more than just Stamp to operate. And the wallet-to-wallet communications allow all these advanced features on Bitcoin Cash that you can't currently do without a lot of manual exchanges of outside information. And the philosophy for these protocols is that it should be simple. You should be able to migrate your identity from one relay server to another. One of the big problems with email right now is, you have shama@gmail.com. If I want to create a new email address because I don't like Gmail, which is something that actually I would like to do, I would have to go to everyone that has my existing email address and tell them I'm now not using that. Within CashWeb, you don't need to do that. You can advertise through the CashWeb system that I'm not using Google to provide my CashWeb account anymore. You need to be able to recover your identity if your keys get lost. It needs to be secure and private. It needs to be permissionless. Everyone should be able to interact with this system, and nobody should be able to be censored on it. And the privacy level that you choose to have should be implemented in the wallet itself, and the protocol should enable that wallet to be as private as the end user desires. In some cases, that ends up costing more money because your transactions will be larger. It needs to be extensible to all the wallet developers in the ecosystem. So the Stamp protocol is very like payload agnostic. As long as a wallet implements a particular type of payload, then they can interoperate. And then it should be able to be integrated with existing web infrastructure so that it's easy for standard web developers to use it. A lot of the existing efforts that are being made in Bitcoin Cash rely on these op return transactions and then other notification systems. They require address indexing. All this stuff's very unfamiliar to standard web developers. They're familiar with things like HTTP, WebSockets, JDBC tokens, etc. So CashWeb's built on all of that, that existing technology. The central concepts then is that we use web standards. We use cryptocurrency to prevent abuse. We provide an identity mechanism and a standard message format that wallets can implement. So there's three pieces of infrastructure that are key to implementing the CashWeb system. One is the key server. It's a shared everything key value store and identity management system. It also provides discovery for relay servers, and it has DDoS protection so that it can't be overwhelmed. So there's the existing GPG key servers online. Some of you may be aware that they had a big DDoS attack where essentially people were advertising thousands and thousands of PGP or GPG keys because it didn't cost anything to register them, and that took down the system for quite a while. The way that the CashWeb key servers operate, somebody actually has to spend some Bitcoin Cash to register their identity with it. And in this way, you can't just go and register tons and tons of identities. And because it's shared everything key value score, everyone running a key server advertises your account. And that allows for wallets to go to this key server network, any particular one they want, and ask for a cryptographically secure payload that you provided in a key. And the key in the key value store is essentially your Bitcoin Cash address. So the payload then has a bunch of metadata associated with it, and then it's signed with the key that is associated with that Bitcoin Cash address. It also advertises your public key. So then all your contacts actually have your public key, and they can do encryption based on that. So that's how all of the messaging on Stamp is cryptographically secure and encrypted by default. And then the metadata in those in the key servers associated with your address can include a lot of different stuff. For example, it could include a V card. So you could have a business card. Somebody just scans the QR code on it that has your Bitcoin Cash address. They go to the key servers and they get whatever other contact information they wanted or whatever other contact information that you advertise. But most importantly, it advertises essentially your where you receive messages. So somewhat similar to your email server. And this is how you get rid of the @gmail.com portion. If you want to migrate to a new relay provider, you just update what your metadata in the key server says. And then you can move your messages through a migration process if you want to maintain them. The relay servers will provide the mechanism for wallets to communicate with each other. So instead of directly advertising a wallet's address, which would not work if you were offline and changes frequently, you advertise a relay server. So the basic flow would be your new friend goes to the key server, looks up your Bitcoin Cash address, finds your relay server, and then it would construct a message and send it to the relay server where you are known to look for messages. And then if you're offline, you can go and fetch that message later, or you can get a real-time notification for that message through a WebSocket. And then the final piece of the infrastructure are wallets and other clients. So wallets, bots, dApps, etc. So that is the basics of everything. I've reserved some time here for questions. Not sure quite how I can see where those are, though. If George could help me out here.
Absolutely. Wonderful presentation. This is a good time to ask Shama your questions. Let's see. So I think one question is, how far away is a mobile version?
So we've chosen a framework that works on mobile, but we've been pretty heavily focused on just making the whole thing work. So in order to work on mobile, essentially what we need to do is fix all the layouts so that they also function on mobile and not just desktop. And then we need accounts on the Android and Apple store. And that's about it. So it's not super far away, but we're more focused on getting the protocol right. We don't want to have to do protocol migrations in the future. We'd sort of like to, as best as possible, solidify them right now while we're still on testnet, and then sort of move into the mobile ecosystem. I believe it's absolutely important because I receive most of my messaging on my phone, and so clearly desktop is not where we want to be long term. But that is one thing that Stamp also enables, is that because of these relay servers, you can receive messages across multiple devices as long as they share the same account, and then all stay in sync. And this, because all these messages are encrypted, it also allows some other interesting applications like storing files that you want to access across multiple devices, maybe doing password management, etc.
All right. Question from the chat. When can we get Stamp on mainnet?
I will put Stamp on mainnet when I'm comfortable that I'm not going to cause any financial loss. Right now, I'm providing the few key servers and relay servers that are up. One of the things about Stamp is that you do have these messages that are stored in an encrypted backend online. So you can recover your wallet very easily. But if I need to change the protocol, I either need to do a seamless migration, or your funds could potentially be lost if you don't export them first. And I don't want people to have to go through that process. And also, I need to be confident that these backends are highly available for people, so they're not going up and down. So that's my main two concerns. I expect to have mobile and be on mainnet by the end of the year.
Okay, cool. Question from Chris Troutner. How are you planning to abstract these ideas, make them generally accessible to app developers, such as via libraries, specifications?
So there is a specifications repo on the GitHub, and we're slowly adding to it. Right now, the key server specification's up, and we're working on the relay server specification. We've had to change a few things with the messaging format. So that's sort of to be finished.
Okay.
Thanks.
So someone in the chat wants to know how they can contribute to the mobile version, how to join the team.
That'd be great. Yeah, just join the community group, and then yeah, message me, and we can get you on the GitHub. I can show you how to download the set up a developer environment and get started. the mobile version can be created right now in the Android like emulator and the Apple emulator, and you can run it. So the main thing that needs to be fixed there is all the layouts.
Okay. Excellent. Tyler asks, can people using different key servers communicate, or do different key servers create different universes?
Yeah, so the key servers are shared everything. So as long as they're, like Electron servers, as long as they're peering each other, they'll stay in sync. And if they get out of sync for a while, they have eventually consistent consensus mechanism. And that's possible because unlike Bitcoin Cash's base layer, you don't need to have everything in sync all the time. It's only important the data associated with a particular address, and only one wallet can update that. And so you can have a much simpler consensus mechanism there. And the consensus mechanism, the peering, is just based on HTTP. The individual key servers will fetch keys from each other as needed.
Cool. Are you raising capital at all?
Yeah, I'd love to raise capital. We're still working on all the slide decks for that. The ways in which we're planning to generate profit are sort of the things that we need to clarify in there. There's a lot of different opportunities for generating money out of the wallet. In particular, one of the things that my goal is for this is to sort of flip the economics on its head. And people often talk about why would I want to pay to message somebody? But that's not really my focus through creating a company that would operate on Bitcoin Cash. Actually, what I want to do is pay people to use Bitcoin Cash. There's a lot of ways we could do that. And one of the ways is essentially newsletter subscriptions that include advertising. So we get advertising dollars and then sort of revenue share with everybody that's using Stamp. And in doing so, we can provide much more targeted ads if people want to sign up for those, and then they could potentially make money themselves off of that. I'm not particularly interested in running, gambling bots and whatnot, but people could do that, which is, I think, another attractive thing to get developers into the ecosystem in countries where that's legal. Digital marketplaces, you can sell gift cards and provide seamless experiences there. There's a ton of other options. So that's the main thing I'm focused on there. But yeah, I do want to raise capital. It's very important to get more resources behind this project. It's a huge project, and right now it's just me and one other guy that I'm paying. And that's what I have the resources for. Hopefully that answers the question.
Yeah, I think so. Looks like we're out of questions. Do you want to add any final words?
Yeah, I'd love to hear any feedback. It would be great to, so one of the other things I want to talk about, the economics. I think this gets lost on people a lot, especially in the Bitcoin Cash ecosystem. People are focused on merchant adoption, but Bitcoin Cash really shines at digital payments, especially because of the volatility of the currency. With digital services, there's a huge profit margin. So you have this upfront capital cost, and then essentially after that, everything is profit once you've recouped your capital investment. So this allows these digital services to tolerate a lot more volatility. But in addition to that, it allows these digital services to spin up with a lot less expense. So if you want to run Dropbox, you need a complicated registration service, complicated admin panel. You have to be able to integrate with the existing banking system. Doing these sorts of things with Bitcoin Cash obviates all of that. Users can just directly pay you Bitcoin Cash. Even with the existing services like a VPN, for example, you need to go to their website, sign up for an account. They'll give you a QR code and an address. You go pay that, then your address, then you get access to that VPN. But with something like the Cash Web system, your wallet can just go to a tracker for VPN providers, provide a payment directly to them through an HTTP request, get a JWT token. There's no account registration. I can spit up a VPN and use it. So there's a lot of things possible with Bitcoin Cash. They're just not being done right now. And then, you know, in addition to that, there's the sort of user cost of acquisition. So generally, users cost some fixed amount. Maybe it costs $10 to get somebody to sign up for Bitcoin Cash and start using it. You know, whatever the the incentive is that is required for somebody to go through the effort of becoming a Bitcoin Cash user. But the actual value of Bitcoin Cash is proportional to the square of number of people that are using it. So you have this fixed cost of $10 per new customer, but the value to the network is, grows with each new person. So eventually there's a payoff there where paying the $10 to get somebody to become a Bitcoin Cash user is actually generating you a significant amount more money than that. And as the network grows, there's also a bigger benefit to the people to become a user. So the cost actually drops. And a lot of the businesses in the ecosystem are not really, I don't think that they're operating in that way. They're not paying people to become Bitcoin Cash users. So that's another thing that I think is, part of the Stamp business model. Anyways, thank you.
All right, excellent. Thank you, Shama, Chancellor of Stamp Chat. Great presentation. Really looking forward to seeing Stamp have success. All right, so next up is Professor Per Byland. I think that's how it's pronounced, who's going to give us a talk about what causes prosperity. So over to you.
All right, thank you so much. Let's see if I can share my screen somehow. Or am I already doing that, maybe?
No, not yet, but try the share screen button at the bottom of the Zoom client. There you go.
All right.
Yep, I can see your slides.
All right, maybe let's start from the beginning. All right, so here we are. So thanks for having me. I'm going to talk a little bit about where prosperity comes from and what that actually means. It's a weird concept that a lot of people really misunderstand, and that is quite frustrating for someone like me who is researching and teaching on entrepreneurship and economics. I have had a lot of people who have tried to contradict me and try to debunk what I've said in other situations in debates on Twitter and whatnot else, saying that it's poverty that we have created through all kinds of institutions and such things as ownership and property. And I think it's important to start by asking the right question, because this is such a confusing topic, and it affects and is related to so many things that we take for granted sometimes, and some things that we don't really understand much about, and some things that requires quite a bit of expertise. So where do you start nowadays unless you start on Twitter, right? So I want to start with one of my tweets from a few years back, where I simply asked the right question, or asked people to think about things in the right way. So I said, what causes poverty? Well, nothing. It's the original state. That's where we start out. That's the default. The real question is, where does prosperity come from? So my starting point is, and the assumption is that, well, from the beginning, we really had nothing. We had ourselves. We had nature, but we didn't have any convenience. We didn't have any comfort. We didn't have healthcare. We didn't have any of these things, and all of these are actually created. So the big question is not why are some countries or some parts of the world poor, or why are some people poor, but rather, how come that some parts of the world and some people are so damn rich compared to the situation people were in a couple of centuries ago, and compared to the situation most people or all people were in for most of human history. So we have to start by asking the real question: what is the cause of prosperity? Where does prosperity come from, and how come we have all this wealth? And one way of looking at it and illustrating it is to simply look at some of these cities that have come from basically nowhere. And I think Hong Kong is a good one. You might have seen pictures of Shanghai and Chinese cities where you basically go from a river or nothing at all, and then 10 or 20 years later you have lots of skyscrapers and things like that. In those examples, there are a whole lot of problems with those simply because, well, we're talking about a communist state. So it's hard to know what is simply forced, what is due to commanding resources into one area rather than using them to create good. Hong Kong is a little bit different. So Hong Kong started out basically a fishing village, and over the course of 100 years, it went from practically just a couple of rocks to one of the finance centers of the world, with one of the richest places in the world, because they did something. Well, they had a lot of economic freedom, so they could create a lot of value. Well, and we're going to look into what that actually means and what we mean by value and what we mean by prosperity overall. So the starting point, I think, should be to talk about what is an economic good, because that's what we're creating. And it's not really about the stuff. So in the previous picture, looking at Hong Kong, it looks like what we're dealing with is really skyscrapers and concrete, and creating things and creating buildings and transportation and things like that. But it's not really about the stuff. The stuff is not valuable in itself, but it's rather how we use the stuff. So one way of thinking about it, and the way we do it in sound economics, is to think of any economic good as the value that consumers get from using it. So it's really satisfying a want that consumers have, and you doing that on their terms. So it's a subjective valuation of the good. So you can think of a good in terms of a toaster or whatever it is, but it's not having a piece of metal or plastic that we call a toaster that is of value. You buy it because you will use it for certain things. So whether you will toast bread, or you will heat up fish fingers, or whatever it is in it, or maybe it's just beautiful to sit on your desk, that doesn't really matter. It's your use and the sort of feeling you get from, and the experience you have from using the good itself, that makes it valuable. So we have to start by simply stop thinking about the stuff itself, because that's not really where we want to be, and that's not really what explains our wealth either. So still, it's the use of the stuff that creates the value. So we still need the stuff in order to produce those feelings of satisfaction in consumers. So we can't really transport ourselves without some stuff, say a car or an airplane or things like that. So we have to produce those in order for us to transport ourselves from point A to point B. And everything we do that is called production is intended to be consumed. So we're always aiming towards satisfying some want that consumers have, whether it's our own or someone else. And production always leads to consumption. It's never the other way around, because some people strangely have claimed that we consume and then we produce, but it's really hard to say consume a piece of bread that you haven't baked yet. And we, of course, engage in the production of, or the baking of bread in order to consume. It's not the other way around. What this means in a market setting, though, is that our ability to demand something is constituted by our supply. What this means is simply that because I am working in a business, or because I'm selling things, or because I'm making money in one way or the other, I'm gaining the purchasing power so that I can then demand things, that is, buy things, right? So it's not it's important to think of it in that proper way, that the ability to demand something is the purchasing power that you have already earned by supplying value to the economy. And the modern market economy, it necessarily works like this, simply because we are so specialized in producing something that we probably are not going to consume ourselves. So for myself, for instance, I produce entrepreneurship and economics lectures. I do not consume those lectures. I would be bored to death if I did. And instead I think I'm doing a pretty good job producing those lectures and helping people learn economics and learn entrepreneurship. And by doing that, they pay me in dollars or whatever. And by getting that payment, I then can demand what others produce, which would be, well, alcohol and food and a place to live and power and what have you. All of these things are produced by other people who are in a similar situation, who are supplying things because then they can demand their own goods and services that they can satisfy their own wants with. Okay, so what entrepreneurs are in the business of doing is simply creating this stuff that are attempted to satisfy a consumer's wants in a market setting, right? So they are trying to figure out how to produce something that consumers will value enough that they will buy it. And then, of course, the aim of entrepreneurs is to create a profit from doing this. So the proper way of thinking about this is not, as most people go about it, starting a business because you want to produce a certain item, calculate what the cost of that item is, and then add your profit margin. That's sort of your price, and then you try to sell it. That's a great way of failing and losing money. What you should do is start with value itself. That is, if you are good at or want to produce a certain type of item or a certain type of service, then what type of value does this have for consumers, and what consumers specifically would value this the most highly? And then from there you try to figure out, okay, what is the price that they would be willing to pay for this service, so that it's not too high, meaning that they will find it basically a bargain to buy it. And that price, I mean, it's determined by the value that consumers see in what you're offering. And your job as an entrepreneur is to choose the cost. So you are really in business of first figuring out the value and the price of a good that you want to or are able to sell, and then figure out how to produce this in one way or another, so that you get to the point where consumers satisfy that want, the value in their eyes, and there's money between the price and the cost so that you earn a profit. And that's really the calculus. So it's not really about figuring out the value of something and then you just go with it, or it's not really about the idea. It's about figuring out how to get there at the least cost possible. Okay, so one way of illustrating what entrepreneurs do and how it is really about value is to look at this example from 1975, which is the pet rock, which was really a big hit back then. But these are really smooth rocks, and they're sold in a box. So they're intended to be pets, but they're great pets because you don't have to pick up after them, you don't have to feed them, you don't have to give them attention unless you want to, and so forth. And of course, it's sort of a joke. It's something funny, something that people would buy to each other as a joke. But still, it was a great idea because it does satisfy a want among consumers, that is entertainment, right? And maybe some people would actually see the rock as a friend, who knows? But it doesn't really matter. It's all in the eyes of the consumer, and that is the point, right? And the price charged for the pet rock needs to be lower than the value that consumers get from it. And of course, in this case, the cost structure is pretty low. I mean, just pick up a rock from the ground, put maybe some hay or what have you, and put it in a box and then ship it. So it's not really about the cost. It's not the cost itself that makes the value, which this example illustrates really clearly. Okay, so before we get further, we need to make a distinction here. So many people think of entrepreneurship as coming up with a great idea, and then you just basically get all the money there's out there because you had this great idea. Well, that's not really it. Entrepreneurship is not about the idea. So we need to distinguish between invention and innovation. Invention is the idea itself. It's a new technology, a new technique, or a new product, or what have you. But that doesn't mean anything in itself, right? So you have to take this new idea to market and figure out how to position it so that consumers get that it is valuable, so that consumers find it valuable, and so that consumers are willing to buy it. And exactly what consumer, in what location, at what price, and things like that. So bringing this invention to the market and selling it and doing it in the proper way that is what we would term innovation. And I'm borrowing this from Schumpeter's work from 1911. But it's important to keep this in mind, because when we're talking about entrepreneurship, we're really talking about bringing it to market. And we're not talking about coming up with the idea. The idea is important, but it's the implementation that matters. And that's what's really important. Okay, so entrepreneurship itself is based on some kind of invention, some idea, a business model or a new technology or what have you. But it really is the innovation. So the innovation is what makes it valuable for someone. It's bringing it to the consumer and packaging it in a certain way, or communicating it in a certain way. It's pricing it in a certain way. So some goods are valuable because the price is really high, for instance. So luxury goods would not be valued as much by consumers had the price been lower. So the price itself is also a part of the complete experience that you're offering as an entrepreneur through this innovation, bringing an idea or a product to market. So what entrepreneurs do is really they have to imagine what type of value consumers would want to satisfy, what would be of value for consumers, and then set out to create it one way or the other. So there are examples of this historically, and you might recognize these guys, Henry Ford and Steve Jobs. So Henry Ford is well, I wish it would have been a quote, but apparently it is not. But it's a great non-quote. And he said, he didn't say, if I had asked people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses. Of course, we know that Henry Ford did not produce faster horses. Instead, he produced automobiles. And why did he produce automobiles? Well, because he imagined that that would satisfy consumers better than what consumers thought would satisfy themselves better. So that's pretty important lesson. And the same thing with Steve Jobs here. He says that you shouldn't ask people what they want, because people are sort of thinking inside the box. And very often they don't recognize what it is they want until you show it to them. And then you have to package it in a certain way. You have to communicate a message in a certain way. So advertising and pricing and warm, fuzzy feelings, what have you, need to be part of the package in order to make sure that consumers understand what value they would get out of it. So this, of course, makes it really, really hard for entrepreneurs. But since they are attempting to figure this stuff out that is new, just like the automobile with Henry Ford, they are changing things. So entrepreneurs are really driving change in the economy and in society. So within production processes, there are entrepreneurs that are all over the place, and they're creating adjustments to how production happens through different new types of production processes, new materials, and so forth. They are changing how resources are used, what types of resources are used in different processes in production of different products and goods and so forth. And of course, what they're doing is creating new types of capital, which would be capital goods in terms of machinery and factories and things like that. And they increase throughput too. So they're renewing what we're doing. They're building off of what we have, and they're increasing efficiency. But the main point is that they are imagining new things, and they're realizing these new things. And they're doing that in a process that overall the whole economy is really leading towards consumption. And here entrepreneurs drive change by simply increasing the availability of the valued goods that are already there. So basically increasing the scale. But they're also facilitating new value. So they're creating these new products, whether it's the pet rock or an automobile or the iPhone or what have you. This satisfy consumers in new ways, which make them a whole lot better off. And they also drive social change through changing our lives, changing our behavior, and changing what types of jobs are available to us and so forth. Right. So how does it drive change? Well, one is simply creative destruction by innovating a new type of good or service that changes how we do things, that changes our behavior. I mean, we have recent examples would be the smartphone. When everybody had a flip phone, or even before when no one had a cell phone, the world looked very differently. But with the smartphone, we suddenly do not need, for instance, a map when we're driving in a new place. We can simply use our smartphones, and we don't have to decide on a time and place in advance when we're meeting up with someone. We can just text them, or we can just ping them in one way or the other through using our smartphones and so forth. So our behaviors change pretty drastically. So this creates a different type of society. The wheel, of course, has had a tremendous impact on society and how we do things and transport things and so forth. Well, they also changed the institutions of society. And a good example of that would be Uber. It's not simply competing with taxi the way taxi was doing business, but instead launching a service that was similar to taxi, but outside of the regulatory framework. It basically positioning their service in a space where regulators were not. So they could get that market, they could launch that service without having to bother with all these regulations. And they could beat taxi by simply not being taxi, which of course puts a lot of pressure on regulators, on policymakers. It puts a lot of pressure on incumbent businesses because they have to change too. So this of course brings about a whole lot of changes. And entrepreneurs also drive change through establishing transaction platforms. So the sharing economy would be one. We conduct business in a different way. It's more peer-to-peer through an app or what have you. But this is really an older concept and an older phenomenon, where the Sears catalog would be one, where people on the frontier, for instance, would be dependent on that one store in the area. But with the Sears catalog, they could suddenly get in touch with numerous sellers and producers of a lot of different goods. So entrepreneurs, by creating new transaction platforms, make new types of products and services available for people, meaning that they are basically liberated from the limitations that they had before. Okay, so if we look at what entrepreneurship does, then in terms of economics, it innovates new combinations of factors. This could be any type of productive means, really. And they facilitate the consumer value by offering new ways of satisfying those wants. And by doing that, they change society, they change the economy, and so forth. Now, they exercise judgment in dedicating these resources to new goods. So Henry Ford exercised judgment in terms of imagining that people would be better off with an automobile than with faster horses. And he dedicated resources in order to make this happen. And he happened to be right, so he made a ton of money. But if you're wrong, then you're going to lose everything. So that's what entrepreneurs do. That's the core of it. So they have to have empathy with consumers. They have to figure out what is it that would make people's lives better, and then imagine that type of good or service that they can produce that gives them this value that makes them better off. Okay, and of course, they direct the factors that we already have. So they outbid entrepreneurs using resources in a different way. So they have figured out that, oh, I can probably use this location and these workers and these machines in a better way. I can use these materials in a better way if I produce automobiles instead of producing carriages and stables and so forth. Okay, so entrepreneurship fails though. And why does it fail? Well, it fails for one simple reason, and I'm going to show you a couple of examples. So here is the Betamax versus the VHS, the video cassette player. And this is an example, of course, but the Betamax was generally considered to be the better technology, a better innovation or invention, if you will, much more effective, and you could store more on one Betamax cassette than you could on a VHS and whatever else. They still lost. Why did they lose? Because people found more value in the VHS, even though it was the subpar technology. Here, another example, the smartphone, which we automatically would think of as the iPhone, released in 2007. Well, you had the Pocket PC and Windows Mobile from almost a decade before the iPhone. People don't really remember this because it was not really a big success. Why was it not a big success? It seems like it should be pretty similar. Well, because they positioned it in the wrong way. They didn't speak to consumers in the right way. Maybe the timing was off, whatever it was. But consumers liked the iPhone a whole lot better than the Pocket PC and Windows Mobile, even though it was much sooner, much earlier offering the same type of gadget, the same type of technology. So it's not really about the technology, it's not really about the stuff, it's not really about the thing. Instead, it is about the innovation. That is how you package things, how you present things, how you communicate it, and how you bring it to market. So why do entrepreneurs fail? Well, they fail by simply having the improper innovation, not bringing it to market in a way that actually benefits consumers, that consumers make consumers better off. And entrepreneurs themselves, the individual entrepreneur starting a business, would fail by simply choosing too high costs. So the cost structure would be the wrong one. So think, for instance, the pet rock, where instead of picking up whatever rocks on the beach or wherever he found them, he would buy specialty rocks that were really expensive. Well, that would be choosing the wrong cost structure, because he could probably not charge a price high enough to cover those costs. So it's the wrong way of producing that value, meaning society loses, but the entrepreneur himself loses too. And of course, both of these failures are avoidable by having the proper business model, meaning simply the innovation, that if you position your product, your service in a better way, thinking of the consumer first and satisfying consumer wants first, and then figuring out how to do that in the best way possible, then you can avoid failure, and then you will add to our prosperity by simply satisfying people's wants, making people's lives better, more comfortable, more convenient, what have you. So the question then, of course, is where are cryptocurrencies and will they succeed? Well, I would claim that cryptocurrencies, the invention is there, but is the innovation there? So that's where cryptocurrencies are probably failing, or at least haven't succeeded quite enough just yet. So the question is, how do we solve that problem if we want cryptocurrencies to be successful? So I'll stop there with that question. Thank you.
All right, excellent presentation. So any questions for Professor Per Byland? Questions about, so I have a question. I saw a tweet actually that said success with a startup is less about intellect and more about will. Would you agree, or what do you think?
Yeah, that's a good question. I would not put it in terms of will. You could use many different words. I mean, you could have empathy, judgment, innovation, and things like that. But it's not a matter of will, other than, well, I mean, sometimes you can be poorly positioned with respect to what consumers would actually value, but you're the only one. And if you just push long enough, maybe you will find enough consumers to cover your costs. Who knows, right? But that's the wrong way of going about it, I would say. The better way of going about it is to start with the consumers and figure out what it is that they actually value, and not push forward at high cost, trying to figure out how to cut the costs would be what you're doing then, right, in order to stay alive. But if you as a startup are basing what you're doing on will and trying to cut costs, you started out with the wrong cost structure. So you did it wrong to begin with. You need to do it right, and that's a very costly way of starting a business, to do something wrong and then try to correct it. So you should do it right to begin with. So and part of that is to be intelligent about it and try to figure out intellectually what would satisfy people, but it's as much about understanding people and empathy.
Excellent. Another question. The work of Hernando de Soto on the informal economy in the developing world. Do you find that relevant? Say, someone who would like to see greater prosperity in the developing world. You know, what are your thoughts relative to his work, or how relevant do you find it to be?
I think it's very relevant. I mean, his big work is the book Mystery of Capital, where he basically talked with a lot of poor people in poor countries, asking them why, trying to figure out how come you cannot grow your businesses, how come you cannot take yourselves out of poverty, because we started out poor as a species, so obviously someone pulled themselves out of poverty somehow and pulled a whole lot of more other people out of poverty, and we did it ourselves. So what he found was that they are very entrepreneurial. They have a lot of resources. They have businesses and all kinds of stuff, but they can't expand those businesses, right? So that's what you're asking. He found that the reason they can't is because they can't go to a bank to get a loan, because there is no one showing that they are actually the owners of their house, because there is no central record of who owns that piece of land or those cows or whatever it might be, right? So in that sense, it's not actual capital. You can't use it to leverage, and you can't use it as collateral when getting a loan, which means you can't expand your business, which means you're basically stuck, right? So that's where some kind of technology could make this happen without the state. I think DeSoto focused on having the state involved because the state does not reach these people and does not really have a centralized record of these poor areas, who owns what. But you could use a technology to follow up on who owns what, and then follow up on who trades what with whom. So you can do that in a decentralized manner, and of course you can use a ledger system or whatnot else to follow up on these properties, right? So it's an area where technology can do a whole lot to help these people. The question then, of course, is not only do you provide value to them, but it's also, do you make any money off of it, of creating the system?
Mm-hmm. Well, you certainly gave us a lot to think about. We really appreciate your talk. Really was a great pleasure and honor to have you with us here today. Thanks again, Professor Per Violent, and thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
All right. Talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye. All right. So our that was a really great talk. So our next one is going to be from Lennox Lai of OKX. He's Director of Financial Markets at OKX, and he's going to talk about next-gen crypto derivatives. So I'm trying to give you a panelist permission. Unfortunately, Zoom has been giving me a hard time about that all day. Oh, there we. Okay. All right.
Hey.
Hey, welcome, Lennox. How are you?
Sure. It's yeah, well, it's a pretty late in Hong Kong time.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it's pretty late for you. All right. Well, you have the floor. Go right ahead and give your talk.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So let me share the screen of everything first. So yeah, thank you for George and BitcoinCash inviting me to talk about next gen of crypto derivatives. So my name's Lennox. I'm the financial market director of OKX. I've been OKX for 3 years, since the very beginning of the creation of OKX. So remember the last speaker that's talking about entrepreneurships and innovations. I think that's actually a little bit a little bit of good story to share with you guys, that how we as a crypto exchange that would like to create the very first crypto derivatives ever existed in the world before that the demand is actually created. Because back in like 2017, 2016, nobody knows about the beauty of derivatives. We are basically talking about might be spot market. We would like to buy Bitcoin. We worry about how to buy Bitcoin. We worry about how to get into Bitcoin as soon as possible. We would like to buy Ethereum, Litecoin as soon as possible in a regulated manner with your fiat currency. But so that the demand back in the time, I'm mostly talking about how to open an account and exchange as soon as possible, how to buy Bitcoin and to do with certain bank accounts, what's the fees involved. But nobody is actually talking about derivatives. So it's like an absence of demands over there. So as a startup or as a company, you somehow, it's very difficult to create a product when you already recognize a solid demand. You have to somehow foresee the demand is going to be there, and you prepare for it, and you create for it. So luckily, in traditional finance, we have a lot of experience from traditional finance in stock market and equity markets, that eventually, whatever asset class that you're trading, you eventually need derivatives or certain kind of derivatives, especially for you to assist on the price discovery process. So that's why we do a little bit of research, and we think that would be a solid demand. And so that's why we create the very first derivatives ever exist in the world. So we create the very first futures, cash settled futures, serving for miners to hedge the exposure whenever they mine a Bitcoin. Because back in the time, I think we talked about several years ago, Bitcoin is still super volatile compared with all the other asset class. So for all the miners, before they understand the concept of hedging, we know them, we understand them, they need certain other type of instruments to manage their cash flow, to manage their P&L, to manage the exposure. Whenever they mine a new Bitcoin, they really worry about Bitcoin will crash on Friday. We worry about the Bitcoin will be crashed 8% on one day, so that they have no way to pay off their bills, electricity bills and human bills. So that's why. So I would like to say it's like the story of creation, story of innovation of OKX derivatives, most likely of recognizing the demand beforehand with leveraging experience from the other industry. So far this year, we spend a lot of time and we spend a lot of efforts in creating different kind of derivative products, and we believe that derivative product is one way to tackle the volatility of the crypto asset, the cryptocurrency, and that is happening. So right now we are having multiple derivatives currently trading the world futures, perpetual swap, and option and spot markets, and it within the margin with multiple venue, with multiple exchange right now. So right now we can see the result like from the peak volatility of Bitcoin, talking about 200% or 250% annualized returns, annualized volatility. Right now, I think it's substantially decreased it to around 8%, even 20-30% in price volatility right now in Bitcoin or the other crypto assets. So people once said to talking about solving the volatility of crypto asset because it's so volatile, because Bitcoin can never be the cash. because it's so volatile. I think with proper instrument, with proper market structure, with proper derivative contract, the problem will be eventually solved. So we can see the trend we're heading to a really, really positive direction with the industrial joint efforts of as well as the participation and contribution of derivatives. So I think right now the derivatives is talking about accounting for at least 2/3 of global trading volume of cryptocurrency. So right now, as alone in the OKX, we are right now having futures and swap trading together around 2 billion or 4 billion per day, notional USD per day. And we recently launched option for traders to price, to hedge, and even to trade volatility directly. That's distributed option. So I think the space of derivative is unlisted derivative, at least, is already quite there. It's already quite liquid. It's already quite robust. So exchange already spent a lot of efforts into improving. Later we'll talk about a little bit more how we improve the futures, but improving the future risk management mechanism, as well as the matching engine, as well as the robustness of the system that caters specifically for derivatives trading. So before we create that, we actually recognize that derivatives is actually a highly leveraged instrument, and with that, it's actually very difficult to as an cryptocurrency exchange to manage the risk, and also derivatives, because of its highly leveraged nature and its professional nature, tends to be clients or users tend to be requesting a really, really low latency of infrastructure for them to execute their trade, and for us, for the platform, to liquidate the position as well, to risk management. So also it's a challenge. Creating is a challenge of both, right? A robust risk management system and design, as well as a really robust trading architectures. So so luckily, I think OKX and all the other mixed exchange had really done a remarkable job into improving overall structures so that trading on derivatives right now, if we compare 2 or 3 years right now, is considered a lot safer, a lot more easy, and a lot more fair in compare 2 or 3 years ago. So right now you can see, because of the continuing commitment of the product innovations and the futures market, as well as all the derivatives market in the world right now, is actually crying so fast since the beginning of 2017. That's part of the reason I think because a big commitment of all the crypto exchanges, or some of the top-notch crypto exchanges on derivatives, as well as the creation of CME Bitcoin futures that's available for traditional traders to actually have exposure on Bitcoin directly in a regulated manner. So everything in a combination that shoot up the entire derivative space in 2 or 3 years. Right now we're trading over 1 billion per month, and I think right now we account for around 152% of all the other major competitors in the world, and also most of the volume are concentrated still on Bitcoin or Ethereum or Bitcoin Cash, or even of Litecoin, for example. So most of the volume, I think, right now is concentrated on futures and as well as perpetual swap. So right now, a proportion between the future and swap right now is around half already. So perpetual swap is actually growing so fast compared with the other futures exchange. So that's already 2 types of Delta 1. I would say the Delta 1 derivative instrument that's actually trading available in the markets right now. So a majority traders will be picking on perpetual swap because of its synthetic natures of a margin instrument, so that the price of the swap itself is actually trading very, very similarly with the spot market. But the problem of swap is actually having a consistent funding rate, or the inconsistency of the funding rate, so that holding positions of the perpetual swap might need to consider cost if you would like to hold a position for a very, very long time. But in contrary, futures doesn't really have a problem. So future doesn't really have a cost of carry, doesn't really have a cost of holding position of all the future positions. So most of the users right now are actually utilizing futures as majority of hedging tools, so that they will carry a spot position and hedge on the futures side, because they don't need to worry about the cost of holding a position. They just wait for this settle. So on the contrary, maybe swap is most likely a leverage instrument or synthetic margin instrument, an instrument that's trade similar with spot. You don't need to worry about the basis, which is defined as the differences between spot and the futures price. You don't need to worry about the basis on swap. So it's trade like spot market with leverage instruments without the buying or borrowing lending instruments. So it's really convenient tools for speculative traders. So right now it's interestingly enough. So swap markets and the futures markets actually trading in terms of really similar volume, at least on similar liquidity, similar bid spread, and similar different kind of market behavior as well. Of course, there's a lot more variety of different kind of strategies can be implemented on both futures and swap, but actually the two markets right now is actually behave very, very similar, and that's very interesting to and a very good reference point to. We don't see that often in traditional market. In traditional markets, mostly a futures market. We don't have a liquid listed swap markets trading in the order book style. So right now, OKEX already kind of like climbed to really top notch in terms of spread liquidity ever existed in the crypto market, and the market is still growing due to the fact that we spend really a lot of efforts into optimizing our latency and optimizing our TPS per second. So right now, I think OKEX, if you talk about round trip time, round trip time per orders for all the market, including spot, futures, and swap and option, I think it's closing around 10 or 15 milliseconds per round trip. So talking about when sending orders to the matching engine, receive an acknowledgement, and comparatively, if you talk about comparatively, like 2 or 3 years ago, I think the latency is talking about maybe 100 or at least 200 milliseconds per round trip. So it's a substantial improvement due to the fact that of these kind of substantial improvement on the trading architecture. Traders can trade even more, and an exchange can actually accept a large amount of orders. So that's why the volume is still climbing across the entire crypto derivative space. So the next topic, I would like to highlight a little bit about the conundrum of the risk management of creating a really high leverage instruments on crypto derivatives. So all the creators of that running a cryptocurrency exchange, you have to face a conundrum, a trade-off between liquidations, whether you would like to adopt an aggressive style or passive style of liquidation. How you want to liquidate your orders, your client's order, whenever it touch the bankruptcy points, and also how you would like to charge the maintenance margin meaning that's how much money that you allow your traders to keep at a bare minimum before you execute your liquidation. There's always need to be a trade-off, right? Because every traders want to keep want you an exchange to charge as low as your maintenance margin as possible, because the effective leverage it will be essentially higher. But at the same time, if we keep maintenance margin low, or so we have to the exchange will be exposed if we cannot if the exchange cannot liquidate their orders as soon as possible under a certain time of margin. The exchange will face some problem like you need to add into your insurance fund, or the exchange have to pay off by themselves. It's very bad for the business and the image or the traders eventually. So it's a balance between how much we need to charge to the client as a maintenance margin. At the same time, we have to consider how robust, how fast, of how we handle the liquidated orders. Whether we would like to aggressively liquidate the orders or passively to liquidate orders as soon as possible. So also we need to explain a little bit about funding. Funding is more like a way for a very unique style for the clients to hold a position on the perpetual swap. So funding is actually a mechanism for a swap instrument in terms of price to have a certain mechanism to anchor back the price on the spot market. So when the swap price actually substantially deviate with the fair value, which is the spot in this market, somebody need to pay something. So if the swap market is actually trading a big premium against the spot index, we would need to the funding rates would actually dictate that whoever holding a long position have to pay some kind of interest to the short position. So, but at a particular point of time, the short position holder will be incentivized to open a lot more short position. So because of that, there will be a short more position. The price eventually of the perpetual swap will be anchored back to the spot index. So it's a mechanism that naturally or dynamically to somehow bring back the perpetual swap price back to the fair value. We occur around 8 to 12 hours right now. So it's a completely market-driven mechanism. So I would like to talk about the TM margin. That's a really kind of like an innovation of the OKX as well, about how we handling maintenance margin and also how we liquidate the orders. So essentially back in time, I discussed a little bit about if we really want to maintain a relatively low maintenance margins for all the traders, and at the same time we would like to manage our risk, the risk of exchange as well. So what we're going to do is, hey, maybe we don't need to liquidate a big chunk of orders all at every single time, right? So what we're going to do is basically whenever the traders exposing to encounter liquidation, we will not liquidate every single amount of a position. We will just basically liquidate percentage of the liquidation of the position first. After we liquidate a certain percentage, we will take a look, hey, what is the latest margin percentage right now? If that is the case, if after liquidation, if your buying power back to normal, we will stop our liquidation. so the trader can retrade, can reuse the margin again, and trade again. So the benefit of this is we don't need to liquidate loss position all the time. We just basically liquidate a percentage of liquidation. It's the easiest for us to handle, and also the trader would like it because they understand that as long as they don't. If they're facing liquidation, they don't need to face a total loss of the entire portion of liquidation. It's basically a portion, a percentage of the liquidation of liquidated orders will be affected. All the rest will remain to normal. And due to the fact that we allow our margin would be charged on a tiered basis. So that's why we can allow our trader to adjust margin in real time or any other time because of that. So whenever we talk about right now in cryptocurrency markets, you're allowed to trade around 100x market, at least 100x leverage. But in reality, you can actually adjust all kind of leverage at any time. So from zero leverage or even one leverage to even 100 times leverage. So to summary, I think right now on OK's perspective, we do have a different kind of maturity derivatives market in the world right now. So for example, like we do have a perpetual swap market that actually reflecting the basis in interest rate for 24 hours. And also we got a weekly, bi-weekly, quarterly, and bi-quarterly futures. So on OKX alone, you can actually map out the yield curve from 1 day to 6 months, according to our for all the maturity of the derivatives markets. So I think maybe time is up for today. I would like to thank you so much. I would like to take some questions.
All right, excellent. Thank you, Lennox. We have a question in the chat. Can you explain in layman's terms what are derivatives and what are the benefits?
Yes. So derivatives, by all means, is just an agreement. I would say an agreement or a contract in which the price is derived by something else. For example, you can create an apple, right? The price of the apple you're trading, there's the price of the apple is $10. I can use $10 to buy an apple. But at the same time, I can also create an agreement reflecting 100% with the price of the apple. So why people do something like that? Because one of the very distinct derivative contract, especially in futures, is we got an expiry date. So we're talking about like this kind of agreement is reflecting completely on the price of the April price on futures. For example, like Friday. I understand as a buyer, I understand I want to buy 10 a big barrel of apples on Friday, but I don't need that right now. I need that on Friday. But at the same time, I'm so afraid that on Friday, the apple price will shoot up like 10 times more. I don't want to expose the risk. I understand that on Friday I need a big box of apples, but I don't want the price on Friday will shoot up like 10 times. So what I'm going to do is sign an agreement. The agreement basically tell me that, hey, no matter whatever price on Friday of that particular apples, you are going to buy, absolutely sure that you're going to buy that apples on Friday at $10. So that agreement, we call it, is a derivative contract because representing the price of the apples, of big bucks of apple on Friday.
All right, excellent. Okay. Well, it looks like there aren't any other questions. So thank you so much, Lennox. Really glad to have you with us today. And thanks for this, interesting presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So next to join us is Jeff Garzik of Block Inc. Welcome, Jeff. So glad to have you with us, and the floor is yours. Go right ahead.
Hey, nice to have the invite. Hello to everyone out there. Happy anniversary. I am pleased to talk a little bit about Block, what we've been building at Block, and what we've been doing in the Bitcoin Cash community. To steal a phrase from my past Linux career, we're really plumbers. We care about infrastructure. We like building things behind the scenes that make everything work better. And this is what we've been putting together. It's a Block cloud platform over at Block that I'd like to share with you now. So let's see if the gods of screen sharing are happy with us. Give me just a second. Looks like authentication needs to happen.
Did you try the share screen button?
Yeah, we got to do, there we go. We got to do an authentication step.
There you go.
Okay, perfect. So here we go. Hi all. Just wanted to give an introduction to Block's cloud platform, infrastructure for Bitcoin Cash, Bitcoin, and a whole lot more. So what do? We are delivering a complete managed infrastructure for multiple blockchain networks. I know that there's back and forth about whose chain is the favorite, and etc. We try not to play favorites. We feel that just from a business decision standpoint, supporting Bitcoin Cash makes sense. And so that's why it's on our platform. It's not to beat a drum or be dogmatic or anything like that. We're very practical, we're very pragmatic, and we're multi-chain, multi-network, which means that we want to support as many networks as possible and just build infrastructure for that and make those networks stronger. So what is our platform? We have the easiest way to describe it is it's a centralized interface to decentralized networks. So a company is going to come to us. They're going to use one of our APIs as a developer. It's very similar to Amazon Web Services or Google Cloud, as once you have an account, you can access any number of services on the platform. One of those is Block Connect. That's if you've heard of the Insight API from years past. It's an indexed API on top of Bitcoin Cash and other networks. That's what Block Connect is. So it allows you to send transactions to the network, query address balances, query blocks, transactions, basically the stuff that a node does, but faster and much more highly available. We have an indexing and a caching layer that spreads data geographically, as well as make sure that no matter where you are in the world, you're going to get a fast and highly available response. So that's the Block API, and that gives you the Block platform. Again, similar format to AWS, Amazon Web Services. We have a number of services on there. One is Connect, just described. The next, Block Nodes. Pretty self-explanatory. If you want to run a Bitcoin Cash node and pay with Bitcoin Cash, then you can do that through this platform. So who are we doing this for? This is a bit of a cookie cutter slide. I'm not going to go through it all, but largely this is not necessarily for the DIY hobbyist who's going to run their own node. And we're very supportive of that. We feel that there's going to be a flight path of people whereby the first touch with Bitcoin Cash or other blockchains is going to be through some sort of service that makes it a little bit easier. And then as they get more educated, they get more advanced, they can start to run their own wallets, run their own nodes, etc. And for enterprises in particular, the biggest companies, they just don't have the staff and time to watch Reddit, to educate themselves on nodes and what can go wrong with nodes, to what can go wrong with blockchains and networks, and to build up all that high availability, DDoS protection, redundancy, replication, all that good stuff, as well as the legal patent IP guarantees, service level agreements, all that stuff that individuals and hobbyists, they don't really worry about at all. Enterprises really care about that stuff. And coming from my background at Red Hat, I worked over 10 years on the Linux kernel over at Red Hat. We saw open source from the top and the bottom, from the DIYers who could download source code and just do it all themselves, to enterprises who and small and medium businesses that they just want to get their business done. They don't want to necessarily spend a ton of staff hours learning something that they could just do with an API call. So enterprises really like that extra layer of protection, and that's one of the primary markets. But we also cater to small businesses and individual developers as well. As mentioned, we have several services on the platform now and in the future. The first is Connect, which is a real-time blockchain API that we have for several networks. Obviously, Bitcoin Cash. Bitcoin Cash was a launch network we had available as one of the first networks at launch, because we knew that BCH was going to be something that was in demand, and on the customer side. And just thinking pragmatically, you need that infrastructure. As a Bitcoin Cash community member, you want that infrastructure to be available so that when people join the Bitcoin Cash community, that they have that sort of easy on-ramp. It's not a kind of, as my co-founder says, not full of sharp edges in terms of a new user experience. So Block Connect APIs get you immediate access. Just swipe a credit card or pay some BCH and go. Block nodes, pretty self-explanatory. You can spin up your own private nodes or cluster of nodes. Again, you can pay with credit card, BCH, some other cryptos. But again, we have a very long-term vision of this pipeline of the customer to Block as sort of a centralized gateway, making things easier, to decentralized networks. And how do we make decentralized networks even easier to use? Well, some of the services coming down the pipe are block storage. That's if you're familiar with Amazon's S3 storage API for cloud storage. We're going to make a similar API available, but the difference is we don't own hard drives. We source that resource from decentralized networks, and that's really part of the exciting part. Excuse me. And here's a bit of a mind twister, is that you can pay when this service is released. As a user, you can pay BCH to get cloud storage, and that's your entire user experience, and you don't have to think about nodes, you don't have to think about anything else. what's going on under the hood for the programmers in the audience is that Block is going out on the open market. We're acquiring SC, the Sia coin token. We're buying hard drive space on the Sia network, and we're making that available to customers. And so that's what we mean by bringing decentralized networks to consumers, is that you don't even have to have a crypto wallet with Sia in it to use the Sia network. You can just spend some BCH and get storage. Similarly, the fourth service that we're going to be rolling out, Block Compute, is along similar lines as you get remote compute nodes. And again, just pay with BCH or credit card, and you get compute. And we're sourcing that from the various decentralized networks that offer decentralized compute. But our customers, they don't have to worry about, do I need to download this special crypto wallet with Golem or CPU coin in it? And what's the CPU coin or Golem market price? All that mess is just hidden. They just pay a simple price, and they get compute, they get storage, they get nodes, they get APIs for their blockchains. So very simple, sort of centralized gateway to a decentralized universe. And the ultimate goal is, we hope, aligned with the Bitcoin Cash community, which is to bring more people into our community. If you think about how hard it is to get that next Bitcoin Cash user, that next fan, that next business building on top of BCH, we want to make all of that easier. It's just an API call away. And that's the way it should be. You shouldn't have to worry about running nodes, running infrastructure yourself, just to handle payments, for example. So we want to make that on-ramp to BCH and the other cryptocurrencies a whole lot easier. And that's really why we're building this stuff at the end of the day. So yeah, I already covered the future services. So Block and BCH, we're delivering infrastructure services to the BCH community. We've supported Bitcoin Cash from the very beginning, both on Connect, which is the managed APIs, and also the nodes. And we're introducing a how-to series so that people can go to sync.block.com and get some content on how to get started using Bitcoin Cash through our Block platform. And yeah, and again, you can pay with Bitcoin Cash. So this is a Bitcoin Cash product, and we're marketing to Bitcoin Cash businesses. If anyone in the audience is knows of a business that wants to build on top of BCH, we'd love to help them do it. And here's some examples of some of the things that you can do. You can start up a Bitcoin Cash node. We use snapshots and some other advanced technology to make that startup to fully synced time very, very quick. Bitcoin Cash in particular is quite quick, under 15 minutes. Everyone in the community will be pleased to know that Ethereum is a whole lot slower, even with a lot of smart people applying their efforts. BCH starts up really quickly and is available. But again, in the middle block here, this is Block Connect. You don't even have to start a node. You can just immediately sign up for an account at block.cloud, and start using the APIs to get blocks, send transactions, query account balances, everything that you need to build a light wallet, an arbitrage client, an audit a client, etc. Anything that you want to build on top of BCH, those are the fundamental APIs. And again, pay with Bitcoin Cash, Bitcoin credit card, etc. Bitcoin Cash has been a payment method, as well as offering Bitcoin Cash services. We offer pay with Bitcoin Cash. So we've been a BCH business from day one as well. So the long-term evolution, again, is, and I'm not going to go through this in detail, is fundamentally Block is a centralized AWS, but the difference here is unlike Amazon Web Services or Google Cloud, we don't own data centers. We don't own hard drives and computers. We source all that from decentralized networks. And just like we're sourcing this base layer of connectivity from Bitcoin Cash Network, is our vision is to bring more people into the crypto space by making it easier to come into the crypto space. And that we feel benefits us when it benefits you. So pretty straightforward there. To learn more about us, go to block.com. Our blog and updates sync.block.com on Twitter, or send us an email if you want to talk partnerships, customers, or you can go directly to the website, sign up, and start using it right away. So that's what we've been building over at Block. Again, we've been a BCH business from day one. Although you don't maybe hear about that a whole lot in the community, we certainly want to raise our profile in the BCH community and talk a little bit more about those sort of products. So thank you for your time. That's what we've been building. We're definitely continue to think positively about the future on this. What is it? The 3rd anniversary of BCH.
That's right.
And so exciting stuff.
So yes, thank you so much, Jeff. Great presentation, good information. We have a question here from Chris. What programming languages do you support?
We support primarily, we have examples for JavaScript, Python, and I think Go. But these are all REST and JSON API type shapes, which means that any sort of programming language is supported.
Okay, excellent. And do you target small, medium, or large businesses, or where's your emphasis?
The sweet spot typically is what we call the Fortune 500 and the Crypto 500, meaning the biggest businesses, because they see the most benefit from not having to deal with all the ups and downs of nodes and hard forks and community updates and things of that nature. And so that's really the sweet spot, but we also have small and independent developers who are interested as well.
Right. Very good. So exchanges, wallets.
That's right.
Okay. All right. All right. Any other questions from the audience? All right. Looks like not. Okay. Well, thanks so much, Jeff.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me on. And if anyone in the audience is interested in hearing more about our products, they can ping me or go to sync.block.com.
All right.
All right. Thanks a lot. Have a great day.
You too. Thank you, Jeff. All right. So that was Jeff Garzik of Block Inc. And next up, we're about 10 minutes ahead of schedule. Thanks, Chris, for saving me there. Chris Troutner, Permissionless Software Foundation, is going to talk about how to get started as a Bitcoin Cash application developer. It's all yours, Chris.
Thanks, George. Yeah, I appreciate the extra time that Jeff gave me. Sure, I'm going to share my screen. And just real quick, George, can you tell me if you can hear me okay, and can you see the screen okay?
Yes, I can see your browser. Mm-hmm.
Okay, excellent, excellent. So I'm going to introduce fullstack.cash, which is a very similar to what Jeff just presented with Block. I got to give a compliment to Jeff. I'm sure he's not aware of it because I haven't been in communication with him. But Block has been a big inspiration for me doing competitive analysis. So for people who are unaware, fullstack.cash has its roots in bitcoin.com. We were doing very similar services, and so Block was a big part of our like competitive analysis. And so one of the things I'll try and do is differentiate how what I'm doing at fullstack.cash is different than what they're doing at Block. But what I was hoping to present today in this meeting is just keep it at a very high overview and help people understand at a high level, what does it mean to be a Bitcoin Cash application developer? How is that different than being a protocol developer that works on a full node? And more importantly, like how does one with an entrepreneurial mindset in this space get started building software and making money and using Bitcoin Cash to its full potential? So I'll start with this animation that's playing right here. In fact, I'll scroll down, and everything I'm going to present you can access at fullstack.cash. And everything I'm going to present today, is essentially linked from this page. So this is the one thing that you need to know if you want to follow along later. So at a high level, when I talk to non-technical people about what it is that I do in the Bitcoin Cash space, I say, those apps that are on your phone. Well, I don't build those apps, but I build tools for building those apps. And so that's really what it comes down to is this is a framework. What fullstack.cash provides is a framework, essentially a roadmap of if you want to build a phone app or a web app that talks to the blockchain, like how do you get started? Like so when you have a roadmap, one of the first things you got to do is figure out where you are on that map. So unfortunately, I can't put a big red arrow for everybody saying you are here. But I'll talk about how to find your place in this map. But first, let me talk about the map. So this is a stack, and conceptualizing a software stack is traditionally been very helpful throughout the history of computing to sort of understand how all these different pieces fit together. And I'm going to make a lot of analogies to Legos. I think a lot of everybody who's played with Legos and they understand Legos, how you can take like that one flat Lego and then start sticking all the other Legos on. And that's very much the approach that fullstack.cash is taking. So if you look at this picture, those first three layers on the bottom, that's where the full node is, and that next level up from the full node where it says ElectrumX and SLP database. These are examples of indexers, and indexers are like search engines. So if you think of like Google, which is a search engine, what does it do? It crawls all the web pages on the internet, and it tries to make sense of what it finds. So if it finds a web page that talks about honey, it'll be like, okay, well, bees produce honey, so I'm going to kind of link to bees, and honey has health benefits, so I'm going to link to that. So when someone types in something to do with honey, it has this sort of context to understand the raw data that it found on the internet. And in the same way, that's what indexers do. They crawl the blockchain. They talk to a full node and they crawl the blockchain, and they try and make sense of the data that they find there. And a different indexer will focus on different things. So for instance, ElectrumX, that's concerned with address balances and UTXOs, which are a really important concept. If you don't know what UTXOs are, I'll show you where you can find out more about that. If you want to get into development, understanding UTXOs is a very important concept that you should understand. Then there's like other indexers like the SLPDB or the SLP database, which is just concerned with SLP tokens. And so it's crawling the database, and it's trying to track all the SLP tokens that are out there. And that's essentially how you use SLP tokens. And because there's all these specialized pieces of software under there, it's a big ask for businesses, for every business, to understand Bitcoin Cash at that very low technical level. And so what these stacks do is they're adding abstraction. So every time you go up one layer in the stack, you don't have to worry so much about the technical details of the stacks below them. Each layer adds a level of abstraction where you can go, it gets easier and easier and easier to solve business problems. So those two layers are those two bottom layers is what we'd call infrastructure. And then that layer on top, where it says REST API, that's like a gateway. And Jeff was speaking to this is they provide REST APIs. And what a REST API is just a way for one computer on the internet to talk to another computer on the internet. It's just a communication standard, but it's virtually how everything on the internet runs today. So if you go to Twitter, it's going to load. What you'll notice, it all happens in a few seconds. So you got to really be fast if you want to see this, but you'll see that it just loads a bunch of empty boxes. That's the very first thing you'll see. And then it populates all those empty boxes with the data, and it's getting all that data from the REST API. Same thing in YouTube. You go to YouTube, you're going to see a bunch of empty boxes for about like 1 second. And then it's going to fill all those boxes with content, and all that content's coming over the REST API. So that's an example of how REST APIs are used on the modern internet today, and how important they've become to the internet. So what we did is we built our own REST API. In fact, it got started the last 2 years at Bitcoin.com. I've since left and been developing it, continuing the development of that. So we have our own REST API. So businesses that use our software, they don't need to know the ins and outs of full nodes, and they don't need to know the ins and outs of indexers, which indexer's better or whatever. They can just focus on the REST API. This gives them one documentation that they can study and run with. And so at fullstack.cash, our focus is on the JavaScript programming language. That's sort of the horse that we've bet on. And sort of a differentiating thing that we've done. We don't try to support other programming languages. We're just focused on JavaScript. But what the REST API does is it works with every programming language. So if you're not a JavaScript developer, if your business is based on a different type of programming language, we still have something to offer you, because the REST API is pretty agnostic. So don't let the fact that we're focused on JavaScript derail you from taking advantage of the value here. And so then on top of the REST API is a JavaScript library. And that's not super important, because what's really important is that final layer